Chapter 1. The Disciple Recruitment System. Since ancient times, Maoshan has been renowned for its breathtaking scenery, including the 9 peaks, 19 springs, 26 caves, and 28 pools. Notable sites include the Jiuxiao Wan Fugong Palace, the Yuanfu Wanning Palace, the Shika Spring, the Huaiyang Cave, the Immortal Cave, and the Chongshi Wanshou Palace, all revered by practitioners as the foremost blessed land and the 8th celestial realm at this moment. In a modest chamber adjacent to the main hall of Jiuxiao Wan Fugong, Shi Shaojian gazed at the closed eyes of Shi Shaojian, furrowing his brow before turning to exit the room. Once Shi Shaojian departed, Shi Shaojian opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Memories of a few days prior flooded back to him. 16 years had passed since his arrival in this realm, devoid of a grandfather or system. A few days ago, his father had taken him down the mountain to exorcise spirits, where they encountered an elderly Taoist vanquishing a demon. In an attempt to assist, they tragically witnessed the old Taoist being slain, leaving Shi Shaojian gravely injured. Before his demise, the Taoist entrusted him with the position of sect leader for the Qinglian Sword sect, imparting to him the Qinglian Sword Classic, which encompassed a comprehensive cultivation system including sword techniques, talismans, artifact forging, alchemy, and formations. The old Taoist recounted how their ancestor, the Qinglian Sword Immortal, had once listened to the teachings of the pure young true man, El Dongbin, and inspired by Li Taibai's Qinglian Sword Song, attained enlightenment and ascended to immortality. His astonishment. Upon assuming this leadership role, he awakened a disciple recruitment system. After a grueling day and night of recuperation under his father's care, he rose and approached the table, uncovering the items left to him by the Taoist. A sect leader's token, a sword, the Qinglian Sword Classic, a portrait of the ancestor, and various talismans. Shi Shaojian sighed, realizing that to activate the system, he must first fulfill his duties as sect leader by accepting a disciple. He hung the portrait of the Qinglian Sword Immortal with reverence, lighting 3 sticks of incense before respectfully addressing the image. I, Shi Shaojian, the current sect leader of the Qinglian Sword sect, pay my respects to the ancestor that I may very well be the last leader of the Qinglian Sword sect. In this age of decline, I am uncertain whether I can preserve its legacy. After uttering those words, he picked up the Qinglian Sword Classic and began to peruse its contents. Upon finishing the examination of the cultivation methods, he erupted in expletives. Damn it. Old Taoist, you have deceived me. This inheritance of the Qinglian Sword sect is indeed complete, but it pertains to the cultivation of human immortals. No wonder you, an elderly Taoist, could not even subdue a malevolent spirit. In this age of decline, Maoshan, Longwu Mountain, Gazao Mountain, and the Buddhist sect have all shifted towards cultivating celestial beings. The path of human immortals has been severed, leaving no abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. After contemplating his predicament, Shi Shaojian recognized the urgency of descending the mountain to recruit disciples and activate the system. The karmic ties of celestial beings are not easily forged, and there exists the possibility of encountering practitioners of the mundane world. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, and the deceased Taoist materialized before Shi Shaojian. Upon seeing him, Shi Shaojian could not contain his anger, exclaiming, "You old fool! You have deceived me. The Qinglian Sword sect is exclusively comprised of human immortal methods. Are you unaware of the current circumstances? Where is all this abundant spiritual energy for cultivation?" The old Taoist said, "I am your master. Refrain from calling me an old man. I am now a ghostly envoy of the underworld, here to gather souls and to check on you. You must take great care of my sword, for it is the very blade once wielded by the revered Qinglian Sword Immortal. My intention in seeking you was to request the construction of a temple. With offerings, I could swiftly enhance my power, and in turn, I would be able to assist you. However, I did not expect you to be a practitioner of Maoshan. Upon my arrival, I was intercepted. Had it not been for my status as a ghostly envoy, your forebear would have vanquished me." Shi Shaojian glared menacingly at the old man, declaring, "This is Maoshan. How dare a ghost enter here? Are you seeking death?" The old Taoist, his face awash with disappointment, replied, "Very well, I shall take my leave. I have conveyed all I needed to say. If the Qinglian Sword sect is to endure, let it endure. If not, so be it. My Taoist name is Yuling. Shi Shaojian softened his tone, responding, understood. I shall descend from Maoshan tomorrow morning and see if I can assist you in building a temple and garnering some offerings. The Taoist Yuling beamed. Thank you. That sword is a remarkable artifact. Do study it. I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished without a trace. Ate the tea that moment. Shi Jian entered, saying, I overheard your conversation. Have you made a decision? Shi Shaojian nodded resolutely. The destiny of immortals is not so easily embraced. It may even be a matter of human importation. Whether I will succeed remains uncertain. We shall take it step by step. Shi Jian turned to leave but soon returned, presenting Shi Shaojian with a bundle. Upon opening it, Shi Shaojian discovered a money sword, a bagua mirror, a 5-element bagua plate, several protective wooden talismans, a ghost-catching bag, and an assortment of talismans, including 3 blue talismans. Then, Shi Jian produced 3 peachwood swords from behind him, one a century-old thunderstruck peachwood sword, and the other 3 aged 50 years. The former had been nurtured with his own thunderous spiritual energy, rendering it a pseudo-thunderstruck peachwood sword. After examining the items, Shi Shaojian knelt, tears welling in his eyes, and bowed 3 times to Shi Jian, saying, Father, I do not know when I will return. Your son is unfilial. Should you miss me, please send word. The two conversed throughout the night. The following morning, Shi Jian did not appear, and Shi Shaojian descended the mountain, glancing back every few steps. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he recalled that his father had not given him any money. Fortunately, he still had a few silver dollars in his possession. Arriving at Maoshan town, he initially intended to purchase a horse, but, lacking sufficient funds, settled for a donkey instead. Utilizing the discernment method from the Qinglian Sword Classic, he chose the most spiritually attuned donkey. Shi Shaojian's destination this time was Rinjia town. He had met Jiu Shu during his childhood, and it was due to him that Shi Jian's demeanor was not as domineering as depicted in the films. A year prior, Shi Jian had become the head of Maoshan and maintained a cordial relationship with Jiu Shu and others. As he journeyed, stopping intermittently, Shi Shaojian took out the Qinglian Sword Classic to study. He discovered that the cultivation realms of human immortals are divided into refining the body, refining essence to transform into qi, refining qi to become spirit, refining spirit to return to the void, merging with the Tao, and transcending tribulations. After breaking through to the state of merging with the Tao, one may believe they can withstand the heavenly tribulation and thus ascend to immortality. The celestial arts are categorized into various ranks: Taoist youth, sorcerers, teachers of the path, earthly masters, heavenly masters, and law kings. After perusing this, Shi Shaojian reflected he currently stood at the pinnacle of Taoist youth, akin to the zenith of physical refinement. With such cultivation, had it not been for the multitude of magical artifacts at his disposal, he would not have dared to embark on a journey alone. Thus, he continued to read while gesturing with his hands, diligently absorbing the knowledge. Xianchu Shi Jian observed and nodded. This lad was earnest in his studies. Now that he was the sole practitioner on Maoshan, with little else to occupy his time, he decided to accompany him. With the presence of the ancestral masters and elders, no significant disturbances would arise. As dusk gradually descended, Shi Shaojian suddenly realized the passage of time and exclaimed, Alas, I've lost track of time. In this desolate wilderness, it is undoubtedly perilous. No sooner had he spoken than a donkey brayed. Shi Shaojian unsheathed the thunder-striking peachwood sword from his back, remaining vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a female ghost materialized and said, Little Taoist, I harbor no ill intent. A weasel has come seeking a ceiling, and I only stopped you to warn. Shi Shaojian was skeptical of her words. He retrieved 2 pomelo leaves, placing them over his eyes to scrutinize the ghost. Not detecting any murderous intent, he lowered his sword and produced a locust wood talisman, stating, Enter this talisman. My current cultivation does not permit me to escort you to the underworld, but I shall arrange for my master's uncle to take you there. The female ghost, overjoyed, transformed into a beam of white light and entered the locust wood talisman. Shi Shaojian remained on guard, clutching a handful of talismans in his left hand. Should the ghost make any aggressive move, he was prepared to unleash them. Additionally, he bore several wooden talismans inscribed with protective spells that, to his surprise, The ghost complied, producing a ghost-restraining talisman and affixing it to the locust wood talisman. At that moment, a horde of spirits surged forward. Shi Shaojian, wielding the thunder-striking peach with sword in his right hand and clenching a stack of talismans in his left, observed the advancing spirits. Upon seeing his magical artifacts, the spirits hesitated to approach. From a distance, Shi Shaojian remarked, "I warned you to refrain from meddling others. Do not come to seek liberation, not by choice, but by necessity. There is but one day each year to escort them to the underworld, and any attempts at liberation require virtuous merit. Let us see how you will resolve this." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Shaojian understood that refusing the spirits today would ensure they would not let him go. His good intentions could result in dire consequences if he failed to assist them. They might believe he could help the female ghost and question why he would not help them, potentially leading to his demise. Shi Shaojian addressed the spirits. "I understand your thoughts. What the female ghost said is indeed true." An elder spirit stepped forward and affirmed, "It is true, there is indeed a weasel ahead, having arrived today." Contemplating, Shi Shaojian proposed, "Very well. If you all unite to slay the weasel, I will agree to escort you to liberation." The elder spirit cautioned, "Young Taoist, do not speak falsely. If we assist you in eliminating the weasel, you must ensure our liberation." Shi Shaojian nodded, "Rest assured, my father is the esteemed leader of Maoshan, the Thunder Law King, Shaojian. Is there any reason for me to deceive you?" The elder spirit replied, "Good. Since you are a high disciple of Maoshan, we shall assist you." With that, the elder spirit led the horde of spirits towards the weasel. Shi Shaojian let out a sigh of relief and led the donkey forward. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the gathering of spirits, where he noticed an additional weasel carcass on the ground. Originally, there were over 100 spirits, but now only 70 or 80 remained. Shi Shaojian took out his ghost-catching bag and said, "Come inside. Once we reach my master's place, I will have him escort you to the underworld. He is quite the influential figure at the underworld bank, and with a little bribe for the ghostly officials, he can ensure your passage." The spirits nodded in agreement and entered the ghost-catching bag. Shi Shaojian weighed it in his hands. It felt quite heavy. From a distance, Shi Shaojian nodded approvingly. Shi Shaojian then bent down to pick up the weasel, applying a few talismans to preserve its freshness before placing it in his backpack. A refined weasel is indeed a valuable asset, with its blood, meat, skin, and fur all possessing utility. Watching from afar, Shi Shaojian shook his head in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, while the path of divine cultivation might not require it, those on the path of human immortality could certainly benefit, as the Qinglian Sword Classic contained methods to utilize materials from the demon race. Shi Shaojian mounted the donkey and continued onward, only reaching a small town with a single street by noon the next day. After purchasing provisions there, he prepared to set off again when a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Potential disciple detected. Please recruit them promptly." Shi Shaojian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was uncertain about whether to recruit the disciple or not, and he wondered how long it might take to encounter another. With his dwindling funds, he pondered what he would eat along the way, as it would take another 7 or 8 days to reach Rinjia town. Rubbing his head, he decided to accept the challenge, reasoning that he could always take on some work, with his father surely by his side if his son couldn't handle it. The father would step in. Chapter 2. The Sword Spirit, Situjian. Shi Shaojian wandered through the small town, eventually reaching its outskirts, where he discovered a dilapidated pile of straw. At that moment, the sword of his ancestor, strapped to his back, began to tremble. Understanding immediately, he realized that the countless novels he had read were not in vain. The person hidden within that straw pile must possess an extraordinary constitution. Though the Qinglian sword sect had traditionally passed down its teachings to a single disciple each generation, over the millennia, no one had been able to unlock the sword's secrets, indicating that certain conditions must be met. Shi Shaojian called out to the straw pile, "Is anyone inside? If you do not respond, I shall uncover this pile myself." At that moment, a dagger protruded from the straw. Upon seeing the hand, Shi Shaojian discerned that it belonged to a child of 6 or 7 years. He continued, "Come out. I mean you no harm. I am here to take you as my disciple." The child remained unmoving, prompting Shi Shaojian to offer a piece of flatbread, which the child eventually retrieved, clutching it and beginning to eat. Shi Shaojian then passed in a water pouch and soon enough, the child had finished the bread and emerged from straw. The boy who emerged was frail and weak, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence, fixating on Shi Shaojian without a hint of fear. Shi Shaojian gazed at him and asked, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" The boy remained silent, prompting Shi Shaojian to elaborate. "I am Shi Shaojian, son of Shi Jian, the Lord of Thunder from Maoshan. If you desire to be well-fed, follow me and become my disciple." With that, he turned without looking back and led the donkey away. The young boy knelt down and bowed his head thrice to Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian turned to him and said, "That's the spirit. Come, master will take you for a bath and a change of clothes, and then we shall continue our journey to find your grandmaster." With that, he lifted the boy and placed him upon the donkey's back. As they walked, Shi Shaojian led the donkey and inquired, "What is your name, and how old are you?" The boy, with a stoic expression, replied, "Situ Jian, 6 years old." Shi Shaojian nodded and guided the donkey to the riverbank, where he washed Situ Jian and then dressed him in his own clothes. The boy's previously grimy appearance vanished, revealing well-defined features, albeit slightly malnourished, like tea that moment. Shi Shaojian produced an image of their ancestral master and said to Situ Jian, "Bow your head to the ancestral master, and hand me the water pouch, and you shall be considered the eldest disciple of the Qinglian sword sect." Situ Jian complied silently, performing as instructed. Afterward, Shi Shaojian helped him to his feet and handed him a sword that had been left by their ancestral master, saying, "This is the sword bequeathed by our master upon. Attaining immortality, it shall henceforth be entrusted to you." That instant, a voice resonated in Shi Shaojian's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully receiving a disciple with the spirit sword physique, successfully activating the system. Rewards include 3 wash marrow pills, 3 body refining pills, and 3 chi blood pills as a first-time reward. The host cultivation level is elevated by 1 rank. The system space is expanded infinitely, and the disciple's cultivation returns double rewards. The system exchange function is now available, with unlimited exchange of spirit stones. The points panel is opened, and 100 points are granted. Would you like to open the personal attributes panel? Shi Shaojian replied, "Yes.Name, Shi Shaojian. Physique, none. Cultivation level, early stage of refining essence and transforming chi. Items, none. Points, 300. Virtue, 278. Merit, 0. Fortune." Shi Shaojian asked, "Is the exchange based on virtue or points?" The system responded, "Virtue exchange points are reserved for future use. The amount of virtue earned will correspondingly increase your points. Do not concern yourself with points for now. Once your cultivation advances, I shall inform you. Strive to accumulate virtue." Shi Shaojian inquired, "How can one acquire virtue?" The system explained, "By vanquishing demons and monsters. For instance, defeating a purple zombie grants 1 point of virtue corresponding to body refinement. A white zombie grants 10 points corresponding to refining essence and transforming chi. A green zombie grants 100 points corresponding to refining chi and transforming spirit. A hairy zombie grants 1,000 points corresponding to refining spirit and returning to void, and a flying zombie grants 10,000 points corresponding to returning to void and harmonizing with Tao." Shi Shaojian pondered, "Why do I possess so little virtue? Alas, let me focus on the present. How is one to exchange for spirit stones?" The system replied, "Low-grade spirit stone 100 points, mid-grade spirit stone 1,000 points, high-grade spirit stone 10,000 points, top-grade spirit stone 100,000 points." Shi Shaojian asked, "Please provide a brief introduction regarding the pills I have obtained." The system responded, 3 wash marrow pills which enhance cultivation aptitude by cleansing the marrow. 3 chi blood pills which replenish bodily deficiencies and strengthen vitality. 3 body refining pills which accelerate the user's body refinement process. Chen Chuan nodded and handed a chi blood pill to Situ Jian, saying, "Your body is severely depleted. This pill can assist in restoring your health." Situ Jian received the blood essence pill, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it. A warm current coursed through his entire being, invigorating him significantly. The sword he held felt much lighter. In the distance, Shi Jianshan observed this and pondered the origins of such a pill, realizing that there were many secrets yet unknown to him. With a satisfied nod, Shi Jianshan instructed, use the sword in your hand to draw a line across your finger and test it. When I first encountered you, it trembled, indicating a profound connection between you and the blade. Without a second thought, Shi Jian unsheathed his long sword and pressed his finger against its edge. The blade swiftly absorbed his blood, and a beam of white light surged into Shi Jian's forehead, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Shi Jianshan internally exclaimed, I knew this was the protagonist's fortune. Why has such luck eluded me? Regaining his composure, Shi Jianshan sat cross-legged beside Shi Jian to cultivate. As the sky gradually darkened and then brightened again, a night passed. Shi Jianshan took out some provisions to eat, just as Shi Jian awoke. He tossed a piece of dried food to Shi Jian, saying, hurry and eat. Once you're done, we shall set forth. Shi Jian gnawed at the food voraciously, and after finishing his meal, Shi Jianshan hoisted him onto the donkey's back and led the animal toward the direction of Zhou. Along the way, Shi Jianshan inquired, what inheritance did the Grandmaster bestow upon you? Shi Jian replied, the Qinglian sword classic and some insights into swordsmanship. Shi Jianshan looked at him and asked, is that all? Shi Jian shook his head. That is all. Shi Jianshan, feeling speechless, remarked, I possess an inheritance, yet you only received some sword insights. The Grandmaster could have taught us some mystical spells, or at least informed us of treasures and opportunities. It's utterly unreliable. Shi Jian stated, to cultivate the sword, one must possess a clear mind, nurture the sword seed, gather sword energy, condense sword intent, comprehend the sword's meaning, and open the sword domain. Once you grasp these principles, even without cultivation, you can contend with those of the same realm. Coupled with cultivation, you shall be invincible within your domain. Shi Jianshan chuckled, can you teach me? Shi Jian replied, I cannot. You lack the innate talent for sword cultivation. Moreover, the Grandmaster has decreed that before the end of the age of decline, one cannot ascend, lest they become trapped in this realm. Shi Jianshan turned to Shi Jian and said, who does not desire to become an immortal? But where do we find the resources for cultivation? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. As they walked and conversed, they arrived at a county town just before nightfall. The gate tower bore the inscription of New County. Shi Jianshan led the donkey inside, and as they sought a place to rest, a gentleman clad in silk approached, accompanied by 2 attendants. He looked at Shi Jianshan and remarked, you must be a disciple of Taoist Shi. Shi Jianshan replied, indeed, my surname is Shi, but this is my first descent from the mountain, and I do not believe we have met. The gentleman introduced himself. I am Wang Shiqing, you may call me Lord Wang. I encountered you during my visit to Maoshan, where you followed the Master Shi. I happen to be in need of a Taoist assistance, you see. Upon hearing that there was a place to stay, food and drink provided, and perhaps even monetary compensation, Shi Jianshan joyfully exclaimed, Lord Wang, please lead the way upon. Arriving at the entrance of the Wang residence, the servant led away the donkey, while Shi Shaojian accompanied Shi Jian into the drawing room. Once seated, Lord Wang looked at Shi Shaojian and inquired, young Taoist, may I ask if my master is present? Recently, I purchased a patch of bamboo forest with the intention of constructing a small retreat for the summer. However, just as construction commenced, we began to hear the cries of a child emanating from the pond behind the bamboo grove. Despite sending someone to investigate, nothing was discovered. Villagers from the nearby community have claimed that a child, unwanted by its parents, was drowned there, and that vengeful spirits have returned to demand retribution. After pondering for a moment, Shi Shaojian replied, my master is not here. Tomorrow morning, have a servant take me to inspect the site, after which I shall discern if a solution is possible. Lord Wang nodded eagerly. Excellent. I have already arranged accommodations for you. Allow the servant to escort you there. The servant guided them to their quarters and later brought some food. After satisfying their hunger, Shi Shaojian informed the servant of his desire for a bath, requesting hot water to be prepared, freshly boiled. Once the water was ready, Shi Shaojian produced a weasel, approached the tub, and swiftly severed its throat, allowing the blood to flow into the bathwater. He then retrieved the herbal concoction he had prepared before descending the mountain and added it to the tub. Turning to Shi Jian, he instructed, enter the water, even if it stings, you must endure. Shi Jian responded, I have read about body refinement in the Qinglian sword manual, and promptly shed his garments before plunging into the water. Before long, Shi Jian's body flushed a deep crimson, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth. Shi Shaojian nodded in approval. When the ordeal seemed sufficient, he lifted the exhausted Shi Jian from the tub and laid him on the bed, tucking him in. Observing that Shi Jian was still somewhat lucid, he said, "You are familiar with the Qinglian sword technique tomorrow morning. You shall practice your swordsmanship outside." With that, Shi Shaojian settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his energy. Before dawn, Shi Jian arose, noticing Shi Shaojian still immersed in his practice. He took his sword and stepped outside to train, prompting Shi Shaojian to open his eyes and nod in acknowledgement. After a night of cultivation, Shi Shaojian felt his power slightly increase. At this rate, it would take 3 years to reach the mid-stage of refining essence into qi. He exhaled softly, drew forth his peachwood sword, and began practicing sword techniques alongside Shi Jian. Before long, dawn broke and the servant arrived with breakfast. After their meal, Shi Shaojian gathered his belongings and, accompanied by Shi Jian, followed the servant towards the bamboo forest outside the county. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Shi Shaojian sensed the surrounding area. The feng shui was remarkably auspicious, with spiritual energy thrice as potent as that outsidia. Truly splendid location. The servant dared not enter, and Shi Shaojian did not insist, leading Shi Jian further into the grove. Soon, they arrived at the pond, and, after scanning the vicinity for any malevolent energy, found a spot to sit. "Go gather some firewood. I shall roast the weasel for you. After consuming it, you can continue your sword practice, and you should be able to break through to the initial stage of body refinement." Shi Jian nodded and ventured into the bamboo thicket to gather the necessary materials. Shortly thereafter, he returned prepared. Shi Shaojian took the weasel, severed its head, and began to roast it over the fire. As he cooked, he cast several incantations, expending the sliver of spiritual energy he had cultivated the previous night, necessitating further practice to replenish it. Once the meat was thoroughly roasted, it was presented to Shi Jiandao. "Devour every morsel without leaving a trace. I spent the entire night honing my magical prowess solely to assist you in dispelling the demonic aura, so you must not squander it." Chapter 3. Meeting Uncle Jiu, Jian took a bite and remarked, "It's sour." Shi Shaojian glared and commanded, "Don't chew. Swallow it whole. Finish your meal." Shi Jian struggled to consume the weasel meat, gradually feeling warmth spreading throughout his body. Shi Shaojian urged, "Get up and refine your sword. The flesh of this beast is incredibly nourishing." Drawing his sword, Shi Jian began the refining process, growing increasingly adept with each motion. Suddenly, a child's voice echoed from pond. Just as Shi Jian was about to halt, Shi Shaojian insisted, "Do not stop. This matter does not concern you." Shi Shaojian fixed his gaze intently on the pond, where a shadow flitted past. Almost bursting with excitement, he nearly shouted, "The Qingling fish, a mystical fish dwelling in areas rich in spiritual energy and clear water." Upon entering, he had sensed no malevolent aura, leading him to deduce the presence of this creature, for only it could emit a child's voice. Without hesitation, Shi Shaojian leaped into the water. Hearing the splashes, Shi Jian rushed over, calling out, "Master!" The pond, though not vast, was several meters deep. The Qingling fish weighed around 4 to 5 jeans. After considerable effort, Shi Shaojian finally captured it, emerging triumphantly as the fish squawked. He delivered a swift punch to render it unconscious and approached the fire to roast it. Glancing at Shi Jian, he inquired, "Have you completed the refinement? Did you break through?" Shi Jian nodded. Shi Shaojian, delighted, proclaimed, "You are in for a treat today. This Qingling fish is imbued with spiritual energy. Just a small piece will suffice. Once you finish, return to refining the sword, lest you risk overindulgence." Turning to the pond, Shi Shaojian noted, "Something seems amiss." "What is it, master?" Shi Jian asked. "Although the spiritual energy in this bamboo grove is 3 times greater than outside, it remains insufficient for the Qingling fish. Keep roasting it. I shall investigate below the water." With that, he dove back in, reaching the bottom, and, guided by his senses, collected a handful of stones. Swimming back to the surface, upon inspection, he discovered a shard of spiritual stone, roughly the size of a fingernail. Overjoyed, he dived again. making multiple trips until he had gathered 3 pieces in total. Returning to the fire, he found that the head of his Qingling fish was missing. Shi Shaojian turned to Sidu Jian and asked, "What transpired?" Sidu Jian replied, "A middle-aged man with a beard approached me, offered some money, and took the fish's head. He produced a pouch of coins and handed it to Shi Shaojian. Examining the contents, Shi Shaojian noted there were about 30 or 40 coins. He looked at Sidu Jian and asked, was he dressed in black, wielding a whisk, appearing all dignified? Sidu Jian nodded, then shook his head. He seemed to possess an air of ethereal grace. "That was my father, your grandmaster. You've been tricked. The Qingling fish is a mystical creature, and thankfully, he didn't demand the flesh. Otherwise, I would have had to confront him. Remember, in the future, do not give away your belongings when you encounter him. Instead, ask him for something." Sure, Shaojian's lips twitched slightly. "Is it appropriate to speak of your father in such a manner?" Sidu Jian nodded, understood. "It seems I cannot contend with him." Shi Shaojian cast a glance at him, then picked up the Qingling fish, tearing off a small piece to give to Sidu Jian. "Eat up and hurry to refine your sword. Otherwise, if you burst from overindulgence, it will not be my concern." With that, he devoured the fish voraciously, even swallowing the bones, and immediately entered a meditative state to refine his energy. As night gradually descended, Shi remained motionless. At midnight, he awakened and assessed his magical power, discovering a mere 8 strands, equivalent to 18 nights of arduous cultivation. 10 strands amounted to 1, and 108 strands were necessary to break through to the next realm. He wondered how much longer it would take. Turning his head, he noticed that Sidu Jian was already asleep beside him. He removed his own garment and covered Situ with it, then took out a fragment of spiritual stone to continue his cultivation. Just before dawn, Situ Jian awoke, glanced at Shi Shaojian, and resumed his sword practice. By late morning, Shi Shaojian stirred, checked his progress, and found he had accumulated 3 strands of magical power, while the fragment of spiritual stone in his hand had turned to dust. He stood and shouted to the heavens, "Old man, please convey a message to Lord Wang. I intend to cultivate here for a few days. I will return to find him when I leave." With that, he drew his wooden sword and began practicing the Qinglian sword technique. Not long after, Situ Jian paused, rubbing his stomach. Shi glanced at him and said, "The provisions are finished." Situ Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and Shi instructed, "Wait here." He then ventured into the bamboo grove and soon caught several bamboo rats. Situ Jian had already gathered firewood and kindled a fire. After they both had their fill, Situ Jian continued refining his sword and honing his body, while Shi Shaojian sat cross-legged, extracting another fragment of spiritual stone to cultivate. In the dead of night, Shi Shaojian awoke to find Situ Jian asleep. He retrieved his last piece of spiritual stone and resumed his practice. The following noon, after refining the stone, Shi awoke and checked his progress, now possessing 5 strands of magical power. He observed Situ Jian preparing food for him and remarked, "Once you finish eating, we shall return and continue our journey." After Situ Jian had eaten, they tidied up and made their way back to the Wang residence. Upon seeing them, Lord Wang inquired, "How did it go, young Taoist Shi?" Shi Shaojian replied, "It has been resolved. It was a water demon, difficult to deal with in the water. I had to conceal myself for 2 days before I could eliminate it." Lord Wang expressed his delight. "Excellent. Excellent. Young Taoist Shi, please rest. I will have someone bring you food shortly." Shi Shaojian interjected, "There is no need, Lord Wang. I must continue my journey to visit my master's uncle. Just have someone prepare some provisions for me." Shortly thereafter, a servant delivered a package filled with dried meat. Lord Wang then produced a small pouch containing a couple of dozen silver coins. Shi took the pouch, selected 2 coins, and handed the remainder back to Lord Wang, stating, "2 coins will suffice, my lord. I see that you are surrounded by pure energy, a person of great virtue. I am only assisting you because of this. Had you been burdened by karma, I would not have accepted the task. I take only what is rightfully mine. The rest is yours to keep." With that, he returned the pouch to Lord Wang. Lord Wang nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Young Taoist Shi is indeed a true master." Shi Shaojian clasped his fists and turned to leave. arriving at the entrance of the Wang residence where a servant had already brought forth a donkey. The donkey nuzzled against Shi Shaojian, and noticing its remarkable sensitivity, he remarked, "Once I acquire something valuable, I shall feed you, and perhaps you too shall transform." Shi Shaojian interjected, "Master, that must be the azure donkey recorded in the Qinglian sword classic, completely covered in blue fur, possessing unparalleled intelligence." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement, saying, "In the future, I shall find you another donkey, master." With a hearty laugh, he lifted Shi Shaojian onto the donkey's back and led the azure donkey forward. Not long after exiting the city, night fell. Shi Shaojian, not pausing for rest, glanced at Shi Shaojian and said, "If you are weary, sleep. If you are hungry, eat. We still have several days' journey ahead to reach your granduncle." Their journey continued until the following afternoon when they finally spotted a village. After resting for the night, Shi Shaojian had managed to cultivate a modicum of magical power, now possessing 5 strands of energy. The next morning, Shi Shaojian began to practice his swordsmanship. Upon completion, Shi Shaojian left a silver dollar and several talismans with the villagers, unaware that these talismans would save their lives. They set off again, with Shi Shaojian reading while traveling during the day, and, at night, focusing solely on the road due to the need for vigilance. After 2 more days, they found themselves a day's journey from Jiushu's abode. By late morning, they arrived at a town adorned with talismans, marked by a stone tablet declaring it Tung Town. As noon approached, Shi Shaojian conceived a bold idea and said to Shi Shaojian, "The townsfolk here have all turned into zombies. Wait for me outside while I investigate. Hand me your sword." Shi Shaojian complied, relinquishing the sword to Shi Shaojian, who unsheathed it and tossed the scabbard back to Shi Shaojian. With the sword in hand, Shi Shaojian swiftly scaled the outer wall of the town and cautiously approached a house. He pushed open the door to find a coffin inside. Attempting to move it proved futile, as he discerned that the coffin lid was ensnared by the corpse's aura. Grasping the sword, he thrust it into the side, forcefully pushing until the lid opened. Inside lay a white zombie, covered in white fur. Shi Shaojian pierced the creature's skull, and after a brief struggle, it fell still. At that moment, a voice from the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 points of virtue and 10 points of experience." Shi Shaojian, startled, patted his chest and told the system, "Please refrain from notifications until I am outside." Shi Shaojian then proceeded to the next room, which contained 2 coffins. Imitating his previous method, he opened them to reveal 2 purple zombies, swiftly dispatching them. He continued to explore other rooms, killing with increasing ease, 13 zombies in total, 5 white and 8 purple. Noticing the sun's decline, he calculated the time to be around 4 o'clock and hastily exited the town. Shi Shaojian, curious, asked, "Master, why are you running?" Shi Shaojian replied, "If we do not flee, we shall meet our demise. It is not yet summer, and the sun sets by 6. It is already past 4. Having slain over 10 of them, we must hurry, or they will soon be pursuing us." Shi Shaojian countered, "Isn't there a talisman and formation outside to contain them?" Shi Shaojian, "Remember, external forces are unreliable. They are not the formations you've established yourself. You cannot ascertain their efficacy or longevity. True strength lies within one's own capabilities." Shi Shaojian opened the system panel to inspect his status. Name: Shi Shaojian. Physique: Nun Realm. Initial stage of refining essence in a Qi, 5 threads and 2 strands of spiritual power. Items: Nun points, 358 virtue, 336 merit, 0 fortune. Shi Shaojian felt a wave of frustration. After laboring tirelessly for an entire afternoon, he had only amassed 58 points, insufficient even to purchase a low-grade spirit stone. The 2 men and a donkey journeyed to Rinjia town. Originally, they would have arrived by evening, but they reached the town in the afternoon. After inquiring about the direction to the charity hall at the town's entrance, they proceeded towards it. Upon arriving at the gates of the charity hall, Shi Shaojian knocked. Noticing no one was home, he led the donkey into the courtyard, lifted Shi Shaojian down, and headed towards the living room. As soon as they entered, the system emitted a prompt. "Potential disciple detected. please recruit promptly. Before them knelt a young girl in front of Uncle Gio, who appeared troubled. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian, he rose and said, Shaojian, what brings you here? Did the sect leader not accompany you? Shi Shaojian replied, Uncle, are you certain you want my father here? You seem barely able to afford a meal. He gestured towards two young men who were around his age and the girl on the ground. Uncle Gio's face flushed with embarrassment as he responded. What do you mean by that? Now that you have arrived, how could I let my disciple go hungry? Feeling a bit awkward, Shi Shaojian replied, Uncle, I am well aware of your circumstances. In the path of cultivation, there are always deficiencies. You lack funds. If I were to offer you 2 silver coins, would you dare to accept? It would not be surprising if misfortune struck the moment you turned your back, or if the money simply vanished into thin air. Chapter 4. Taking on a disciple again, 9th Uncle hurriedly inquired, You have not cultivated the path of immortals. Could it be that you are pursuing the path of human immortals? Shaojian, you are still young, and your cultivation is not yet profound. There is still time for you to embark on this journey. However, the path of human immortals has long been severed. Is not the path of immortals also a form of longevity, even if one must descend to the underworld after death? Unbeknownst to them, a little girl on the ground was observing, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Shi Shaojian recounted his descent from the mountain and his encounter with Taoist Yuling, stating, I have already become the head of a sect and have accumulated significant karmic ties. There is no turning back now. This is my esteemed disciple, Shi Shaojian, who is at the initial stage of body refinement and is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. Shi Shaojian bowed respectfully. I am Shi Shaojian, the 30th generation disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, paying my respects to you, senior. 9th Uncle nodded, glancing at the disciples of others, and then at his own. He sighed, I happen to have a little girl here. You should take her as well. Shi Shaojian had long set his sights on the little girl. He gestured for her to come forward, asking, Would you like to take me as your master? I must clarify that the reason the path of human immortals is severed is that we are currently in an age of decline, with insufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. I will do my utmost to provide you with available resources, but whether you can ascend to immortality remains uncertain. The little girl knelt down, prompting Shi Shaojian to quickly intervene. Wait a moment. He dashed out and returned with a painting, which he hung up, saying, This is the portrait of our sect's founder, the Qinglian sword immortal, who ascended to the higher realms over 1,000 years ago. You may now pay your respects. Upon hearing this, the little girl bowed 3 times. 9th Uncle offered her a cup of tea, which she accepted and handed to Shi Shaojian, saying, Master, please enjoy this tea. Shi Shaojian took a sip and inquired, What is your name? The little girl replied, I am Lu Qingyin, just turned 6 years old. Shi Shaojian nodded, at which point the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted a reincarnated disciple. Reincarnated being introduction, a female emperor from a vast world, betrayed by others. After 6 years of rebirth, her memories have awakened. However, the world's laws differ, preventing her from practicing her past life's techniques. Hearing of a practitioner seeking disciples, she possesses a fire spirit body. She comes with a unique physique and compatible techniques, capable of absorbing the morning sun's purple qi for cultivation. Shi Shaojian mused to himself, yet another child of destiny. He retrieved a pill from the system's space, declaring, This is a qi blood pill that replenishes physical deficiencies and enhances vitality. Consume it, and tomorrow follow your senior brother to practice sword forging. He will teach you. He then produced a century-old thunderstruck peachwood sword from behind, adding, Your senior brother has a sword spirit body, and this sword is a legacy from our founder. It is likely a celestial sword. I possess nothing else. This peachwood sword, a century-old relic bestowed upon me by your great-grandfather for self-defense, has reached the level of a magical treasure. Use it wisely, and in the evening, I shall prepare a medicinal bath for you and impart the methods of cultivation. Lu Qingyin took the pill and swallowed it. In a short while, a warm sensation enveloped her body. She thought to herself, My vitality is significantly improved, and I feel stronger than before. It seems I have not chosen the wrong master. He possesses many valuable items. Once my cultivation is restored, I shall seek vengeance. For now, I must remain inconspicuous, as I'm still just a child. Shi Shaojian had been observing her closely. Once the effects of the medicine wore off, he said, "You ought to hurry. Remember to study diligently and relax your entire body. Only then will you better absorb the medicinal bath at night. Do you understand?" Lu Qingyan nodded, while Situ Jian took her to the courtyard to commence her lessons. Uncle Jiu turned to Shi Shaojian and remarked, "That Shaojian you see." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Shaojian interjected, "One small yellow fish. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. With the century-old elixir and other medicinal herbs, I barely managed to produce 3 pills, and I only charged the cost for that small yellow fish." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu stood up and exclaimed, "You're wasting a precious elixir by using it to concoct pills for ordinary people. What a prodigal." Shi Shaojian retorted, "And what of it? It has no side effects and swiftly establishes a solid foundation for my disciples. Is worth it." He thought to himself, "Once my disciples can cultivate, my own powers will rise rapidly. I gather resources for my disciples, and they cultivate for me. What a splendid arrangement." Uncle Jiu fell silent, acknowledging the wealth that allowed Shi Shaojian his whims. Shi Shaojian continued, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention my 2 disciples. One possesses a sword spirit physique, and the other has a unique constitution. When I first encountered one, the ancestral sword trembled, and that little girl, she can absorb the first rays of the morning sun's purple aura for her cultivation. Envious, are you?" He chuckled heartily as he left, intending to purchase additional herbs in town. Although the efficacy of the demon's blood was diminished, it would still expedite the physical training process. Uncle Jiu, watching Shi Shaojian depart, turned to Qiusheng and Wentai with displeasure. "Look at you two. Even if you lack the talent of others, you don't put in the effort either. Off you go practice." He reached for a rattan switch, prompting Qiusheng and Wentai to flee hastily. After dinner, seeing the 2 utterly exhausted, Shi Shaojian gently placed them into the prepared medicinal bath, each on one side. Lu Qingyan mused, "I've never bathed with a man before, but perhaps it is best to first understand the cultivation methods of this world. My senior brother is rather taciturn, and I have no idea what my master is busy with all day." Chen Zhuang looked at the young girl and said, "Let me explain the current cultivation methods in the spirit illusion realm. One approach is the method of human immortals, which is what we practice now. After achieving immortality, one can ascend to the higher realms and continue to cultivate. However, we are currently in an age of decline where spiritual energy is scarce, rendering this path nearly impossible. The other approach is the method of deities, which involves cultivating the primordial spirit. After death, one may descend to the underworld as a ghostly envoy. One's power is tied to the offerings made in their name. The more offerings, the stronger the abilities. However, those who pursue the path of deities face 3 deficiencies and 5 drawbacks. The 3 deficiencies, wealth, life, and persuasion, and the 5 drawbacks, widowed, orphaned, solitary, lonely, and disabled." Lu Qingyan inquired, "Can one ascend through the path of deities?" Shi Shaojian replied, "By cultivating into a ghostly deity, one can abandon the physical form and achieve immortality. However, once you ascend, the inhabitants of the lower realms will soon forget you. Without offerings, you would merely remain a personal immortal for a lifetime, as external forces will never be truly yours." Furthermore, he added, "Details on cultivation realms and the introduction of zombies and spirits can be found within the Qinglian Sword Classic. If you have time, feel free to rummage through my bag and take a look." After a while, it seemed that the time was ripe. Shi Shao embraced the 2 individuals and urged them to change their garments. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Situ Jian led Lu Qingyan to the courtyard to commence their sword practice. Hearing the sounds, Jiushu also arose and joined them, engaging in his own martial exercises. Before long, the sun began to rise. Shi Shaojian emerged, wielding a peachwood sword, and joined the group in their training. After breakfast, Shi Shaojian took Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan aside. He retrieved a body-refining elixir from his system space and handed it to Lu Qingyan, saying, "This is a body-refining pill that can directly elevate you to the initial stage of body refinement without any side effects. I previously provided one to your senior brother, and now I offer you one as well. Consume it promptly and commence your sword practice without hesitation. Otherwise, you risk being overwhelmed. Lu Qingyan inquired, Master, when may I begin my cultivation? Shi Shaojian replied, You have already embarked on your cultivation journey. Body refinement enhances your essence, energy, and spirit. Once these are perfected, you can progress to qi refinement. The celestial path primarily focuses on the primordial spirit, which often leads to insufficient physical strength and low defense. In contrast, the path of the human immortal cultivates all three aspects, making it the most formidable in the same realm. Without a robust physique, attempting qi refinement could be perilous. Establish a solid foundation. I must now seek cultivation resources for you. With that, he set off towards the back mountains of Rinjia town. After taking a few steps, he paused, retrieved the peachwood sword from his back, and tossed it to Situ Jian. Situ Jian, lend me your sword. Situ Jian drew his sword and proclaimed, I have named it the Qinglian sword. From now on, you shall refer to it as Qinglian, Master. Shi Shaojian clicked his tongue, saying, You are mistaken. The sword belongs to me. Situ Jian respectfully offered it forward with both hands. Shi Shaojian glanced at him and remarked, You have grasped the sword heart of clarity and have embarked on the path of sword cultivation. Situ Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Shaojian returned the sword and advised, Never forget. A swordsman's sword is akin to a second life. As long as the person exists, so does the sword. Should the person perish, the sword perishes too. Always keep your sword close. He then turned to Lu Qingyan. Qingyan, hand me your sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan presented his peachwood sword to Shi Shaojian. Accepting it, Shi Shaojian strode away. Lu Qingyan, watching his departing master, mused to himself, This master is rather amiable. It appears my senior brother will become a sword fanatic, solely interested in the sword. The sect will rely on me in the future. Shi Shaojian recalled that there was a bear demon in the back mountains of Rinjia town. Although it had yet to fully transform, it was not far from doing so. After searching for quite some time without success, and as the sun began to set, he prepared to return. Given his current cultivation level, he dared not spend the night there, especially with formidable dangers lurking where Jioshu resided. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, he heard a tiger's roar. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he witnessed a bear grappling with a tiger on the ground. In a short while, the tiger lay still and the bear slowly rose, grasping the tiger's tail and moving forward. Upon witnessing the scene, Shi Shaojian bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to touch the thunderstrike peachwood sword. Channeling a trace of spiritual energy, he commanded the sword to pierce the bear's chest. After the bear collapsed, he waited for 2 minutes in silence. Noticing no signs of movement, he approached and retrieved a blood-stopping talisman, applying it to the bodies of the 2 demons to prevent them from bleeding out. These 2 creatures had only recently transformed, and the bear appeared to be the one he had been searching for. The tiger demon, originating from an unknown location, was an anomaly. Typically, such a small area harbored only 1 demon, lest the food supply fall short for 2. As dusk approached, Shi Shaojian produced a talisman, affixed it to himself, and hoisted the bear demon onto his shoulder while he grasped the tail of the tiger demon, dragging it down the mountain until he successfully returned to the ancestral hall. Seeing the darkness enveloping the sky and noting Shi Shaojian's absence, Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan waited at the entrance of the hall. Situ Jian was concerned for Shi Shaojian's safety, while Lu Qingyan feared that if Shi Shaojian were to perish, they would be left vulnerable due to their inadequate cultivation. Before long, Shi Shaojian gradually emerged into their view. Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan rushed to him, astonished to see him return with both a bear and a tiger. Shi Shaojian remarked, Do not just stand there. Help me lift the tiger. Tonight, you shall feast to your heart's content. In the courtyard, Uncle Jio sat sipping tea, having been visited by Shi Shaojian earlier that day, thus harboring no worries. Upon witnessing the 2 captured demons, Uncle Jio exclaimed, They have already transformed. Why bring them here? They reek and are foul. How can I not be aware of demons appearing in my territory? Shi Shaojian replied, This bear demon has only just transformed. while the tiger spirit likely fled from another location. I possess methods to dispel their demonic aura. The blood will be utilized for medicinal baths for my 2 apprentices. The flesh will serve to replenish their vitality and accelerate their physical cultivation, and the hides can be employed in crafting tools and drawing talismans. Chapter 5. The Ghost King of the Blue Lotus. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio began to contemplate, gazing at Shi Shaojian and saying, "Shaojian." Before Uncle Gio could complete his thought, he was once again interrupted by Shi Shaojian. "I may not be able to take 2 medicinal baths, but I can provide you with some flesh. I also have a matter for you, Master Uncle. I forgot to mention it yesterday. On my way here, I collected spirits from a mass grave, around 70 or 80 of them." As he spoke, he discarded the bear demon and produced a spirit-collecting bag along with a wooden plaque. Handing it to Uncle Gio, "Please assist with the rite of passage. The bear demon's flesh is yours." Uncle Gio promptly replied, "Very well, but you must not go back on your word." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement. Uncle Gio, familiar with the ghostly emissaries, could easily send them on their way with a few offerings of ghost money. The reason Shi Shaojian presented the bear meat to Uncle Gio was that it needed to be consumed within 3 days, lest its spiritual essence dissipate and revert to ordinary bear meat. Shi Shaojian instructed Wan Kai to heat water, and once prepared, he had Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan enter the bathing tub. He then carried in 2 demon creatures, adding their blood to the tub and preparing a medicinal pouch which he opened and added to the mixture. In the courtyard, he began his work, and before long, he had skinned the bear and tiger, swiftly casting several incantations to dispel the demonic energy from the elder demon. Once completed, he handed the tiger meat to Uncle Gio and kindled a fire in the courtyard to roast the bear meat. Shi Shaojian glanced inward, noting the sliver of spiritual energy he had cultivated the previous night was now spent in slaying the demons. Processing the 2 creatures had consumed another 2 slivers, leaving him with a total of 5 slivers again, causing his cultivation to decline, nearly bringing him to tears. In the room, the 2 young ones were flushed with color. Situ Jian looked at Lu Qingyan and said, "Junior sister, hold on, do not rise. Master will scold us if he finds out." Lu Qingyan thought to herself, "I have persevered through far worse to achieve the status of empress. What hardship have I not endured?" Shi Shaojian instructed Wan Kai to keep a watchful eye on the water, adding heat whenever it cooled, until it became clear. After the 2 had finished their baths and changed into fresh garments, Chen Shuo looked at them and remarked, "Not bad. Situ Jian, you have broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement. After consuming so many fine delicacies, if you did not advance, I would have considered disciplining you. Qingyan, you 2 have reached the initial stage of body refinement. Come, consume the bear meat. It must be finished within 3 days. Once you are full, begin your sword training. If the warmth within you dissipates, continue eating. You're not allowed to stop until the bear meat is gone." Uncle Gio expressed his concern. "Isn't that a bit too harsh? They are merely 6 years old and just beginning their cultivation. Can their bodies endure such strain?" Shi Shaojian reassured him. "It is fine. Once you finish eating, you will feel the urge to be active. The energy will surge within you, making it difficult to sleep." Uncle Gio countered, "I meant the time." Shi Shaojian replied, "That is even less of a concern. With abundant energy and vitality, you will feel even less inclined to sleep." Shi Shaojian then settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. The 2 young ones, alternating between feasting and training, reached the 3rd morning. Shi Shaojian noted an increase of 3 slivers of spiritual energy within him, bringing his total to 5 slivers and 3 threads. He also checked his pocket, realizing he had only 2 large coins left, indicating it was time to depart. After finishing breakfast, Shi Shaojian took his leave from Uncle Gio. He recalled the location where Taoist Si Mu resided, a desolate area devoid of human presence for miles around. Along the way, there was the potential for a fox demon to emerge. The 5 celestial beings of the northeast each belonged to their respective households. If they set out now, they could arrive before nightfall and perhaps summon Taoist Simu along with his neighbor, Master Ishio, to see if they could eliminate a few demons to provide an extra meal for the 2 little ones. Having gathered his belongings, Shi Shaojian hoisted Lu Qingyin onto the donkey's back and set off towards Si Mu's temple with the two little ones. As they progressed, the donkey's pace slowed considerably. Shi Shaojian gently set Lu Qingyin down and said, "You must walk the rest of the way on your own." After walking several more miles, the trio lost track of time amidst the trees. Shi Shaojian contemplated stopping for a bite to eat when a chill wind swept through the area. The three found themselves transported to a different realm, one devoid of life. The sky was a dreary gray, and visibility was limited to no more than 10 meters. Shi Shaojian exclaimed in shock, "Damn, a ghost realm." He quickly produced all his talismans and distributed them to the two little ones, saying, "In this realm, only the Ghost King can create such a place. If anyone manages to escape, make sure to light incense for me." Lu Qingyan asked, "Master, what is the realm of the Ghost King?" Situ Jian explained, "With one more breakthrough, they become a ghost immortal. Recently deceased souls are known as wandering spirits. Lacking offensive capability. Subsequently, there are vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, and then the Ghost King, who can cultivate to become an immortal." Lu Qingyan thought to herself, "Does that mean I'm doomed? I've just been reborn and now face death again. I haven't even avenged myself yet. I cannot die." She stared intently at her surroundings. At that moment, a group of little ghosts rushed out, surrounding the trio. Shi Shaojian remarked, "Whether we survive now lies in our hands. I can do nothing more for you." Just as both sides prepared for confrontation, Shi Jian appeared before them, descending from the sky with an overwhelming presence. The little ghosts recoiled in fear. Shi Jian addressed the air, "Qinglian Ghost King, I beseech you to grant Mao Shan a favor and allow them to leave." Suddenly, a woman clad in white emerged before them. Shi Shaojian nearly drooled at the sight. She seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her demeanor was akin to a gentle spring breeze. Her bright, captivating eyes shimmered with brilliance, enchanting all who beheld her. The expression in her eyes seemed to convey 1,000 unspoken words. Her delicate nose and cherry-like lips contrasted with her snow-white skin, which appeared as smooth as jade. A cascade of lustrous black hair flowed down her shoulders, with a few playful strands teasingly brushing her cheeks, enhancing her allure. A dot of vermilion on her brow added to her charm. Noticing Shi Shaojian's dazed expression, Lu Qingyan tugged at him, thinking, "How embarrassing for my master. He's practically drooling." Yet, the exquisite visage of the Qinglian Ghost King bore a hint of coldness as she addressed Shi Jian. "Shi Jian, I have no desire to be at odds with you and your Mao Shan sect. Step aside. This matter pertains solely to me and him." She gestured towards Situ Jian. Shi Jian furrowed his brow and clasped his hands together, saying, "Qinglian Ghost King, this Shi Shaojian is my son. The two children beside him are his newly accepted disciples. If we have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely hope you can show leniency." The gaze of the Qinglian Ghost King swept over Shi Shaojian and his companions, and with a disdainful snort, he declared, "Your mere words will not secure their release. However, should you manage to withstand 3 of my moves, we may converse further." Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian felt a wave of anxiety for his son, Shi Jian, who had only just attained the Earthmaster level. The Qinglian Ghost King was a whole realm above him. Although Shi Jian practiced thunder arts and could fight beyond his level, this was not merely a minor difference in realms. It was a significant one. Shi Shaojian watched his son with concern. Without hesitation, Shi Jian nodded resolutely, "Very well. I accept." He had no choice but to comply for the sake of his son. With that, Shi Jian assumed a stance, crackling lightning swirling around him. The Qinglian Ghost King waved his hands, and streams of ghostly energy coalesced into sharp blades that shot towards Shi Jian. In a flash, Shi Jian unleashed bolts of lightning, and the blades of ghostly energy clashed with the lightning, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. In the next moment, the Qinglian Ghost King vanished and reappeared behind Shi Jian, striking towards his back with an open palm. Shi Jian, surrounded by lightning, retaliated with a backhanded strike, only to be sent flying by the force of the blow. The Qinglian Ghost King then remarked, "Enough. I shall not harm them. I merely wish to inquire about something." Upon hearing this, Shi Jian retracted the lightning. Shi Shaojian, noticing the Qinglian ghost king approaching them with a smile, said, "Beautiful sister, what is your name? What do you think of me?" "I am Shi Shaojian, 16 years old, with no vices, and the leader of the Qinglian sword sect." Before he could finish, the Qinglian ghost king seized him by the throat and questioned, "You're the leader of the Qinglian sword sect? Then where did that sword come from?" She gestured towards a sword held by Shi Shaojian. Initially, Shi Jian and the others found Shi Shaojian quite shameless, but upon witnessing the Qinglian ghost king's actions, they prepared to defend themselves, only to lower their hands again upon hearing her words. Shi Shaojian patted the Qinglian ghost king's hand, and she finally released him. After a few coughs, he explained, "My master, that old man, gifted it to me, claiming it was left by our ancestor, the Qinglian sword immortal. He mentioned that the sword holds great secrets, which are nothing more than the inheritance of the Qinglian sword sect and some insights into the sword path. In this age of the end of methods, who still seeks the cultivation practices of the immortal realm?" The Qinglian ghost king regarded him and asked, "Why do you still pursue the path of human immortals?" Shi Shaojian, incensed, jumped up and exclaimed, "That old man. I saved his life, and before he died, he insisted on passing the leadership to me, claiming that we are of the pure Yang lineage. The pure Yang true man, El Dongbin, is a disciple of the human teaching. Such a heavy karma, I could only accept it." The Qinglian ghost king replied, "You are not afraid of karma. Rather, you are thinking of ascending to the higher realms where someone will guide you." With an innocent smile, Shi Shaojian responded, "Isn't it better to see through things without exposing them? Otherwise, how will I face others in the future?" The Qinglian ghost king continued, "Very well. I was once a maid of the Qinglian sword immortal. When he ascended, I was but a step away from becoming an immortal myself. Yet I failed to cross that threshold. After my death, I became a ghost king, and after hundreds of years, I never expected to encounter his successor." Observing the expression of the Qinglian ghost king, Shi Shaojian sensed there was a story behind it, but dared not inquire further. He quickly knelt and stated, "I am Shi Shaojian, the 38th disciple of the Qinglian sword sect, and I pay my respects to the ancestor." The two small ones, upon witnessing the scene, knelt down alongside Shi Shaojian and paid their respects. The Blue Lotus Ghost King glanced at the trio and remarked, "The lineage of the Blue Lotus Sword sect is a solitary one, yet you have taken 2 disciples. It seems you too wish to perpetuate the legacy of the Blue Lotus Sword sect. Very well. I have dwelled in this realm of spirits for several centuries. It is time for me to venture forth. From this day onward, I shall enter the Blue Lotus Sword sect and become the spirit of the Blue Lotus Sword, sealing it away. When your powers have ascended, I shall unseal it, and then a thunderous tribulation shall descend, transforming this sword into a true celestial blade." Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian's heart soared with joy, yet he protested, "No, no, how can one use the life of our founder to forge a sword?" The Blue Lotus Ghost King regarded Shi Shaojian and said, "I comprehend your thoughts. You are the most shameless individual in the history of the Blue Lotus Sword sect." At a loss for words, Shi Shaojian observed as the Blue Lotus Ghost King soared into the Blue Lotus Sword, and the group found themselves back in the woods. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and all eyes turned to the Blue Lotus Sword in Shi Jian's hand, which now appeared to be a mere inferior magical artifact, despite its previous sharpness. In the distance, the blue donkey was spinning in place. Shi Shaojian turned to Shi Jian and said, "Father, you two are lacking. You were defeated in a single move. You need to practice more." Shi Jian retorted, "I was saving you. Had I known this was your own affair, I would not have intervened. Speak not of that sword, lest you attract calamity upon yourself." With that, he leaped away, vanishing from sight. Shi Shaojian approached the blue donkey and patted its head. The donkey halted and nudged Shi Shaojian with its nose. Shi Shaojian said, "All right, let us depart." Leading the blue donkey to the 2 small ones, he suggested, "Let us rest here for the night. We shall set off tomorrow. You two should also get a good night's sleep." With that, he settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. Chapter 6. The transformation of the green donkey after a night of rigorous cultivation. A wisp of spiritual energy was finally refined by Shi Shaojian. As dawn broke, he set off with the 2 little ones and the green donkey. By noon, They finally glimpsed two bamboo houses, surrounded by a bamboo fence approximately a meter high. Upon entering, Shi Shaojian sensed that the spiritual aura of Taoist Simu was significantly stronger than that outside. The bamboo houses were evidently constructed atop a spiritual eye. At that moment, the doors of the bamboo houses were tightly shut. Shi Shaojian knew that the left one belonged to Simu, and he forcefully kicked open the door to enter. Once inside, he found the spiritual energy even more potent. Indeed, his master Simu had chosen an excellent location. Lu Qingyan spoke up. "Master, could you refrain from being so shameless? You behaved this way last night, and now again. It's quite embarrassing." Shi Shaojian fixed a stern gaze upon her, responding, "Remember, a thick skin allows one to feast, while a thin skin leaves one hungry. It's better to be embarrassed than to lose one's life. In the game of survival, living means victory. If one dies, there's nothing I can do." Lu Qingyan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, contemplating. Though this master has no shame, he truly cares for his disciples. Situ Jian maintained his stoic expression and remarked, "What if someone returns while you're trespassing in their home?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Stop asking so many questions. This is my master's home, and there are no outsiders here." Situ Jian continued, "You are the 38th generation leader of the Qinglian sword sect, and this master of yours is also the 38th inheritor of Maoshan. You should not refer to him as your master." Rarely responding, Shi Shaojian sat down at the table and declared, "Go practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. If you're hungry, prepare your own meals in the kitchen. I will seek out some cultivation resources for you. There should be demons near the spiritual eye." Drawing the thunderstrike peachwood sword from Lu Qingyan's back, he swiftly made his way towards a distant pond, pondering that his junior, Jiala, must be fetching water, and he would inform him that Master Simu had gone to handle a corpse. Not far along, he spotted a boy of similar age carrying 2 wooden buckets filled with water, approaching him. Shi Shaojian stepped aside, and as Jialu passed, he tripped it with his foot and threw a punch. Jialu rolled away to evade the attack, and upon seeing Shi Shaojian, exclaimed joyfully, "Shi Xiang, it's you. Are you here to find my master? He has gone to handle a corpse. You have no idea how boring it is to be alone. I have no one to talk to. Do you eat fish? I could go catch some for you. Since you're here, stay with me for a few days." Shi Shaojian quickly interjected, "Stop. Listen to me. I have 2 disciples at your home, and I have matters to attend to. I'll talk to you later." With that, he dashed up the mountain. Jialu shouted after him, "Don't venture deep into the mountains. My master said there are dangerous demons there." Shi Shaojian nodded, running for over an hour until he reached a small peak on the outskirts of the great mountain. The summit was barren, filled with abundant yang energy. Shi Shaojian had come here intentionally. This little peak could only accommodate 2 people standing. Gazing at the vast mountain range before him, he thought, "I must explore deeper in the future. Surely, there are abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures." As I turned to descend the mountain, I stumbled and nearly fell. A glance at the ground ignited my excitement, prompting me to dig fervently. Before long, I held a handful of sand, exclaiming with joy, "Golden sun sand, a treasure indeed. I must return and summon everyone tomorrow." Having said this, I covered the disturbed area with earth once more. Upon returning to the Four Eyes Dojo, I called everyone over, stating, "Tomorrow, you shall all accompany me up the mountain, carrying bamboo baskets. Observe what I have discovered." With that, I produced a small cloth bag and poured its contents on my palm. To my delight, a dozen golden grains of sand spilled forth. "J'ai de inquiétude. Where did you unearth this golden sand?" "We should go immediately," I replied. "The sun is about to set. We shall venture forth tomorrow." "This is not gold but golden sun sand, a rare substance, potent against demons and malevolent spirits." Situ Jian remarked, "After refining it, one could throw it, and it would explode." I glanced at him and said, "You seem well versed in the green lotus sword canon. However, refining does not require spiritual power. We shall seek more tomorrow, for after refining these, I shall be left with no spiritual energy." Lu Qingyan asked, "Master, every time you use your spiritual power, must you cultivate anew?" I responded, "What do you think? For every thread of magical energy I produce, it costs you 2, since I took you 2 as disciples. My cultivation has not advanced. I've had to invest more energy. Otherwise, do you think I jest when I say the path of immortality is severed? Lu Qingyan gasped. Is it possible for me to change my master? Stone Shaojian, Jiaolu, and Situ Jian looked at her, and Situ Jian said, do not entertain such thoughts. The path of immortality is the same. Once used, one must cultivate anew. After last night's ordeal with our ancestor, it will take no less than half a year to recover. I added, all cultivators are the same, even demons, ghosts, and zombies. Thus, in battles, everyone relies on magical artifacts and their skills. Lu Qingyan inquired, what are the tiers of treasures? What tier is my thunderstruck peachwood sword? Situ Jian explained, there are magical artifacts, precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, immortal artifacts, postnatal spiritual treasures, and celestial spiritual treasures. Your sword, the thunderstruck peachwood sword of the century, is an exquisite magical artifact. I continued, once you reach the stage of refining essence in a chi and nurture it with magical energy, you may advance to a precious artifact. My two pseudo-thunderstruck peachwood swords are merely mid-grade magical artifacts, and Jiaolu possesses only a low-grade one. Do not be discontent. The next morning, the group accompanied me back to the mountaintop we visited yesterday. By mid-morning, we arrived. I instructed, do not all ascend. Only 2 can stand up there. Be cautious and bring over the baskets. Each of us carried a basket, and I swiftly filled them with the earth from the summit, ensuring we returned with soil. By the time we descended, it was nearly dark when we reached the Four Eyes Dojo. We sifted through the soil, retrieving small pebbles. As dawn approached, each of us held several grains, totaling 34 when combined with yesterday's findings. I distributed 8 grains to each, keeping 2 for myself. After a night of cultivation, I awoke to find my spiritual energy had risen to 5 strands and 5 wisps. I took out 2 grains of golden sun, sand to refine, and upon completion, I was left with only 5 strands and 3 wisps. With a resigned shake of his head, Shi Shaojian stepped out of the room and immediately spotted the 2 youngsters forging swords. Today, he intended to change his course and search for treasures. As twilight approached, he found nothing of value and returned to the Simu dojo. Upon entering, he noticed Situ Jian approaching with a large rat in hand. Master, look, he exclaimed. Just as Shi Shaojian was about to question what was so remarkable about a mere rat, he caught sight of it and hurriedly inquired, where did you catch that? Let me there at once. As they walked, Situ Jian explained, I saw it while forging swords. I never expected it to evade my strikes. So I chased it to the bamboo grove in the back mountain. I found several others there, but I couldn't catch them. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Shi Shaojian sensed something amiss. The concentration of spiritual and yang energy was exceedingly high, indicating the presence of something extraordinary. At that moment, Lu Qingyan and Jiaolu were still inside, having already captured 4 rats. Shi Shaojian cautioned the trio, be careful. These are bamboo rats, nearly transformed into spirits. The rich spiritual energy and abundant yang here suggest treasure lies nearby. Jiaolu responded, Master Shi, you guessed correctly. There's a 3-yang purple bamboo in this grove, which is a cherished treasure of the master. He doesn't even let me touch it. Behind the grove, there's a pond where several grass carp are kept. Shi Shaojian exclaimed with joy, lead me to see it. Grabbing Jiaolu, they hurried deeper into the grove. After walking about a mile, Shi Shaojian spotted a purple bamboo with 3 segments, each measuring about 30 to 40 centimeters long, with no other bamboo in the vicinity. As he approached, he sensed a dense spiritual energy emanating from the ground. Cautiously, he knelt down and began to clear the soil, revealing spirit stones the size of grains of rice, arranged in an orderly manner. After a brief glance, he covered them back up. This is an array set up by Master Simu. It's a pity this 3-yang purple bamboo hasn't blossomed. Otherwise, even if Master Simu were to scold me, I would have to take it. Now, let us go check the grass carp in the pond. Jiaolu led the group further along, and after nearly another mile, they arrived at a steep cliff beside a small pond. Approaching it, Shi Shaojian observed, this must be the foundation that Master Simu laid down for you. All right, let's head back. Prepare that bamboo rat for us to enjoy. Since these 5 bamboo rats had not yet transformed into spirits, Shi Shaojian felt no need to waste his energy and instructed the trio to catch and roast them for a meal. Though it would provide some benefit, it wasn't substantial. The next morning, as Shi Shaojian prepared to bid farewell and continue his journey, he noticed the absence of the blue donkey, which he had overlooked in recent days. Just as the three were gathering their belongings for a trek on foot, the blue donkey reappeared. Shi Shaojian observed it glancing around, and he noted that not only had its eyes increased, but its coat also shimmered more brightly, emanating a faint aura of demonic energy, an indication that it was on the verge of breaking through to the minor demon realm. Seeing his master inspecting the blue donkey, Lu Qingyin curiously asked, "Master, what is going on?" Shi Shaojian frowned and replied, "This blue donkey has ingested something extraordinary. It is about to break through to the minor demon realm." Lu Qingyin asked, "Master, what is the minor demon realm?" Sidu Jian, after becoming a demon, one is merely a minor demon, already having awakened spiritual intelligence. Subsequently, one progresses to demon spirits, greater demons, demon generals, and demon kings, ultimately transcending through tribulation to become a demon immortal. Shi Shaojian, you will soon have another donkey master. How delightful. The two little ones gazed at Shi Shaojian in silence. And at that moment, Jia Lu suddenly realized, oh no, this donkey must have consumed Master Ishio's spiritual lotus, which is a treasure of Master Ishio, as precious as the Master S. Sanyang purple bamboo. With that, they headed towards Master Ishio's bamboo hut. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian, without even bidding farewell to Jia Lu, hastily took the two little ones and the green donkey away. Only when they could no longer see the bamboo hut did Shi Shaojian slow his pace. Lu Qingyin, Master, wherever you go, trouble follows. There has been no respite along this journey. Shi Shaojian retorted with annoyance, if I were to be at peace, what would you eat, drink, or use for cultivation? You ungrateful little ones, and now you blame me. In the evening, the trio entered a small town, where a stone tablet outside proclaimed the name of the town as Tan Family Town. Curiosity sparked in Shi Shaojian's mind. Is it the same Tan Family Town? The one with Zhang Dabin, or the one with the bandits? The three settled into an inn, and in the dead of night, someone knocked on the door. Shi Shaojian glanced at the two little ones sleeping soundly, rose, and opened the door, only to find a young girl of about 10 kneeling before him, pleading, I beseech you, Taoist, to help bury my father and mother. Shi Shaojian, supporting her, he said, please clarify your words first, so that I might assist you properly. Chapter 7. Master Su and Qianhe the young woman rose to her feet, and Shi Shaojian graciously ushered her into the room. Once seated at the table, she began to recount her tale. The girl's name was Zhong Jun, and she had a younger brother named Zhong Bang. The Zhong family was considered affluent, but a few days prior, both the patriarch and matriarch had unexpectedly passed away. Other families and relatives sought to exploit their misfortune. The remains of the elder Zhong couple had been laid in the mourning hall for several days, yet no one in the town dared to assist with the burial. Upon hearing the young Taoist priest had arrived in town today, she sought Shi Shaojian's help. Upon hearing the names, Shi Shaojian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. A prodigy of 5 generations, he felt compelled to take her brother as his disciple, envisioning the rapid ascent of his own abilities. Looking at Zhong Jun, he declared, I can assist you, but your brother must become my disciple. Rest assured, we are permitted to marry. The Zhong family shall not face extinction. Zhong Jun pondered for a moment before nodding and replied, the young Taoist has yet to meet my brother. Shi Shaojian replied nonchalantly, I have not met him, but I have divined that there is someone in this town destined to be connected to me. As soon as you mentioned his name, I performed a calculation, and it confirmed that your brother is that person. Zhong Jun responded, then I implore you, young Taoist, to accompany me back and assist in the burial of our parents. Call me Qin Xian, he replied, stating his Taoist name. There is no need to rush. I have 2 disciples still resting here. He gestured towards the 2 sleeping children on the bed. Tomorrow morning, send someone to guide me there. The following morning, a servant took Shi Shaojian and his 2 companions to the Zhong residence. The Zhong family home was situated on the outskirts of Tan Family Town, bordered by the town's walls, with the great mountains looming behind. The residence was modest, consisting of a 2-entry courtyard, with servants residing in the front yard. The rear housed a living room, with the left side designated for the elder Zhong couple's bedroom and the right for the study, while the two siblings occupied the adjoining rooms. Upon entering the living room, they found 2 coffins placed in the center, where Zhong Jun and Zhong Bang were dressed in mourning attire, burning offerings for their deceased parents. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated, potential disciple identified. Please recruit them promptly. Shi Shaojian observed Zhong Bang, a resolute-looking boy of about 7 or 8 years. Without waiting for consent from Zhong Jun or Zhong Bang, he stepped forward and opened the coffin. After examining the contents, he frowned and remarked, "Poison has caused their demise. How many days has it been?" Zhong Jun and Zhong Bang's expressions shifted dramatically, with Zhong Jun responding, "Today marks the 7th day." Shi Shaojian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How fascinating. The first 7 days are the most perilous, and the subsequent 7 the most intense. Someone is destined to perish tonight. At that moment, several middle-aged men entered, the leader being a man in his 40s. Addressing Shi Shaojian, he warned, "Young Taoist, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. Be cautious, lest you find yourself unable to leave Tan Family Town." Shi Shaojian laughed heartily. "You claim I want to leave Tan Family Town, yet I say you shall not survive the night." Without waiting for a response, he turned to Zhong Jun and Zhong Bang, saying, "You two should depart now. Return tomorrow." He exchanged a knowing glance with them before walking out. After exiting the Zhong residence, Shi Shaojian instructed Zhong Jun, "Have the servants leave the estate tonight. They may find shelter elsewhere. We shall return in the morning to retrieve the bodies." Zhong Jun expressed her apprehension. "What if our parents truly become spirits?" Shi Shaojian, "It is not a ghost. It can only be described as a vengeful spirit. Have you not heard of how these spirits seek retribution? After death, the soul lingers for 3 sevens, 21 days, before it transforms into a ghost. Beyond the 7 sevens, 49 days, it becomes merely a corpse, regardless of whether one is alive or deceased. Once the soul departs for 49 days, even the golden elixir of the old Lord cannot save them." Zhong Bang Dao. "So, if one dies before the 49 days, the golden elixir of the Supreme Old Lord can still revive them, but after 49 days, it will no longer be effective." Shi Shaojian thought to himself, "Truly, he is a remarkable person of 5 generations. At such a young age, his mind is already so agile." Shi Shaojian, "Let us return to the inn first. I must find a suitable site for your parents shortly." Upon returning to the inn, Shi Shaojian looked at Zhong Bang Dao and inquired, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Zhong Bang Dao immediately knelt before Shi Shaojian, bowing his head in reverence. Shi Shaojian said, "Please wait a moment." He then took out an image of the ancestral master and hung it up. Shi Shaojian continued, "You may now bow your head." Zhong Bang Dao proceeded to bow several more times. Zhong Jun brought a cup of tea from the table, which Zhong Bang Dao accepted and then offered to Shi Shaojian. After taking a sip, Shi Shaojian said, "You may rise." At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully taken on a disciple of a remarkable lineage." The host has now accumulated 3 disciples, and the system is entering an upgrade phase, which will take 3 days. Shi Shaojian anxiously called out to the system, but after a lengthy pause, there was no response, so he had to abandon the effort. He turned to the 3 youngsters and stated, "Today, let us discuss the rules of the sect. First, respect your master. Second, foster camaraderie among peers." After a few minutes of silence, as Shi Shaojian remained contemplative, Lu Qingyan remarked, "Is that all?" Shi Shaojian, "What more do you wish for? I am establishing rules for you. Can you truly adhere to them? As long as you are justified, do not fear outside interference. We have support above and below. Above, the celestial soared immortal as our ancestor, and below, the master of Maoshan in the netherworld." Situ Jian, "Master, you are no longer a disciple of Maoshan." Shi Shaojian, "You speak too much. Your words make my liver ache. I may not be my father, yet in essence, I am." The others fell silent. Shi Shaojian took out the Qinglian sword classic and tossed it to Situ Jian, saying, "Explain this to your fellow disciples. I must seek a favorable site for feng shui. Stay here and do not wander. Under no circumstances should you approach the Zhong residence." With that, he retrieved a 5-element Bagua compass and drew a peachwood sword, slinging it across his back as he stepped outside. He climbed to a height outside the town and, standing atop, activated the 5-element Bagua compass, declaring, "Although my knowledge of feng shui is limited, I can still discern a good location." He turned the compass in all directions and circled around the town, then remarked, "The mountain behind the Zhong residence is quite promising. I shall inquire about its ownership when I return." At that moment, a voice echoed, halfway up the mountain, a small flatland. Shi Shaojian's lips twitched in response. "What are you hiding for, old man?" Upon returning to the inn, Shi Shaojian asked Zhong Jun, "That mountain behind the Zhong residence, whose is it?" Zhong Jun replied, "It belongs to our family. That mountain is all we have left, as everything else has been taken from us." Shi Shaojian laughed heartily. "Excellent. Excellent. That mountain is the finest location in all of Tanjiatin." Shi Shaojian beckoned to Zhong Bang, handing him 2 pills, saying, "This is the blood qi pill, and this is the body refinement pill. First, take the blood qi pill. Tomorrow morning, accompany your senior brothers and sisters to practice swordsmanship, and after that, consume the body refinement pill before continuing your training." Zhong Bang nodded in agreement. "Understood, master." The following morning, while Shi Shaojian, along with Situ, Jian, and Lu Qingyan, was practicing swordsmanship in the inn's backyard, they heard the sounds of gongs and drums outside, along with cries announcing that a death had occurred at the Zhong residence. A wicked smile crept across Shi Shaojian's face. Initially, the 2 souls were merely wandering spirits. Shi Shaojian had opened the coffin to let them hear that he had been murdered, allowing their souls to absorb the resentment, thus transforming into vengeful spirits. After 7 days, they would become vengeful ghosts, and he intended to use them to eliminate the Zhong family's relatives. Upon witnessing Shi Shaojian's malevolent grin, Lu Qingyan realized that this matter was connected to his master. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, a cunning individual. Shi Shaojian glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Continue practicing your swordsmanship. Soon, Zhong Bang will take the body refinement pill, and you 2 must ensure he does not slack off." With that, he slung the peachwood sword over his shoulder and made his way to the Zhong residence. Upon arriving at the Zhong residence, Shi Jun was already present, and the entrance was crowded with onlookers. Shi Shaojian strode directly into the Zhong house, noticing officials inspecting the body, and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, an official approached him, warning, "Do not disturb the body, or you may find yourself imprisoned." Shi Shaojian chuckled. "Do you know how they died? They threatened me yesterday, saying I could not leave Tan Family Town, and today they are dead. Think carefully before speaking to me." A voice suddenly rang out, "What audacity! I must see who you are." A group of elegantly dressed officials entered, and the captain of the guards bowed respectfully, saying, "Mayor, you have arrived. This young Taoist has been spouting nonsense here. I shall apprehend him at once." Hearing this, Shi Shaojian laughed heartily. "You should think carefully before capturing someone, lest you find yourself in peril." The mayor, looking at Shi Shaojian, declared, "I have summoned Master Su from the neighboring Qian family town. You, evil Taoist, shall be prepared to face the consequences." Shi Shaojian replied with a wicked grin, "Whether I live or die remains uncertain, but should you take action against me, you will undoubtedly perish, and your soul shall be used to light a lantern." At that moment, another voice echoed from outside. "Is that you, fellow Taoist? Do you not hold Maoshan in high regard? You dare to threaten others in broad daylight." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shi Shaojian exclaimed, "Uncle Qinhe, when did you become Master Su?" The visitor was indeed Master Su, the one summoned by the mayor, referred to as Uncle Qinhe by Shi Shaojian. Delighted to see Shi Shaojian, Qinhe exclaimed, "Shaojian, what brings you here? Is our sect master present?" Shi Shaojian replied, "That old man is hiding away, but you still have not explained how you came to be called Master Su." With a hint of nostalgia, Qinhe responded, "My secular name is Su, and that is how they address me, as Master Su." Shi Shaojian nodded. "Now that you are here, I shall refrain from intervening. The two you seek are the parents of my disciple. He then produced some ghost money he had acquired from Jioshu and placed it in Qinha's hands, saying, "Use this to appease the ghostly officials. Once you are done, come find me at the inn." After speaking, he walked out, and seeing that Shi Shaojian and Qinha were fellow disciples, no one dared to stop him. Later that night, Qinha arrived at the inn and found Shi Shaojian. They sat at a table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Shi Shaojian remarked, "It has been resolved." Qinha nodded and said, "I heard from senior brother Lin Feihe that you have embarked on the path of immortality, allowing us to retain the demon creatures, from which you can extract the demonic essence to cultivate using their flesh." Shi Shaojian acknowledged, "The near demons are suitable for the Taoist disciples, while the fully transformed ones can only yield spiritual energy." Qinha's eyes brightened. Come to my place. I killed a snake demon yesterday, one that had reached the realm of demon spirits." Shi Shaojian also became intrigued. "Usually, it's just minor demons causing trouble. How did you encounter one of such caliber?" Qinha replied with a proud smile. "That snake demon was cultivated by an evil practitioner, on the verge of advancing to a greater demon. The evil practitioner had taken it out to devour people when I happened upon them. After eliminating the evil practitioner, I remembered what senior brother Lin said about your ability to handle such matters, so I kept it. I didn't expect to run into you just now." Shi Shaojian added, "I still have to bury my disciples' parents tomorrow. After that, I will come over. It's fortunate you are here. You can assist with everything. As you know, I'm only a novice." Qinha nodded. "All right then. Once we finish, we shall go together." Chapter 8. The Extraordinary Five. At the break of dawn the next day, the group prepared to visit the Zhong residence. Qinha summoned individuals to carry the coffin, commencing the burial ceremony. From a moment, they lifted the coffin to their departure and finally to the burial itself. The entire process extended well into the afternoon. Qinha glanced at the sun and remarked to Shi Shaojian, "If we hurry back, it will be nearly dark." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement, turned to Zhongjun and inquired, "Will you accompany us or remain here?" Zhongjun replied with a smile, "With my parents' affairs concluded, my only concern now is my younger brother. I must watch him grow, marry, and start a family. Yesterday, I sold everything I owned. I cannot hold on to anything." Shi Shaojian declared, "Then let us depart." The six, along with a donkey, made their way toward Qinjia town. Along the journey, Qinha spoke, "According to the rules of Maoshan, one must attain a certain level of cultivation to take on disciples. You are no longer a disciple of Maoshan. I never expected you would take on students. However, the path to immortality is fraught with challenges." Shi Shaojian chuckled. "My three disciples are no ordinary individuals. Situ Jian possesses an innate sword body, destined to be a sword master. The first time I laid eyes on him, the sword left by the Qinglian sword immortal trembled in response, recognizing its rightful owner. As for Lu Qinyan, she has a unique constitution. She can absorb the first rays of morning sunlight infused with purple qi for her cultivation. And as for Zhongbang, well, you must promise not to covet my disciple." "Master uncle." Intrigued, Qinha turned to Shi Shaojian and asked, "Oh, pray tell, what is his constitution?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Zhongbang is one of the extraordinary five." At this revelation, Qinha exclaimed, "What? The extraordinary five?" In the distance, Shi Jian was equally astonished. He appeared before Zhongbang, startling the three young ones and Zhongjun. Upon recognizing the visitor, Situ Jian and Lu Qinyan relaxed, while Zhongbang and Zhongjun remained vigilant. Shi Shaojian swiftly covered Qinha's mouth and turned to see Shi Jian standing before Zhongbang. He rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhongbang. "Old man, you cannot take my disciple." Shi Jian retorted, "If you willingly hand him over to me, there would be no need for competition." Shi Shaojian, at a loss for words, replied, "Your reasoning is quite compelling. I am left speechless. Everything can be negotiated, but I will not relinquish any of my three disciples. Each one of them is a prodigy, and I hope they will assist me in ascending to greater heights." Both Shi Jian and Qinha were taken aback by his audacity. "As if you were the first to rely on disciples for ascension." Shi Jian remarked, turning to Zhongbang, "I am Shi Jian, the Thunder King and Master of Maoshan, and your father's teacher. If you come with me, you shall become the next leader of Maoshan." Qinha chimed in, "Indeed, We at Maoshan can provide you with ample resources for cultivation. Your master hasn't even matured properly. How can he educate you? Shi Shaojian, incensed, retorted, Master Uncle. There is no need for such an attack. Both of you leave at once. At that moment, Zhong Bang stood firm and declared, I will not go. I shall stay with my master. He rescued my sister and me, and you helped bury my parents. Once a teacher, always a father. Shi Shaojian nodded in satisfaction. Shi Jian glanced at Shi Shaojian and remarked, he must not disclose the matter of being a 5-generation prodigy to anyone, or troubles will ensue. With that, he vanished from sight. Qianhe shook his head regretfully, while Lu Qingyan curiously inquired of Shi Shaojian, Master, what is a 5-generation prodigy? Qianhe explained, a 5-generation prodigy refers to a unique configuration in the realm of Bazi, where the 5 elements interact in a generative cycle across 5 generations. Based on the interrelations of the 5 elements in Bazi, a 5-generation prodigy possesses a distinctive pattern in their natal chart, often characterized by specific traits. Lu Qingyan, feeling a bit awkward, turned to Qianhe and said, could you perhaps simplify that for us, senior? Qianhe smiled and responded, to understand this, we must first grasp the characteristics of a 5-generation prodigy's Bazi. It is essential to comprehend the generative relationships of the 5 elements. Wood generates fire, fire produces earth. Earth yields metal, metal gives rise to water, and water nurtures wood. In the Bazi of a 5-generation prodigy, there are typically 2 or more pillars that support one another, maintaining a relatively balanced interaction among the 5 elements. Such individuals are inclined towards adventure and excitement, possess agile minds, exude charm, and exhibit unwavering determination and resilience, along with creativity and unique thought processes. Shi Shaojian could no longer contain himself and interrupted Qianhe, saying, enough, Master Uncle. They cannot grasp what you are saying, and I find it rather tedious as well. He then turned to the 3 young ones and explained, it simply means that Zhong Bang reincarnated across 5 generations, the first belonging to metal, the second to wood, the third to water, the fourth to fire, and the 5th to earth. Currently, he embodies all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and was born in the year, month, day, and hour of the Yin cycle, allowing for the circulation of vital energies and the generative interaction of the elements. He could traverse both the realms of Yin and Yang, destined for the Tao. Once he completes his physical refinement, he will effortlessly master any Taoist arts he studies. It will all come naturally to him. Lu Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment, wow. That means he can reach a very high level of cultivation in a short time. Shi Shaojian replied, thus, I say he can lead us to ascend, yet I do not wish for him to become emotionally detached or resolute. For a 5-generation prodigy to rapidly enhance their cultivation, they must consume the forgetting emotion herb, which has the effect of rejuvenating and cleansing the sinews. However, I have my own methods to assist the 3 of you in this cleansing process. When we arrive at Master Uncle Qianhe's abode, you will understand. Everyone was filled with curiosity. Even Shi Jian from a distance wished to know what method Shi Shaojian intended to employ to aid the 3 young ones. Upon reaching Qianhe's dwelling, Shi Shaojian joyfully greeted the 4 individuals from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. After their conversations concluded, Qianhe showed Shi Shaojian his spoils, revealing a snake approximately 4 to 5 meters long and as thick as a large bowl, adorned with talismans. Shi Shaojian nodded in approval, turned to the 3 young ones, and instructed, bring your donkey master in here, and each of you fetch a wine gourd. He then asked Qianhe to bring a large barrel. Once everything was prepared, Shi Shaojian took the wine gourd from Zhong Bang's hands, drew a knife, and pierced the snake's vital point, initiating the bloodletting. After filling 3 wine gourds and sealing them with talismans, he poured the blood into the large barrel. When the blood reached a depth of a finger's breadth in the barrel, it finally ran dry. Shi Shaojian swiftly invoked a spell, channeling 5 strands of spiritual energy to extract the demonic essence from the barrel. Glancing at the demon blood within, he instructed, you 3, present this to your master donkey. Let him consume it to ascend to the minor demon realm. Observing that he had only 4 strands of spiritual power remaining, Shi Shaojian turned to Qianhe and remarked, "Master, we must proceed gradually. The python spirit not only harbors demonic energy, but also malevolent qi. My spiritual energy is insufficient for a complete cleansing in one go." Qianhe, utilizing his power, severed a third of the tail segment. Shi Shaojian swiftly cast another spell, and after purging the demonic and malevolent energies, he bitterly remarked to Qianhe, "My cultivation has dwindled to merely one strand of spiritual power." Startled, Qianhe replied, "If it's so challenging to cleanse, then let us consume it. If we cannot recuperate, let's not bother with the cleansing. I shall have Dongnan, Shi Bei, and the others carry it away to be burned." Nodding in agreement, Shi Shaojian watched as Qianhe hoisted the over-meter-long serpent tail and ignited a fire to roast it. Shi Shaojian cautioned, they need only a small portion. Then they should practice their martial arts and sword refining. This python spirit is at the pinnacle of its demonic essence. Consuming too much could overwhelm their bodies with spiritual energy. Once roasted, they distributed small pieces among Dongnan, Shi Bei, and the three young ones. Shi Shaojian and Qianhe quickly indulged as well, and soon Shi Jian appeared, joining them in their feast. After finishing, they commenced their training, followed by further consumption. In a span of 3 days, they completely devoured the entire serpent. Qianhe, originally at the peak of the human master realm, broke through to the earth master realm. Shi Jian was not far from reaching the mid-earth master stage, while Shi Shaojian, as a spiritual power, surged from a mere strand to 32 strands. Just 2 strands short of reaching the mid-stage of refining essence into qi. Dongnan, Shi Bei, and the others advanced from the pinnacle of the Taoist boy realm to the master realm, while Situ Jian attained the pinnacle of body refining, and Lu Qingyan reached the later stages of body refining. Zhongbang Bai, adept at absorption and refinement, transitioned from the initial stage of body refining to the later stage, catching up to Lu Qingyan. After a night of rest, everyone awoke, unaware of the day. With several gold bars left by Zhongjun, Shi Shaojian ventured to the town-s pharmacy, and after spending, he found himself with only 1 gold bar remaining. Upon returning to Qianhe's dojo, he discovered the 3 young ones practicing sword refining and prepared a medicinal bath for them. Once ready, Taoist Qianhe hurried over, exclaiming, "Shaojian, look at my few disciples." Before Qianhe could finish, Shi Shaojian interjected, 5 little yellow fish. Only 1 remains from what Zhongjun left me." As he opened his coin pouch for Qianhe to see, Qianhe was taken aback. Both he and Jiushu faced financial woes, and this revelation left him rather embarrassed. No wonder the path to immortality was fraught with obstacles, even with mountains of gold and silver. It was insufficient for 3 medicinal baths and a few little yellow fish. Who could afford such? After Qianhe departed, Shi Shaojian summoned the 3 young ones into the room, saying, "I possess 3 marrow-washing pills. When you reach the pinnacle of body refining, consuming these will cleanse your tendons and marrow, thereby expanding your meridians." Once the 3 young men entered the bathing tub, Shi Shaojian remarked, "Situ Jian, you may consume the marrow-cleansing pill. The medicinal bath will stimulate rapid absorption, allowing you to strive for a breakthrough into the realm of refining essence into qi." Shi Shaojian produced a wine gourd, swiftly invoking a spell and expending a portion of his spiritual energy before pouring it into the bathing tub, where he subsequently tossed in the purchased medicinal herbs. He then settled into a cross-legged position nearby to commence his own cultivation. After Situ Jian ingested the marrow-cleansing pill, coupled with the stimulation from the medicinal bath, he gritted his teeth and remained silent, prompting a satisfied nod from Shi Shaojian, who mused that he might not possess such remarkable willpower himself. Situ Jian achieved a breakthrough in 1 attempt, and Shi Shaojian lifted him out, following 2 more medicinal baths. Both Lu Qingyan and Zhongbang also attained the refining essence into qi stage. Although Zhongbang consumed the marrow-cleansing pill, he did not exhibit the same agonizing reactions as the other 2. Lu Qingyan, however, screamed the loudest, prompting Qianhe to rush over in concern. Upon confirming that all was well, he departed once more. Chapter 9. The Spirit Stone. After completing their medicinal baths, the 3 young ones stood up to assess their cultivation. With 31 strands of spiritual energy, they mused that their daily efforts had borne fruit. Now, all three had reached the stage of refining essence into qi, marking a rapid advancement in their journey. Shi Shaojian glanced at them and remarked, "You have all broken through. You may now wield your powers. Since you have just achieved this, focus on cultivating your first strand of spiritual energy. Take the Qinglian Sword Classic with you and familiarize yourself with the spells you need to learn." Once the three departed, Shi Shaojian turned his attention to the system. A few days prior, the system had completed its upgrade, and a voice notification had sounded while he was engaged in cultivating with snake meat, leaving him no time to explore its new features. Now, with a moment of leisure, it was time to investigate. Shi Shaojian inquired, "What new functionalities have you added since the upgrade?" The system responded, "Upon completion of the upgrade, you have been rewarded with 3 qi gathering pills, 3 foundation establishment pills, and 3 low-grade spirit stones. The system recycling function has been activated, allowing you to exchange and use magical tools and rare materials for merit. Additionally, the merit refund function is now available, granting you half of the merit from any demons or monsters your disciples defeat." Shi Shaojian commanded, "Open my personal panel." Name: Shi Shaojian. Physique: Nun realm. Early stage of refining essence into qi, 31 strands of spiritual energy. Items: Nun points, 300 merit, 278 virtue, 0 fortune. Shi Shaojian then requested, "Please provide an overview of the qi gathering pill and the foundation establishment pill." The system explained, "The qi gathering pill rapidly draws the surrounding spiritual energy into the body, accelerating the cultivation process. The foundation establishment pill refines spiritual energy, solidifying and repairing the foundational base." After some contemplation, Shi Shaojian realized that he could not give the pills to the 3 young ones here. The bamboo grove in the new county, where he had previously visited with Situ Jian, would be an excellent location. Once this decision was made, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for the journey to the new county. With 3 small bundles and 1 large one in tow, Shi Shaojian stepped outside, where Qinhe approached him, saying, "Shaojian, are you leaving?" Nodding, Shi Shaojian replied, "The 3 little ones have broken through. I have discovered a promising location for cultivation during this period, and I intend to see if it is suitable for our practice." Qinhe responded, "Very well. It is indeed rare to find a place rich in spiritual energy. Your discovery is a testament to your fate. Should you establish a location there, do remember to send me word." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement and called for the 3 young ones, instructing, "Fetch your donkey master. We must take our leave." Upon encountering the Qing donkey again, Shi Shaojian noted that it had transformed into a demon, now possessing mid-level demonic strength, with an aura that seemed to have dissipated. Puzzled, Shi Shaojian inquired, "What has happened to its demonic energy?" Situ Jian replied, "After awakening its spirit, I imparted the methods of demonic cultivation from the Qinglian Sword Classic. It is not merely your mount. It can be considered our uncle as well." Qinhe stifled a laugh, while Shi Shaojian, feeling exasperated, said, "I was merely joking with you all. I did not expect you to take it seriously. Never mind. Let us depart." With that, he placed the bundles on the donkey's back, which now followed the group without the need for a tether. As they walked, Shi Shaojian remarked, "Situ Jian, do you recall the bamboo grove in Qingxin County? Lead the way." Situ Jian replied, "I remember. During your cultivation, you nearly starved me." Shi Shaojian shot him a glare, and Lu Qinyan burst into laughter, urging him to share the story of how he almost faced starvation. Observing the change in Shi Shaojian's expression, Zhong Bang immediately pulled Lu Qinyan aside, cautioning her not to inquire further, as their master-esque demeanor had shifted. The group journeyed for 7 or 8 days, and upon arriving in the new county, Shi Shaojian sought out Lord Wang, informing him of the intention to reside in the bamboo grove for a time. Lord Wang promptly offered the grove to Shi Shaojian. Accompanied by 3 companions and a donkey, Shi Shaojian made his way to the bamboo grove. Upon reaching the pond, he produced several qi condensation pills and vitality restoration pills, distributing 1 to each of his companions, along with 3 low-grade spirit stones, instructing them to cultivate in their designated areas as the spiritual energy here was thrice that of the outside. Once they had refined the pills and spirit stones, they would depart. Shi Shaojian initially intended to provide them with an additional spirit stone each, but upon realizing his insufficient merits, he sent them away. Afterward, Shi Shaojian took out the 5 elements 8 trigrams compass and, after a thorough examination, discovered that he had mistakenly assumed there were additional treasures. Instead, it was the influence of the feng shui. The area was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a bamboo grove in front, forming a natural 3 talents formation at the convergence point in the pond. It was no wonder he had previously found fragments of spirit stones and Qingling fish there. Within a couple of days, Lord Wang summoned Shi Shaojian. Leaving his 3 companions behind, Shi Shaojian proceeded to the Wang residence. Upon his arrival, Lord Wang grasped his arm urgently, exclaiming, "Shi Shaodao, someone has been bitten by a zombie. Come quickly and see if there is any chance of saving them." With that, he led Shi Shaojian to a side room. As Shi Shaojian approached the door, he sensed the presence of corpse energy and halted Lord Wang and the 2 bodyguards, warning them not to enter, as the person inside had already undergone a corpse transformation. Lord Wang instructed his servants to fetch some raw glutinous rice. Before long, a servant arrived, carrying a sack of raw glutinous rice. It was daytime, and the zombie should be in a slumber. Shi Shaojian took several handfuls, stuffing some into his pocket and holding a handful in his hand. Drawing forth his peachwood sword from his back, he cautiously entered the room. There, he spotted a zombie lurking behind the bed, which had been overturned, blocking the sunlight from entering. As Shi Shaojian opened the door, sunlight flooded in, provoking a roar from the zombie. He swiftly hurled a handful of glutinous rice, igniting sparks, and before the zombie could react, he plunged his sword into its brain. Outside, Lord Wang and the others were startled by the commotion and instinctively hid behind a pillar. Once Shi Shaojian had dealt with the zombie, he stepped outside and instructed, "Lord Wang, have someone carry it out, find some firewood, and burn it. Use kerosene to hasten the process. Now, tell me what transpired." Teacher Wang trembled as he recounted. He is ergo from Xiaolu village, located downstream of the Xiaolu River. Upstream lies Shanglu village, all of which belongs to me. He is nothing but an ne'er-do-well, engaging in petty theft and mischief, neglecting his duties. His father, who recently fell ill, was left to starve to death by him. Upon the old man's demise, ergo discarded him into a cave on the hillside behind Xiaolu village. Last night, a villager heard ergo's cries of anguish, and, upon investigation, saw a shadowy figure fleeing. The village chief discovered an empty cavity in his neck and brought him here early this morning, claiming it resembled the work of a zombie. That is why I summoned you. Shi Shaojian inquired, "How far is Xiaolu village from here?" "We must arrive before nightfall. His father has already drained his blood, turning into a purple corpse. If we do not eliminate it tonight, the villagers of Xiaolu will be completely drained." Old Wang replied hastily, "It is not far. We will arrive by noon." Shi Shaojian instructed his servant to lead the way and hastened towards Xiaolu village. Noticing that the servant was lagging, he seized him and rushed ahead. Upon reaching Xiaolu village, Shi Shaojian assessed the feng shui and found no issues, though there was a faint presence of corpse energy emanating from the hillside. After meeting with the village chief and learning that the situation aligned closely with Old Wang's account, Shi Shaojian ventured towards the back mountain alone. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the aura of death became. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, which exuded a heavy chill and extended downward. Cautiously, he stepped inside, walking for a quarter of an hour without reaching the end. As he walked, he scattered glutinous rice, and when he had half remaining in his pocket, he paused. Advancing a bit further, he discovered a vast cavern, devoid of any presence, save for a stone coffin nestled in the corner beneath a vent the size of a basin. Approaching the stone coffin with care, he had yet to reach it when the lid suddenly flew towards him. He dodged swiftly, only to see a white corpse rise, covered in white hair. Shi Shaojian gasped. This zombie had advanced far too quickly. The white corpse lunged at him, and he threw a handful of glutinous rice, causing sparks to fly. The zombie staggered back, and seizing the opportunity, Shi Shaojian held his breath and stealthily approached from behind, thrusting his sword towards the zombie's head. Sensing the yang energy of the peach wood sword, the zombie evaded to the side. Shi Shaojian scattered more glutinous rice and engaged in combat with the zombie. After a while, feeling a sense of tedium, he took a step back, held his breath, and pricked his finger to smear blood onto the peach wood sword. He lunged at the zombie again, which swiftly dodged. As it evaded, Shi Shaojian scattered glutinous rice to disrupt its movement, piercing the zombie's chest with his sword. The zombie let out a furious roar, thrashing wildly. Shi Shaojian then cast another handful of glutinous rice, applied a corpse-restraining talisman, and drew forth his peachwood sword, ultimately driving it into the zombie's head, at which point the creature finally ceased its movements. Shi Shaojian unsheathed his peachwood sword and hurled a fire-igniting talisman onto the white corpse. Turning his gaze towards the stone coffin, he circled it, yet found nothing of significance. With resolve, he leaped into the coffin, only to be enveloped by a thick aura of malevolence, indicating that some force was obstructing the release of this sinister energy. It was only by entering the coffin that he could uncover its secrets. As he rummaged within, his hand brushed against a mechanism. Upon pressing it, the base of the coffin gradually opened, revealing a small black stone, no larger than a fingertip, alongside a tome. He carefully wrapped the stone in a protective talisman and tucked it into his pocket. Picking up the book, he made his way towards the cave's entrance. Emerging from the cave shortly thereafter, he opened the book to peruse its contents. It was a manual on corpse refinement, unmistakably belonging to the corpse refining sect, evidenced by the concluding phrase, "The union of man and corpse can only be achieved through the corpse refining sect, where one becomes neither fully human nor entirely undead." With a flicker of flame, he incinerated the book and retrieved the black stone, still enveloped in its talisman. Addressing the system, he inquired, "What is this object?" The system replied, "This is an spirit stone. Within the spirit stone resides spiritual energy, while the spirit stone contains malevolent energy. You may consider it a variant of the spirit stone. The white spirit stone is of no attribute. The red is of fire. The blue is of water. The gold is of metal. The yellow is of earth. The green is of wood. And the black is of Een. These represent the 7 primary attributes of spirit stones, with others being exceedingly rare. Chapter 10. The ghost haunting the demon body. After comprehending the matter, Shi Shaojian nodded, intending to deliver this item to the elderly man underground. Upon returning to the village, he bid farewell to the village chief and set off toward Xinxian. Once back at the Wang residence, he informed the old Master Wang and requested a pouch of glutinous rice before returning to the small bamboo grove. That night, Shi Shaojian took out a tablet inscribed with the title The Position of Yuling Jinren. After lighting incense, he called out, "Old man, come forth. I have matters to discuss." With that, he settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the arrival of Yuling Jinren. Time passed, and eventually a familiar voice echoed. "What do you need? Speak quickly. I am now the team leader and have souls to collect." Upon hearing Yuling Jinren's response, Shi Shaojian replied, "I have a fine gift for you to enhance your strength." He produced a spirit stone, tore off its talisman, and handed it to Yuling Jinren. Upon receiving the spirit stone, Yuling Jinren exclaimed in astonishment, "Where did you acquire this? Do you have more?" Shi Shaojian disclosed the location where he had discovered the spirit stone, saying, "You might explore further. I only found this one piece." Yuling Jinren nodded and burrowed underground. Shi Shaojian and the 3 little ones settled in the bamboo grove, and their cultivation continued for half a month. After this period, the 3 little ones approached Shi Shaojian. Lu Qingyin spoke first. "The elixirs and spirit stones you provided us have been depleted. Is there any more? Our cultivation is progressing too slowly." Shi Shaojian shot her an irritated glance and replied, "If you wish to use spirit stones for cultivation, go slay demons and monsters. The netherworld will reward you with virtue, which I can exchange with your ancestral master in the netherworld." Lu Qingyin countered, "I can absorb the purple energy for cultivation. What about my senior brother and junior brother?" Shi Shaojian glanced at the 3 of them, sensing their cultivation levels. Situ Jian had 2 strands of energy. Lu Qingyin had 2 strands and 3 wisps, and Zhongbang had 2 strands and 8 wisps. Shi Shaojian looked enviously at Zhongbang, recognizing the extraordinary talent of a five-generation prodigy. He opened the system to examine his own status panel. Name: Shi Shaojian. Physique: Nun realm. Mid-stage refinement of essence into Qi, 47 strands and 2 wisps. Items: Nun points, 300 Yin virtue, 288 merit, 0 fortune. Observing the Yin virtue points, Shi Shaojian shook his head, knowing that fairness must be upheld. He addressed the three. I know of 2 locations where zombies can be found. First, there is a zombie forest atop Coffin Mountain. Second, the entire populace of Tung Town has turned into zombies. Choose one of these places. We shall eradicate the undead and earn Yin virtue to exchange for spirit stones. Shi Shaojian remarked, Tung Town, you mentioned that those zombies cannot leave the town. The other 2 remained silent, as they were unfamiliar with both locations. Shi Shaojian urged, pack your things, let us depart. The 3 returned to their small cottages to gather their belongings and approached Shi Shaojian. He said, in our Qing Lian sword sect, those above us are of little use, while those below have insufficient authority. We must rely on ourselves. With that, he strode towards the bamboo grove's exit, with the green donkey following closely behind. The 3 exchanged glances, each more mature than the average child, understanding the implications of Shi Shaojian's words. In the afternoon, Shi Shaojian, accompanied by 3 companions, arrived at the village where he had previously lodged with Situ. He recalled having left a few talismans for the family there. As they stepped into the village, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Approaching the door of the family he had visited before, they found it surrounded by villagers. Shi Shaojian pushed through the crowd and entered the house, where the elderly couple who had once welcomed him were now weeping profusely. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian, the couple immediately knelt before him, the old man lamenting, Young Taoist, you must save me. My good intentions in helping others have led to dire consequences. Shi Shaojian helped them to their feet and requested, please explain the situation to me, so I may understand how to assist you. The old man, trembling, recounted, yesterday, I went to the city to visit my son. On my way back, it was already dark. I saw a fox with a young man, and remembering the tales of foxes digging out hearts, I approached to help, thinking that with the talisman you gave me, I could drive the fox away. If not, I had resigned myself to my fate. The talisman you left injured the fox, which bared its teeth at me as it fled. But the young man did not come back. Last night, that fox and the young man transformed into vengeful spirits and followed me home. With your talisman, they dared not approach, but they fled at dawn. I may perish, but my wife is innocent. Shi Shaojian pondered for a moment and remarked, the male spirit is straightforward to deal with. Having just died, its resentment is strong. However, the fox poses a greater challenge. Lu Qingyan interjected, Master, it is merely a minor demon. We can simply eliminate it. Shi Shaojian frowned. I fear it is not just one, but a whole pack. Situ Jian, noticing Zhongbang's curiosity, added, this fox belongs to the Wuxian sect, comprising the fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and rat. They are typically the spirit mediums of northeast China. The most troublesome aspect is that they often operate as a family, which means we may have to confront a multitude. Shi Shaojian looked at him and remarked, it appears the teachings passed down to you have been well absorbed. Situ Jian replied, I did not need to study. Once I absorbed the knowledge, I remembered it all. Shi Shaojian sighed, wishing he too could be the destined one, sparing him from the need to study by day and cultivate by night. Tonight, I entrust this to you. Do not use any magical power, he instructed, handing out a stack of talismans to the 3. Lu Qingyan, Situ Jian, and Zhongbang received the talismans. Their eyes filled with determination. As night fell, the village became eerily quiet. The villagers, fearing repercussions, kept their doors tightly shut, not daring to make a sound. Shi Shaojian stood watch, attentively observing the surroundings. At midnight, the injured fox, accompanied by a host of its kin, emerged, their eyes fierce as they surrounded the entire house. The male spirit floated beside the foxes, exuding a chilling aura. Shi Shaojian gazed at the assembly of foxes and called out, who is the clan leader? Step forward for a discussion. Typically, among a group of demons, the leader would either be larger in stature or boast beautiful fur, as these traits denote strength. However, this group of foxes appeared quite uniform. The injured fox emerged, stating, "Little Taoist, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. My affair with my husband has nothing to do with that old man. He insisted on intervening, causing me to mistakenly kill my spouse. Today I demand blood for blood." The three young ones gazed at Shi Shaojian with a peculiar expression, to which he retorted with a cold smile, "Do not adorn your words so beautifully. Let's not speak of the differences between beings. Even if we consider your blood-stained existence, having devoured the hearts of several, you cannot claim to be the victim here." The fox demon, exposed, growled menacingly, "You seek death. Let us all join forces and slay them. The blood of cultivators is a great tonic." With that, she charged at Shi Shaojian. Lu Qingyan was the first to rush forward, wielding a talisman that unleashed a beam of light toward the fox demon. Situ Jian and Zhong Bang, not to be outdone, cast their talismans, engaging in a fierce battle with the fox demon and the male ghost. The fox demons were cunning, evading the talisman attacks with their swift movements while occasionally counterattacking. Observing the skirmish from the sidelines, Shi Shaojian contemplated that this was likely not a single clan, but rather a group summoned by the fox. He realized that they could unleash a massacre. Suddenly, one fox demon stealthily crept behind Zhong Bang, seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack. Just then, Shi Shaojian sprang into action, hurling his peachwood sword, which impaled the fox demon into the ground. He leapt in front of Zhong Bang and cautioned, "Be careful." Afterward, he joined the fray, fighting with abandon. At that moment, the injured fox and the male ghost reached the door, intent on eliminating the elderly couple first. However, upon touching the door, they were repelled. Shi Shaojian had anticipated this, having covered every entrance with talismans. Seeing the male ghost and the fox thwarted by the talismans, Shi Shaojian leapt forward, sword tip aimed at the fox demon. The male ghost, realizing the fox could not evade, attempted to possess her. Shi Shaojian shouted, "Are you not afraid of being scattered to the winds?" As he spoke, the sword pierced the fox's chest, eliciting a blood-curdling scream, while the male ghost successfully possessed the fox, striking Shi Shaojian away, leading to his own demise. The fox demon slowly collapsed, and, as Shi Shaojian was sent flying, he shouted, "By heaven, it worked! A ghost possesses a demon. You three, run!" Hearing his call, the three young ones turned to see Shi Shaojian crash into the courtyard wall, with only a few foxes remaining. Upon witnessing the deaths of the male ghost and the fox demon, the remaining foxes fled into the mountains. Shi Shaojian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose, relieved at the demise of both foes. Having resolved the matter, he sat down at the threshold. The three young ones gathered the fallen foxes, applying talismans, and approached Shi Shaojian, with Lu Qingyan inquiring, "Master, what does it mean for a ghost to possess a demon?" Shi Shaojian pondered this question as well, having never encountered it in films or in the records of Maoshan's strange tales or the Qinglian sword canon. He looked at Situ Jian, who replied, "There is no mention of this in the inheritance passed down to me by our ancestors, and I too am at a loss." Shi Shaojian, perplexed, remarked, "When a ghost absorbs a demon's essence, it acquires certain abilities of the demon, thus becoming a ghost demon. Conversely, when a demon perishes and transforms into a ghost, it is referred to as a demon ghost. This phenomenon of a ghost inhabiting a demon's form is unprecedented in my experience, and I have not encountered any mention of it before. Fortunately, my peachwood sword penetrated the fox demon's body. Otherwise, we would have had to meet your ancestral master today." Situ Jian inquired, "What shall we do with the fox demon?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Extract the fox and incinerate it with a fire talisman. As for the other foxes, we shall prepare them for a feast. They are merely a handful of minor demons, hardly worth our concern." Upon hearing this, the three young ones commenced their tasks. Shi Shaojian crafted a paper crane, infusing it with a hint of magical energy to carry his message. Before long, the paper crane took flight. Once the three had completed the roasting, the four of them began to dine. As dawn approached, the paper crane returned, and Shi Shaojian reached out to catch it. Within was the voice of Shi Jian. "You have encountered something I have not. I shall peruse other texts from Maoshan and will update you with my findings." Chapter 11. Shi Shaojian's injury at dawn the following day. Bidding farewell to the elderly couple, Shi Shaojian continued his journey towards Tung Tung town with the three young ones. For days later, they arrived outside the town. The sky was still dark, and the sounds of thumping echoed from within Tung Tung town. Shi Shaojian produced two 30-centimeter-long daggers and handed them to Lu Qingyan and Zhong Bangdao, saying, "Your senior brother possesses the Qinglian sword. These daggers are intended for opening coffins. We may only enter twice. Any further attempts could result in encounters with high-ranking zombies. Hold the daggers and follow my lead. We will enter at noon and must exit by 3 o'clock." The group sat cross-legged, engaging in their cultivation while awaiting the appointed time. As noon approached, Shi Shaojian opened his eyes and rose to his feet, prompting the three young ones to do the same. Lu Qingyan gazed skyward and remarked, "Master, the corpse aura obscures the sun. Will it be effective?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Although the sun is hidden, the perimeter is filled with low-ranking zombies. The daylight will still subdue them, causing them to fall into slumber. Just follow my instructions. Do not give the zombies time to react. They are quite manageable." Leading the way, Shi Shaojian leaped over the courtyard wall at the town's edge. Once the three young ones had entered, he quietly advised Situ, Jian, and Lu Qingyan, "For the next encounter, I will provide you both with 2 pieces of Jinyang sand. Remember to use it only if you cannot defeat them." He then produced 2 pieces and handed them to Zhongbang. This time, instead of approaching from the left as they had previously, Shi Shaojian guided the three young ones from the right. They stealthily entered a room where 3 thin coffins lay. Shi Shaojian took out a dagger and stabbed it into the side of one coffin, preventing the corpse aura from adhering to the lid. Sheathing the dagger, he drew his peachwood sword and, with a forceful strike, sent the coffin lid flying, subsequently stabbing down into the zombie's head. After glancing at the 3 young ones, he whispered, "This is a purple zombie. You should check the other rooms and follow my example. If you cannot reach it, use a chair. If you cannot defeat it, 1 piece of Jinyang sand will suffice. Do not fear, as the perimeter is filled with purple and white zombies. By 3 o'clock, we must make our way outside the town. Shout loudly if you encounter any threats." The 3 nodded, cautiously departing, yet remaining together as they moved into the adjacent room, which contained only 1 coffin. They found a stool and positioned it at the head of the coffin. Situ Jian climbed atop it. Lu Qingyan struck the side of the coffin, and Zhong Bang sent the lid flying with a palm strike, prompting Situ Jian to stab down. The zombie let out a wretched cry, shuddered a few times, and fell silent. The trio exchanged glances, and Situ Jian stated, "It is a white zombie, covered in white fur." Lu Qingyan remarked, "These zombies appear so repulsive and emit a foul odor." Situ Jian, assuming she was frightened, encouraged for the next one, "You shall slay it, junior sister." Understanding his intention, Lu Qingyan thought to herself, "What has this empress not slain? How dare he underestimate me?" Shi Shaojian and the 3 young ones commenced their cleansing mission. As time passed, sensing that the hour was drawing near, Shi Shaojian sought out the 3. He found them just exiting a room and gestured for their departure. The 4 hastily made their way outside the town. Upon reaching the outskirts, they spotted the blue donkey sleeping beside their belongings. Lu Qingyan reported, "Master, we have slain 17, 9 purple zombies and 8 white zombies." Shi Shaojian contemplated for a moment, recalling that he had defeated 22, 12 purple zombies and 10 white zombies. Shi Shaojian opened the system panel and examined it. Name, Shi Shaojian, Constitution none. Realm, mid-stage refining essence in a chi, 47 strands. Items, none. Points, 583. 5. Virtue, 561. 5. Merit, 0. Fortune. Shi Shaojian stated, "I will exchange for 3 low-grade spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, his virtue decreased to 261. 5 points, and 3 spirit stones appeared in the system space. He took out the spirit stones and handed them to the 3 individuals, saying, "Here is your reward. Tomorrow, we will change our direction and depart the day after." The 3 began to cultivate with the spirit stones. Lu Qingyan glanced at Shi Shaojian several times. pondering the secret of this master who could acquire spirit stones by slaying demons and monsters, wondering how he managed to do so. After a night passed, Shi Shaojian furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable unease. He looked at the three and said, "You three should not go in today. I have a foreboding feeling that something may go wrong." Lu Qingyan replied, "Master, if that is the case, let us not go. Did you not mention another coffin mountain? Let's head there instead." Shi Shaojian responded, "I must investigate and discern the source of my unease. Qingyan, lend me your thunder-striking peachwood sword. I will circle around the perimeter. If danger arises, I will retreat." At noon, Shi Shaojian, carrying the peachwood sword, ventured into Tung Tung Town. This time, he took a detour and jumped in from a different side, moving cautiously to avoid making any noise. By nearly 2 o'clock, he had slain 8 white zombies, perhaps due to the surrounding mountainous forest, as the zombies here generally exhibited the characteristics of white zombies. Having finished dealing with the row of houses against the town wall, Shi Shaojian moved towards the houses across the street. Upon entering one of the rooms, he was immediately engulfed by a thick aura of decay. Noticing that there was only a single coffin inside, he approached it slowly. Suddenly, the coffin lid flew open, hurtling towards him, and the door slammed shut on its own. Shi Shaojian kicked the coffin lid aside, only to see a green zombie leap towards him. He exclaimed, "Oh no, a green zombie!" He quickly scattered a handful of glutinous rice, and a spark ignited. However, the zombie merely paused momentarily before lunging at him again. Gritting his teeth, Shi Shaojian hurled a golden sun sand at the zombie, resulting in a tremendous explosion as the forces of yin and yang collided, shaking open the door and windows. The force of the blast threw Shi Shaojian against the wall, leaving him momentarily dazed. As his unease intensified, he noticed the green zombie was severely injured and unable to rise. He approached and thrust his sword into the zombie's head before turning and sprinting towards the town wall. Just as he reached the street, 2 coffins flew towards him from either side. Shi Shaojian retrieved 2 pieces of previously refined golden sun sand and hurled them outward. He then leapt onto the rooftop, preparing to jump again to escape Tung Tung Town. At that moment, another coffin came crashing down from above, and with no time to evade, Shi Shaojian used the impact of the coffin to propel himself out of Tung Tung Town. From both sides came the furious roars of zombies. At the moment of the first explosion, the 3 little ones heard it and rushed over quickly, followed closely by the blue donkey. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Shi Shaojian being propelled out of Tung Tung Town. After landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and they saw the coffin that had struck him collide with the formation, causing a massive yin-yang symbol to manifest in the sky, enveloping the entire Tung Tung Town. Shi Shaojian shouted, "The innate Bagua formation. It is indeed the seal we Maoshan set." The 3 little ones hurried to his side, helping him up and placing him on the back of the blue donkey. Weakly, Shi Shaojian instructed, "Go to Rinjia Town, find the ancestral hall." Si Jian quickly replied, "I understand. We shall go to Rinjia Town and seek Elder Lin at the ancestral hall." Meanwhile, in the adjacent Rinjia Town, Uncle Gio sensed the fluctuations of the formation in Tung Tung Town and swiftly set off with his magical artifacts. On the way, he encountered Shi Shaojian and his companions. Uncle Gio approached briskly, asking Si Jian, "What has happened to your master?" Si Jian replied, "Elder, my master was injured while exorcising zombies in Tung Tung Town." After examining Shi Shaojian, Uncle Gio remarked, "His internal organs have been shaken, but it is nothing serious. He just needs some time to recover." Uncle Gio then led them back to the ancestral hall, where he brewed some medicine for Shi Shaojian. Looking at the 3 little ones, he inquired, "What brought you to Tung Tung Town?" "I dare not even enter the town center." Fearing any miscommunication, Lu Qingyan interjected. "Master said that the zombies around Tung Tung Town are merely purple and white zombies. Eliminating a few will lessen the threat." Uncle Gio, recognizing the falsehood, simply shook his head and stated, "He will awaken by tomorrow. A few days of rest will suffice." After they exited the room, Si Jian took out a scripture and began to explain it to Lu Qingyan and Zhong Bang, while the blue donkey listened attentively. Concerned that their mental states might falter, Shi Shaojian provided the three with several scriptures. The following day, Shi Shaojian awoke, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Damn, that hurts. I never expected the hairy zombies to emerge. I'm lucky to be alive." Just then, Uncle Gio entered and, upon seeing Shi Shaojian awake, admonished, "What were you thinking, running into Tung Town? Thankfully, it's merely superficial injuries. If the Corpse King had appeared, you would have been awaiting my assistance to collect your remains." Shi Shaojian deftly shifted the topic, asking Uncle Lin, "Have you ever encountered a ghost possessing a demon's body?" Uncle Gio, taken aback, replied, "The energies of demons and ghosts are inherently incompatible. How could they coalesce?" Shi Shaojian recounted the events that transpired in that village. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Gio remarked, "The fact that it could speak indicates that the fox demon has reached the spirit realm. As for the ghost possessing a body and directly manifesting as a great demon, I confess I am at a loss. I shall search through other Maoshan texts to see if there are any records." With that, he exited. Shi Shaojian glanced at his accumulated Yin virtue, now standing at 741. 5 points. He exchanged 6 low-grade spirit stones, reducing his Yin virtue to 141. 5 points, which he distributed among the 3 little ones. After probing their cultivation levels, he noted that C2 Jian had achieved 4 strands and 6 filaments. Lu Qingyan had reached 4 strands and 9 filaments, while Zhong Bang had astonishingly progressed to 5 strands and 7 filaments. He looked at his own cultivation, which stood at 57 strands and 7 filaments, and realized he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of refining essence in a qi. A few days later, Shi Shaojian was once again lively and energetic. He approached Jusu and inquired, "Master Uncle, what level of cultivation do the zombies in the Coffin Mountains zombie forest possess?" Jusu replied, "What are you planning? You've just recovered and already seek trouble. Let me remind you, others have refrained from descending the mountain to wreak havoc upon the village. Why would you seek to provoke them?" Shi Shaojian responded, "I desire that coffin fungus. My master below is merely a squad leader. I lack the funds to erect a temple for him, so I wish to acquire some items to enhance his cultivation." Jusu contemplated for a moment and said, "Call your father as well. I will summon Master Si Mu and Master Qian He." Shi Shaojian replied, "I will fetch Master Qian He. Last time, he captured a serpent demon at the peak of its realm. I assisted him in dispelling its demonic aura, and in return, he utilized the serpent's flesh to break through to the Earth Master level, thus owing me a favor." Chapter 12. The Maoshan gathering. The venerable Jiu Shu exclaimed in astonishment, "What? He has broken through to the Earth Master level? You need not call your father. I will summon your uncle Si Mu. However, I must attend to a pressing matter. A formidable demon is causing chaos, and I would appreciate your assistance in addressing it when the time comes." With that, he hurriedly dashed outside. Shi Shaojian watched as Jiu Shu's figure receded into the distance, a smile gracing his lips. Jiu Shu, in his eagerness to achieve a breakthrough, had left quite abruptly. After conveying a message to Qianhe, Shi Shaojian stepped out of the house and observed the 3 students and a donkey engrossed in their studies. He recalled the myriad of demons and monsters portrayed in films. After much contemplation, he could not recall specific details, though he remembered a band of marauders in Linghuan Xiansheng. Yet now, their whereabouts eluded him. The only location that came to mind was the Bottle Mountain in Shaanxi. Although he was uncertain of its exact location, he had encountered the mention of Nuqing County on a map collected from Maoshan. Once the matters concerning the Coffin Mountain concluded, a visit there would be imperative, for the dynasty was on the brink of collapse, and the Ming dynasty was imminent. The spiritual essence would undoubtedly wane, and once the Dragon Kingdom was established, it would likely vanish entirely, leaving only a trace on Hong Kong Island. When asked how he knew that Hong Kong might still possess spiritual energy, Shi Shaojian explained, "The Northeast is under the influence of the Wuxin sect and the Ma family, while the territory north of the Yangtze River belongs to Longhushan. In the south, Maoshan reigns supreme, with other factions either extinct or reduced to mere remnants. Thus, this era belongs to Maoshan and Longhushan. No one in the south dares to offend Maoshan." Once Jiu Shu departed, he vanished without a trace. The following day, Qianhe arrived. Yet, Jiu had not returned. On the third day, Simu came, but still, Jiu was absent. By the fourth day, just before dusk, Jiu returned. Bearing a wolf demon upon his shoulders, his attire tattered, and his body marred with wounds. Upon seeing him, Simu jested, "Brother, have you been chased by a dog? Only to bring it back with you?" Jiu retorted, somewhat irked, "Do not eat it just yet. This is a formidable demon wolf." Qianhe circled the wolf demon, inquiring, "Brother, how did you manage to capture it? Although you have reached the pinnacle of human master, it is still in the early stages, and its speed far surpasses yours." With a gleeful expression, Jiu replied, "I lay in wait for 3 days, setting up a formation and feigning death to lure it out." Simu expressed his astonishment. "Its kin did not devour you?" Jiu explained, "After Shaojian's last visit, I scoured the surrounding 100 miles. This wolf demon was driven out by its pack. I initially planned to wait until I broke through to Earthmaster, but with Qianhe already having succeeded, I, as the elder brother, could not fall behind." Simu turned to the others. "You should all share any good fortune with me. I only learned of this yesterday from Qianhe. I have a den of fox spirits that need dealing with as well. When Shaojian visits me, I shall attend to them." Shi Shaojian responded, "Very well. Once this matter concludes, I shall venture out and visit you." Simu queried, "What is your destination? Do you require assistance? You're undoubtedly seeking something valuable. The last time you visited, you nearly uprooted my cherished Sanyang Ziju. You do not stray to places without treasure." Shaojian chuckled and said, "Are we going to raid tombs or not?" SM gasped in astonishment. "Aren't you afraid your father will break your legs?" One enraged spirit chicken, a formidable demon that has cultivated a demon elixir, a zombie from the Yuan dynasty, a white ape of great demonic stature, and an abundance of precious medicines. I assure you, even if I do not plunder tombs, all these treasures lie beside that ancient grave. Inside, there is at least one supreme artifact, perhaps even a spiritual tool. Just imagine, could the grade of something used for refining elixirs for the emperor below? SM, Chi-NH, and GSH exchanged glances. GSH turned to pay homage to the ancestral master, and after lighting incense, he sent a message to SHGN. That evening, Shaojian expended 5 strands of magical energy to deal with the wolf demon, offering the demon's blood to the green donkey. To ensure GSH and SM could break through their realms, the others remained silent, allowing the two to feast. GSH spent the entire night refining and successfully broke through to the Earthmaster level, while SM only made slight progress, barely half a step forward due to insufficient spiritual energy. The next day, the group prepared to embark. Just as they were about to leave, SHGN entered, saying, "Ol 9, you all have grown quite bold, daring to raid tombs." GSH, SM, and Chi-NH immediately stepped forward to pay their respects, saying, "Greetings, Master." SHGN nodded. GSH recounted SHGN's words, stating, "We shall not take anything from the tomb. That artifact is of no use to us. Only SHGN and the disciples of the Qinglian sword sect can refine elixirs, so let him take it. He is not one of my Maoshan disciples." Upon hearing this, SHGN understood the implication. What others took had no bearing on Maoshan. He nodded and declared, "I will go as well. I want to bring back the enraged spirit chicken to Maoshan." SHGN laughed. "That is fine, but I cannot afford to keep it. It only consumes medicinal herbs." The other 4 were taken aback. Keeping it for an extended period would be unaffordable for anyone. SHGN frowned and said, "The phoenix seed is indeed different. We can raise it as the guardian beast of Maoshan, with all the disciples caring for it." Upon hearing this, GSH and Chi-NH wore grim expressions. SHGN remarked, "All right, let us set off. Just remember, do not kill the zombies. Merely incapacitate them so that I can deal the final blow. I still need to earn virtue to exchange for information." SHGN replied, "You acquire this information with your virtue?" SHGN responded, "I had my master gather information in the underworld." SM remarked, "No wonder treasures appear wherever you go. You are specifically drawn to them, aren't you? Otherwise, How could your cultivation have advanced so swiftly? Shaojian nodded, allowing everyone to believe that his elevation in realm was due to treasures. The group then made their way to Coffin Mountain, arriving just as dawn was breaking. Shaojian cautioned, "Remember, do not kill them. The coffin fungus is also mine." The others nodded, knowing that such things were of no use to the living. As the sun began to rise, they commenced their actions. Although the corpse energy obscured the sunlight, it posed no issue for them. As a few individuals entered, the zombies sensed their presence, causing the coffin lid to tremble. Simo approached the coffin and, with a single strike, sent the lid flying. Upon seeing the white zombie, the group swiftly broke its limbs, and Shi Shaojian advanced, plunging a sword into the creature's skull. They fought their way to the zombie king, vanquishing a total of 23 white zombies and 6 green zombies. Due to the morning's mild sunlight, obscured by the miasma of the dead, the 6 green zombies emerged directly. The group engaged in battle, which lasted until nearly midday. "Let us rest for a moment. I am exhausted," Simo suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Jiu produced a fire talisman and incinerated the fallen zombies. After waiting a while, as noon approached, Shi Shaojian unleashed his lightning thunder fist, summoning a bolt of lightning that dispersed the miasma while striking the coffin. A furry zombie, exposed to sunlight, emitted a furious roar and attempted to flee. This furry zombie could momentarily endure the sunlight, but the group quickly intercepted it. The creature's miasma was suppressed by the sun, rendering it powerless. Shi Shaojian charged forward, delivering a series of punches to the zombie's abdomen, followed by a blow to its throat. The zombie opened its mouth and expelled coffin fungus, which Shi Shaojian deftly caught and tossed to Shi Shaojian. Aware of its chilling properties, Shi Shaojian placed it into his system space. Utilizing the lightning thunder fist once more, Shi Shaojian struck the zombie, sending it crashing to the ground, its body crackling with electricity. Observing this, Shi Shaojian rushed forward, biting his finger to smear blood on his sword-esque blade, channeling a hint of magical energy, and with one decisive stroke, eliminated the zombie. Subsequently tossing out another fire talisman, Shi Shaojian remarked, "The coffin fungus must not be exposed to sunlight, or it will dissipate rapidly, leaving us empty-handed." "Rest assured, I have made preparations," Shi Shaojian replied. Nodding in agreement, Shi Shaojian said, "Let us return and make ready for our journey to Shaanxi." As they walked, Shi Shaojian assessed his Yin virtue, which had risen to 1971, 5 points, alleviating his concerns about his disciples lacking spiritual stones for cultivation. Upon returning, Shi Shaojian summoned the 3 young ones, instructing, "Pack your belongings. We shall depart for Shaanxi in the coming days to seek resources for your cultivation. We may leave at any moment." He then sensed their cultivation levels. Situ Jian possessed 9 strands of magical energy. Lu Qingyan had 6 strands. And Zhongbang had 11 strands, while he himself had accumulated 81 strands of magical energy. Among them, Zhongbang cultivated the fastest, while Situ Jian, devoted to swordsmanship, would become the most formidable in combat. Lu Qingyan's potential awakening remained uncertain. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Qingyan looked at Shi Shaojian and said, "Master, I am out of spiritual stones." Shi Shaojian reassured him, "I just sought out a few uncles for assistance. They're all present now, and if you use spiritual stones to cultivate, it will draw attention. I will provide them to you after we separate." That evening, Shi Shaojian summoned Master Yuling, stating, "I have procured something remarkable for you." He then produced the coffin fungus. Master Yuling, astonished, exclaimed, "Coffin fungus? You are quite fortunate. This is not easily obtained. Usually found within the zombie king's mouth. How did you manage to acquire it?" Shi Shaojian replied with pride. "The head of Maoshan and several of its earth masters handled it during the day." Yuding Zhen, I had forgotten that your father is the leader of Maoshan. However, such words imply that the Qinglian sword sect owes a favor to Maoshan, and it may be challenging to repay this debt in the future. Shi Shaojian, do not concern yourself with that. Focus on elevating your own cultivation and advancing your official position. Currently, you are the sole representative of our Qinglian sword sect in this matter, and your ascension would provide a substantial backing for our sect. Our foundation is rather tenuous. Yuling Jinren. I'm not aware of this? The Yinling stone you provided me previously aided my breakthrough to the ghost general realm, and I am now a captain among the ghost messengers. Once I achieve my next breakthrough, I will be able to manage a broader scope of responsibilities and perhaps extend some assistance to you. Shi Shaojian, I will provide you with some Ming coins. Please have your subordinates assist me in searching for any locations that may harbor treasures. Your disciple, Situ Jian, has received guidance from our ancestor, indicating that before the conclusion of the era of decline, if one fails to ascend, they shall be forever denied the opportunity. I fear that the passage to the upper realms may soon be irrevocably sealed. Chapter 13. The Spirit Tools and Golden Elixir Yuling Jinren sighed. Alas, I have lost all hope. Let me see if I can send you on your way. I shall depart now, and next time I will be able to assist you. 2 days later, the group prepared for their departure. When Shi Shaojian emerged with the 3 young ones, Shi Jian furrowed his brow and said, Shaojian, do not take them along. We must make haste to retrieve what we need and return swiftly. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Shaojian replied, very well. I will explain things to them. Upon returning to the room with the 3 young ones, Shi Shaojian produced 18 low-grade spirit stones and said, each of you shall receive 6. This should suffice for your cultivation for 10 to 20 days. I aim to return within a month, while Uncle Lin is away. You 3 must keep a close watch on Qiuxing and Wenkai. Those 2 are troublemakers. If you can resolve any issues, do so. If not, please summon the ancestors of Mao Shan in the living room. Do not let your small misdeeds lead to greater trouble. The 3 nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian summoned the green donkey, and they set off. The donkey, having consumed the blood of a demon wolf, had fallen into a deep slumber and had just awakened, now possessing the ability to speak as a spirit beast. With spirit runes affixed to their legs, they swiftly took to their feet, and the green donkey quickly pursued them. Simumu, a member of the corpse-driving sect, often clashed with the corpse-driving practices of Shaanxi, where various ethnic minorities still resided, each possessing their own forms of witchcraft. To avoid complications, Simumu led them along lesser-known paths, allowing them to traverse these regions with ease. They ran from the southeast to the southwest, traveling for 10 days with the aid of the spirit runes, ultimately arriving at Nuqing County. Once there, Shi Shaojian remarked, this area belongs to the Shilling faction. We should seek them out for information, as the Miao people are scattered around. The group arrived at the Chun residence and identified themselves. The current head was still the elderly Master Chun, who dared not offend Mao Shan and dispatch someone to gather intelligence. They waited for 3 days. On the 3rd day, a disciple of the Shilling sect brought news that they had located the individual Shi Shaojian soared in a Miao village. The group exchanged some spirit runes with Master Chun for salt and silver coins, then swiftly made their way to the Miao village. Upon reaching the doorstep of the old herbalist's home, they dismissed the guiding disciple of Shilling. Shi Shaojian knocked on the courtyard door, and the young herbalist, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged cautiously and asked, what brings you to me? Shi Shaojian replied, we are Taoists from Mao Shan. He gestured to Shi Jian, saying, this is our Mao Shan leader. We have come to eliminate a zombie king that is said to dwell here, and we heard you could guide us up the mountain. After some conversation with the herbalist, Shi Shaojian learned that they had arrived prematurely. The Nuqing chicken had yet to appear. Through a few bags of salt, Shi Shaojian persuaded the herbalist to lead them to the of the rat's second aunt, from where they could see the Bottle Mountain. Upon reaching the Simumu introduced himself. He was quite renowned in the corpse-driving community, and few in the south had not heard of his name. The group spent the night at the following morning. They set out towards Bottle Mountain with the green donkey trailing behind, laden with their belongings. As they approached the base of Bottle Mountain, they encountered a sheer cliff. Upon seeing this, Shi Shaojian nodded and said, we've arrived. It is right beneath us. There are numerous small centipedes down there, and a single bite can turn a person into mere pus. Once we descend, everyone should envelop themselves in spiritual energy for protection. The group retrieved their talismans from the backs of the donkeys and, after preparing themselves, swiftly descended the cliff, leading the way without hesitation. Shi Shaojian landed directly in front of the elixir well. The others quickly followed suit, and within minutes, they reached a stone bridge, pursued by a swarm of small centipedes. After crossing the bridge, the centipedes gradually retreated. Shi Shaojian paused and remarked, "Those centipedes should now be in the elixir well, and the alchemical furnace is also within. I am uncertain of their current cultivation level." The group nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian gazed at the grand hall before him, forcefully kicking open the massive doors. Cautiously, he approached the elixir well at the center of the hall, just as a gigantic centipede erupted from it. Shi Shaojian executed a roll to evade it, while Shi Jian, Uncle Jiao, Si Mu, and Qian He surged forward, surrounding the colossal creature. This centipede measured 5 or 6 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel, with legs extending a meter on either side and 6 pairs of wings adorning its back. The 6-winged centipede brandished its claws and spewed forth green venom as it lunged at the group. They quickly retreated to avoid its assault. Shi Jian unleashed 2 bolts of lightning towards the creature, which let out a wretched cry as it writhed on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Si Mu leapt onto the centipede's back and plunged his bronze sword into the gaps of its carapace. The centipede writhed in agony, intermittently ejecting pools of venom. Uncle Jiao, noticing the centipede's open maw, bit his finger to smear blood onto the money sword. The sword radiated a crimson glow, and with a pointed gesture from Uncle Jiao, it shot into the centipede's mouth and emerged from the back of its head. This money sword, crafted from small 5 emperor coins, far surpassed ordinary copper swords. The 6-winged centipede gradually collapsed, and Shi Shaojian advanced to its head, rummaging about until he extracted an inner core the size of a grape. Observing this, Uncle Jiao inquired with curiosity, "A demon general's realm. It is unfortunate that it is a fierce beast. If it were a spiritual beast, it could have transformed into a half-human, half-beast state. What do you intend to do with this demon core? It is rife with malevolent energy." Shi Shaojian replied, "I shall process it for the blue donkey to enhance its cultivation." Uncle Jiao nodded, saying, "Only you would willingly engage in such a waste of spiritual energy." Shi Shaojian approached the elixir well and struck down with a palm, causing the stone slab to tilt upward. He jumped down, prompting the others to follow suit. Inside the elixir well, cobwebs were abundant and dust coated everything. Shi Shaojian groped his way forward and finally spotted the alchemical furnace. This furnace was exceptionally large, requiring 4 or 5 people to encircle it hand in hand. Rushing closer, Shi Shaojian noticed a glow emanating from within the furnace and reached out to touch it. However, as he approached, the furnace suddenly vibrated, and a mysterious force repelled him. Seeing Shi Shaojian being thrown back, Uncle Jiao and the others curiously stepped forward to observe. But upon touching it, they too were forcefully pushed away. Shi Shaojian gazed at Uncle Jiao and inquired, "Master Lin, is there an array inscribed upon this?" Uncle Jiao replied, "Nay, this alchemical furnace is a spirit tool that will automatically protect its master." The eyes of Simu and Qianhe widened in astonishment. Shi Shaojian recalled from novels of his previous life the concept of blood recognition for ownership. Given that this alchemical furnace had remained untouched for an extended period, it surely lacked a master. Thus, he resolved to experiment. He produced a dagger, drawing the attention of everyone present. With a swift motion, Shi Shaojian pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall toward the furnace. To their astonishment, the furnace eagerly absorbed his blood, and he felt an inexplicable connection forming. With a mere thought, the furnace began to shrink rapidly, and with a beckoning gesture, it soared into his grasp. Upon lifting the lid, a resplendent golden pill revealed itself to the onlookers. In unison, they exclaimed, "A golden elixir." Shi Shaojian then queried the system. "What manner of pill is this?" The system responded, "Originally, it was a yin pill forged from human corpses. The ancients believed that humans are the essence of all things. However, its original malevolence was absorbed by a 6-winged centipede. This alchemical furnace, situated at the nexus of the Earth's veins and spiritual currents, has extracted all the earthly and spiritual essence, thus transforming it into a golden elixir." Shi Shaojian countered, "But system, How can a furnace operate without a master? The system explained, it relies on the earthly and spiritual energies, as well as the reciprocal properties of the golden elixir to function. It is also absorbing earthly and spiritual energies itself, now becoming a sentient mechanism. Should you help it overcome the tribulation, it can ascend to become a celestial artifact. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian erupted into laughter, for the Qinglian sword sect had acquired yet another celestial artifact. However, as he reveled in his joy, the system continued. This golden elixir grants the power of immortality upon consumption, yet it bears a grave consequence. Whoever consumes it will perish. Its potency, derived from earthly energy, is too great for an ordinary body to withstand, and divine retribution shall ensue. One must absorb the karmic essence of the earth and spiritual veins. I advise you to wait until after your ascension before consuming it. Shi Shaojian's countenance darkened. This was no different from having nothing at all. The other three noticed his abrupt shift from laughter to distress, prompting Uncle Gio to ask, "What troubles you, Shaojian?" Shi Shaojian relayed the information he had just received from the system, explaining that it was revealed by the alchemical furnace. Upon hearing this, the others sighed in unison. Simu patted Shi Shaojian on the shoulder, saying, "It is tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. You would do well to keep it for yourself." Shi Jian glanced at Shi Shaojian, concerned for his spirits, yet Shi Shaojian cheerfully remarked, "Haha, I have obtained a celestial artifact without effort. What a gain." The four then surged forth from the earth's depths, hastening upward, returning to the precipice. The azure donkey lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping soundly. Shi Shaojian addressed the others. "This Bottle Mountain is a veritable treasure of geomancy, once a land of spiritual veins, surrounded by century-old medicinal herbs. You may venture to seek them out, while I must cleanse the six-winged centipede's inner dam from the azure donkey." The four nodded in agreement, leaping lightly in pursuit of their quest for precious herbs. Who would not desire such treasures? Shi Shaojian observed their departure and mused, "Azure donkey, do you think I am rather cunning? Even if they procure the precious herbs, they will still rely on me to refine the elixirs, allowing me to reap the benefits like a fisherman." A young boy's voice echoed in Shi Shaojian's ear. "Isn't it quite normal to charge for alchemy? In your own words, one should still be compensated for completing a task, even if interrupted." Shi Shaojian gazed at him in astonishment and replied, "Ha, you finally chose to speak. Allow me to first cleanse the elixir for you." The azure donkey nodded and lay down. Shi Shaojian retrieved the inner core of a six-winged centipede and swiftly cast spells to purify the lingering impurities within, expending 11 strands of his spiritual energy in the process. He then opened his status panel to examine it. Name: Shi Shaojian Constitution, Nun Realm. Mid-stage refining essence and transforming Qi, 70 strands and 2 threads. Items: Nun points, 3983. 5 Een virtue, 1171. 5 merit, 0 fortune. Chapter 14. Shi Shaojian breaks through to the Qi transformation realm. Shi Shaojian tossed the six-winged centipede's inner elixir to the green donkey, which, upon consumption, fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian began to search for medicinal herbs in the vicinity. He gathered several ordinary herbs and commenced his study of alchemy. Lacking sufficient spiritual energy and wary of wasting it, he ignited a modest fire, reducing the alchemy furnace to the size of a basin. He utilized his spiritual energy to fan the flames for refining elixirs, managing to complete the process in approximately half an hour. In contrast, when using firewood, a single batch of elixirs would take 2 to 3 hours to refine. This endeavor continued for 3 days. When Jiu and the others returned, they encountered a disheveled figure, eyes glimmering red, seated beside the alchemy furnace. Recognizing the importance of undisturbed concentration during the alchemical process, the four waited patiently. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Shi Shaojian exclaimed with excitement, "Ha! It has succeeded." The group shared in his exhilaration. With a mere thought, he opened the furnace lid and eagerly retrieved 3 elixirs. Jiu approached, inquiring, "What kind of elixirs are these?" Shi Shaojian was momentarily startled, but quickly responded with delight. These are the big Adan. Consuming one allows you to forego meals for half a month. Without hesitation, Jioshu snatched one and swallowed it, declaring, I'll give it a try. Shi Shaojian intended to intervene, but paused when he noted Jioshu's silence post-consumption, an unexpected volunteer for his experiment. Jioshu confirmed it indeed works. Warmth surges within, providing energy to the body. You've done well, young man. All the herbs we've gathered are yours. Please refine them into elixirs for us. As he spoke, he removed a large bundle from his person. Shi Shaojian opened it, his mouth agape. All herbs aged over 10 years, and 2 that are century-old. Si Mu produced his own bundle, asserting, I possess one more century-old herb than Lin Shixiao. He then offered it to Shi Shaojian. Qian He and Shi Jian also presented their bundles, each containing 2 century-old herbs. Shi Shaojian replied, with my current cultivation, I cannot refine century-old herbs yet. Once I break through to the Qi transformation realm, I shall assist you. For now, I will refine the others. You should address the Yuan dynasty zombies and the great white ape. The zombies lie beneath the bottle-shaped mountain's mouth, while the white ape likely resides in the nearby woods. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seizing an opportune moment when Shi Shaojian was distracted, Si Mu snatched the other 2 big Adan from his hands, declaring, You're the least trustworthy. I will take some interest first. The others shook their heads at this display, swiftly making their way toward the bottle-shaped mountain. Once they departed, Shi Shaojian waved his hand, absorbing all the herbs into his system space, and resumed his pursuit of alchemical mastery. Time passed unmeasured, and amidst explosions echoing from the mountain peaks, he remained focused on his own elixirs. During these days, he would meditate to recover when fatigued and consume his own refined big Adan when hunger struck. Today marked the commencement of formal alchemical practice, as he began crafting the Qi recovery Dan, suited for lower-tier cultivators. Adjusting himself to an optimal state, he employed a cleansing technique to purify the alchemical furnace, subsequently coaxing the alchemical flame to a gentle warmth with his spiritual energy. Once satisfied with the temperature, he carefully lifted the lid of the furnace and meticulously placed the herbs inside before swiftly closing it again. With both hands forming intricate seals, he infused the furnace with waves of spiritual power, deftly regulating the size and intensity of the flame. After a while, he opened the lid once more to add another herb, and once all the ingredients were inside, he cautiously monitored the alchemical fire. As time trickled by, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. Beads of sweat formed on Shi Shaojian's forehead, yet his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the furnace, not daring to relax for even a moment. Suddenly, the air was filled with the delightful scent of the concoction, signaling success, prompting him to withdraw his spiritual energy. Excitedly, he opened the lid, revealing 5 dark pills exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Shi Shaojian grasped the pills securely in his hand, observing, I hesitated a moment too long. They almost burned. A second longer, and the furnace would have exploded. At that moment, Shi Jian and Jioshu approached, the former carrying a white ape on his shoulder, while Qian He bore a covered bundle, the contents unknown. Jioshu remarked, You almost ruined the furnace. For eyes, catching sight of the pills in Shi Shaojian's hand and inhaling the enticing aroma, exclaimed, A fine treasure. He lunged forward to snatch one, but Jioshu was even quicker, seizing the pill from Shi Shaojian's grasp and popping it into his mouth. After a brief moment of sensing, Jioshu noted, for cultivators below the master level, this is indeed useful. Consuming one restores spiritual power, while those of the master realm can only recover 2 layers of power. Shi Shaojian replied, This is a Qi recovery pill meant for low-level cultivators. The higher-grade version is called the Spirit Recovery Pill, which I am not yet capable of crafting. For eyes tossed down the white ape he had been carrying, stating, Here, that's the white ape you wanted. We've pursued it for days. It's on its last breath. If you don't act now, it will perish. Shi Shaojian drew the peachwood sword from his back and pierced the ape's skull. Noticing it did not struggle, he affixed a talisman to it. Qian He too discarded his covered burden, revealing a Yuan dynasty zombie beneath the black cloth. As sunlight struck the zombie, it began to emit wisps of white smoke, accompanied by its agonized wails, rapidly disintegrating. Shi Shaojian thrust his sword into the zombie's head, and within moments, the creature was reduced to ash by the sun's rays. Glancing at his accumulated Yin virtue, he noted an increase of 2,000 points, bringing his total to 3,171. 5. The alchemical process had consumed 7 strands of spiritual energy, leaving him with 69 strands remaining. His recent expenditure had been excessive. He had depleted over 60 strands from an original 80, necessitating a return to his disciples for a recuperative session. Shi Shaojian had not anticipated that this ape and zombie, one of demon general rank and the other of a lowly zombie tier, would have cost his companions considerable effort to capture alive. "We must return," he declared. "It is essential that we diligently cultivate and transform the resources we possess into true power." A few individuals nodded in acknowledgement, and Shi Shaojian swiftly gathered his belongings. A glance at the green donkey reminded him that it had yet to awaken. He gently tapped it, prompting the donkey to rouse. Although Shi Shaojian had no intention of waking it, upon seeing it alert, he spoke, "We are leaving. It is time to return." The others, noticing Shi Shaojian addressing the green donkey, exchanged glances and remarked, "Oh, TSK. It seems that humans are outdone by donkeys nowadays. A mere nap has allowed it to ascend to the pinnacle of demon spirits. Shaojian, could you assist me in finding such a spirit beast?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Uncle Simu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. They say that Nyoching County has Nyoching chickens, yet we still could not find any. While many animals possess spiritual qualities, those with potent bloodlines are scarce and challenging to locate." He continued, "Let us depart. We have been away for quite some time, and I must return to preside over Maoshan. I have also collected a century-old Yin spirit grass. After a period of seclusion at Maoshan, I should be able to break through to the later stages of Earthmaster. Before the end of the Age of No Laws, I will see if I can abandon my corporeal form and ascend as an immortal." Simu interjected, "Brother Lin, please hand over those few elixirs to me. You have all advanced to Earthmaster, while I remain at the Earthmaster level without sufficient magical power. Over time, I shall regress." Uncle Gio distributed an elixir to each person and said, "Do not be anxious. There is still a white ape on the ground. Shaojian, it is up to you. Once it is handled, each shall rely on their own abilities." Shi Shaojian shook his head in resignation, realizing he would expend more spiritual energy. This time, he refrained from leaving blood behind, quickly skinning the creature and storing the hide in the system space. He efficiently processed the meat, expending 9 strands of magical power, and then began to roast it. Once cooked, the 5 of them eagerly devoured the feast, leaving nothing behind. They then sat in meditation and cultivation. It was not until the following morning that Shi Shaojian awoke, while the other 4 had already risen. Shi Jian had advanced to the mid-level of Earthmaster, while Qianhe and Uncle Gio made further progress, and Simu also reached the Earthmaster level. Upon inspecting his own cultivation, Shi Shaojian found himself at 70 strands of magical power, grateful that he had not suffered significant losses. The group tidied up and hastily made their way back. After approximately 10 days, Shi Jian, Simu, and Qianhe parted ways to return to their respective sanctuaries, while Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian returned to the Ren family town's ancestral hall. Upon their return, Shi Shaojian cast a glance at the 3 little ones before retreating to his room for rest. 2 days later, he awoke and summoned the trio to assess their cultivation progress in order to supplement his own. After sensing their energy levels, he noted that Situ Jian had 16 strands of magical power, Lu Qingyan had 17, and Zhong Bang possessed 21 strands of magical power. Meanwhile, he had accumulated 135 strands. Suddenly, Shi Shaojian's cultivation began to surge rapidly, advancing through the later stages of refining essence into qi. In mere seconds, he reached the pinnacle of refining essence into qi, followed by a breakthrough into the initial stages of refining qi into spirit. After this leap, he examined his cultivation, noting that 108 strands had condensed into a single drop, now totaling 27 strands. The three little ones were taken aback by the swift ascent of the Shi Shaojian's power, causing them to retreat a step in astonishment. They exited the room, standing guard at the door. Moments later, Shi Shaojian emerged and called them inside, inquiring, "Has anything transpired during this period?" Lu Qingyan remarked, "No, it is merely Qiusheng." Wen Kai is rather raucous. Both of them are rather restless souls. Shi Shaojian replied, "Do not concern yourself with those two. Master Lin is keeping an eye on them. Gather your belongings. We are heading to Master Simu's place. He has a nest of fox demons there, and we shall go to reap the autumn winds." Shi Shaojian approached Jiushu and said, "Master Lin, I must set off for Master Simu's residence. He possesses a spiritual eye and a den of fox demons. I have also made a breakthrough to the realm of qi refinement and spirit transformation. I intend to refine all the herbs into elixirs there and will return them to you afterward." Jiushu cautioned, "Shouldn't you take a moment to rest? Can you sustain this pace? You are either exorcising demons or refining elixirs every day. It would be wise to allow yourself some respite. Do not stretch yourself too thin, for you carry the weight of the entire Maoshan behind you." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement. "We will speak of future matters when the time comes. For now, I am eager to devote my time to cultivation. I wish to ascend as soon as possible. I have no desire to become a spectral messenger." Chapter 15. 2 months later, after several days of arduous travel, the group arrived at the bamboo courtyard of the Four-Eyed Master. The adjacent bamboo house had its door ajar, and upon reflection, Shi Shaojian realized the predicament he faced. The Buddhist and Taoist sects were traditionally at odds, and with Master Isshio's return, he was keen to keep his alchemical abilities under wraps. Contemplating his options, he decided to consult his uncle, the Four-Eyed Master. Before he could step into the courtyard, the sounds of a dispute reached his ears. He approached the entrance to find Four-Eyed Master and Master Ishio engaged in a heated exchange. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian, Four-Eyed Master remarked, "Shaojian, what brings you here? It's only been a few days. Shouldn't you take a moment to rest?" Master Ishio interjected, "Four-Eyed, why do you not introduce me to your guest?" Four-Eyed replied, "Monk, let me warn you not to harbor any intentions towards him. He possesses a stone nature. Ponder that for a moment." Master Ishio exclaimed, "Amit Ba, then I shall take my leave." With that, he exited the Four-Eyed Master's abode. Listening to their exchange, Shi Shaojian sensed that Master Ishio harbored ill intentions. He turned to Four-Eyed Master. "Is there a way to send him away? I fear he is not here for good." Four-Eyed chuckled. "It's merely a jest on his part. Jia Lu is a fragmented earth spirit, akin to your father, who is a half-thunder spirit. Years ago, an old monk passed through and discovered Jia Li's half-earth spirit, attempting to persuade him to leave. However, Jia Lu remained here beside me, and had it not been for my nurturing, he would have been led away long ago." Shi Shaojian responded, "That cannot happen. All three of my disciples possess unique constitutions. If he discovers this, how can they continue their cultivation?" Four-Eyed laughed. "Well, upon your arrival, he likely already sensed it. You walk the path of human immortals and have journeyed quite far. Can he not harbor some thoughts? Upon hearing of your stone nature, he must know you are the son of the Maoshan sect leader, a lineage not to be trifled with. If he cannot afford to offend you, he must take his leave. You mentioned that all three of your disciples possess unique constitutions. Do share." Shi Shaojian replied, "Situ, Jian possesses a sword spirit body, chosen by our ancestor as his successor. As for Lu Qingyan, I'm unaware of his specific constitution, but he can harness the first trace of purple qi from the heavens for cultivation. In Zhong Bang, everyone desires to meet him. He is a fifth-generation prodigy, cultivating rapidly, mastering the ways of Tao, and his fate is extraordinary." Just as Four-Eyed was about to exclaim in surprise, Shi Shaojian covered his mouth. Four-Eyed, regaining his composure, remarked, "By the heavens, you've struck an incredible stroke of luck. 3 geniuses. I might even covet them for myself. Dare you come here to seek my assistance?" Shi Shaojian stated, "I need to borrow your spiritual eye for alchemy." Four-Eyed replied, "Then we must first deal with that old monk. I shall send Jia Lu to accompany him on his travels." Shi Shaojian cautioned, "What if it backfires? I intend to stay here for a year or 2. Four-Eyed chuckled, "I cannot guarantee other matters, but this one is absolutely impossible. It was only at the 8th or ninth month that monk came around. Rest assured, I will check on him periodically. Shi Shaojian nodded. The three young ones and Jialu, upon hearing this, grasped the situation. Jialu, initially believing he had gained a benefactor, was taken aback to realize it was due to his own constitution. It remains a mystery how Simon engaged in conversation with Master Ishio. 3 days later, Master Ishio departed with Jiala, while Simon set off to pursue his ghostly endeavors. Shi Shaojian summoned the three little ones, possessing 3171, 5 points of virtuous merit. He expended 3,000 points to exchange for 30 low-grade spirit stones, handing 10 to each, stating, "These spirit stones will suffice for your cultivation for 2 months. By then, the new year will be approaching, and Simon and the others should return. During this time, you shall construct a bamboo house nearby, and once they are back, we shall move there." Lu Qingyan inquired, "Master, where will you be going?" Shi Shaojian waved his hand, conjuring a Dan furnace, responding, "I shall be refining pills." With that, he entered Simon's chamber, closing the door behind him. He activated his spiritual eye, positioning the Dan furnace atop it, adjusting the settings to guide the chi from the spiritual eye into the furnace's flame, which ignited immediately. Shi Shaojian chuckled, "With this, I need not expend my own chi for the alchemy." He then regulated the flame's intensity and commenced his work. Outside, the three little ones exchanged glances. Situ Jian remarked, "I cannot build houses. The last one in the bamboo grove was haphazardly constructed." Zhongbang added, "The one I built was only made possible with your assistance. I lack the skill." Lu Qingyan slapped his forehead, declaring, "You two clowns. I can do it. One of you go chop bamboo, and the other process it. I shall handle the construction." At that moment, a rich aura of spiritual energy wafted from Simon's room, prompting the trio to quickly engage in their cultivation, momentarily forgetting about the house. Shi Shaojian's alchemical endeavors extended over 2 months. Initially, he concocted several batches of fasting pills to distribute among the three little ones before formally commencing his alchemical work. The first few days were punctuated by explosive sounds, leaving Shi Shaojian in a state of disarray, while the three outside found it impossible to cultivate, diverting their efforts to building instead. Gradually, after half a month, the cacophony subsided, replaced sporadically by the fragrant aroma of pills, allowing the trio to resume their cultivation. A month later, small demons and creatures frequently appeared around the courtyard, all dealt with by the three. Shi Shaojian, deeply engrossed in his alchemical pursuits, gradually entered a state of oblivion, losing track of time. Another month passed, and Shi Shaojian succeeded in creating a particularly esteemed medicinal pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, crafted from a spirit flower over 50 years old, intended for the cultivation of one's primordial spirit. After stretching lazily, he concluded his alchemical session and stepped outside. Now, only a few century-old precious herbs remained in his possession. The spiritual energy from Simon's eye proved insufficient, and his own cultivation level was inadequate for refining these century-old herbs. Thus, he could only let them be. After tidying up his belongings, he exited the room, finding no one around. Upon reaching the courtyard, he noticed that beside Simon's bamboo house, a 2-story bamboo tower had emerged, the upper floor adorned with an array of flowers and plants. Shi Shaojian called out, and shortly thereafter, the three came running from different directions, observing their growth. He shook his head and remarked, "It seems you have all grown quite a bit. Perhaps it is time to procure some new garments for you." Lu Qingyan expressed, "I desire a beautiful princess dress," to which Zhongbang responded, "that originated from foreign lands." Shi Shaojian reached into his pocket and sheepishly remarked, "I only have a handful of silver coins left. I bought you a princess dress, and now we shall have to subsist on nothing." Lu Qingyan responded, "But don't we have the fasting pills?" Zhongbang interjected, "I no longer wish to consume that tasteless concoction." Situ Jian nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian declared, "All right, before we depart, let us ask Master Simu for some funds for you to purchase what you need. Now let us discuss serious matters. In the coming days, Master Simu and the others will return, so ensure that you conceal the spirit stones and medicinal pills. Under no circumstances are you to use them while company is present. Understood?" Situ Jian replied, The spirit stones are already depleted, and all you've given us are some fasting pills. Shi Shaojian scratched his head and said, I haven't provided you with any other pills. The three shook their heads. Shi Shaojian awkwardly admitted, I must have overlooked it. After the new year, when they depart, I will replenish your supplies. Shi Shaojian then assessed the cultivation levels of the trio. Situ Jian possessed 43 strands and 2 wisps of mana. Lu Qingyan had 45 strands, while Zhong Bang boasted 51 strands and 9 wisps, all having advanced to the mid-stage of refining essence into qi. Shi Shaojian opened his personal panel to review his status. Name: Shi Shaojian. Constitution: None realm. Initial stage of qi transformation: 2 drops, 87 strands, 6 wisps. Items: None points, 6,002 in virtue, 190 merit, 0 fortune. After sending the 3 away, Shi Shaojian inquired of the system. System: From where did these additional points of in virtue originate? System: While you were refining pills. The fragrance attracted 7 minor demons, 3 of which were of the spirit realm, and they were resolved by the trio. Shi Shaojian had forgotten this incident, realizing that he would need to find a guardian for his alchemical endeavors in the future. After that day, he embraced a leisurely existence, spending his days lounging in a rocking chair, sipping tea, and watching the antics of Four-Eyed and Jiala in the film. A few days later, Ishio returned with Jiala, accompanied by a female disciple named Qingqing. Shi Shaojian exchanged nods with Master Ishio, but refrained from idle chatter, maintaining a watchful demeanor towards him. Ishio noted this and acknowledged him with a nod, which Shi Shaojian did not ponder further. The sudden appearance of Qingqing sparked curiosity. Perhaps the film differed from reality. The next day, Simu also arrived, bringing along several customers. Spotting Shi Shaojian seated in the courtyard sipping tea, he tossed the corpse-herding bell to him, saying, Are you living the good life? Help me usher the customers to the mortuary. Upon saying this, he seized a cup of tea from the table. Shi Shaojian deftly caught the bell and handed it to the sleeping Qinglu, saying, This task is yours. Qinglu rose, the bell in his mouth, and ambled toward the mortuary. Simu, astonished, remarked, You truly know how to be lazy. Find me a spirit beast like that for my use. It will make corpse herding so much easier. Shi Shaojian deftly changed the subject. The new year is fast approaching. We should gather some ingredients for the celebration. Simu, grinning mischievously, replied, Speak up. What scheme are you concocting now? Shi Shaojian replied with a playful smile. Didn't you mention there's a group of fox demons here? Go capture a few, and then procure some green lotus seeds from the neighboring bald donkey. I shall prepare a medicinal feast for everyone during the new year. So you declared no? Some of those fox demons have not taken any lives. I cannot bring myself to slay them all. Shi Shaojian replied, We can simply capture those that have committed murder. Siyu shook his head, saying, Do you think I do not wish to? If you kill one, they will pursue you relentlessly, which is precisely why I refrain from taking action. Shi Shaojian suggested, Let us employ a method akin to fishing enforcement. I shall send the 3 little ones with you to lure them out. Should they dare to strike, you may eliminate them without hesitation, and they shall have no grounds for complaint. Siyu gaped at Shi Shaojian, exclaiming, You truly are cunning. During dinner that evening, Siyu summoned the 3 little ones and Jiala. Before long, the group dispersed, pretending as though nothing had transpired, returning home as if all were normal. Shi Shaojian nodded at Siyu, both of them devising a plan to use the little ones as bait, blissfully unaware that Shi Shaojian was fully cognizant of their scheme. Chapter 16. The Great Transformation of Heaven and Earth. The zombie of the Dou royal family. The next day, Simu stealthily departed with a few companions. Shi Shaojian resumed his tranquil tea-drinking days. Several days later, Simu returned, each companion in tow carrying 2 or 3 fox demons. Simu confined the fox demons, and Shi Shaojian glanced at the dozen or so creatures, each radiating a chilling bloodlust. On the eve of the new year, Shi Shaojian dealt with the fox demons, utilizing the remaining medicinal herbs to prepare a nourishing meal for everyone. Simu led the group in paying respects to their ancestral master, while Shi Shaojian, accompanied by 3 young ones, also paid homage to the ancestors of Maoshan. He hung portraits of the Qinglian sword immortal and the Yuling true person, offering New Year-esque greetings to both venerable figures. During the festive days, everyone set aside their cultivation to indulge in merriment. However, it was not long before a significant event transpired. The spiritual energy of the world diminished drastically. Simu and Shi Shaojian exchanged bewildered glances. Shi Shaojian hurried towards the bamboo hut where the three youngsters resided, followed closely by Simu and others. Upon reaching the portrait of Yuling true person, Shi Shaojian called out to him, and soon the true person appeared. Shi Shaojian inquired, "Old man, what is happening? Why has the spiritual energy of the world decreased so significantly?" With a heavy sigh, Yuling true person replied, "Alas, the dynasty has collapsed, retreating to the northeast. Without the suppression of the dragon energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will continue to dissipate gradually. If you wish to ascend, you must seize the time, at most. There are only 20 or 30 years left before the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces vanishes entirely. I have already become a soulbinder, and beyond that lies the 10 great immortals. There is no further ascension for me. From now on, take care of yourself." Shi Shaojian quickly began to calculate, then spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "No, it should be 2 years. It should be 2 years. What has truly transpired?" Yuling true person responded, "I do not know. Many have calculated, and it should indeed be 2 years, yet it seems to have advanced. I must take my leave. You must hurry." With that, he vanished into the ground. Simu lamented, "Alas, the dynasty has fallen. Warlords are in chaos, and without the suppression of dragon energy, the cultivation of demons and monsters will rise, while spiritual energy diminishes. The suffering falls upon the common people." Upon hearing Simu's words, Shi Shaojian realized the implications. Indeed, with an increase in demons and monsters, his own virtuous merits would accumulate. It seemed he must depart from this place. After resting for a few days to recuperate, he prepared to leave when an unexpected visitor arrived. That morning, as Shi Shaojian and the 3 youngsters packed their belongings to depart, the sounds of drums and gongs reverberated through the air. Shi Shaojian set down his bundle and, along with the 3 youngsters, stepped outside. Simu emerged from his room with Jialo, while Master Ishio accompanied Qing Qing. They exchanged nods and made their way to the roadside, where a narrow path extended from their courtyard into the distance. Before long, a procession appeared on the horizon, led by Qian He, who had brought along representatives from the southeast and northwest. Among the ranks, 4 soldiers bore a palanquin, where a child sat, flanked by a eunuch and 3 armed guards, followed by a group of soldiers pushing a coffin. As Qian noticed several individuals by the roadside observing her, she swiftly approached and performed a respectful bow, saying, "Shi Xiang Simu, Master Ishio, Shaojian." After the customary greetings, a voice from behind, belonging to the eunuch, inquired why they had halted. Qian turned and replied, "Minister Wu, I am borrowing some glutinous rice from my Shi Xiang." At that moment, the child seated in the palanquin interjected, "Minister Wu, let us take a moment to rest." Minister Wu commanded the soldiers to set down the palanquin for a brief respite. Simu suggested that Jiala return home to fetch the glutinous rice, while Shi Shaojian remarked, "Make sure to bring extra, and gather some for our 4 junior brothers from the 4 directions as well." Qianhe led everyone to the coffin, where they examined it. Simu commented, "The copper-cornered golden coffin is wrapped with ink line. Could it possibly contain a zombie?" Qianhe affirmed, "Indeed, it is a zombie. This creature belongs to the royal family from the borderlands, and my task is to transport it to the capital post-haste. The rest is beyond my concern." Shi Shaojian posed a query, "Uncle Qianhe, have you considered why those from the previous dynasty would desire a zombie? Everyone knows that zombies crave blood. Do you not find this peculiar?" Qianhe and Simu exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they regarded Shi Shaojian. Simu then approached Shi Shaojian and whispered, "Devise a way to keep them here and release the zombie to eliminate it." Master Ishio observed the 3 in consultation without interjecting. At that moment, Jala approached, handing the glutinous rice to the group, and gazed at the copper-cornered golden coffin, exclaiming, "Is this coffin made of gold? I shall procure one for my master in the future." Master Ishio chuckled, "You truly possess a filial heart." Simu shot him a glare in response. Nearby, Lu Qingyan teased. The copper-cornered golden coffin is meant to contain zombies. Do you wish for your master to perish at the hands of zombie and then be sealed within? Sure, Shaojian retorted. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Jala muttered quietly, my master has never informed me of such matters. The others shook their heads in bemusement. Sure, Shaojian approached the palanquin and addressed the child. Little master, there are no inhabitants for hundreds of miles ahead. It will be prudent to rest here for the night, allowing everyone to replenish their supplies. I have calculated that heavy rain is expected tonight, and the mountain paths will be slippery. Should the golden coffin become lodged in the earth, extricating it would consume even more time. The young master glanced at Minister Wu and then surveyed the fatigued soldiers around him. Nodding in agreement with Shi Shaojian, he instructed, Minister Wu, please make the necessary arrangements. Simu relinquished his bamboo hut for the young master and his companions to rest in, while the other soldiers erected tents in the courtyard, also moving the copper-cornered golden coffin inside. Before nightfall, a fierce wind arose, and shortly thereafter, a torrential downpour began. The young master nodded at Minister Wu, remarking, this little Taoist possesses some skill. Just as Minister Wu was about to flatter him, thunder rumbled ominously outside. At that moment, Shi Shaojian, Simu, and Qianhe were engaged in light conversation when Shi Shaojian suddenly shouted, this is not good. The zombie is about to emerge. With that, he seized a nearby peachwood sword and dashed outside. Simu, Qianhe, and the others hastily followed, only to witness a gust of wind that overturned the tents, and a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, prompting everyone to exclaim in alarm, this is dire. They all hurried toward the copper-cornered golden coffin. A bolt of lightning struck the golden coffin, while rain cascaded upon the bronze-cornered sarcophagus, washing away the chalk line. The group gathered around the coffin, and Shi Shaojian cautioned, be vigilant. The zombie is about to emerge. Having survived the thunderous tribulation, it has attained a new level of power. Simu replied, it cannot be that severe. No sooner had he spoken than the coffin lid began to lift. Qianhe leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow, and shouted from all directions, bring me the ropes. Shi Shaojian retorted, it's futile. Qianhe, descend quickly. Before he could finish, the zombie hurled the coffin lid and Qianhe aside. Shi Shaojian swiftly grasped Qianhe and leaped to safety as the lid crashed violently to the ground, splattering mud and water everywhere. The zombie emerged from the coffin, and Simu exclaimed, by my word, it's a hairy zombie clad in bronze armor, rivaling the strength of a half-step flying corpse. Shi Shaojian declared, if we cannot breach its exterior, we must attack from within. Jialu, fetch Master Ishio and bring all the poison he possesses. Situ Jian, ensure the safety of the others. Do not let the zombie draw blood from little Egu, or it will truly become a flying corpse. At that moment, the zombie leaped from the coffin, and Qianhe sprang up, biting his finger and smearing his blood onto the peachwood sword, which glowed crimson. With a swift thrust, Qianhe pierced the zombie's abdomen, but the creature seized his arm, causing several gashes. As the zombie leaned in to bite, Simu rushed forward and embraced its head. Shi Shaojian produced a stack of corpse-restraining talismans, affixing one to the zombie's forehead, allowing Qianhe to escape. Moments later, the talisman ignited, prompting Shi Shaojian to apply another. Simu, quickly use the summoning technique. We will hold it off, he urged as talismans continued to be affixed. Qianhe took a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it to his arm, yelping in pain. Shi Shaojian, glancing at the last talisman in his hand, affixed it and then pulled Qianhe away as Master Ishio arrived, exclaiming, stand back and watch. Shi Shaojian and Qianhe dashed to the sides, while Master Ishio swung his Buddhist beads at the zombie, sparks flying as the creature staggered back. In short order, the beads were rendered useless, and Master Ishio retreated to the side of the two, declaring, I have no more tricks up my sleeve. Do you have any plans left? Just then, the zombie lunged at the trio. Shi Shaojian hurled the last 3 golden sun sands of the zombie, producing 3 explosive sounds as the creature was flung backward. Shi Shaojian retrieved 2 more from the ground and yelled, aim for its eyes. The 2 charged forward, pinning the zombie down as Shi Shaojian pressed the Buddhist beads against its eyes. The zombie clasped Shi Shaojian's hands tightly, and a fierce struggle ensued. Lu Qingyan rushed in with glutinous rice and smashed it against the zombie, creating a burst of sparks as the creature forcefully threw everyone aside. Shi Shaojian struggled to rise from the ground and shouted, "Simu, is it done? We cannot withstand it any longer." At that moment, the zombie lunged towards everyone, prompting the three young ones to unleash the golden sun sand together. The three grains detonated with a resounding explosion. Shi Shaojian leaped onto the zombie's neck, pressing 2 Buddhist beads into its eyes. The zombie, in agony, threw Shi Shaojian off, who crashed into the copper coffin and could no longer rise. Seizing the opportunity, Qianhe and Master Isho grasped the zombie's arms, bringing it down to the ground and restraining it. At that moment, Situ Jian unsheathed the Qinglian sword and leaped to stab the zombie in the chest. The zombie was pierced by the azure flame sword, emitting a wretched howl. And with a surge of strength, it sent everyone flying before leaping towards the small woods. As it attempted to flee, the others were about to call out to Taoist Simu. When he finally emerged from the room, his muscles bulging and towering over 2 meters. He swiftly caught up to the zombie and delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying back, then pinned it to the ground. The zombie thrashed violently, and Shi Shaojian, in a weakened state, murmured, "Feed it poison." With that, he fainted. Hearing this, Jala quickly administered the prepared poison to the zombie, while Lu Qingyan rushed over, grabbing glutinous rice to stuff into it as well. Chapter 17. The coffin and the funeral. Lu Qingyan produced a piece of golden sun sand and inserted it within. Upon witnessing this, Simu swiftly hurled the zombie away. As the creature soared several meters into the air, it suddenly detonated, scattering bits of flesh everywhere. Simu remarked, "Little girl, did your master not inform you that golden sun sand is a substance of pure yang? When you feed it to a zombie, the collision of yin and yang leads to an explosion." As he spoke, the bulging muscles of Simu quickly retracted. Lu Qingyan nodded, acknowledging, "I know. It slipped my mind for a moment." Simu shook his head, recognizing the inexperience of the group of children. Situ Jian and Zhongbang lifted Shi Shaojian, dragging him back to their bamboo hut. The 4 of them assisted Qianhe into the dwelling as well. Simu looked at Master Isho and said, "Old man, it seems I must lend you my support too." Master Isho replied, "Something feels amiss. We've been fighting for quite some time. Where have those officials gone?" Simu turned to Jialu and said, "Go take a look." With that, he drew the peachwood sword from his back and handed it to Jialu, cautioning him, "Be careful." Jialu nodded and cautiously approached the tent, while Simu helped Master Isho back to his quarters. When Simu emerged from Master Isho's room, he encountered a flustered Jialu. Simu inquired, "What troubles you?" Jialu, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "It's even more outrageous. Those officials are all dead. Their hearts ripped out." Simu pushed past Jialu and hurried toward the tent. Upon entering, a wave of sanguine scent assaulted his senses. As he lifted the tent flap, the horrific truth became clear. The fox demons had come to exact revenge, attempting to ensnare him through the imperial forces, but alas, the imperial court had already fallen. The following morning, Shi Shaojian awoke, shifting his body, only to be met with a sharp pain in his back. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Is anyone there?" The 3 children rushed in upon hearing his voice. Shi Shaojian glanced at them and commanded, "Gather your belongings. We are heading to Master Lin's place. Summon Simu and Master Qianhe." Zhongbang dashed out at once, while Lu Qingyan remarked, "Master, have you forgotten? We already packed everything up yesterday morning." Shi Shaojian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "You may leave first." Before long, Simu entered, supporting Qianhe. Simu addressed Shi Shaojian. "Zhongbang mentioned that you plan to leave for Master Lin's." Shi Shaojian nodded, stating, "The world is in turmoil. We cannot afford to wait." He then produced several jade vials, explaining, "These contain elixirs I have concocted, some for cultivation, others for healing and restoring magical energy. They are suited for lower-level cultivators. I have only managed to produce spirit-nourishing pills, a total of 5, 1 for each of you, with the last reserved for my master. I have labeled the vials with instructions, allocated according to the number of disciples you have. As for these elixirs, I shall forego them. I do not intend for my 3 disciples to rely on pills for their cultivation. Relying solely on elixirs will yield limited accomplishments in the future. Qianhe interjected. This Imu cut him off, saying, very well. We shall accept them. Should anything arise in the future, remember to call upon me. You have us old fellows backing you. With that, he assisted Qianhe out of the room. Shi Shaojian turned to Simu and said, lend me 2 of your gold bars. I am out of funds for meals. Simu nodded in agreement. Upon emerging, Qianhe remarked, what did you mean by interrupting me? I have yet to express my gratitude for saving my life. Simu replied, to ensure his peace of mind, refrain from uttering anything else. He does not regard us as strangers. If you speak politely, he may not seek you out again. After a moment of contemplation, Qianhe understood and returned with Simu. Shi Shaojian, leaning on the support of the 3 little ones, reclined upon the back of the green donkey as Jia Lu approached, presenting 2 bars of gold. Receiving the gold bars, Shi Shaojian said, Jia Lu, please keep an eye on this house for me in the future. Jia Lu nodded, stating, once you depart, the mountains will grow desolate once more. Shi Shaojian responded, I will visit you again when time permits. We must take our leave now. With a wave, he headed towards Rinjia town. Days later, they returned to Rinjia town and visited the ancestral hall. Shi Shaojian had nearly recovered. Upon seeing him, Uncle Jiu joyfully exclaimed, why have you returned so soon? Your master Simu's place is splendid. You should have lingered a bit longer. Shi Shaojian produced several vials of medicine, explaining, the spiritual energy there is indeed more potent than elsewhere, but it is time for me to depart. Uncle Jiu stowed away the elixirs and inquired, how long do you intend to stay with me? You want to be leaving again after just a few days, will you? Shi Shaojian assured him, for the time being, I shall remain. I plan to purchase a courtyard in town tomorrow. Uncle Jiu, with a stern demeanor, asked, what, do you find my place unworthy? Shi Shaojian quickly retorted, not at all. Your location is undoubtedly a convergence of auspicious energies. While it may not match the intensity found at Simu's, it is still a promising site. I intend to settle here for an extended period, and as you are aware, there are matters best kept from outsiders. Your 2 disciples have a penchant for showing off. Should they catch wind of it, who knows what may slip out? Uncle Jiu pondered briefly before conceding, very well. Do you require assistance in finding someone? Shi Shaojian replied, no need. I seek out properties with issues, and I can manage those myself. Uncle Jiu observed him, saying, you criticize my poverty, yet you are hardly different. After their conversation, Wen Kai and Qiuxing returned, accompanied by an elder. The elder approached Uncle Jiu and clasped his fists, saying, I am the steward of the Ren family. Uncle Jiu, my master, Lord Ren Fa, requests your presence for breakfast tomorrow at the Western restaurant to discuss the arrangements for the late Lord Ren's burial. Uncle Jiu also clasped his fists, assuring, rest assured, Steward Ren, I shall be there in the morning. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's agreement, the steward quickly departed the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu bore no ill will. Such matters were not uncommon, as ordinary folks often found the ancestral hall to be inauspicious. That evening, the 3 little ones were diligently practicing talisman, drawing, while Uncle Jiu conversed with Shi Shaojian, observing the trio. Uncle Jiu remarked, my 2 disciples are so industrious. I would wake from dreams laughing. Shi Shaojian smiled quietly, and at that moment, the sound of the corpse guiding bell echoed from outside. Uncle Jiu added, what day is it today? You arrive just as Simu does. Wen Kai, hurry and open the door for your master Simu. Before long, Simon entered, glancing at Shi Shaojian and remarking, you indeed run quite swiftly. Brother Qianhe left the same day. I had intended to accompany you, but after hastily attending to customers, I set off and have pursued you all this way without success. Shi Shaojian, feeling somewhat sheepish, sidestepped the conversation, saying, Uncle Simon, what are your customers? Simon replied, I entrusted them to Wen Kai. Shi Shaojian retorted, do you believe that soon Wen Kai and Qiuxing will conjure up some trouble? Jusu's expression stiffened. Surely it cannot be that serious. Simon has only just arrived, and those 2 rascals can already cause a commotion. After a brief exchange, a cry for help from Wen Kai echoed from the morgue. The 3 exchanged glances, Just as Jusu and Simon prepare to rise, Shi Shaojian interjected, "Do not rush. Situ, Jian, Qingyan, and Zhongbang are in your capable hands." The three youngsters dashed towards the morgue, followed by Jusu, Simon, and Shi Shaojian. Upon arrival, they witnessed Situ, Jian, and Lu Qingyan grappling with a reanimated corpse, which suddenly spoke, "No need to strike. It is I." Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Qiuxing in disguise. Zhongbang, clutching a corpse-restraining talisman, was in pursuit of another animated body, while Wen Kai cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. Simon furrowed his brow, realizing that these two youngsters had indeed fulfilled his prophecy. Shi Shaojian shook his head in resignation. These two are quite the handful. Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan worked in perfect synchrony, using their feet to unsteady the corpse. Seizing the moment, Zhongbang affixed a series of talismans to the creature's forehead, rendering it motionless. Simon approached, examining the situation, and declared, "Fortunately, no limbs are severed. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits." Jusu shot a disapproving glance at the two, admonishing them, "Go kneel before the portrait of our ancestor. Just look at you two. You're even less competent than the three novices who entered later. You have brought shame upon me." The two, chastised by Jusu's anger, dared not utter a word and obediently knelt. At that moment, Simon, carrying his belongings, stated, "It is time for me to depart. I still have deliveries to make." Jusu implored, "Do not leave for a couple more days." Simon replied, "One of the corpses must be buried within these 2 days. I shall return afterward." Once Simon departed, the others returned to their rest. The following morning, Jusu summoned Shi Shaojian, taking the three youngsters and Wen Kai to the Western restaurant in Rinjia town. Upon reaching the restaurant entrance, a server approached and inquired, "Do you have a reservation?" Shi Shaojian responded, "Lord Ren invited us. He must have made the arrangements." The server, acknowledging this, gestured for them to follow, leading them to Lord Ren. After exchanging greetings, Shi Shaojian directed the three youngsters and Wen Kai to another table, assuring them he would handle the bill. Once seated, the server asked, "What would you like to drink?" Shi Shaojian instructed at that table, "Each should have a cup of coffee, along with some egg tarts and pork chops. For us, a few cups of coffee will suffice. We are Taoists and do not partake of beef. If there are no pork chops, then Italian pasta will do." The server nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, the coffee arrived, and Lord Ren turned to Jusu, saying, "Jusu, is this young man your new disciple? He appears to be from a big city." Master Jiu said, "He is my apprentice and the son of our Maoshan sect leader." Upon hearing this, Lord Ren became even more enthusiastic, gazing at Shi Shaojian and exclaiming, "A hero emerges in youth. With such a remarkable demeanor, he is truly exceptional." Shi Shaojian cupped his fist towards Lord Ren and replied, "You flatter me, Lord Ren." Master Jiu then inquired, "Lord Ren, where is Ting? I haven't seen her." Just as Lord Ren was about to respond, he spotted Ren Ting approaching and cheerfully remarked, "Here she comes." Everyone turned their heads to look, and Wen Kai was so mesmerized that he nearly drooled. Shi Shaojian cast a glance and then turned away. Master Jiu reminisced, "She has grown so much. I used to hold her when she was little." At that moment, the waiter served up lamb chops, and the three little ones began to feast. Wen Kai occasionally glanced at Ren Ting, while Shi Shaojian prepared coffee for Master Jiu and said, "Lord Ren, perhaps we should discuss matters concerning old Master Ren. I believe this situation is far more complicated than it appears." Perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Let the late Mr. Ren be interred at the Dragonfly Waterhole." Mr. Ren nodded, gazing at Shi Shaojian in astonishment. "How do you know this?" Shi Shaojian explained, "After you summoned Steward Ren yesterday, I went to investigate." As he spoke, he discreetly tugged at Jiushu's sleeve beneath the table. Jiushu, catching on, remarked, "The Dragonfly Waterhole, measuring 34 feet in length, has only 4 feet of usable space. If we expand it by 13 feet, we will have only 3 feet of usable space left, which means the coffin cannot be buried flat, but must be interred upright." At another table, Wen Kai interjected, "Master, what is an upright burial? Is it akin to a funeral in F country?" Situ Jian, Liu Kanjiao. And Zhongbang erupted in laughter. Lu Qingyin chimed in. An upright burial means interring the coffin vertically. Descendants will certainly thrive thereafter. He then turned to Shi Shaojian. Master, do you not agree with my assessment? Jioshu shot a glare at Wen Kai and whispered, silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Shi Shaojian smirked, bemused that despite skipping over the plot, Wen Kai could still follow along. Mr. Ren raised his thumb in admiration, saying, a master produces exceptional disciples. The feng shui master here spoke similarly. Yet over the last 2 decades, my family's business has declined day by day, without clear reason. Shi Shaojian responded. That feng shui master also foretold that in 20 years, you would need to exhume and relocate the coffin. Mr. Ren expressed his admiration. Truly, the son of the Maoshan sect could deduce such matters. Shi Shaojian turned to Jioshu. What if we cover the dragonfly waterhole with concrete? Jioshu countered. If the dragonfly cannot touch the water, how can it be called the dragonfly waterhole? At least that feng shui master had a conscience. Advising you to exhume and relocate in 20 years, causing trouble for 1 generation but sparing the next 18. Shi Shaojian scoffed. Conscience, you say? If a fortunate sight becomes a malevolent one, what do you think will happen? Jioshu urged. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Ren Tingting, intrigued, gazed at Shi Shaojian. I too am curious about the implications. Shi Shaojian faced Mr. Ren. If a fortuitous sight turns ominous, and a living sight becomes a grave, your family's late matriarch may not have decomposed yet. She might soon turn into a zombie. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ren grew anxious, while Ren Tingting skeptically replied, how can a person be buried for 20 years without decomposing? I do not believe it, and I certainly do not believe in zombies. Shi Shaojian shrugged. That is no concern of mine. I have made myself abundantly clear. When a late matriarch rises, she will first seek you out, then your father. Mr. Ren, in a flurry, asked, what can we do? Is there no alternative? What if we do not relocate? Jioshu asserted, if we do not relocate, she will still emerge. In 3 days, there will be an auspicious day for exhumation and relocation. If the body remains intact, we shall incinerate it immediately. Mr. Ren, with a pained expression, pleaded, can we not consider another option? My father feared fire above all. Jioshu replied, none exist. Even if I release her corpse's energy, it will merely turn into a pile of bones, which is no different from cremation. Mr. Ren, desperate, insisted, let us proceed with this plan. Having bones is better than having none at all. At this moment, Lu Qingyan approached Ren Tingting and said, beautiful sister, zombies will first bite their own family. Ren Tingting gazed at the adorable little girl before her and gently stroked Lu Qingyan's head, asking, why is that? Lu Qingyan replied, because the memories that linger most deeply in their minds are of their loved ones. By consuming the blood of their kin, they greatly enhance their strength, severing all earthly ties and transforming into mere blood-sucking monsters. Ren Tingting, amused, looked at her and said, those are just tales. There are no such things as zombies in this world. If they existed, humanity would have been drained dry by them long ago. What nonsense! What deities! It's all just a fabrication. Seeing that Ren Tingting was not receptive to her words, Lu Qingyan angrily ran away. Ren Laoi looked at Ren Tingting and remarked, Tingting, do not speak so frivolously. Zhongbang turned to Shi Shaojian and asked, senior brother, was the ancestor I saw last time real? Shi Shaojian playfully tapped the back of his head and replied, you didn't get enough of last night's zombie? If you wish, I could ask Master to leave you in the ossuary for a night, so you can see for yourself. Lu Qingyan interjected, you shouldn't jest with him. He is as cold as ice. After Jioshu and Ren Fa concluded their discussions, everyone prepared to return, but Ren Tingting insisted on taking the 3 little ones shopping. Shi Shaojian exchanged a glance with the trio, who nodded in agreement and followed Ren Tingting. Ren Tingting brought the 3 little ones to reside in the Ren residence. Shi Shaojian, indifferent to Ren Tingting, chose not to find lodging in town and instead stayed at the funeral home. Over the course of 3 days, he scoured the mountain tops, yet found no signs of habitation. 3 days later, they arrived at the back mountain of Renjia town, in front of the grave of old Master Ren. Jioshu quietly spoke to Shi Shaojian. Everything you mention aligns. It seems we are in trouble. Shi Shaojian replied softly. Check to see if anyone has meddled. I fear there may be unseen hands at play. Jioshu nodded, and once Qiusheng Wenkai had arranged the ritual altar, he commenced the incantation, stepping upon the celestial formations and chanting the prayers to the deities of heaven and earth. Upon completion, Jioshu called out, Everyone, come forward to pay your respects. After all had presented their incense, Jioshu approached Ren Lei and stated, I shall not conclude this rite. You will take the first shovel shortly. And at noon, Jioshu instructed, break ground. Ren Lei stepped forward and took a shovel, passing it to a servant. Before long, the workers had finished digging, using pulleys to hoist Old Master Ren's coffin. Jioshu calculated the 8 characters of Old Master Ren and remarked, Today marks the unveiling of Ren Gongwei's valor. Those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, particularly those born in the year of the rooster or the ox, should turn away. After those who were instructed turned their backs. 3 minutes later, Jioshu announced, The evasion is complete. Adjust your garments. Once everyone had straightened their attire, Jioshu finally declared, Open the coffin. No sooner had he spoken than a crow flew overhead. Jioshu frowned and glanced at Shi Shaojian and Ren Lei, who nodded in understanding. He too recognized that crows were an ominous sign, but it was too late for regrets now. Shi Shaojian addressed the workers. Stand back. I shall open the coffin. The workers looked to Ren Lei, who nodded affirmatively. You shall not be shortchanged. Hearing this, the workers retreated to the side. Shi Shaojian approached the coffin and with a single strike, sent the lid flying, leaving everyone astonished. From within the coffin, a thick plume of black smoke began to rise. As the haze dissipated, they beheld the figure of Old Master Ren, appearing unchanged since his death. Lord Ren knelt and lamented, Father, your unfilial son has failed you. For 20 years, you have not decayed, but have turned into a zombie. I am left with no choice. For the safety of the townsfolk, I must release your corpse's energy and reinter you. In his concern for the welfare of the people, Lord Ren revealed the transformation of the corpse, hoping to convey that his actions stemmed not from a lack of filial piety, but rather from a desire to protect the community. Shi Shaojian retrieved a bamboo bucket from Wensai's back, preparing to release Old Master Ren's corpse energy. Suddenly, the coffin lid flew up and secured itself over the coffin, which then rapidly ascended towards the woods. The crowd was momentarily stunned, until Lu Qingyan exclaimed, Master, does this not seem familiar? You were also sent flying in Tong Tong Town in such a manner. Uncle Jio shouted, This is bad. It must be the work of the corpse refinement sect. Quick, pursue them. He led the charge, with Shi Shaojian following closely behind. In a few leaps, they vanished from sight. Lord Ren trembled, exclaiming, What shall we do now? Lu Qingyan replied, My master seldom errs. We can only wait and see. It was then that Ren Tingting grasped the situation, turning to Lu Qingyan. There truly are zombies. At that moment, Wei, who had been waiting for an opportunity to act, brandished a gun and declared, Cousin, fear not, for I shall shoot a few holes in that zombie. Lu Qingyan stared at Wei incredulously. What need have we for firearms when we are Taoists? What is the nature of this zombie? How can such creatures exist in this world? Zhong Bang explained, when a person dies in a fit of anger, their breath becomes trapped in their throat, and if it remains unbroken, they gradually transform into a zombie. Situ Jian interjected, Enough of this chatter. Let's set up an incense array. The 3 youngsters swiftly ascended the grave, lighting a bundle of incense, dividing it into 3 groups of 5, and encircling the grave. The incense quickly ignited, but soon extinguished before it could burn fully. Lu Qingyan held the incense up for Lord Ren to see, who looked on with curiosity, while Wenkai and Qiusheng drew nearer, equally intrigued. Wenkai remarked, What is so significant about this? It is merely incense that did not finish burning. Lu Qingyan responded, Humans dread the unexpected. Incense is particularly sensitive to irregularities. If such incense is found in the home, it surely indicates a death. At that moment, Situ Jian noted, There may be a glimmer of hope. Observe the last group of 5. The other 4 burned in the pattern of 2 short and 1 long. But the 5th group has completely burned out. The trio exchanged glances, realizing the implications for their group, as no others resided in the Ren household. Just then, Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian returned swiftly, shaking their heads in disappointment. We did not catch up, Lord Ren. We shall take refuge in your home for the next few days. Should the zombie return, we shall eliminate it, said Uncle Gio. Lord Ren nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. Let's return at once. Along the way, Shi Shaojian inquired of Uncle Gio, Master Lin, how did you deduce that it was the work of the corpse refinement sect? Master Gio remarked, firstly, you mentioned Tung Town. Secondly, the art of controlling coffins is known solely to those from the corpse refinement sect. For a zombie to command a coffin, it must either possess certain mystical abilities or have attained a significant level of cultivation. Since Old Master Run has just emerged from the earth and has yet to undergo the transformation into a corpse, it is impossible for him to control a coffin. Upon returning to Run Family Town, Master Gio went to the mortuary to retrieve his magical implements, while Shi Shaojian accompanied Old Master Run and others to reside in the Ren Manor. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days slipped away. During the day, Master Gio and Shi Shaojian ventured into the mountains, returning to the manor each night to guard the others. Shi Shaojian began to feel overwhelmed and pulled Master Gio aside, saying, "This cannot continue. We must devise a plan to draw it out." Just then, a tremendous noise erupted, prompting both men to curse under their breath. This is not good. They hurriedly raced towards the source of the sound. Chapter 19. Encounter with the time traveler. The two approached the back door, only to find that the courtyard wall had collapsed, and the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from the backyard. Shi Shaojian drew a peach-wood sword from his back, while Jiu Shu produced a money sword from his sleeve. The pair dashed forward, arriving at the backyard to witness Situ Jian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhong Bang engaged in combat with the zombie known as Old Lady Ren. This Old Lady Ren had yet to consume the blood of Ren Leioi and Ren Tingting. Yet she had already reached the pinnacle of her zombie form. Should she manage to draw blood from the two, she would instantly ascend to a more formidable state. The three young ones struggled to hold their ground. Upon seeing this, Shi Shaojian and Jiu Shu immediately joined the fray. Shi Shaojian brandished his peach-wood sword, aiming directly for Old Lady Ren's vital points. The sword emitted a faint red glow, but Old Lady Ren nimbly evaded Shi Shaojian's strike. Meanwhile, Jiu Shu maneuvered the money sword, sending it soaring toward the zombie. The zombie caught the money sword, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from her hands. In pain, she hurled the sword aside. Observing the onslaught from so many assailants, Old Lady Ren let out a thunderous roar, uttering the language of the undead. As the battle was poised to continue, Jiu Shu shouted for everyone to halt. The group warily regarded Old Lady Ren. Following suit, Jiu Shu began to converse in the tongue of the undead, his words a rapid exchange. After their dialogue, Jiu Shu conveyed, "She claims to be under control and inquires if we possess any means to assist her. Furthermore, she insists she does not wish to drink blood. Rather, she desires her son, Run Leioi, to erect a shrine for her, as she requires incense offerings." Shi Shaojian leaned close to Jiu Shu, whispering, "In this scenario, it seems someone has seized control of her corpse, and she is being manipulated by those from the corpse refining sect. They likely seek to exploit our help to liberate her from this control. The allure of the zombie's blood is irresistible and cannot be ignored." Shi Shaojian pondered. There is a high possibility that a time traveler has taken on the form of Old Lady Ren, mistakenly believing they could glean wisdom from my novels. How unfortunate that they chose to inhabit this particular character. Such a being cannot be allowed to persist. Jiu Shu quietly responded, "I will hold her attention. You must seize the opportunity to strike decisively. She has successfully taken over the host and possesses awareness. Such a zombie cannot be spared." Across from them, Old Lady Ren, once a small-time hoodlum from the 21st century, had originally intended to venture out to collect debts. Little did she know that she would be ensnared, struck on the head, and transported to this unfamiliar realm. She thought to herself, having watched countless films featuring heroic figures, surely I can navigate this narrative and ascend to greatness. Unbeknownst to her, Jiu Shu showed no mercy towards those devoid of vitality. he would spare spirits and demons, but zombies were an entirely different matter. The instinct to consume blood was ingrained within them. An sentient zombie, when famished, would inevitably lose control. In Jiushu's view, the existence of zombies was an abomination. At that moment, Old Lady Run believed that with Jiushu's assistance, she could break free from her constraints and subsequently revel in newfound freedom, planning to return once her strength had grown. Jiushu gazed at Old Lady Run and resumed their conversation, exchanging rapid utterances once more. After concluding, Jiushu called out, "Wen Kai, bring forth the talisman brush and cinnabar." Noticing that no one responded, Jiushu turned to find Wen Kai had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, Zhongbang unfastened his small satchel and produced the items Jiushu required. As a fifth-generation prodigy, he had an innate aptitude for the arcane arts, sharing Jiushu's affinity for talismans. Holding a talisman brush dipped in a hint of vermilion, Jiushu cautiously approached the zombie, delicately marking a point on the forehead of the late Master Rin. Instantly, Master Rin closed his eyes and became motionless. Observing this, Shi Shaojian retrieved a piece of golden yang sand from Zhongbang and exchanged a knowing glance with Sidu Jian, who stealthily maneuvered behind the zombie. Jiushu then applied the talisman brush once more, this time to the zombie's chin, and with a decisive thrust, the brush burst apart. Jiushu plucked 2 strands of brush hairs and placed them before Master Ren's nose, which promptly entered his body. The zombie began to emit white smoke all over. And witnessing his success, Jiushu leaped back, exclaiming, "Now strike." At that moment, Master Ren regained his senses, realizing that Jiushu intended to release his corpse energy rather than assist him. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Situ Jian pierced his chest with his sword from behind. Master Ren let out a tremendous roar, and upon seeing his mouth agape, Shi Shaojian swiftly propelled a piece of golden yang into it. "Run!" Shi Shaojian shouted. The others, upon seeing this, quickly distanced themselves from the zombie. A thunderous explosion followed, and Jiushu turned back to assess the situation, stating, "All is well now." He instructed someone to notify Master Ren, who soon arrived. Jiushu said, "Have the remains of the late Master Ren collected and cremated. Do not touch them with your hands. I will find an auspicious location for burial later." Master Ren nodded and dispatched his servants. Jiushu searched around and eventually found Wen Kai beneath the sofa. Inquiring further, he learned that Xiuxing had not come today. After resting for a night, the group was just about to return to the ancestral hall when Xiuxing, appearing dazed, rode on a bicycle. Upon entering the living room, Jiushu sensed something was amiss. With a stern expression, Jiushu regarded Xiuxing. "Where have you been? We haven't seen you all night." Yawning, Xiuxing replied, "Last night when I arrived, it poured heavily, so I just found a random place to hide for the night." With that, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Approaching him, Sidu Jian pulled back Xiuxing's shirt, declaring, "He is a roguish spirit." Wen Kai chimed in, "Isn't he enjoying himself?" The others shook their heads at Wen Kai, deeming the two beyond redemption. Master Ren, upon hearing of the ghostly presence, looked at Shi Shaojian, saying, "What do you think of my daughter Tingting? Could you take her as a disciple?" Shi Shaojian responded, "Tingting has decent potential, but my lineage is different. If she were to join me, she would have no chance of ascension in this lifetime, nor would she meet my criteria for discipleship. You should consult Master Lin instead." Master Lin glanced at Jiushu and said, "Jiushu, it's not that I don't trust your abilities, but look at your 2 disciples, one beneath the sofa, the other sprawled on it. Your teaching skills seem to fall short compared to your own prowess. In the interest of survival of the fittest, I will certainly seek out the young Taoist first." Jiushu flushed with embarrassment, wishing to reprimand Xiuxing, while Wen Kai felt disheartened. Noticing this, Shi Shaojian hastily led the 3 little ones away to the backyard, addressing them. "If you're to emulate Xiuxing and Wen Kai, you might as well leave early. I cannot afford such burdens. Tonight, that roguish spirit is entrusted to you." The trio nodded and prepared their belongings before heading out. Shi Shaojian returned to the front living room and saw Wen Kai carrying Xiuxing and Jiushu as they made their way outside. He quickly followed suit and said, "Master Lin, how about we leave that flirtatious spirit for my 3 apprentices to practice on tonight?" Jiushu nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Shortly after their return to the ancestral hall, the three youngsters arrived with Rin Tingting, who brought along a plethora of gifts. Jiushu intended to decline, but Shi Shaojian interjected. The Rin family's lineage is significant. Any member of the Rin family, upon death, becomes a zombie unless cremated. You may handle this as you see fit. Jiushu pondered for a moment and accepted Rin Tingting's offerings. By the time the formalities were concluded, dusk was approaching. At that moment, Jiushu awoke, glanced at the sky, and asked Jiushu, "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My aunt is waiting for me at home." Jiushu retorted, "Oh, so you remember you have an aunt? Then you may return now." Jiushu swiftly pedaled away on his bicycle, with the three youngsters hot on his heels. Shi Shaojian discreetly followed behind as well. Before long, Jiushu halted in front of a grand mansion, eliciting exchanged glances among the trio. Zhongbang inquired, "What should we do now? The action is about to commence, and I certainly do not wish to witness anything embarrassing." Situ Jian suggested, "Let us charge indirectly." Lu Qingyan retorted in frustration, "You two buffoons. Surround her from three sides and ensure she does not escape. Otherwise, Master will surely scold us." The trio split up to execute their plan. Situ Jian leaped through the front gate and approached the door of the room. After surveying the interior and waiting for the other two, he kicked open the door and drew his Qinglian sword, lunging at the flirtatious spirit. The spirit reacted swiftly, extending her sleeve to ensnare Situ Jian's wrist. With a deft twist, he severed the sleeve and lunged once more at the spirit. In a dramatic display, the spirit's head separated from her body, her hair erupting as she charged towards Situ Jian. He rolled aside just in time to evade the flying head. Zhongbang and Lu Qingyan flanked the spirit, each brandishing their talismans in preparation for the assault. The spirit swiftly darted towards Lu Qingyan, who hurriedly wielded his peachwood sword in defense. The disembodied head collided with Lu Qingyan's thunder-striking peachwood sword, emitting a mournful wail. Seizing the opportunity, Situ Jian launched a surprise attack from behind, his Qinglian sword imbued with fierce energy aimed at the spirit. The spirit deftly evaded the strike and landed on the bed, exhaling a breath towards Jiushu, who groggily awoke and, upon seeing the trio, engaged them in a scuffle. Fearing that the spirit might escape, Situ Jian detached himself from the others and charged at her. At that moment, Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "He has been blinded by the spirit and thinks we are little ghosts." Hearing this, Zhongbang retrieved an exorcism talisman from his satchel and affixed it to Jiushu's forehead. Instantly, Jiushu became still and motionless. Lu Qingyan and Zhongbang rushed over to assist Situ Jian. As the spirit attempted to flee upon seeing the other two approaching, she was intercepted by Shi Shaojian, who struck her back with a powerful palm. At that moment, Jiushu regained consciousness, standing before the spirit and declaring, "Brother, Xiaoyu is a good spirit. Please let her go." Shi Shaojian gazed at him expressionlessly and replied, "Do you realize you are pleading for a ghost?" Jiushu nodded slightly, while Shi Shaojian gazed at Xiaoyu and remarked, "Humans and spirits tread divergent paths. If it weren't for the fact that you have never harmed anyone, that strike just now would have been a sword that claimed your life." Shi Shaojian produced a tablet of Yuling Jinren and lit an incense stick, saying, "Old man, I have come seeking your assistance." The group exchanged wary glances, each assessing the others. Before long, Yuling Jinren emerged from the ground, observing the standoff, and spoke. "Pardon the interruption. Please continue. I shall take my leave." Shi Shaojian retorted, "Leave? Not so fast. Lend a hand and escort that female ghost away," gesturing toward Xiaoyu. Yuling Jinren glanced at Xiaoyu and commented, "Your disciple's little spirit. Do you not fear she may turn against you?" Shi Shaojian snapped, "Enough with the trivialities. Just expedite her removal." Sensing Shi Shaojian's irritation, Yuling Jinren ceased his jesting, reached out, seized Xiaoyu, and vanished into the earth. Shi Shaojian paid no mind to the others and, hands clasped behind his back, strode towards the exit. The three young ones followed closely, and Jiushu returned to the ancestral hall, where Jiushu instructed him to kneel before the portrait of their founder. Chapter 20. The horse thief Shaojian recounted the events to GSH before returning to his chamber. He opened his personal panel to inspect it. Name: Shaojian Constitution, Nun Realm. Initial stage of Qi refinement, 2 drops, 87 threads. C6, item, Nun point, 8602 YND, 2790 GNGD, 0 fortune. Upon observing his YND, Shaojian mused that it was satisfactory. A royal zombie had granted him 2,000 points. Lord RN had contributed 500, and the female ghost, Shio Y, had given him 100. He could now exchange for spirit stones to further his cultivation, and he resolved to seek a new residence the following day. The next day, Shaojian sought Lord RN's assistance in locating a haunted property for sale. Lord RN promptly offered him a house, which Shaojian adamantly refused. Only then did Lord RN reveal that this very house was indeed haunted. Symbolically, Shaojian handed over a silver dollar and accompanied the 3 little ones to the front of the house. The residence was a traditional courtyard with a main house comprising 3 rooms, flanked by 3 additional rooms on either side. The right side was inhabited, while the left housed a kitchen and storage room. The RN family resided in the eastern part of the town, while this property lay to the west. The 3 little ones gazed at the sky above the house and remarked on the presence of YN Qi, wondering if there were indeed ghosts. Zhengbi produced Shaojian's 5 elements 8 trigrams compass, studying it intently. After a couple minutes, he declared, "This is a fine location, albeit unsuitable for the living. It is most appropriate for a resting place for the departed." The others stared at him, and noticing their scrutiny, Zhengbi added, "What's wrong? Surely, I am not mistaken. The feng shui indicates as much." Li Qingyan, exasperated, retorted, "Junior brother, we are the ones who will reside here. Is that not an ill omen to say such things?" Zhengbi pondered for a moment and proposed, "I have a solution. We can alter the feng shui. We shall block the original entrance and create a new door on the right side. The door for the dead will be sealed, while we shall open the door for the living." Li Qingyan inquired, "Is it truly that simple?" Zhengbi replied, "What more do you expect? This is a town, and the vitality here is already strong. A mere adjustment to the trigrams will suffice." The group entered the house, and Shaojian exchanged his YND for 27 spirit stones. With only 90 points of YND remaining, he addressed the 3 companions, saying, "Each of you shall receive 9 spirit stones. When outsiders are present, make sure to conceal them. Now that the YND is depleted, what strategies can we employ to earn more?" Li Qingyan looked at Shaojian with incredulity, saying, "Master, you truly are naive. Does our Qingyan sword sect not possess methods for refining tools? Although we cannot extract elixirs, the refining of tools is a different matter. We could have the disciples of N exchange demons and spirits for materials. Those demons and spirits would remain in our possession, but must be sealed away. We not only assist in their handling, but also acquire magical artifacts. It is a win-win situation for all." Shaojian countered, however, "Most of those captured by N are benign spirits devoid of bloodlust. We can only send them away during the ghost festival on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. We must sustain them and keep watch over them." Li Qingyan replied, "Isn't our ancestral master in the underworld? He could facilitate a backdoor passage." Shaojian shook his head. "Once or twice may suffice, but if it becomes frequent, it will draw scrutiny. The denizens of the underworld are not fools. If you claim all the YND, others will surely voice their discontent." After much contemplation and finding no better alternative, Situ Jian proposed, "Let us embark on a journey to the locales of the Maoshan practitioners. Master, at that time, you can exchange some valuable items for spirits." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement. This method seems plausible. The Zhuge family possesses numerous malevolent entities bound by powerful seals, and Lin Shu has some as well. You 3 prepare yourselves. We shall procure some spirits. I will approach Lin Shu for assistance. Lu Qingyan seized Shi Shaojian's sleeve, insisting, "We need funds." Shi Shaojian replied, "You have exhausted your funds. When we arrived at Rinjiao town, I provided you with a gold bar, which you have now used up. Lu Qingyan retorted. The garments we were purchased by Sister Tingting. Your meager funds merely covered the cost of yellow paper and cinnabar. And we have finished the resources we use in our practice. Shi Shaojian's expression twitched as he stated, I owe you all. Once you embark on your journey, I shall be immensely grateful. He then handed Lu Qingyan a gold bar and several silver dollars, saying, Dear ancestor, spend wisely. Since you have been under my tutelage, I have already expended numerous gold bars. At this rate, I shall find myself begging on the streets. At this moment, Shi Shaojian interjected. A few gold bars belong to Zhongbang. We 1T starve, and we still possess some energy-restoring pills. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian forcefully swung the door open and departed. Shi Shaojian, scratching his head in confusion, was met with Lu Qingyan's remark. You lack emotional intelligence and speak too bluntly. Master will surely be exasperated with you. When Shi Shaojian returned, the three youngsters had already begun heating oil. He carried 3 wine jars to the side of the oil pot. Lu Qingyan inquired, Master, why must we deep fry the spirits? Shi Shaojian replied, I am uncertain of the level of spirits sealed within these jars. Once opened, they must be subdued again. Why complicate matters? Lu Qingyan, speechless, countered. Have you not considered that shattering the jar might instantly eliminate it? Shi Shaojian shook his head. I wish to live a few more years. It is prudent to be cautious. Once the oil was heated, Shi Shaojian instructed the 3 youngsters to step back, placed a lid inscribed with talismans over the pot, and tossed a wine jar into the bubbling oil. He quickly covered it, and after frying 3 spirits, he noted his Yin virtue had reached 390 points, revealing them to be 3 lingering spirits. Shi Shaojian then produced 3 low-grade spirit stones, exclaiming, Do you see? As long as we vanquish evil spirits, we shall earn spirit stones. Let us be more astute in the future. The 3 of them chuckled, holding the spirit stones, while Shi Shaojian encouraged them to continue their training as he set about refurbishing the entrance. 3 days passed in this manner. On the morning of the 4th day, Captain Away from the security team approached Shi Shaojian, greeting him courteously. Taoist Shi, Uncle Gio has sent me to request your assistance. Shi Shaojian looked at him and retorted, It seems it is not my master who requires help, but rather you who seeks my aid. Speak, what is the matter? Away grimaced. A band of marauders has arrived outside Rinjiao town, demanding 2,000 silver dollars from us. You know that aside from my cousin, Ren Leoi, no one else can provide such an amount. Thus, I have come to implore you and Uncle Gio for support. At this moment, the 3 youngsters emerged, and Zhongbang exclaimed, Are the guns in your hands merely fire sticks? Ah Wei, trembling with fear, recounted, Yesterday we struck it several times, and I even fired a few shots. Its blood flowed green, and it walked away nonchalantly. Tonight, they have returned. Shi Shaojian replied, I understand the situation. These marauders are likely sorcerers. Ah Wei expressed his astonishment. Uncle Gio said the same. Shi Shaojian asked, Why haven't you left yet? Do not worry. I shall join you shortly. He then addressed the 3 young ones, stating, Sorcerers are merely charlatans, consuming the 5 poisons, scorpions, venomous snakes, centipedes, geckos, and toads, and drinking dew. They are impervious to blades and fire, employing some form of southern sorcery or meow sorcery. To break their spells, one must use blood to summon blood. Shi Shaojian inquired, Why is there no mention of this in the teachings left by our ancestors? Lu Qingyan asked, What does blood summon blood mean? Shi Shaojian explained, This is a phenomenon that has arisen only in recent centuries. Thus our ancestors were unaware. To summon blood with blood means that an ordinary person can touch their blood to a blade, rendering it capable of piercing their invulnerability. You need only utilize your magical tools. Tonight presents an excellent opportunity to gain virtuous merit. The 3 young ones nodded and promptly prepared for the task at hand. When Shi Shaojian turned around, he found Ah Wei still lingering. As they walked and conversed, Ah Wei asked Taoist Shi, Do you have any other methods to deal with them? Shi Shaojian replied, Vermilion, glutinous rice, rooster blood, black dog blood, and the urine of a young boy. Zhongbang remarked, These are all exorcistic substances. Could they be practitioners of dark arts? Shi Shaojian confirmed, Indeed, They are practitioners of dark arts. Our blood is red and flows, while theirs is green and congealed, half human, half corpse. Before long, they arrived at the security team, where Uncle Gio was already present. Everyone followed his lead, setting traps and preparing ambushes. As midnight approached, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance. Shi Shaojian signaled the three young ones, who stood poised and vigilant as the marauders charged forth. Once the marauders entered the encirclement, Uncle Gio shouted, "Attack!" With a swift pull of the ropes, a line of stakes rose up, halting the marauders' mounts. Shi Shaojian leaped forth, dispatching one with a single thrust of his sword, while the three young ones swiftly engaged, eliminating foes as they appeared. Uncle Gio was taken aback by their fervor. In a brief moment, only 3 leaders remained, surrounded by the group. Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian spearheaded the assault. These 3 leaders were evidently much more formidable than their subordinates, adeptly evading attacks and countering with precision. Channeling his spiritual power, Shi Shaojian's sword glimmered as he lunged at one of the leaders. After several exchanges, 2 male marauders were fatally wounded by Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian. At that moment, the female leader emerged, regurgitating several insects and placing them upon the wounds of the 2 men, which healed almost instantaneously. Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian exchanged glances, and Uncle Gio turned to Ah Wei, asking, "Do you have any young boys' urine?" Ah Wei nodded, retrieving several bamboo buckets, saying, after Taoist Shi mentioned it, "I asked some children on the street for a bit." Neither Jiu Shu nor Shi Shaojian exposed the truth. He sought their aid out of fear for his life. Jiu Shu took a bamboo bucket, swept aside the sieve, and poured its contents out. The child's urine came into contact with the wounds of the 2 marauders, causing them to rupture anew, eliciting a few final gasps before silence ensued. Suddenly, the female bandit let out a piercing cry of anguish, and with a flourish of her sleeve, a swarm of venomous insects emerged from the ground, advancing towards the onlookers. Shi Shaojian shouted, "Beware of the poisonous creatures." He swiftly produced a stack of fire talismans and hurled them at the insects. Upon contact, the talismans ignited, setting the creatures ablaze with a sizzling sound. Seizing the opportunity, Jiu Shu launched a side attack. Realizing she was outmatched, the female bandit leapt upwards and vanished into the thicket. Seeing that his companions were relatively unharmed, Jiu Shu remarked, "Away. Have someone incinerate the bodies. These individuals are prone to corpse transformation." Shi Shaojian remained silent, watching intently, hoping to witness the 2 male bandits turn into spirits, thus securing a boon of virtuous merit. Chapter 21. Juchuan Town. The 3 evil positions, Ah Wei had left a few individuals to handle the bodies and departed with the others. Upon their return to Rinjia Town, Master Rin had already arranged for a celebratory feast in the courtyard of the security team. As everyone settled down to dine, Uncle Gio turned to Shi Shaojian and inquired, "What mischief are you up to today? You and your 3 disciples have been on a rampage." Shi Shaojian replied, "I am in dire need of substantial virtuous merit. I must seize every opportunity to eliminate any that can be slain." Uncle Gio shook his head and admonished, "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is the greatest virtue. Seal away those that can be contained." Shi Shaojian countered, "That is not feasible. Anyone who has taken a life and possesses malevolent energy must be slain. It is far better for them to suffer at my hands than to face torment at the gates of Yama. This pertains to my path to enlightenment. No one can deter me." Upon hearing the mention of enlightenment, Uncle Jiu ceased his objections. To sever someone's path is akin to slaying their parents. It is a matter of life and death. At that moment, Uncle Jiu recalled the 3 evil positions near Juchuan Town. He suggested, given the frequent disturbances at the nearby 3 evil position, teeming with demons and malevolent spirits, you should consider taking residence there. I can even offer you a small courtyard of mine. Shi Shaojian thought to himself, indeed, how could I have forgotten about the 3 evil position? If someone were to open it without causing damage, all manner of demons and spirits within 100 miles would flock to it, allowing me to wait and strike. Nodding in agreement, he glanced up to see 2 security team members tiptoeing. Uncle Gio followed his gaze, and they exchanged a knowing look. Uncle Gio then addressed Master Run and Ah Wei, saying, "Ah Wei, Someone is calling for you in the backyard. Ah Wei, puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Shaojian and Uncle Gio followed suit. The three young ones noticed the two security members and quietly left the table. Lu Qingyan hurried to Master Ren's side and whispered, "We need to disperse the townsfolk. Two ghosts have entered." Master Ren, trembling, turned to Ren Tingting and commanded, "Disperse them all. I will host another gathering in a few days. We cannot remain here." Ren Tingting, having overheard Lu Qingyan's words, began to evacuate the townsfolk, while the three young ones followed their possessed security team leader into the backyard. Upon entering the backyard and finding it deserted, Wei turned to see Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian had followed him, exclaiming, "There's no one here. Who is looking for me?" In unison, Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian produced their talismans and approached the two security members. The three young ones also drew their own talismans, guarding the passage ahead. In mere moments, they expelled the two ghosts from the bodies of the security members, revealing them to be the two bandit spirits. Uncle Gio inquired, "What do we do now?" Shi Shaojian responded, "Use this." He produced 2 copper coins and thrust one into the abdomen of one bandit ghost, causing it to wail in agony. He then tossed a coin into its mouth and kicked it away. Uncle Gio, witnessing this, struck the other ghost with his sword, while Shi Shaojian hurled the second coin and sent it flying with a kick. With 2 explosive sounds, Wei trembled and exclaimed, "Could you not have warned me in advance?" Uncle Gio turned to Shi Shaojian and asked, "What kind of copper coin did you feed it? Its power is astounding." Shi Shaojian replied, "It's a small 5 emperor's coin." Uncle Gio, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Prodigal son, do you not possess the golden sun sand?" To which Shi Shaojian replied helplessly, "I no longer have it. The other 3 still possess a couple of grains." As he spoke, he gestured towards the trio of little ones. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the front courtyard, prompting Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian to dash towards it, only to find a female bandit charging in. They flanked her, and after a fierce struggle where she transformed into a bug and then into a shadow, Uncle Gio ultimately impaled her with his golden money sword, pinning her into the well. Shi Shaojian felt a surge of satisfaction, anticipating the chance to earn dual merits. While others might have to wait until the 7th day, this female bandit, being a malevolent practitioner, would quickly become a ghost, eager for vengeance. Uncle Gio commanded away, "Have someone retrieve her corpse and incinerate it. We must not make another mistake this time." Shi Shaojian interjected, "There's no need to hurry. She is already transformed into a ghost. Sending someone down now would only lead to their demise." Uncle Gio insisted, "We still need to ascertain whether she lies face up or face down." Lu Qingyan chimed in, "Does it truly matter?" Uncle Gio gently patted her head, saying, "If she is face up, there's no issue. But if she is face down, then we are in grave trouble, for that position possesses boundless power." At that moment, an explosion erupted from the well, sending water surging forth. Uncle Gio declared, "No need to check. It is undoubtedly face down." Shi Shaojian chuckled, "Well, it seems we must fight with all our might. It's time for me to reveal my ultimate skill." He rallied the trio of little ones and instructed, "Form the 3 talents formation. After such prolonged practice, it is time to put it to use." Uncle Gio cautioned, "The 3 talents formation requires the alignment of heavenly timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony to unleash its full potential." Shi Shaojian queried, "Do you have any other means to contend with her?" Uncle Gio fell silent as the ghost of the female bandit soared from the well. Situ Jian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhongbang swiftly formed seals, drawing their respective swords and pointing them at the ghost. A triangular formation materialized above her head, quickly ensnaring her. Shi Shaojian bit his finger, touching the peachwood sword, channeling a thread of energy towards the ghost. The sword pierced through her form, eliciting a shriek as the ghost's malevolent energy surged, sending Situ Jian and the others flying. Uncle Gio remarked, "The gap in realms is too vast. They cannot contain her." He then seized Lu Qingyan's thunderstrike peachwood sword, biting his finger and charging forward. Shi Shaojian cursed, "Damn it, those 2 male ghosts are merely at the fierce ghost level. How has she attained the rank of a ghost general?" He then rushed forward, gathering the trio of little ones to the side, checking them over, Fortunately, they were unharmed and would be fine after arrest. Shi Shaojian mused. I must practice the green lotus sword technique from now on. Without a magical weapon, I am left defenseless. He whistled, calling the green donkey, which trotted over eagerly. Although Uncle Gio wielded the Thunderstrike Peachwood sword and stood at a vantage point, vanquishing her would prove challenging. Shi Shaojian retrieved the tablet of Master Yuling from the donkey's back, lit incense, and implored, "Old man, please come forth and lend your aid. Otherwise, the Green Lotus Sword sect shall face its doom." Moments later, Master Yuling appeared, observing the battle between Uncle Gio and the ghost, and remarked, "A ghost general. Of equal standing. How did you provoke her?" Shi Shaojian, infuriated, retorted, "Why aren't you rushing to help? What are you just standing there for?" Yuling Jinren cast a silent glance at Shi Shaojian, pondering if he had mistaken her for a mere laborer. Alas, fate had dictated her choice of disciple, and should he perish, the lineage of the Qinglian sword sect would meet its demise. With her left hand, Yuling Jinren produced the soul lock chain, and with her right, the bitter morning staff, launching them toward the female ghost. The ghost evaded her attempts, advancing toward Shi Shaojian. As she approached within 2 meters, he retrieved 3 golden sun sands from Zhongbang's package and, upon her proximity, propelled one toward her, sending her hurtling back. Seizing the moment, Yuling Jinren ensnared the ghost with the soul lock chain, while Jioshu thrust his sword into her chest, eliciting a shriek of despair. Simultaneously, Shi Shaojian dispatched 2 more golden sun sands, one aimed before the ghost, the other toward her mouth, a dual assault. Jioshu, witnessing this, withdrew his peachwood sword and leapt aside, while Yuling Jinren retreated swiftly, elongating the chain in her grasp. An explosion echoed, and Shi Shaojian staggered backward. Nodding toward Jioshu, Yuling Jinren declared, "I have no further involvement. I must depart. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention." "Wait a moment, old man," Shi Shaojian interjected. "Leave the soul lock chain behind." Yuling Jinren, exasperated, replied, "You do not spare even my means of sustenance. This I cannot relinquish." With that, she produced a thinner soul lock chain and a smaller bitter morning staff, stating, "This was my former tool. I bestow it upon you now. Ensure it remains undiscovered below. I shall procure a realm-bound ghost officer for you, and then you may wield it at your leisure." She handed it over to Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian accepted it, nodding in agreement. "Understood. I will find something valuable for you in return, so you may ascend further." Yuling Jinren nodded, casting a glance at Jioshu, remarking, "You must be the head of the infernal bank. When time permits, burn some ghost currency for me and reward your subordinates." With that, she vanished into the earth. Jioshu approached and inquired about the current status of their ancestor. Shi Shaojian replied, "I provided him with an Een spirit stone and a coffin fungus. Upon his demise, he attained the realm of malevolent spirits. These 2 items elevated him to the rank of ghost general, and he is now a soul captor, with the potential to ascend to Een commander." Jioshu nodded and suggested, "Tomorrow, come to my place to acquire some ghost currency to burn for him." The various factions below are numerous. The Maoshan sect, the Longhu Mountain sect, and others have formed alliances. The original deities of the underworld have split into 2 factions, and some formidable ghosts have grouped as well, with the 3 departments and 6 divisions divided among them, each faction overseeing a department. Grateful, Shi Shaojian nodded at Jioshu, carrying one on his back and placing another on the back of the green donkey, utilizing the system space to store the remaining artifacts before heading home. Upon returning, he laid the 3 individuals upon the bed and reflected, "I should not impose my aspirations upon you. Whether we attain immortality is dictated by fate. I once believed myself unique. After expending so much wealth and resources, I find myself merely at the stage of refining qi into spirit. Should I not seek a mountain peak, establish a Taoist temple, and guide the 3 of you in cultivation and alchemy, quietly navigating through this life?" Seeing the 3 injured, Shi Shaojian felt a pang of guilt and began to mutter to himself extensively, eventually drifting into slumber. As dawn broke, the 3 little ones awakened to find Shi Shaojian sleeping beside them, and warmth filled their hearts, causing Lu Qingyan to let go of the last remnants of her guard. Upon waking, Shi Shaojian discovered that the three had already begun to refine their swords and draw talismans. He promptly went to Uncle Gio to procure some ghostly coins, and after burning them, he summoned the trio, saying, "We must relocate once more. Master Lin has instructed me to oversee the situation in Juchuan Town, where a three evils position exists. I believe we can leverage this to draw forth malevolent spirits and creatures. This endeavor is perilous, and I do not wish to impose. If you prefer to stay here, you may do so." The three gazed at him intently, silent. Noticing their reticence, Shi Shaojian gathered them into a warm embrace and declared, "Let us pack our belongings and depart." Chapter 22. Master Yuling withdraws his hand. Juyuan Town lies to the east of Rinjia Town, surrounded by other well-known locales such as Tung Tung Town and Tan Family Town. Upon arriving at the modest courtyard of Uncle Gio in Juyuan Town, Shi Shaojian gazed at the distant church, pondering the moment when Father Wu from the film would open its doors. The three youngsters observed Shi Shaojian's fixation on the church, and Lu Qingyan remarked, "That is the location of the three evils." Shi Shaojian nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, but we cannot unlock this three evils ourselves. Should we do so and calamity ensue, the karmic repercussions would rest upon our shoulders." Lu Qingyan inquired, "Then what shall we do?" To which Shi Shaojian replied, "We wait. It shall not be long before someone opens it." The four settled in, and the townsfolk, noticing visitors at Uncle Gio's courtyard, approached with curiosity. Shi Shaojian revealed his identity as the son of the Maoshan sect leader, prompting the villagers to treat him with newfound respect. A month passed, during which Shi Shaojian assisted with burials, feng shui consultations, and various matters beyond the capabilities of the ordinary townspeople. Consequently, the villagers became familiar with him and held him in high esteem. One day, the three youngsters approached Shi Shaojian, requesting spiritual stones, lamenting their lack of resources for cultivation. After assessing their abilities, Situ Jian with 66 threads of qi, Lu Qingyan with 69, and Zhongbang with 78, Shi Shaojian examined his own stats. Name: Shi Shaojian. Physique: Nun realm. Initial stage of qi refinement: 4 drops, 20 threads, 4 strands. Items: Nun points: 10, 239 in virtue. 1, 427 merit. 0 fortune. Noticing the in virtue left by the previous female bandit, Shi Shaojian spent 200 points to exchange for 12 small spiritual stones. Distributing them, he declared, "Each of you shall have 4. Once these are exhausted, we must earn more in virtue." Lu Qingyan, exasperated, replied, "Master, since I became your disciple, it has been nothing but exorcising demons and cultivating. When shall we have a moment of leisure?" Shi Shaojian retorted, "I have not prevented you. If you wish to frolic, you're free to do so." At that moment, a frantic individual burst in, exclaiming, "Taoist Shi, save me!" Shi Shaojian rushed outside to find the man panting heavily. He steadied him, saying, "Speak slowly. What has transpired?" The man gasped, "Taoist Shi, my wife has devoured my son. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You must believe me." Shi Shaojian instructed, "Tell me the location. You should return to find the village chief. I will gather some items and join you." The man replied, "It's Wang family village, 7 or 8 li to the south of the town. I am Wang Erniu." With that, he hurried back. Shi Shaojian's expression turned grave as he addressed the 3 youngsters. "Have any insights emerged?" Situ Jian responded, "A living corpse." Zhongbang added, "The soul remains within the body after death. I have never encountered such a phenomenon." Shi Shaojian remarked, "The human will is formidable. His willpower sustains his existence. If you explain the situation before him, his soul will surely depart, and his body will rapidly decay. Let us go and investigate." Not long after Wang Erniu returned home, Shi Shaojian arrived with the 3 little ones. After inquiring about the situation from the village chief, Shi learned that Wang Erniu's wife had fallen ill with a stomach ailment. Despite exhausting their savings, Wang Erniu was unable to procure a cure. The doctor had warned him that his wife could not eat much, lest her condition worsen. Tragically, she succumbed to starvation, only to inexplicably revive the previous night and devour her own child. This horrifying scene was witnessed by both Wang Erniu and the villagers, causing him to faint from rage. Now, his wife was bound by the villagers. Shi Shaojian turned to the three little ones and said, "You have heard the news. Go and take care of it. I shall refrain from joining." The three nodded and made their way to Wang Erniu's home. Upon entering, they found Wang Erniu's wife tied to a post. Zhong Bang inquired, "How do we handle this? Master cannot bear to do it, and neither can I." Situ Jian nodded, while Lu Qingyan asserted, "Allow me. You two men are less capable than I." Approaching Wang Erniu's wife, Lu Qingyan remarked, "A ghoul starved to death. No wonder she resorted to such acts." Utilizing a finger technique, she pointed at the center of the woman's brow, pulling forth her spirit. Zhong Bang produced a small bamboo bucket, and with a flick of Lu Qingyan's finger, the spirit transformed into a beam of light, entering the bucket. Zhong Bang swiftly sealed it with a lid and affixed a talisman. Situ Jian cautioned, "Do not use spiritual power. Go to Master for the soul-binding chain and forcibly extract it." Zhong Bang glanced at Lu Qingyan, senior sister. This Lu Qingyan replied, "Go. It is still daylight. Return it to Master once you are done." Before long, Zhong Bang returned, holding the soul-binding chain. Upon seeing it, Wang Erniu instinctively recoiled, as if a ghost had encountered the chain. Situ Jian seized it, casting it towards Wang Erniu, ensnaring him. With a firm pull, Wang Erniu's spirit was extracted. With another exertion, Wang Erniu's spirit soared upwards. Zhong Bang produced another bamboo bucket and deftly caught the spirit within, sealing it and applying a talisman. Wang Erniu's body rapidly developed signs of decay. The three then explored Wang Erniu's home further, entering the bedroom where they discovered an infant spirit crawling upon the bed. Zhong Bang remarked, "There is yet another spiritual infant." Situ Jian asserted, "Take it back from Master to decide its fate." Lu Qingyan nodded, and Zhong Bang captured the spirit in the bamboo bucket. As they exited Wang Erniu's home, Zhong Bang commented, "A family perished tragically. Master will have yet another headache." Just as they prepared to leave, Shi Shaojian appeared before them, saying, "Once the task is complete, remember to collect your payment. Even if it is merely a handful of rice, do not leave any debts of karma." With that, he flicked his fingers, igniting a flame that engulfed the house in a roaring blaze. Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "Master, you took nothing." Shi Shaojian replied, "I have burned down its dwelling. That suffices to balance the scales. Any form will do, but one must not incur debts of karma." The three little ones nodded in agreement, and Shi Shaojian led the way towards Jiuquan town. As dawn broke the following day, the sound of gongs and drums echoed, drawing the three little ones to the commotion. Upon learning that the church was reopening, a wicked smile crept across Shi Shaojian's lips as he hastened to the church entrance, where he encountered Father Wu and the mayor's son, David, busy cleaning the area. Shi Shaojian stepped forward and declared, "The church must not reopen." The townsfolk gazed at him with curiosity, and David retorted, "The reopening was agreed upon by the mayor and the gentry. Were you to oppose this? Your opinion is irrelevant." Shi Shaojian addressed the townspeople. "Everyone knows why this place was sealed. This is the three killings position. Once it is opened, chaos will ensue throughout the town. You may choose your own path." Without waiting for Father Wu to argue, he strode away. Not long after returning to his courtyard, the three little ones reappeared, clutching an array of foreign trinkets. Lu Qingyan remarked, "Master, those individuals are indeed the ones you spoke of, the ones seeking to reopen the church. Why did you attempt to dissuade them today?" Shi Shaojian replied, "I am stationed in Jiuquan town. Should calamity befall it, the karma will fall upon me. If I intervene today and they refuse to heed my warning, then it is no longer my concern. It is futile to reason with the damned. I shall deal with them once they have transformed." Zhong Bang interjected, "Master, isn't that rather callous? After all, lives are at stake." Shi Shaojian chuckled, "Nave. Those few missionaries, should they perish, will not be received by the underworld. The mayor and his son secretly indulge in opium, while the other gentry are either brothel keepers or gamblers. Even in death, they will accrue merit for me. It would be wise to study the art of fortune-telling. They are all enveloped in bloodlust and sinister energy. If they do not perish, who will?" Lu Qingyan inquired, "Master, What do you mean that the underworld does not accept them? Shi Shaojian explained. Even our own people must wait in line to reincarnate. Who has the time to concern themselves with foreign spirits? The three nodded, comprehending his words. That evening, Shi Shaojian led the three little ones back to the church, where they found a missionary chanting prayers. Stealthily, Shi Shaojian approached and incapacitated him with a swift strike. He gestured toward the nearby door, and the three little ones cautiously opened it. Shi Shaojian entered first, descending several steps to discover a corpse lying atop a stone sarcophagus. Lu Qingyan remarked, "Master, this must be the master of the three killings position. It appears to be pinned down." Shi Shaojian stated, "This is a Western undead, known as a vampire. They are impervious to our Taoist techniques, but fear garlic, light, silver, crucifixes, the Bible, and holy water, among other pure elements." He then produced the silver crucifix he had prepared upon arriving in Juchuan town, a length of over 20 centimeters, its tip sharpened to a point. Shi Shaojian thrust it into the vampire's forehead, the silver tip emerging from the back of its skull, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The vampire struggled momentarily before becoming a pool of putrid liquid. Lu Qingyan suggested, "Master, why not craft a silver sword? That would be even more effective." Shi Shaojian remarked, "Firstly, I am impoverished. Secondly, the silver is excessively soft, rendering it of little utility. Your Thunderstrike Peachwood sword is capable of vanquishing them, and the Qinglian sword wielded by Situ Jian is equally effective. I shall procure another item for you." Zhongbang. The following day, thanks to Shi Shaojian's resolution of the troubles, there were no casualties in the church. However, the proprietor of the local distillery met his demise. The trio of young ones inquired about the circumstances and reported, "Master, you were correct. There is not a single virtuous individual among the affluent in this Juchuan town." Upon investigation, we discovered that the young girl, Xiao Hong, was abducted by the distillery owner at the tender age of 12. When her parents confronted him, he murdered them and subsequently forced himself upon Xiao Hong, ultimately drowning her under the pretense of a sordid act. Shi Shaojian replied, "Thus, since my arrival here, I have solely dedicated myself to aiding the common folk. I refuse the solicitations of these wealthy merchants, those whom heaven seeks to collect. One should not assist in defying the divine." That evening, Shi Shaojian led the trio to the distillery, observing the coffin stationed within. He called out, "Come forth. Let's converse. You have avenged your grievances. Is it not time for you to depart?" At that moment, a coffin lid creaked open, and Xiao Hong emerged, gazing at the four with keen eyes. "Were you summoned by them?" she inquired. Shi Shaojian answered, "No, I am here to maintain the safety of Juchuan town." Xiao Hong questioned, "And what will become of me?" Shi Shaojian responded, "Your abilities are commendable. How would you fare as an aide to my master, serving as a messenger of the underworld?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hong nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian then summoned the esteemed Yu Ling Jinren, saying, "I have found you a subordinate of formidable ghostly prowess. Take her away. Oh, and by the way, I have 3 more in my courtyard. You may take them as well, and manage their fates as you see fit." Chapter 23. Zhongbang consults the feng shui as the ominous position of Sansha was activated. Events began to unfold. The preceding month had been marked by trivial incidents. But now, only 2 days had passed, and matters escalated once more. One evening, while Shi Shaojian was practicing swordplay with the 3 young ones, a disheveled figure stumbled into the room. The newcomer was a simpleton from the outskirts, tasked with guarding the banana grove. Over the past month, Shi Shaojian had diligently uncovered everything related to the film's plot and acquainted himself with all the characters, preparing for the impending chaos. The simpleton exclaimed, "Shi Daolang, a grave matter has arisen. My brother has been ensnared by the banana tree." Realizing that the plot involving Taoist May had commenced, Shi Shaojian turned to the 3 young ones and said, "Let us go and investigate." The 4 followed the simpleton to a small wooden cabin outside the banana grove. Upon reaching the door, Shi Shaojian observed, "A banana tree has come to life." He then addressed Situ Jian and Zhongbang. "Which of you will serve as bait?" Situ Jian promptly reclined upon the bed, while Shi Shaojian utilized a red thread from the ground tossing one end into the grove and securing it to Shi Shaojian's toe. He then instructed Zhongbang, hide beneath the bed and use the Bagua mirror when the time comes. With a disdainful expression, Zhongbang crawled under the bed, while Shi Shaojian and Lu Qingyan concealed themselves on either side of the cabin. Before long, a commotion arose within the banana grove, and a red light surged along the thread into the room. Shi Shaojian and Lu Qingyan brandished their magical artifacts, standing guard at the entrance, awaiting the confrontation. In less than a minute, anguished cries echoed from within. Shi Shaojian kicked open the door to find the Qinglian sword pinning a female demon to the rafters. Drawing forth his peachwood sword, he directed it towards the demon, resulting in another piercing scream as she dissipated into the ether. Emerging from the door, Shi Shaojian called out, "You too can come out now. Do you wish to consort with the demon?" Once they appeared, he instructed, "Search for the simpleton's brother and chop down that largest, flowering banana tree in the grove." Without turning back, he departed. Lu Qingyan turned to Shi Shaojian and remarked, "Brother, when did you acquire such formidable prowess to subdue a major demon?" Shi Shaojian replied, "It was the Qinglian sword that protected its master, acting of its own accord." Lu Qingyan scoffed, "I had thought it was your own strength." Zhongbang interjected, "Enough chatter. Let's attend to our duties." With the Sansha position activated, who knows how many more matters await us? The three young ones entered the banana grove and, after locating the brother, assisted the simpleton in returning him. They then found the banana tree Shi Shaojian had mentioned at the center of the grove. Just as Shi Shaojian prepared to strike, Lu Qingyan interjected, "Let's uproot it and bring it back to avoid reprimand." By the time the trio returned to the courtyard, dawn was approaching. Shi Shaojian regarded the three and said, "You truly possess an abundance of energy." "Very well." He then began to work, swiftly peeling away the unnecessary outer bark with a knife. In no time, the heart of the banana tree emerged. Shi Shaojian carefully extracted a portion, casting a spell to draw out the demon essence. Looking at the three, he declared, "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures not only enhance spiritual power, but also prolong life." He divided the essence into 3 portions and handed them to each of them, saying, "Consume this. Afterward, return to your cultivation." 2 days have passed, and the 3 young ones have emerged. The medicinal effects have accumulated in the Dantian and must be gradually refined. Meanwhile, the town mayor has come seeking assistance. The mayor gazed at Shi Shaojian and said, "Taoist Shi, recently the town has been restless for no apparent reason. The livestock are unsettled, and the populace is uneasy. Could there be an issue with the feng shui? Please take a look." Shi Shaojian replied, "I have already stated that the church should not be opened. Doing so would invite calamity. You did not heed my warning, and now that trouble has arisen, you come to me." The mayor hastily responded, "Taoist Shi, you cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. What will it take for you to intervene?" Shi Shaojian pinched his thumb and forefinger together and said, "It requires an increase in compensation. 5 gold bars will suffice." The mayor gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. 5 gold bars it shall be." With that, he turned and left, contemplating, "Only when the town is stabilized can I continue my tenure as mayor and resume my dealings." Shi Shaojian coldly watched the departing mayor and thought, "A dark cloud looms. A man destined to perish. Huh. A final payment before his demise is no misfortune." Lu Qingyan remarked, "Master, you seem to be overly focused on profit. Do we truly intend to assist him?" Shi Shaojian shook his finger and replied, "It is not merely about aiding him, but rather about helping the common folk. Our task is to rectify the feng shui of the town, thereby benefiting the entire community." The following morning, a servant delivered the gold bars. Upon receiving them, Shi Shaojian addressed the 3 young ones. "Are you prepared? Today, it is your turn, Zhongbang." Zhongbang timidly asked, "Am I capable of this?" Shi Shaojian reassured him, "There is nothing you cannot do. If you make a mistake, I shall point it out." The 4 accompanied the mayor and the gentry towards the mountains behind Jiuquan town, from where the entire town could be surveyed, and all its inhabitants relied on its water source. Upon reaching the mountainside, Shi Shaojian glanced around and said, "No need to climb further. This will suffice." Zhongbang begin. Zhongbang took out the 5 elements 8 trigrams compass and began his observations. The other gentry remained silent. Recognizing Shi Shaojian's genuine expertise, should he err, he would correct it, for to do otherwise would tarnish the reputation of Maoshan. After his examination, Zhongbang pointed towards Jiuquan town below and declared, "This town is surrounded by mountains. To the left, the golden plate offers auspiciousness to the right. Water flows through the central hall. Forward lies the splendid courtyard, and behind rests the emerald peaks of Jing Mountain. This aligns perfectly with the auspicious signs of prosperity, signifying an abundance of both people and wealth." Lu Qingyan, intrigued, remarked, "That cannot be. The three calamity positions have all been activated. It is impossible for the town not to encounter misfortune." Zhongbang continued, "The wind represents vitality and must not be obstructed. Currently, the air flows vigorously, indicating no issues there. Thus, the problem lies with the water." Shi Shaojian stated, "Then let us inspect the water." They proceeded to the water source, where a stream flowed from a circular stone hole. Zhongbang was astonished and exclaimed, "The dragon-spitting pearl formation. No wonder your wealth is abundant." Jiuquan town is famous for its wine. The mayor and the gentry exchanged curious glances, and the mayor requested, "We humbly ask the young Taoist to enlighten us." Zhongbang explained, "As the saying goes, wind governs population and water governs wealth. If the wind does not enter the home, it does not nurture vitality. If the water does not flow into the hall, it does not cultivate prosperity." He pointed at the water flowing through the hole and continued, "This is known as the dragon-spitting pearl formation, the finest feng shui configuration. This circular ring captures the water flow, creating a pattern akin to a golden dragon chasing a pearl. As the adage goes, a round pearl is rich and smooth. A prosperous home flourishes with abundant water. To ascertain whether there is an issue with the water, we must locate the dragon pearl." With a deft leap, Situ Jian lightly landed on the other side, glancing down at the stone slab beneath him. He pried it open and retrieved a stone resembling a goose egg, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Zhongbang exclaimed in outrage, "This is a sacred land of geomancy. To ruin it so carelessly. Observe how the water flows. Does it not resemble a dragon descending downstream? Thus, the dragon's pearl lies where the current ceases to surge. This is the essence of the golden dragon pursuing its pearl. As long as the water flows, wealth shall perpetuate. Drinking from this water will ensure good health, and if we cast a few fish into it, they will surely evolve into spirits after a century." Zhongbang continued, "The town chief has ordered all citizens to refrain from consuming this water. It is tainted." Both the chief and local gentry were astounded. After all, this was their source of fortune. The chief hastily inquired, "Young Taoist, do you possess a remedy?" "This water is the only source for the entire town." Zhongbang replied, "First, we must locate a site to dig a well. For now, drink from where you can. Chief, assign someone to clear the water source. It will return to normal after some time. Inform us of any discoveries." Shi Shaojian nodded in agreement. "Well handled. Chief, follow his advice." The chief summoned the security team, instructing them to begin the cleanup from the water source. The mention of money always piqued the interest of the gentry. Zhongbang, holding the 5 elements 8 trigrams compass, continued his examination while muttering to himself. Before long, he arrived at a flat expanse. After taking a few steps, he declared, "This is the spot." The chief approached and asked, "Young Taoist, what is remarkable about this place?" Zhongbang responded, "There are many sites of geomantic significance. This is where 3 mountains converge. Digging a well here will yield a continuous flow of water." The chief nodded and summoned his subordinates to mark the location as indicated by Zhongbang. "It is noon now," the chief announced. "I've ordered a meal at the tavern for the esteemed Taoists. Let us dine first, and we shall return afterward." They made their way down the mountain. And Shi Shaojian glanced back at the woods, a sly smile creeping across his face. Lu Qingyan noticed, aware that her master was up to mischief once more. Upon returning to Jiuquan town, they gathered at the tavern for their meal. Just as they were halfway through, a member of the security team rushed in, exclaiming, "Chief, Taoist Shi, we have discovered a multitude of bats in the water." All eyes turned to Shi Shaojian. "Chief, you and the others continue eating. We shall investigate the situation." He replied, leading the three young ones swiftly up the mountain. Along the way, Shi Shaojian remarked, "It appears that vampires are causing trouble again. Be cautious." Zhong Bang carries several silver coins that can serve as concealed weapons. Zhong Bang glanced at Lu Qingyan, who now managed the finances, having entrusted her with all the funds. Lu Qingyan promptly handed him all 20 or so silver coins she had, admonishing, "Do not squander them. Without money, we shall be reduced to eating dirt." Upon reaching the upstream area, a security team member approached, stating, "Taoist sure, they're all gathered here. Look, it is filled with bats." He pointed to a nearby cluster of bats floating in the water. Shi Shaojian glanced at the bat and then at the water and spoke, "Burn the bat, block the water above, and thoroughly cleanse this section. If you wish for your future family to remain healthy, heed my words." The security team nodded and informed everyone. Zhong Bang remarked, "The Long Tuzhu cave is indeed a fine location, but alas, we cannot reside in the water." Both Shi Shaojian and Situ Jian exclaimed simultaneously. In the water, the two swiftly made their way to the Long Tuzhu cave, followed by Zhong Bang and Lu Qingyan. Upon arriving at the cave, Situ Jian leaped down, with Shi Shaojian following suit. Zhong Bang and Lu Qingyan exchanged glances, waiting above. Before long, Situ Jian resurfaced, holding several spirit stones, each the size of a fingernail, which he tossed ashore while shouting, "Catch!" He then submerged once more. Lu Qingyan and Zhong Bang leaped to catch the spirit stones, and upon unfolding their hands, they exclaimed in astonishment, "Spirit stones!" Seeing this, Zhong Bang also jumped into the water. After an hour of scouring the pool, the trio managed to find 7 stones. As they swam back to the shore, they noticed Lu Qingyan rummaging among the rocks for something. Upon approaching, Shi Shaojian was taken aback in surprise. Chapter 24. The 5 demons. Shi Shaojian seized the egg from Lu Qingyan's hands and inquired, "From where did this originate?" Lu Qingyan replied, "Seeing that you all have discovered such splendid treasures, I began searching nearby. This egg was found beneath a stone beside the dragon pearl." With urgency, Shi Shaojian hastened towards the stone, turning over one after another, prompting the 3 youngsters to follow suit. However, after a brief while, they had turned over everything without uncovering anything. Shi Shaojian shook his head and remarked, "Enough of the search. My greed has led me astray. Such items typically manifest only once." Lu Qingyan questioned, "Master, what precisely is this egg?" After contemplating the system's recent revelations, Shi Shaojian organized his thoughts and explained, "It is a dragon tortoise egg, originally a black egg, but having absorbed the dragon aura from the dragon pearl cave, it has transformed into a dragon tortoise egg. Although it is referred to as a dragon tortoise egg, it is essentially just a turtle with slightly stronger bloodlines, possessing a mere trace of dragon energy, devoid of true dragon lineage." Lu Qingyan inquired, "So, Master, are you suggesting we incubate it?" Shi Shaojian responded, "If you wish to incubate it, you must gather a significant amount of spiritual energy. It is ostentatious and impractical. If you are unwilling, take it back to your Uncle Qinglu." Upon hearing the necessity for abundant spiritual energy, the 3 shook their heads in unison. They tidied up and began their descent down the mountain. Just as they reached the well-digging site, Zhong Bang rushed over, shouting, "Stop! Halt!" Once everyone ceased their movements, Zhong Bang continued, "Who permitted you to dig here?" "The water source I am searching for lies over there," pointing to the left. At that moment, the security team leader approached and stated, "When we arrived, the marker was right here." Shi Shaojian gasped in astonishment. "Did you unearth a corpse? Where has the corpse been relocated?" The security team leader replied, "Indeed, a corpse was unearthed, and the town mayor took it back." Shi Shaojian's thoughts raced. He had neglected to inform the 3 youngsters about this development, and it was no wonder he sensed the mayor's imminent demise. Activating the swift movement talisman, he dashed towards Jiuquan town, with Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan swiftly following. Zhong Bang turned to the security team leader and asserted, "The water source is to the left. Dig anew. That corpse has transformed. The mayor cannot survive." The security team leader and his team were taken aback by this revelation. The leader stammered, "What should we do now?" Zhong Bang replied, "Continue digging. Otherwise, what will the citizens drink? Don't return home alone tonight." With that, he too made his way towards Juchuan town. A quarter of an hour later, Shi Shaojian returned to Juchuan town and headed towards the mayor's residence. Upon arrival, he found a crowd surrounding the fallen mayor and his son, alongside a familiar figure. Taoist longing. Shi Shaojian pushed through the throng for a closer inspection and declared it was a zombie bite. The corpse brought back by the mayor must have bitten someone else. If it has transformed into a zombie, let it step forward. At that moment, a servant spoke up. After the mayor was carried back, he moved into his own room, and then the young master accompanied this Taoist inside. Shortly thereafter, we heard several screams, and by the time we arrived, the mayor and the others were already deceased. Shi Shaojian nodded and instructed, prepare firewood. As soon as night falls, the mayor and the others will transform into corpses. We must incinerate them before darkness descends. Upon hearing the commotion, the subordinates swiftly vanished, leaving Shi Shaojian with no alternative but to drag the 3 bodies into the courtyard. He procured some kerosene and retrieved a considerable quantity of clothing from the mayor's quarters, casting them atop the corpses before igniting the pile. From time to time, he added pieces of furniture to the flames. At that moment, Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan returned. Shi Shaojian instructed them, keep an eye on the fire. Once it begins to dwindle, throw in any combustible items to ensure the bodies are completely incinerated. Exercise caution to avoid igniting the house. Once you finish, come find me at the church. With that, he hastened toward the church. Upon entering, he was met with a grim sight. The interior was strewn with corpses, and of the 7 or 8 missionaries, only Father Wu remained, seated beneath the cross, reciting scripture. Shi Shaojian approached cautiously, but as he drew within 2 meters, Father Wu turned to him and urged, you must leave. There are demons. They have slain everyone. Shi Shaojian was taken aback, pondering how a vampire could walk in the sunlight. It was evident that the vampire was lurking within the church, and the female vampire was likely present as well. Shi Shaojian produced a handful of glutinous rice, covering Father Wu's mouth with it and pressing it against his neck. Apply your exorcism materials to your neck. Whether you survive depends on your own will. He then moved to several corpses, retrieving a coin pouch from Father Wu and placing a silver dollar into each lifeless mouth. In a short time, the bodies dissolved into putrid sludge. Noticing the encroaching darkness outside, Shi Shaojian understood he must restrain the 2 vampires. Otherwise, they would indiscriminately attack, ultimately bringing their karmic burden upon himself. He fashioned a silencing gesture for Father Wu, wielding a peachwood sword in his left hand and a silver cross hidden in his right sleeve. He approached the basement door cautiously and, with a swift kick, sent the door flying open while thrusting the silver cross forward. A horrific scream erupted. It was the female vampire. At that moment, a pair of claws lunged toward Shi Shaojian from the left. He rolled to the right to evade, witnessing the female vampire swiftly dissolve into sludge. The male vampire roared angrily and charged at him. Without the silver cross, Shi Shaojian could only engage in close combat, seizing the opportunity to reclaim the silver cross. Utilizing the Qinglian sword technique, which emphasizes speed and surprise, Shi Shaojian executed several moves, eventually maneuvering behind the male vampire. A quick roll allowed him to grasp the silver cross from the ground, now reduced from its original 20 centimeters to a mere few centimeters, the front corroded away. With the silver cross in hand, Shi Shaojian unleashed his full potential, turning the tide against the male vampire, who now found himself on the defensive. Just then, someone appeared at the entrance of the basement, calling out, "Get out of the way!" Shi Shaojian rolled aside, and a flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving the vampire in 2, the halves still writhing. Shi Shaojian advanced, plunging the silver cross into the chest of the right half and delivering a powerful blow that pierced its heart. A piercing scream echoed, and the 2 halves eventually lay still, gradually transforming into putrid sludge. Shi Shaojian turned to see Lu Qingyan supporting Situ Jian and remarked, "Well done, young lad. You have grasped the essence of sword energy. You were born for the sword." Approaching Situ Jian, Shi Shaojian checked his pulse, saying, "He is fine, merely fatigued." That last move drained his vital energy. Help him back to rest. There is nothing more to be done here. After Lu Qingyan and Situ Jian departed, Shi Shaojian approached Father Wu, examined his neck, and pried open his mouth for a closer look. From tomorrow onward, make sure to bask in the sun. You will be all right. Upon exiting the church, fearing he had not completed his task, Shi Shaojian began to patrol Juchuan town, returning to his small courtyard only at dawn. For the next 3 days, he patrolled the town each night, feeling relieved only when all was quiet. As time passed, the 3 youngsters diligently practiced their skills, while Shi Shaojian refrained from boasting or training. Each morning, he would enjoy tea, and whenever someone required assistance, he would be found at the tea house. One morning, a warlord's entourage arrived in Juchuan town. Observing the wooden crates being pulled along by the warlord's troops, Shi Shaojian quickly returned to his courtyard and summoned the trio, instructing, "Situ Jian, go fetch Master Lin. Remember, you must return with him before nightfall. Inform him that the 5 demons have emerged." The 3 were taken aback. Situ Jian swiftly utilized a spirit travel talisman and dashed outside. Zhong Bang exclaimed, "The emergence of the 5 demons will plunge the world into chaos. How can there be 5 demons in this era?" Lu Qingyan added, "Aren't these malevolent practitioners fearful of the 2 great sects coming after them again?" Shi Shaojian explained, "This is likely the 5 ghost technique of the White Lotus sect from a century ago. This sect encompasses both good and evil. The virtuous prioritize the common folk, while the wicked are comprised of malevolent practitioners. These practitioners are renowned for nurturing the 5 ghosts, which embody the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "After undergoing 9 reincarnations during the 9th, just before birth, the soul is extracted and nourished with the blood of 49 individuals born on Een years, Een months, and Een days. If a fetus undergoes 9 abortions without being born, it becomes a demonic infant. Through this nurturing, it evolves into a demon lord. Even before birth, it possesses the cultivation of qi refining, and upon birth, it wields the strength of spirit refining. Should the 5 ghosts unite, they would achieve the realm of returning to emptiness and harmonizing with the Tao." Shi Shaojian then returned to his room to gather his gear. Upon seeing this, the 2 youngsters wished to accompany him, but Shi Shaojian said, "You should stay behind for now. I will assess the situation. These demons leap beyond the 3 realms, existing outside the 5 elements, unregulated by heavenly laws or accepted by the underworld. This is indeed troublesome." He then instructed the 2 to give him their golden sun sand, and upon inspection, found he had 5 grains. If his memory served correctly, Situ Jian had 2 more, though he wondered if the 2 would return before nightfall. Just as he was about to leave, several soldiers burst in, guns drawn. Shi Shaojian furrowed his brow as one soldier announced, "You are Shi Daoling. Our commander requests your presence." With a subtle glance, Shi Shaojian signaled to the 2 young ones and followed the soldiers to the tavern in Juchuan town. The prominent figures of the town had gathered there. Shi Shaojian settled into a corner, and shortly thereafter, the general arrived. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he approached Shi Shaojian and said, "Taoist Shi, I have heard of your esteemed reputation as a master of Maoshan. I have a business proposition for you. What are your thoughts?" Shi Shaojian replied, "I find it rather unappealing. I fear that my Maoshan ancestors might descend from the heavens to take me away for engaging in such morally dubious dealings." The general, with a hint of persuasion, remarked, "Taoist Shi, please do not hastily decline. I have heard you have 3 young disciples. You must consider their future." Shi Shaojian fixed an intense gaze upon the general and retorted, "I am the son of the Maoshan sect leader. If you dare to provoke me, I cannot predict my fate, but your demise may come unexpectedly, and even in death, your soul might be subjected to the extraction of a heavenly lantern." With that, Shi Shaojian let out a hearty laugh and made his way outside. As the soldiers prepared to intervene, the general halted them, his frustration evident as he overturned the table. "Why did none of you inform me that he is the son of the Maoshan sect leader?" The newly appointed town mayor stepped forward and said, "General, Taoist Shi merely mentioned it in passing upon his arrival in Juchuan town. None of us took it to heart. We were unaware." Chapter 25. The alchemical elixir of the 5 demons. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyan and Zhong Bang hastily arrived at the residence of the Grand Commander. which had formerly belonged to the town mayor. Ever since the mayor met his demise at the hands of a zombie, the place had remained uninhabited until the Grand Commander claimed it as his own. The two scaled the courtyard wall and began their search within the estate. They examined room after room, yet found nothing of significance. It was still broad daylight, and although no soldiers were present, there were a few servants about. Shi Shaojian exited a tavern and swiftly made his way to the Grand Commander's residence. Upon arrival, he leaped inside and, after a moment of sensing, quickly headed towards Lu Qingyan and Zhongbang. After locating them, he guided the duo to the back courtyard, where the Grand Commander and his several wives resided in the central courtyard, while the rear courtyard was occupied by servants. The largest room in the back courtyard housed the treasury. Noticing two soldiers stationed at the entrance, Shi Shaojian exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qingyan and Zhongbang, who circled around and incapacitated the guards. Shi Shaojian then approached the door, observing it was locked. With a deft motion, he picked the lock, allowing the two to drag the guards inside. Upon surveying the room filled with gold, silver, and jewels, Shi Shaojian shook his head in disappointment. Lu Qingyan whispered, "Master, why is it all ghostly artifacts?" Shi Shaojian chuckled darkly. "A band of grave robbers, using the authority of the government as a guise to plunder. They don't even realize their impending doom." He fixed his gaze on the statue of Buddha prominently displayed, flanked by 5 small altars. He collected the ghostly artifacts and, after quietly leaving the room, the trio returned to the small courtyard. There, Shi Shaojian placed the 5 altars and the statue before the portrait of the ancestor, awaiting the arrival of Jiu. Meanwhile, Situ Jian arrived at the Ren family town's ancestral hall, where Jiu was instructing Ren Tingting in talisman drawing. Situ Jian rushed to Jiu's side, seizing him and pulling him away. Jiu, initially inclined to greet him, was abruptly drawn back as Situ Jian insisted on fleeing, prompting him to say, "I need to retrieve my talisman." "Tingting, continue your practice." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ren Tingting remained silent and resumed her exercises. Jiu, realizing the urgency, grasped his talisman and sprinted alongside Situ Jian, inquiring as they ran, "What calamity have you encountered?" Situ Jian replied, "Master said it concerns the 5 demons. We must reach our destination before nightfall." Jiu gasped in shock. "How did the 5 demons come be?" Situ Jian explained, "They were brought forth by a warlord. There's a distinct earthy odor about them." Jiu comprehended the situation. A band of grave robbers had invoked them, and this posed a significant threat. He halted, producing a paper crane, and, after reciting an incantation, sent it flying towards Maoshan. Accelerating his pace, he left Situ Jian behind, rushing ahead. As night approached, Jiu finally arrived at Shi Shaojian's small courtyard, where he witnessed a flash of golden light. He hastened to the living room, finding Shi Shaojian accompanied by the 2 youngsters, reciting the incantation to honor the spirits of heaven and earth. Sensing a powerful demonic aura, Jiu glanced at the small altars before the ancestral platform and remarked, "It is futile. No incantation will avail you." As Shi Shaojian turned to see Jiu speak, he remarked, "I pilfered this item from the Grand Commander's estate. I fear that if they discover it missing, they will come to search, and we must eliminate it immediately." Jiu produced the ancestral whisk and replied, "Do you think I do not wish to? This ancestral whisk is merely a top-tier treasure, not even a spiritual item. It can at most deal with 2 of them before becoming unusable." Shi Shaojian suggested, "Use the golden yang sand." Jiu shook his head, stating, "That is futile. Although the golden yang sand is a one-time treasure, it can only inflict severe injury." Shi Shaojian hastily proposed, "Then we shall use the Qinglian sword to eliminate them." Jiu responded, "As far as I know, Situ Jian is a sword cultivator. A sword is akin to their second life. If you aim to sever their path, coupled with their insufficient cultivation, it cannot be eradicated." In a state of panic, Shi Shaojian exclaimed, "What shall we do? The Grand Commander is hosting a dinner for the gentry today. He will surely be intoxicated. By tomorrow, they will discover the item is missing, and we must resolve this issue with the 5 demons tonight." Jiu chuckled, "Do not be so hasty. I have already informed your father. He will arrive shortly. Shi Shaojian stared blankly at Jusu, saying, "My father is far away. He cannot possibly arrive in time." Jusu reassured him, "Do not worry. Have you forgotten that we cultivate the divine soul? Your father will surely seek assistance from the underworld, summoning the spectral soldiers. The underworld will not allow the emergence of the 5 demons. Perhaps others will come as well." Shi Shaojian declared, "I will also summon my master." With that, he turned to light incense and beckon spirits. Soon after, the real person of Yuling arrived, immediately sensing the demonic energy. He scolded, "You cannot remain still, can you? Last time it was a ghost general, and this time you have conjured a demon. Is it only when I am dead that you will be at peace?" Shi Shaojian retorted, "Do you think I desire this? A band of tomb raiders has unleashed it. Upon witnessing it, could I possibly ignore it? Furthermore, it is not 1 but 5. The real person of Yuling glanced at the 5 jars on the offering table and then at the Buddha statue, commenting, "This statue possesses only suppressive power. Fortunately, I hold an official position. Otherwise, I would be pinned to the ground and rendered immobile." Zhongbang interjected, "Master, when you spoke of magical artifacts, I thought of your alchemical furnace, which could refine the golden Buddha and the 5 demons into a medicinal pill. The golden Buddha can eliminate the demonic essence, yielding a 5 elements pill. Huh! Then I, a prodigy of 5 generations, could consume it and instantly become an immortal." Shi Shaojian pinched his ear and chided, "You only think of your own ascension. Have you considered whether I can become an immortal?" Jusu remarked, "This method is feasible. Once we gather enough people, we can attempt it. If it fails, it will still ensure the disappearance of the 5 demons." Shi Shaojian glanced at his 549 points of Yin virtue, realizing he could exchange for 5 low-grade spirit stones. After contemplating a gamble, he concluded that even if the refinement failed, he could still eliminate the 5 demons without incurring a loss. Before long, Situ Jian returned, and a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing the air to drop significantly. A pair of spectral soldiers appeared before them. Shi Shaojian summoned the 3 little ones, instructing, "You 3 go and notify the nearby residents, urging them to seek shelter tonight. Inform them that I am performing rites for wandering souls and that they should return tomorrow morning." After the 3 young ones departed, Shi Shaojian stepped forward to pay his respects, stating, "I am Shi Shaojian, the leader of the Qinglian sword sect, and I greet all esteemed Yin officials, as well as master of Maoshan and the revered ancestors." One of the ancestors remarked with a chuckle, "Little Shi, you have certainly stirred quite a commotion this time, summoning us old fellows out of our retirements." Embarrassed, Shi Shaojian sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "It was not my intention. If trouble arises in Juchuan town, the karmic consequences would fall upon me, a burden I cannot bear. Thus, I sought the assistance of the esteemed ancestors." The 2 ancestors exchanged glances and laughed, to which Shi Shaojian inquired, "How are the arrangements proceeding?" He then shared the plans discussed among his companions. The ancestors responded, "While we may not require the elixirs, you must owe us a karmic debt from Maoshan, which we shall call upon when needed." Shi Shaojian mused to himself, "So, I will possess 2 elixirs capable of granting immortality. One of them is still safely stored in the system space. If I could acquire 4, I would be able to ascend directly with the 3 young ones." Nodding, he affirmed, "Very well. I am indeed half of the Maoshan sect. Even without your request, I would lend my assistance." With smiles exchanged, the ancestor declared, "Let us begin." Shi Shaojian produced a large alchemical furnace, and with a mere thought, it expanded to a height sufficient for 2 or 3 individuals to embrace. He then used his spiritual energy to support the golden Buddha and 5 small jars into the furnace before sealing the lid. You need only channel your spiritual energy into the lower section. The furnace will automatically ignite the flames. Just release your spiritual chi, and when the elixirs are forming, I will sever your energy to ensure the 5 demons do not escape. After casting several incantations toward the elixirs, he commanded, "Commence," and directed his spiritual energy to control the formation of the furnace, preventing the 5 demons from breaking free. Uncle Jio was the first to channel his spiritual energy into the furnace's fire, igniting the flames. The 5 demons erupted from their jars, violently battering against the furnace. Thankfully, the golden Buddha was present, emanating a radiant light to suppress the demons. Shi Shaojian positioned the Buddha at the vent to slow its dissolution, thereby prolonging the suppression of the 5 demons. He continuously infused spiritual energy. Although the amount was not substantial, it was relentless, and controlling the formation was mentally taxing. Time flowed slowly. It was uncertain how long had passed when the 5-colored golden elixirs began to take shape. The golden Buddha had long since been reduced to nothingness, and now only the final step remained, the fusion of the 5 elixirs. Shi Shaojian directed the 5 golden elixirs to spin rapidly, following the cycle of the 5 elements, with generating fire, fire producing earth, earth yielding metal, metal creating water, and water nurturing wood. With beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, he glanced at the last remaining spirit stone in his hand. This time, he had refrained from utilizing his own cultivation, relying solely on the spirit stones. After swallowing it whole, he bellowed, "Congeal." With swift gestures, he rapidly executed the incantation, each movement striking the alchemical furnace. A brilliant white light flashed, prompting everyone to shut their eyes as the heavens began to gather thunderous energies. Shi Shaojian and the 2 venerable ancestors exchanged a glance before swiftly retreating, taking their spectral minions with them. Observing this, Master Yuling shouted, "I shall take my leave first," and promptly vanished into the ground. Uncle Gio glanced skyward and remarked, "It is complete. This is the heavenly tribulation. The elixir must endure its trial." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he cursed, "Damn it," and fled, clutching the 3 little ones tightly. Seeing that everyone had made their escape, Shi Shaojian converted his recently acquired 500 points from defeating the 5 demons into 5 low-grade spirit stones. As he watched the impending lightning tribulation, he quickly fortified the furnace's defenses, hoping to harness the tribulation to simultaneously empower both the elixir and the furnace. In no time, the lightning descended, striking twice in rapid succession, sending Shi Shaojian hurtling through the air while the alchemical furnace spun wildly, reducing the 5 spirit stones beneath it to mere dust. As the storm clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, Shi Shaojian puzzledly rubbed his head, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 26. Engaging in business with the ancestor of Mao Shan, Shi Shaojian inquired the system. "What is happening? Why has the heavenly tribulation suddenly dissipated?" The system replied, "Host, I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Shi Shaojian retorted, "Do not keep me in suspense, just speak." The system continued, "The good news is that the heavenly Tao, disliking malevolence, has caused the tribulation of the elixir and the merits to counterbalance each other. Thus, the 5 elements elixir you crafted is considered a semi-defective product, a pseudo-immortal elixir. After enduring the thunder tribulation, auspicious clouds would have descended, but alas, that has been annulled, leaving you with a half-step immortal elixir, and your alchemy furnace is similarly a pseudo-immortal artifact. The bad news is that you have been selected by the heavenly Tao. Originally, Lin Fengjiao was meant to face this tribulation, but now it is you. Wherever you go, calamity will follow, and formidable demons will emerge. With your current level of cultivation, you may well be courting death." Shi Shaojian cursed vehemently. "Is this because I have taken care of matters that Uncle Gio should have handled? Has the heavenly Tao chosen me for that reason?" The system responded, "Host, may you seek your own fortune." At that moment, Uncle Gio entered with the 3 young ones. Shi Shaojian neatly stowed away the alchemy furnace and elixirs, casting a forlorn glance at Uncle Gio. Perplexed, Uncle Gio remarked, "What is with that look?" "I owe you nothing," Shi Shaojian replied. "I will explain once everyone has arrived." He then rose to freshen up. Before long, dawn broke. Shi Shaojian instructed the 3 young ones to shut the doors and windows. Soon after, the 2 ancestors and Shi Jian arrived, and Shi Shaojian also summoned Master Yuling. "I shall first share my predicament," Shi Shaojian stated. "The heavenly Tao has informed me that the individual destined for this minor tribulation was originally Uncle Lin, but it has now fallen upon me. Previously, when Uncle Lin was nearby, demons and monsters would swiftly appear. This was the machinations of the heavenly Tao. During this time, I have eliminated the malevolent entities that plagued Uncle Lin, and now the heavenly Tao has set its sights on me. You must devise a solution. Uncle Jiu commented. No wonder you gazed at me with such resentment, as if I owed you money. Shi Shaojian added, Old Jiu possesses yet another identity. The two ancestors nodded and said, We are aware of this matter. Fearing that old Jiu might abandon his post, we refrained from mentioning it, allowing you to think it was his mismanagement. However, old Jiu, your negligence is indeed capable of attracting calamity. Just as Uncle Jiu was about to feel pleased, the two ancestors continued, Young Shi Shaojian, your rapid progress in the path of human immortals is likely due to the spirit stones, is it not? We do not question their origin. Let us consider a transaction. You may request anything, and we shall provide it, but you must supply us with spirit stones. Shi Shaojian pondered for a moment and replied, I can exchange spirit stones with you, but I require demons and monsters. For creatures of equal rank, 2 green corpses may be traded for 1 low-grade spirit stone, 2 hare corpses for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 2 flying corpses for 1 high-grade spirit stone. I will accept all forms of undead, malevolent entities, or monsters, as I shall trade with my merits. As long as I continue to slay demons and monsters, I will have an endless supply of spirit stones. Let me be clear, however, that zombies and devils are excluded. I will accept anything that has caused harm with its bloodlust. As everyone was deep in discussion, the door was suddenly pushed open. The Master and the Jade Spirit, both beings from the underworld, along with the soul of Shi Shaojian, turned their unwavering gazes toward the newcomer, who was none other than the Grand Commander. Initially intending to capture the 3 disciples of Shi Shaojian as leverage, he found, to his astonishment, 3 individuals clad in official attire. Upon noticing the absence of shadows behind the 4, fear gripped the Grand Commander, prompting him to hastily shut the door and flee. The Master chuckled and remarked, Little Shi Shaojian, you are quite the trickster. 3 for 2. You devoured half in one go. Are you not afraid of bursting? Feeling guilty, Shi Shaojian retorted, Fine, it's a deal. One must seize the opportunity. After all, is business not negotiated? With the matter settled, the 2 masters and Shi Shaojian departed. The Jade Spirit turned to Shi Shaojian and asked, Is everything all right? Rest assured, Shi Shaojian replied confidently, I have grown up in Maoshan. I know its people better than you do. Nodding in agreement, the Jade Spirit took his leave. Uncle Jiu looked at Shi Shaojian and said, All right, last time you took 3 spirits from me. I expect the spirit stones now. Shi Shaojian smacked his lips and replied, Those have been used up. I'll return them once I earn some profit. However, we need to discuss something. I am now a target for all sorts of demons and monsters. You know my current cultivation level. How about this? You stay, and we split the spoils 70-30. You take 30 for every demon I deal with, and I keep 70. Uncle Jiu, taken aback, said, I'm leaving. There's no sincerity here. I'll eliminate the demons, and you reap the rewards? No way, it's 50-50. Shi Shaojian protested. How about 40-60? I have 3 disciples to consider. Uncle Jiu firmly stated, It's 50-50 or I'm gone. Grinding his teeth, Shi Shaojian conceded, Fine. 50-50 it is, but let us agree not to call Xiao Sheng and Wen Kai. Those 2 are already enough trouble for me. I'm quite burdened as it is. Uncle Jiu nodded and returned to Rinjia town. Shi Shaojian then assessed the cultivation levels of his 3 disciples. Situ Jian had 76 strands, Lu Qingyan had 85 strands, and Zhongbang had 92 strands. Zhongbang had already reached the late stage of refining essence into qi. He then glanced at his own attributes. Name, Shi Shaojian Constitution, Nun Realm. Initial stage of refining qi into spirit, 4 drops, 89 strands. Items, Nun points. 11, 062 in virtue, 49 merit, 0 fortune. After reviewing his status, Shi Shaojian sighed. It seemed he had been toiling away without any gains, having only obtained a defective elixir. Before long, the street became lively again as the 3 disciples returned after gathering information. Master, the Grand Commander has fled. They exclaimed. Forget about him, Shi Shaojian instructed. Prepare 2 rooms. Uncle Lin may bring Run Tingting to stay. But Master, Lu Qingyan interjected, there are no rooms available. Situ Jian and Zhongbang can share 1 room. And you will share with Rin Tingting, Shi Shaojian decided. Just as Uncle Gio returned to the ancestral hall, he found Qiusheng and Wenkai playfully grappling, while Rentingting was drawing talismans nearby. Remembering Shi Shaojian's words, Uncle Gio picked up a vine and began to chastise the two boys. The following day, Uncle Gio arrived with Ren Tingting, soon followed by Qianhe, who brought along 4 individuals from the 4 corners of the world, cradling several jars in their arms. Upon seeing them, Shi Shaojian exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Qianhe, your news travels fast. You arrived today after our discussion yesterday." Qianhe, puzzled, whispered last night. "The Grand Master conveyed a message to us, exchanging spirit stones for demons and monsters. This is knowledge known only to our generation of disciples." Shi Shaojian nodded vigorously and shouted, "Situ Jian, take the jars inside and quickly prepare the oil." This morning, Shi Shaojian had set up a stove in the courtyard, readying everything for their arrival sooner than expected. The 3 young ones dashed off to light the fire. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio and Qianhe engaged in conversation. Once Shi Shaojian had fried the 6 spirits, he eagerly approached Qianhe, presenting 4 low-grade spirit stones and saying, "Master Qian, here are your spirit stones. Next time, if you could catch a demon of the Earth Master realm for me, I could offer you a discount of 7 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound?" Qianhe's eyes lit up. "Excellent. You didn't mention spirit stones last time at Coffin Mountain." Shi Shaojian replied, "At that time, my cultivation was lacking. I needed to enhance my own abilities." Qianhe remarked, "I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to and must seek out the remaining malevolent demons." As Qianhe departed with the 4 individuals, Shi Shaojian handed 2 low-grade spirit stones to Uncle Gio, saying, "Take these. Don't be polite. I may need your assistance in the coming days." Over the next few days, disciples from Maoshan arrived in succession, and Shi Shaojian was kept exceedingly busy. The Maoshan disciples left with smiles, clutching their spirit stones, while Shi Shaojian looked at his remaining merits and chuckled, having fried 33 demons of the human master realm, yet none of the earth master realm. On this day, Shi Shaojian finally found a moment to rest, but troubles soon arose. During the escape of a tomb robber, a group of deserters remained behind, forming a gang that began to steal from the local gentry. Recently, the gang's leader had lost a brother, prompting a request for Shi Shaojian to assist in returning the body. Upon inspecting the situation, he placed the corpse into a coffin and brought it back. Uncle Gio inquired, "What is going on?" Shi Shaojian replied, "No need to discuss. Trouble has come knocking." He pointed to the coffin, explaining, "The individual inside was born in a year, month, and day of Een, and was killed in a turf war by a multitude of blades, leaving behind a heavy grudge. I feared he might undergo a transformation, which is why I took on this task. We will set off tomorrow to deliver the body, and upon my return, I will share the spirit stones." Uncle Gio nodded, not motivated by the spirit stones, but rather by the duty to address the fate of the deceased, feeling indebted to Shi Shaojian for his assistance. The following morning, Shi Shaojian presented 12 low-grade spirit stones to Lu Qingyan, stating, "Do not use these spirit stones just yet. Before my return, they must be exchanged for others. If the spirit stones run out, please keep a record so they can claim them on their next visit or bring more spirits next time." Shi Shaojian arranged for the gang's leader to provide a horse-drawn cart. He and Uncle Gio lifted the modest coffin onto the cart and set off, covering it with cloth to shield it from the sun, as it was a flatbed cart and the coffin could not be exposed to the light. For 3 consecutive days, 2 individuals endured the relentless annoyance of nightly disturbances resembling the sounds of a coffin being struck, much to the exasperation of Shi Shaojian. On the 4th night, just as Shi Shaojian and his companion, Jiu Shu, paused to catch their breath, a young man appeared in a panic, pursued by a female corpse, shouting, "There's a ghost! Help me!" Shi Shaojian, feeling utterly helpless, turned to Jiu Shu and lamented, "How did you manage in the past? With 2 burdens by my side, I am nearly driven to madness. Now, yet another has appeared." Jiu Shu shook his head and replied, "Your mindset is still flawed. Should it be you or I who confronts this?" Shi Shaojian raised his hands in surrender, as Jiu Shu, observing the approaching figure, stepped forward and delivered a swift kick. The young man exclaimed in pain and was sent flying, along with the female corpse trailing behind him. Upon witnessing this, Jiu scolded. Why not engage in more fruitful endeavors, like digging graves? He paid little heed to the young man, advancing to the corpse and striking it in the abdomen. The corpse exhaled a cloud of white mist and fell still. Upon seeing this, Shi Shaojian recalled that this female corpse was likely the 9th concubine of a formidable general. If discovered, both he and Jiu would surely face dire consequences. He urged, "We must bury this corpse. Her identity is significant, and discovery would spell great trouble." Jiu hefted the corpse and seized the young man, leading them both into the woods. An hour later, Jiu returned, the young man nowhere to be seen. Chapter 27. Beneath the Maoshan mountain, Shi Shaojian gazed at Jiu and said, "Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering, as a malevolent aura is too dense." The two ventured forth for another 2 hours when suddenly, a radiant spectrum of colors illuminated the surroundings. Exchanging glances, Jiu remarked, 7 hues. It could either signify great evil or immense fortune. Let us investigate. They concealed their cart and hastened toward the source of the light. Upon entering the cave, they beheld a master and apprentice within. In the center of the cavern lay a coffin, surrounded by several others. Jiu, astonished, exclaimed, "The 7 veils guarding the coffin. The reversal of the universe's Tai Chi formation." Shi Shaojian inquired, "What does that mean?" Jiu explained, "An ancient formation, specifically designed to protect royalty from malevolent forces. Further safeguarded by the yin-yang bell." Shi Shaojian urged, "Please speak plainly." Jiu continued, "The yin-yang bell is a Taoist instrument utilized to gather the dual energies of yin and yang from the cosmos." At that moment, the coffin in the center began to tremble, and both Jiu and Shi Shaojian, on high alert, observed the coffin and the other master-apprentice duo. In a hushed tone, Shi Shaojian whispered to Jiu, "The individual harbors impure intentions. The coffin likely contains a corpse giving birth to offspring, having absorbed the yin and yang energies you mentioned, thus gaining sentience. I have heard that this person seeks to create a zombie king to dominate the world. He must have been eyeing this place for quite some time." Jiu nodded, scrutinizing the middle-aged Taoist, who, despite practicing Taoist arts, emanated an aura of malevolence. The source of his terrestrial mastery remained unclear, as the 2 apprentices quickly began to set up a ritual altar. Suddenly, the coffin lid burst open, revealing a female corpse in the throes of giving birth. Shi Shaojian tugged at Jiu sleeve, gesturing toward the master and apprentice. Jiu turned and remarked, "A 4-directional exorcism array, the 7 stars array. It seems he intends to capture the little zombie alive." Casting a glance at both parties, Jiu declared, "We must leave." Shi Shaojian, eyeing the yin-yang bell, said, "I will retrieve the yin-yang bell." Jiu swiftly pushed Shi Shaojian away with a palm strike, and as Shi Shaojian soared through the air, the middle-aged Taoist prepared to act. Jiu commanded, "We only require the yin-yang bell." The middle-aged Taoist halted his movement. While airborne, Shi Shaojian bit his finger and directed his blood toward the yin-yang bell, expecting it to be merely a treasured artifact. He was astonished to discover it was indeed a spiritual instrument. The yin-yang bell absorbed Shi Shaojian's blood, binding their spirits. As he propelled himself off the bell, it swiftly shrank, following him back. Jiu, witnessing this, seized Shi Shaojian, and they leapt from the cave. The middle-aged Taoist, realizing the bell was a spiritual artifact, attempted to intervene, but at that moment, the little zombie was born, forcing him to relent. Jiu, with Shi Shaojian in tow, made a series of leaps and soon reached their cart, urging the horses onward. On their journey, Jiu remarked, "I wonder what stroke of fortune you have encountered." Both the Taoist and I believed it to be an ordinary artifact, only to discover it is a spiritual instrument. Shi Shaojian replied, "Uncle Lin, what ordinary artifact could grant sentience to a mere little zombie?" Suddenly recalling the plot of the film, he exclaimed, "This is bad. Master Lin, hurry to the nearby town. Our fellow disciples from Maoshan are in peril." Upon hearing this, the 9th uncle urged the horses onward, and Shi Shaojian continued, "I hope it's not too late. In the town's ancestral hall, there resides a shadowy corpse that is difficult for ordinary individuals to contend with. Master Lin, Do you have any effective strategies? The ninth uncle furrowed his brow and replied, a spirit-imbued zombie is indeed a formidable opponent. Do you have the 5 elements Bagua compass with you? With my ancestral talisman. You must hand over the compass, while you find a way to conceal yourself. Shi Shaojian responded, I will be fine. I can use the yin-yang bell to shield myself or even hide within the alchemical furnace. Just be cautious, as you cannot see it. The ninth uncle nodded, and the carriage sped toward the town. Upon noticing Shi Shaojian, who was directing the corpse procession, he instructed, that's him. Follow closely and block his entrance to the ancestral hall. Within a few minutes, the procession entered the hall, and the ninth uncle maneuvered the carriage to the entrance. Shi Shaojian swiftly tossed a compass to the ninth uncle before dashing inside, just as a figure emerged in response to the sound of footsteps. With little time to spare, Shi Shaojian enlarged the yin-yang bell and leaped forward, successfully enveloping both of them within its protective sphere. A loud clang reverberated, causing their ears to ring. Outside, the ninth uncle gripped the compass and brandished the talisman, unleashing a flurry of sparks. The zombie materialized, but before the ninth uncle could advance, it vanished once more. Startled, the ninth uncle realized the creature could indeed shift its form. Fortunately, he possessed the 5 elements Bagua compass. Holding the compass in his left hand and the ancestral talisman in his right, he leaned against the yin-yang bell while observing the compass's needle. Suddenly, he hurled the talisman forward, propelling himself alongside it. The talisman penetrated the zombie's body, revealing its form. The ninth uncle swiftly retrieved the talisman and retreated beside the yin-yang bell, declaring, Come forth. I have dispelled its shadow. Shi Shaojian quickly retracted the yin-yang bell, turning to face the ninth uncle and the now visible zombie. Master Lin, you truly are a master of the zombie arts. You revealed its true form so swiftly. At that moment, the corpse handler spoke, Little Shi Shaojian. Recognizing the voice, the ninth uncle glanced at the zombie, confronting him, and remarked, Elder Gio, there is no time for idle chatter. Let's deal with this creature first. Shi Shaojian interjected, Elder Gio, I practically saved your life. He then hurled the yin-yang bell towards the zombie. The ninth uncle followed closely behind, rapidly approaching the creature, while Elder Gio drew his peachwood sword and charged forward. The zombie, taking advantage of Shi Shaojian's yin-yang bell, crashed through the ancestral hall's wall and fled. The ninth uncle and Elder Gio exchanged glances and turned to Shi Shaojian. Chiding, next time, refrain from offering assistance. You only complicate matters. A bit embarrassed, Shi Shaojian scratched his head and changed the subject. Elder Gio, what brings you out to handle corpses? Elder Gio replied, Isn't it due to the significant decrease in spiritual energy? We gather to ensure the younger generation inherits something. Now, only your father remains in Maoshan. Shi Shaojian looked at the ninth uncle and said, You are aware of this matter, yet kept me in the dark. The ninth uncle responded, The current spiritual energy is barely sufficient to sustain our cultivation. Our generation has little hope. What use is it to inform you? Elder 9 remarked, I will summon the 7th elder with my flying crane technique. He has also arrived nearby to deal with the corpse. This zombie is quite formidable, and I failed to notice it just moments ago. Elder Shi Shaojian interjected, This zombie can shift its form. Master Lin relied on the compass and the ancestral dust whisk to unveil its true appearance. Elder 9 replied, The peak zombie possesses its own supernatural abilities. Please bear with me for a moment. With that, he produced a paper crane to call for assistance. Meanwhile, Elder 7, accompanied by his newly acquired disciple, was directing the walking corpses when he received the message from Maoshan's flying crane technique. Upon hearing it, he buried the walking corpse and quickly urged his disciple to flee. As dawn broke, Elder 7 arrived at the mortuary and, upon entering, exclaimed, Old 9, you are in quite a predicament. It seems you require the aid of the younger generation. Both Uncle Gio and Shi Shaojian promptly approached to pay their respects, and when they glanced at the newcomer beside Elder 7, he introduced, This is my recently accepted disciple. Shi Shaojian immediately bowed, while Uncle Gio performed a salute of equal rank. Elder 7 playfully tapped the back of his head, saying, Have you forgotten the protocols? After the formalities, Elder 9 commented, At your age, still imitating others by accepting disciples. Can you truly pass on your skills? Not wanting the two elders to bicker further, Shi Shaojian quickly interjected, "Elders, let us refrain from squabbling for now. The zombie is on the verge of transforming into a flying zombie. We must devise a plan to eliminate it first. There will be spirit stones to be earned in the process." The two elders gazed at Shi Shaojian, and Elder 7 remarked, "What you say aligns with the teachings of our ancestor. Do provide me with a spirit stone." Shi Shaojian, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "I exhausted my share of dark merit before leaving, distributing it among the other Maoshan disciples. However, I can exchange 3 mid-grade spirit stones and several low-grade ones for this peak zombie. The mid-grade stones shall belong to the 3 of you, while the low-grade ones will be shared with my junior uncle." Recognizing Shi Shaojian's modesty, the others remained silent, astonished at his mention of mid-grade spirit stones. They understood that the spiritual realms on Maoshan had closed and that the previous monthly offerings had ceased. Although the spirit stones were merely the size of grains, they were still valuable. Now, they had to fend for themselves. Shi Shaojian added, "If you manage to procure demons or monsters of the Celestial Master Realm, I can secure high-grade spirit stones for you." Elder 7 chuckled, "Do not harbor such hopes. Not only is there no flying zombie, but even if we encountered one, we would have to flee." Shi Shaojian proposed, "What if we gathered the people of Maoshan to eliminate Tung Tung Town, then proceed to Zhuge Town to eradicate the Zhuge family's ghostly lair, and finally return to Maoshan to cleanse the demon sealing tower?" Elder 7 considered, "That is a splendid idea. Let me ponder. The upper levels of the demon sealing tower in Maoshan are manageable, but the lower levels are feared by all. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has diminished, causing the demons to regress. However, ghost kings still linger below, and entering would be tantamount to courting death." Elder 9 added, "Leave this matter to us elders and your father. Just be prepared with the spirit stones when the time comes." Nodding, Shi Shaojian contacted the system. "Is it permissible if I do not personally slay the zombie?" The system replied, "Indeed, previously you were not the destined individual. You must at least provide assistance. Now, as long as it occurs in your vicinity or under your guidance, it is acceptable. This is the advantage of being the destined one, though the downside is attracting malevolent spirits." In the evening, the 4 individuals embarked on separate paths, each responsible for a distinct direction. They patrolled their respective areas when suddenly, the sounds of a struggle resonated from the town center, accompanied by the furious roars of zombies. The 4 swiftly converged towards the heart of the town. Within moments, Shi Shaojian beheld the middle-aged Taoist being hurled away by a zombie, while his apprentice stood helplessly by. Without hesitation, Shi Shaojian retrieved the Yin-Yang bell and advanced to confront the threat. To his astonishment, he not only sent the zombie flying, but inadvertently caused the demise of the middle-aged Taoist as well. The zombie then lunged towards Jiu, while Chi-Chong encountered a female zombie. Elder Jiu arrived promptly, and together with Jiu, they launched a dual assault against the male zombie. Shi Shaojian refrained from pursuing the male zombie and observed the middle-aged Taoist from a distance. Suddenly, he witnessed the Taoist's soul detaching from his body, racing towards him. Shi Shaojian smirked, recalling how, in the film, the Taoist had seized his apprentice's body. Now, he sought to possess him. He pondered who would prove more formidable, himself or the system. Chapter 28. A fortuitous encounter. Shi Shaojian swiftly charged towards the middle-aged Taoist, contemplating utilizing the system against him, yet fearing the potential loss of virtue. Just as their paths were destined to collide, Shi Shaojian produced a Dan furnace and promptly ensnared the Taoist soul within. Infusing a modicum of spiritual energy, he activated the furnace's formation, hastily approaching the Taoist apprentice. With a single stroke of his sword, he dispatched him, seizing the precious sword from the apprentice's grasp. It was a superior artifact, a pity that these cultivators of the divine path lacked the understanding of nurturing such a weapon. With a bit of care, it would soon transform into a spiritual tool. Examining the duo's satchels, he collected the money sword, a top-tier magical instrument, the Bagua mirror, a mid-grade magical tool, and the Bagua compass, also a mid-grade artifact. He also claimed the small 5 Emperor copper coin sword, a superior artifact measuring merely a span of 10 centimeters, along with a bundle of talismans. Shi Shaojian meticulously rifled through the entire satchel. At that moment, he heard footsteps and quickly stored the little Taoist corpse and satchel into the system space, along with the other magical instruments, leaving only the precious sword behind. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian, the newcomer inquired, "How did it go, Shaojian?" "I managed to deal with a female zombie over here," Shi Shaojian replied. "I am uncertain. When I arrived, he was gravely wounded by the zombie. Master Lin and Elder Gio went after that creature. I noticed his spirit had left his body, vanished without a trace, so I came to investigate and chanced upon this sword. Elder Qi advised dispose of the corpse to prevent it from transforming. I should go take a look. My disciple is still waiting for the female zombie to finish burning. After you're done, come over and have a glance." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shi Shaojian watched as Elder Qi dashed towards Uncle Gio. He retrieved a fire-igniting talisman and tossed it onto the corpse before sitting beside it, quickly incinerating the middle-aged Taoist spirit in the Dan furnace. The Taoist began to curse vehemently, but Shi Shaojian remained unfazed, contemplating. If you were a celestial master with a yang spirit, I would indeed be in a predicament. However, as an entity of the Yin realm, you fear only fire and objects of supreme yang. I shall effortlessly disperse your soul. In a matter of minutes, once the Taoist spirit was obliterated, Shi Shaojian stowed the furnace away, awaiting the completion of the corpse's cremation. Shortly thereafter, he heard footsteps approaching. It was Elder Qi's newly accepted disciple. Shi Shaojian asked, "Young master, has the cremation concluded?" The disciple nodded. "It is complete. I'll keep you company while we wait. I'm uncertain what we can do over there." Shi Shaojian replied, "There's no need to go. Your presence would only complicate matters. My assistants last night inadvertently allowed the zombie to escape." As they conversed, dawn broke, and soon after, Uncle Gio and the two elders approached, their faces etched with fatigue. Shi Shaojian immediately exchanged 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 15 low-grade spirit stones, distributing 1 mid-grade stone and 3 low-grade stones each to Uncle Gio and Elder Gio, while giving Elder Qi 1 mid-grade stone and 6 low-grade stones. He kept 3 for himself and declared, "I cannot work without compensation. These 3 are rightfully mine." At that moment, Elder Qi snatched the stones from Shi Shaojian's hand, asserting, "You must still possess 5 stones. We shall divide these 3 among us." He tossed 1 each to Uncle Gio and Elder Gio. Shi Shaojian smacked his lips, pondering the cunning nature of a group of old foxes. Without a modicum of wit, one could scarcely contend with them. He glanced at his own 1549 points of Yin virtue, noting that the female zombie had granted him 1,000 points, while the half-step flying zombie had bestowed 5,000. From henceforth, he intended to enlist the people of Maoshan to labor on his behalf. At that moment, Elder 7 continued, "Do not accuse me of deceiving you. These few inferior spirit stones are merely sufficient for recovery, and through perilous means, I managed to acquire a single medium spirit stone." Shi Shaojian mused that inferior spirit stones were originally intended for their recovery. He turned to the 3, urging, "Hurry and recover. We still have customers to attend to." Returning to the dilapidated charity house, the trio spent several hours, and by midday, they had completed their recovery. Shi Shaojian and Uncle Gio hastened to continue their journey in the horse-drawn cart, while Elder 9 and Elder 7 still had corpses to attend to. They parted ways, and Shi Shaojian inquired of Uncle Gio, "When I was young, Elder 7 had grizzled hair. Now he can still handle a zombie by himself." Uncle Gio replied, "Elder 7 is the oldest among the elders, surpassing even the great elder in years. He must be in his 70s or 80s now. Yet, for him, it is but half of his lifespan. Before becoming a Yin master, he lived only a few years longer than an ordinary person. Upon attaining a Yin spirit, his life expectancy exceeds 150 years. Should he ascend to Yang God, becoming a celestial master, his lifespan could extend to 300 years, easily allowing him to live over 2 centuries. The stronger the Yang God, the longer the life." Shi Shaojian regarded Uncle Gio with envy, saying, "You now possess a lifespan exceeding 150 years, while I am doomed. In our pursuit of immortality, without breaking through to the refining void and harmonizing path. We're left with merely a century or so. Uncle Gio remarked, "Why not mention that you excel in every aspect, with physical prowess and combat strength unmatched at your level?" Shi Shaojian retorted, "The cultivation of essence, qi, and spirit is far too sluggish. You cannot fathom the resources I have expended on my 3 disciples. Just to elevate their physical realm, I sacrificed numerous small yellow fish and the essence of several demonic creatures. Thus far, I have invested dozens of spirit stones into refining their essence into qi." Uncle Gio observed him, "You are indeed generous. No wonder you see cultivation resources everywhere. If you bestowed upon me such riches, I could ascend to the realm of celestial master or cultivate a new master." Shi Shaojian grimaced. "This is precisely why I allied with Mao Shan. Only with spirit stones can one achieve rapid breakthroughs." Uncle Gio countered, "You brought this upon yourself. We soared to the Qing lineage, sheltered by our ancestors, while you chose to cling to the teachings of others. Whom can you blame?" Shi Shaojian replied, "I desire not to be like you. Even attaining immortality, one remains a mere immortal, relying on incense for strength and longevity. Moreover, the disciples of the teachings are few. Fewer disciples mean more resources and less strife." Uncle Gio nodded, contemplating that it was common knowledge that treasures abound with Lao Jun, and everyone wished to attach themselves to the teachings. Yet the crux lies in being worthy of attention. The two spent another 2 days traversing towards their destination, Zhuge Town, the abode of the descendants of Zhuge Kongming, a family renowned for their. Upon nearing Zhuge Town, darkness had fallen, and the pair prepared to enter the town for rest, intending to deliver the corpses at dawn. The affair was not trivial. The 2 individuals sensed an overwhelming aura of corpse energy. They halted their carriage and proceeded towards the source of this ominous presence. In the distance, they espied a portly man and a slender youth, one middle-aged and the other a young man. Uncle Gio whispered, "It is Zhuge Kongping and his son Zhuge Xiaoming. They must be here to capture a zombie, as I have heard of his fascination with the undead." Shi Shaojian expressed his skepticism. Can he really contend with such potent corpse energy? Uncle Gio reassured him, "Let us observe. He is a master of the earthly realm, so there is no need for concern." Before them stood an ominously upright coffin. Uncle Gio remarked, "A coffin positioned vertically is a dire omen." They watched as Zhuge Kongping unfurled a measuring line, wrapping it around himself, and brandished a peachwood sword as he approached the coffin. Upon opening it, he found it empty. Just as confusion set in, a zombie emerged. Zhuge Kongping affixed talismans to his peachwood sword, targeting the joints of the zombie, yet it exhibited no reaction, charging swiftly towards him. In a desperate measure, Zhuge Kongping produced 2 bagua jade gourds and plugged the zombie's nostrils, attempting to sever its sensory perceptions. However, the zombie retaliated with a kick, sending him sprawling. Uncle Gio observed, "This is a copper-armored corpse, exceedingly formidable. It is on the verge of evolving into a silver-armored one." Zhuge Kongping then retrieved talisman arrows, adorning their tips with charms. As the zombie lunged, he exerted force, snapping his bow, discarding both bow and arrows. Instead, he grabbed 2 bagua mirrors, directing beams of red light at the zombie. The creature hesitated momentarily before advancing, shattering the mirrors with its claws. At that moment, Zhuge Xiaoming activated a corpse-repelling bell, bringing the zombie to a halt. Zhuge Kongping seized a 3-meter-long bamboo tube, pinning the zombie against a tree. He removed an yin-yang jade pendant from his hat and affixed it to the bamboo tube, performing a hand gesture and striking the bottom of the tube. A surge of energy coursed into the zombie's neck, and with a pointed finger, he summoned a fierce flame formation that ignited a raging inferno. He then lowered the zombie into the fiery array and drew forth a small copper coin sword, plunging it into the zombie's neck. After pricking his finger, he smeared his blood onto the jade pendant, which began to glow red. With a flick of his finger, he affixed the pendant to the zombie's forehead, rendering it immobile. Just as Uncle Gio felt the situation was under control and prepared to step forward, Shi Shaojian grasped his arm, whispering, "This zombie is impervious to talismans, despite our efforts. It remains unscathed and uncontained. We must wait a moment longer. He pondered that the copper-armored corpse from Zishuangbana might be resistant to coffin nails, suggesting there was still more drama to unfold. At that moment, Zhuge Kongping sighed in relief and instructed Zhuge Xiaoming to take a closer look. However, as Zhuge Xiaoming approached the copper-armored corpse, it seized him by the throat. Zhuge Kongping rushed to assist. Yet the copper-armored corpse broke free from the yin-yang pendant and the fiery array, dislodging the coin sword from its neck with a single motion, sending both father and son crashing to the ground. Uncle Gio, witnessing the turmoil, dashed towards them, only to find the copper-armored corpse pursuing the Zhuge duo. It leapt onto a coffin nail, and Uncle Gio swiftly reached the copper-armored corpse's side. Observing it pinned by the coffin nail, he quickly grabbed another nail from the ground and thrust it into the joints of the corpse. Instantly, the copper-armored corpse's eyes closed, and it came to a halt. At this moment, Shi Shaojian hurried over. Jiao Shu gazed at Zhuge Kongping and greeted him. "Zhuge, my friend, it has been a long time." Zhuge Kongping returned the courtesy, saying, "Ah, it is Lin, my friend. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance." Unbeknownst to them, Shi Shaojian had picked up 2 jade gourds and an yin-yang jade pendant from the ground. He stealthily pried open the mouth of the copper-armored corpse and fed it 3 refined golden sun sands, then seized Jiao Shu and shouted, "We must flee." Suddenly, the copper-armored corpse began to swell. Zhuge Kongping swiftly grasped Zhuge Xiaoming by the toes and launched into the air. A tremendous explosion ressonnetait, propelling the 4 of them several meters away. They all spat out blood. Jiao Shu worked, exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? Such immense power." Lying on the ground, Shi Shaojian muttered, "I fed it 3 refined golden sun sands before losing consciousness." Jiao Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Zhuge Kongping and said, "The younger generation lacks understanding. This matter is our fault. I shall ensure that I provide an explanation to you, my friend." Zhuge Kongping waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It is of no consequence. It is merely a pity for such an exquisite copper-armored corpse." Chapter 29. The Gathering at Tung Tung Town, when Shi Shaojian awakened once more. He and Uncle Gio had already entered Zhuge Town. Noticing his revival, Uncle Gio inquired, "Are you well? If you intend to engage in clandestine actions, at least notify me beforehand. You have put yourself at risk." Shi Shaojian responded, "If Zhuge Kongping discovers this, he will undoubtedly prevent me from eliminating that copper-armored corpse. His notorious fascination with zombies is well known in the spirit realm. Thus, I am left with no alternative." Uncle Gio shook his head, saying, "Our immediate task is to handle the corpse. Afterward, we must visit the Zhuge family. Have you perhaps taken something that does not belong to you?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Shi Shaojian retorted, "Do not slander me. Am I truly that kind of person?" Uncle Gio replied, "Regardless of what you may have taken, last night's events demand an explanation. Offer a spirit stone as an apology. Do not hastily refuse. If you wish to procure the supernatural entities sealed within their ghostly cavern, it is unwise to offend them now." Nodding in agreement, the 2 completed the burial before noon and sought a place to dine. After their meal, they proceeded toward the Zhuge residence. Along the way, Shi Shaojian exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone and glanced at his accumulated 6,449 points of yin virtue, nodding with satisfaction. He placed the spirit stone into a small box. Upon departing from the Zhuge family, the duo intended to return to Jiuquan town when they simultaneously received a summons from Maoshan. They abandoned their carriage and, adhering a talisman of swiftness, began to run. 2 days later, they returned to Jiuquan town, where the streets were bustling with Taoists. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found it filled with young disciples. The trio of youngsters was busy frying ghostly treats. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian's return, Lu Qingyan rushed over, presenting a ledger. "Master, we are still short over 100 spirit stones. Please settle the accounts for everyone." Shi Shaojian replied, "There is no rush. I must first meet with the elders." He then walked inside with Uncle Gio. In the living room sat 30 to 40 individuals, all of Uncle Gio's generation, along with Shi Jian and several elders. After exchanging greetings, Shi Jian stated, "Once you clear the accounts for everyone, we shall depart for Tung Tung Town." Observing the collective gaze upon him, Shi Shaojian nodded, retrieving the ledger Lu Qingyan had given him, and proceeded to settle the accounts. By the time he finished, night had fallen. Glancing at his own virtue, he chuckled. Having earned an impressive 12,649 points, with a net gain of 6,200 points after collecting from 186 spirits, his own virtue had finally surpassed 10,000. At that moment, Shi Shaojian rose and addressed the group. Everyone prepared to depart. He then led the way forward, followed by the elders and the rest. Shi Shaojian scratched his head, exclaiming, "It is already dark. What do we intend to do now?" Uncle Jiao, along with Si Mu and Qian He, approached Shi Shaojian, stating, "We shall set off now so that we may arrive by dawn. Do you think this is a solitary endeavor? We must prepare upon arrival." Thus, Shi Shaojian, Uncle Jiao, Si Mu, and Qian He walked together, instructing the three youngsters to remain behind, while the blue donkey had seemingly wandered off. By dawn, several hundred individuals arrived at Tung Town. The Grand Elder and the 8 elders positioned themselves at the 8 cardinal points of the Bagua Formation, while Shi Shaojian and the Grand Elder gracefully leaped to a vantage point, surveying the assembly. In the town of Tung, the inhabitants of the corpse refining sect discerned the presence of the Maoshan disciples, who had encircled the town. The Grand Elder of the corpse refining sect questioned, "Who has betrayed us? The only ones aware of our operations here are you few elders. The others have already perished. Now we find ourselves surrounded. An escape is no longer an option." Present were the 5 elders of the corpse refining sect, along with their personal corpses and various lesser zombies. The 3rd elder proclaimed, "With our zombies combined, we number over 20 Earthmasters, hundreds of green zombies, and thousands of white zombies, totaling more than 20,000 corpses in the town. What do we have to fear?" The others were stirred by this declaration. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the Maoshan disciples did not intend to eliminate all the zombies in one fell swoop. Rather, they aimed for a prolonged engagement. Their strategy was to first clear the outer zombies before gradually pushing inward while simultaneously advancing the innate 8 trigrams formation. As noon approached, Shi Shaojian unleashed several bolts of lightning into the sky, dissipating the corpse energy, and declared, "Commence." The 8 elders activated the newly arranged innate 8 trigrams formation, establishing a barrier that segregated the inner town from the outer region. The junior disciples accompanying the 8 elders drew forth their magical instruments and began methodically clearing the area, tackling the outer ranks of purple and white zombies. With the Sun-S suppression aiding their cause, they unleashed their wrath. Meanwhile, other members of the 9th Uncle S generation stood guard outside, ready to rush to aid if necessary. At 4 o'clock, Shi Shaojian shouted, "Everyone retreat." They counted their numbers and withdrew. Those in need of healing tended to their wounds, while others focused on recovery. The 8 elders dissipated the innate 8 trigrams, retreating to the outer walls of Tung and reactivating the original formation to seal the town once more. Once all had exited, Shi Shaojian and the Grand Elder leaped out of Tung. Shi Shaojian turned to the elders and inquired, "What is the situation?" The 2nd elder replied, "A dozen or so have sustained injuries, but nothing severe. We have eliminated over 800 purple zombies and more than 300 white zombies. At this pace, it may take us 5 days to clear the outer perimeter." Shi Shaojian nodded and instructed Shi Shaojian, "Provide 8 medium-grade spirit stones to the 8 elders for their recovery during this period." Shi Shaojian exchanged the stones and handed them to the 2nd elder. Shi Shaojian then addressed the group. "Once the outer area is cleared, disciples below Earthmaster rank are prohibited from entering. When we reach the innermost area, all except Earthmasters must withdraw." Everyone nodded in agreement. The following day, as the sun rose, they commenced their operations, only retreating as dusk fell. Given the progress made, they anticipated finishing the outer cleanup by the next day. Another day passed, and upon clearing the outer perimeter, the disciples below Earthmaster rank began the grim task of handling the corpses, gathering them to be incinerated. On the 4th day, the 8 elders shifted the innate 8 trigrams inward by another street. This time, they encountered only white zombies, and the once sizable team of over 300 had dwindled to around 60 or 70. with Shi Shaojian dispersing the corpse energy above. The group found combat significantly easier than during the night. If overwhelmed, they simply fled through doorways, allowing others to take their place. Utilizing this cunning strategy, they took 3 days to finally complete the task. As they ventured into the inner sanctum, only 37 individuals remained on site, including the stalwart Shi Shaojian. With the 9 esteemed elders alongside Shi Shaojian, the total count reached 10, complemented by the 26 disciples of the same generation as Jushu, who had also arrived. The 8 grand elders prepared to initiate the formation, leaving 29 individuals ready to engage. Once the 8 elders activated the array, they all stepped forward. At that moment, 5 figures sprang forth from the ground, each appearing neither fully human nor ghostly, their bodies enveloped in a chilling aura of death. Shi Shaojian regarded them and remarked, "Members of the corpse refining sect, trapped within the innate 8 trigrams." The leading elder of the corpse refining sect addressed him, "Lord of Thunder, Shi Shaojian, your mastery of thunderous techniques is renowned as unparalleled in this realm. Yet do not push me to my limits. Surely, you have heard of the technique of merging man and corpse. Otherwise, when the flying corpse emerges, I wonder how you shall extricate yourself." Shi Shaojian narrowed his eyes, for he was least perturbed by threats. Without a retort, he struck with dual hands, unleashing his thunderous might while simultaneously employing the wood stake technique, hurling stakes toward the 5 figures. Observing Shi Shaojian's initiation of hostilities, the others followed suit. Shi Shaojian, hiding at a distance, brandished the yin-yang bell for a surprise attack, knowing his current cultivation was insufficient for a direct confrontation. The 5 members of the corpse refining sect responded by unleashing their life corpses, which released a dense fog of corpse energy that darkened the sky above. At that moment, 11 coffins burst forth from the buildings below, each controlled by a being of the hairy zombie realm. This escalated the conflict to 27 against 21. Shi Shaojian manipulated the yin-yang bell to shatter each coffin, revealing the hairy zombies within. The onlookers then recognized the bell as a spirit artifact. Realizing they had been discovered, Shi Shaojian leaped out of the innate 8 trigrams array and commenced his surprise attacks outside the formation, targeting wherever support was needed. As the battle progressed, the 11 hairy zombies were vanquished by the collective efforts of the Maoshan practitioners. Witnessing this, the 5 members of the corpse refining sect simultaneously invoked the technique of merging man and corpse, resulting in the emergence of 4 half-step flying corpses, with one attaining the flying corpse state, yet lacking the corresponding supernatural abilities. Shi Shaojian chuckled, Among the 5, one successfully usurped a body, while the other 4 became neither human nor zombie, and one pseudo-flying corpse emerged. Alas, had it been you who succeeded, we could have played with the guardian deity." Jushu and his companions surrounded one of the entities, while the elder and Shi Shaojian commenced their assault on the pseudo-flying corpse. The elder, typically taciturn, was unwavering in his resolve. He was unafraid to act against any transgressor. Shi Shaojian had previously been dealt with by him, and he treated all fiends and specters with equal severity, wielding a whisk that boasted considerable rank, likely a pseudo-spirit artifact. The filaments of the whisk could shorten, as the two engaged in a dance of entrapment and attack, with Shi Shaojian providing defensive support. After just a few exchanges, Shi Shaojian was struck by the residual shockwave from the pseudo-flying corpse's attack on the yin-yang bell, causing him to sustain internal injuries and lose consciousness. The disparity in their realms was far too great for him to contend with. When Shi Shaojian finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a small courtyard in Jiuquan town, where most had dispersed, leaving only a few elders, Shi Shaojian and Jushu. Upon exiting his chamber, Shi Shaojian spoke, "Produce the spirit stones. I must return to Maoshan." Shi Shaojian reviewed the Yin score of 442,049 points and, after consulting the system, remarked, "Let me summarize the zombies you have eliminated. 15, 180 purple zombies, 3, 492 white zombies, 763 green zombies, 11, 5 hairy zombies, 4 bipedal zombies, and 1 flying zombie. Am I correct? Do you prefer mid-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, or premium spirit stones?" In unison, they exclaimed, "You can actually procure premium spirit stones." Shi Shaojian replied, "This time, the Inda is sufficient to exchange for only 2 premium spirit stones." After conferring with several elders, Shi Shaojian declared, "We desire premium spirit stones. We require 3. I must hasten back to reopen the Cave of Blessings." Shi Shaojian exchanged for 3 premium spirit stones and tossed them to Shi Jian, saying, "For the sake of labor, are we still going to the Zhuge family?" Shi Jian rose and said, "Await our news. All elders shall return to Maoshan." The 9 elders erupted in joyous laughter. Having been driven from the mountain, they were now able to return. Growing up in Maoshan, they regarded it as home. And who would not rejoice at the prospect of returning home? Shi Jian continued, "That sand sha position has been rendered ineffective by me. Use the remaining spirit stones wisely for your cultivation during this time." Shi Shaojian gritted his teeth and retorted, "You have calculated my every move. Is it not possible for us to trust one another?" As he walked away, Shi Jian remarked, "There is still much for you to learn. We have a general idea of how much you can obtain." With that, he exited the courtyard. Chapter 30. The passage of time on Hong Kong Island. Uncle Gio approached Shi Shaojian and said, "I must take my leave as well. During this time, focus diligently on your cultivation. Await your father's next instructions." With that, he departed with Rin Tingting. Once everyone had left, Shi Shaojian summoned the 3 young ones and proclaimed, "We are on the brink of fortune. From this day forth, you 3 shall dedicate yourselves to arduous training. We shall discuss matters further once the spirit stones are exhausted." Lu Qingyan extended her hand and said, "Please grant us the spirit stones." Shi Shaojian distributed 10 stones to each of them, remarking, "Once these are depleted, come to me for more. When you ascend to the initial stage of qi refinement and spirit transformation, I shall provide you with mid-grade spirit stones for your cultivation." The 3 young ones eagerly took the spirit stones and began their training, while Shi Shaojian opened his own status panel to examine his progress. Name: Shi Shaojian. Constitution: Nun Realm. Initial stage of qi refinement and spirit transformation: 4 drops, 89 threads. Items: Alchemy Furnace, Pseudo-Immortal Artifact. Yin-Yang Bell, Low-Grade Spirit Artifact. Points: 486912 Yin Virtue, 139049 Merit, 0 Fortune. Shi Shaojian contemplated. The 3 young ones have scarcely trained during this time. It is indeed time for them to engage in serious cultivation. From that day forward, the townsfolk treated Shi Shaojian with even greater courtesy. As word spread that those who visited his home were all Taoist priests from Maoshan, having cleansed Tong Town thoroughly, Shi Shaojian continued to lead a life of simplicity, sipping morning tea, assisting the townspeople by day, and studying alongside the 3 young ones by night, thus enjoying a tranquil existence. This serenity persisted for an entire year, a year during which warlords clashed across the land, and the common folk suffered immensely. Throughout this period, Shi Shaojian assisted Uncle Gio in addressing matters concerning Rin Tingting's granduncle, Rin Tianting, the music zombie possessing the power of flying corpses, yet lacking the realm of flying corpses itself. He also aided Uncle Gio in expelling the demonic presence from a relative's abdomen, thereby earning an additional 2,000 points of Yin Virtue. The tasks Shi Shaojian encountered in the town were trivial, such as conducting burials and assessing feng shui. Ever since the cleansing of Tong Town, the world seemed to have quieted. The 3 young ones progressed to the initial stage of qi refinement and spirit transformation, while Shi Shaojian himself advanced only to the mid-stage of qi refinement and spirit transformation. Upon their breakthroughs, he began providing them with mid-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. As time flowed steadily onward, the warlords gradually settled, and the Ji government was established. The 3 young ones matured. One became a handsome yet aloof figure. Another blossomed into a lively and charming girl, and the last developed a steady character marked by resolute determination. During this time, Shi Shaojian, alongside the Maoshan practitioners, eliminated the sealed ghost caverns of the Zhuge family and the demon-suppressing tower of Maoshan, even vanquishing the 10 ghost kings of Mang Mountain. With Shi Shaojian's ascension to the rank of celestial master, whenever reports emerged of significant demonic disturbances, the Maoshan practitioners would band together to address the threat. In these years, Shi Shaojian utilized his yin virtue to cultivate with spirit stones. When his yin virtue ran low, he refrained from training. The ambient spiritual energy was scarcely sufficient to maintain his current level of cultivation, let alone for further advancement. Even Maoshan had sealed its celestial realms due to the scarcity of spirit stones. The three young ones advanced to the initial stage of spirit refinement and void returning, and their combined efforts merely assisted Shi Shaojian in reaching the late stage of spirit refinement and void returning. On that fateful day, news spread of the invasion by the Japanese forces. Shi Shaojian realized that he would never attain immortality in this lifetime. He, along with three young companions, decided to join our party, disregarding the consequences of karma. As they contended with the Japanese sorcerers, they also took up arms against the ordinary soldiers and civilians of the enemy. To his surprise, he discovered that slaying the Japanese also accrued virtuous merits, and thus, Shi Shaojian unleashed a torrent of violence. Gradually, the aura of death surrounding him intensified, affecting his mental state. By this time, the Japanese were prepared to surrender, bringing him a sense of relief. In an effort to prevent himself from becoming a malevolent being, Shi Shaojian sealed his own powers and succumbed to slumber. Before drifting into sleep, he instructed his three companions to take him to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, at Maoshan, all disciples, including the sect leader Shi Shaojian, descended the mountain to fend off foreign invaders. They soon received news from Shi Shaojian regarding a massacre. Maoshan allied with Longhu Mountain in the southern city, engaging in a full-scale battle against the Japanese sorcerers. Due to the presence of captives, the confrontation resulted in significant casualties. Maoshan and Longhu Mountain suffered devastating losses, with all elite fighters perishing. Shi Jian and Jiu Shu returned gravely injured, and thereafter, Shi Jian entered a hidden realm, never to be heard from again. Jiu Shu and the others, affected by the spiritual energies of the world, were unable to heal, and upon their deaths, they were consigned to the underworld. Before his slumber, Shi Shaojian exchanged all his virtuous merits for spiritual stones, which he entrusted to his three companions. They brought him to Hong Kong, where they were astonished to find the spiritual energy as rich as during their initial days of cultivation. Armed with true skills, the trio quickly gained renown and established a cleaning company. Years passed, and Hong Kong blossomed into a bustling metropolis, with cars and computers becoming commonplace. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surged, enabling Zhong Bang to break through to the transcendent realm. His middle-aged visage transformed back into that of a handsome youth. Within a couple of years, Lu Qingyan and Situ Jian also achieved breakthroughs, regaining their youthful appearances. At that moment, Shi Shaojian awakened, stimulated by the trio's advancements. However, his consciousness fluctuated between clarity and confusion, prompting the three companions to assign one to keep watch over him. As the spiritual energy in Hong Kong began to rejuvenate, an increase in supernatural creatures followed. One day, the trio received several assignments, and in desperation, Lu Qingyan drove Shi Shaojian along, tasked with addressing a situation at the governor's building, where zombies had reportedly appeared during a meeting. Upon entering, Lu Qingyan instructed the police officers to undergo thorough inspections before exiting. In a moment of distraction, Shi Shaojian, operating on instinct, stumbled upon a female zombie. In his dazed state, he drew a peachwood sword from his spatial pocket and dispatched the female zombie with a single strike. Wandering aimlessly, he subsequently encountered a male zombie and eliminated it as well, swaying back towards the group. Just as Lu Qingyan realized Shi Shaojian had vanished, he spotted him brandishing the peachwood sword, lunging towards a police officer. Lu Qingyan swiftly intervened, deflecting the blade, while another officer shouted, "Meng Chao, danger!" Lu Qingyan confiscated the sword from Shi Shaojian, saying, "Master, please sit here and don't wander about. I'll be right back after I check upstairs." Before Lu Qingyan could finish her words, Shi Shaojian unexpectedly produced a handful of glutinous rice and pressed it towards Meng Chao, eliciting a piercing scream. Lu Qingyan, visibly annoyed, remarked, It's no wonder my master wishes to eliminate you. You fail to mention having been bitten by a zombie. My master is known for his ruthlessness. He spares neither the innocent nor the guilty. If you continue in this manner, prepare for your demise. Meng Chao looked at Lu Qingyan and said, Your master has finally awakened after so many years. Congratulations to you. Lu Qingyan and her companions frequently collaborated with the police, and most officers were familiar with the trio. Lu Qingyan continued, In the past, my master vanquished too many of those vile creatures, and the malevolent energy disturbed his mind. I wonder if he can ever truly awaken. Meng Chao turned to another officer, Jean Meiji. Could you calculate how many years he has lived? Jean Meiji responded, If Miss Lu can regain her youth, I would not be surprised at all by the age of her master. Chapter 31. The Nine Chrysanthemum Sect. Lu Qingyan remarked, My master has lived through 3 dynasties. He was nearly 20 when the court was at its peak, and has since endured the chaos of warlords, right up to the present. You two assist me in checking on my master while I attend to the zombies. Upon inspection, Lu Qingyan discovered 2 slain zombies and immediately deduced that his master must have been the one to vanquish them. His innate ability to exorcise evil had not been forgotten. He swiftly descended the stairs to inform the director of the situation. The director replied, In the past, we collaborated, and now the police department has decided to establish a ghost-catching unit. I would like to invite the 3 of you to serve as instructors at the police station. What do you think? Lu Qingyan responded, That sounds agreeable. However, I require 4 positions, and you must grant us the status of formal officers. The director replied, Excellent. Rest assured, I will be delighted for you to join. How is your master? He is truly a hero, and I have heard tales of his prowess. In the past, he struck fear into the hearts of the enemy, and the mainland even requested us to take good care of him. Lu Qingyan reassured him, Do not worry. He is not in any grave danger. He has awakened, though still in a dazed state, not fully conscious yet. Nevertheless, his instinct to exorcise evil remains intact, as evidenced by the 2 zombies he dispatched upstairs. The director insisted, Take me to see him. Previously, he was always asleep. This improvement is indeed a positive sign. As they exited the office, they encountered Shi Shaojian, who, having procured snake gall from an unknown source, was feeding Meng Chao. Lu Qingyan approached Meng Chao, saying, Please, consume this. It neutralizes the zombie poison. The director approached and saluted, inquiring of Lu Qingyan, Can he manage on his own now? Should we arrange for a caretaker? Lu Qingyan replied, No need. At his level, he does not require food. If you strike him, he will instinctively retaliate. Even my senior brother is no match for him. He has been honed through years of demon slaying and battling the enemy. When will your ghost-catching unit commence operations? The director responded, We still need a week. The higher-ups have yet to approve the training grounds. Lu Qingyan nodded, Very well. Inform me when everything is ready. I shall take my master home now. The following day, the police station called with urgent news. Lu Qingyan, accompanied by Shi Shaojian, returned to the station. As they settled into the director's office, the door swung open once more, and a figure resembling the late Jiu Shu entered. Lu Qingyan stepped forward, asking, What is your connection to Lin Jiu? The newcomer pondered for a moment before replying. You must be referring to Lin Fengjiao. My grandfather was his cousin. Lu Qingyan stated, I am unfamiliar with Lin Fengjiao, but I know Lin Jiu, the 3rd-generation disciple of Mao Shan. The visitor introduced himself. I am Lin Feng. My grandfather's true name is Lin Fengjiao. He found it too feminine. Being the 9th in his family, he chose the name Lin Jiu for himself. At that moment, Shi Shaojian, unsure of who he was addressing, began to repeat, Lin Jiu is Lin Fengjiao. Lin Jiu is Lin Fengjiao. Lu Qingyan turned to Shi Shaojian, saying, Master, you are finally speaking, and embraced Shi Shaojian, shedding tears. Once the two had concluded their conversation, the director turned to Lin Feng and began to speak, at which point Lin Feng stepped forward to bow, addressing, Greetings, Aunt Master and Grandmaster. Lu Qingyan gazed at him and remarked, It suffices for you to acknowledge my master. He is originally from the Mao Shan lineage. Although I have acquired some of your Mao Shan techniques, I remain a disciple of the Qinglian sword sect. Lin Feng nodded, and the director interjected. The reason I summoned you is that last night, during a drug raid, we encountered something peculiar. A woman managed to drag our officers for 3 blocks, and not a single one could restrain her. The autopsy report we received this morning indicates that she has been dead for several days. What are your thoughts? At that moment, Shi Shaojian, who was seated nearby, spoke up. Ice talisman, ice talisman. Lu Qingyan and Lin Feng were startled, and they turned to the director, suggesting, let us examine the corpse. The 3 accompanied Shi Shaojian to the morgue, where Lu Qingyan and Lin Feng began their inspection of the body. Shi Shaojian produced a talisman, which ignited at his command, and he cast it into a glass cup, placing it over the head of the female corpse. The others watched with curiosity, uncertain of the origin of his peculiar items. Before long, the glass cup brimmed with liquid. Lu Qingyan and Lin Feng were left speechless. This is experience, the director stated. What shall we do now? Lin Feng replied. This indicates that someone is using the corpse as a means to transport drugs. Lu Qingyan added, this technique does not resemble those employed here. Shi Shaojian interjected, the little short ones, the Jiuju sect. Lu Qingyan and Lin Feng exchanged glances with Shi Shaojian, urging him to elaborate, as he often spoke in mere fragments. Lu Qingyan commented, the Jiuju sect hails from the other side. Could it be that they are instigating trouble? Lin Feng frowned. We do not yet know the whereabouts of the Jiuju sect. Let us investigate other avenues to find a breakthrough. Indeed, Lin Feng managed to trace the boyfriend of the deceased woman, leading them to a villa after much ado. Lu Qingyan remarked, what excellent feng shui. Lin Feng retorted, Senior, this is a place for nurturing corpses. Where is the good feng shui? Lu Qingyan replied, it is favorable for those within. Lin Feng was truly at a loss for words. This master and disciple duo was rather peculiar. The 3 entered the villa, with Lin Feng using his foot to clear the dirt from the ground. Lu Qingyan glanced and noted evil cultivators, just as they were about to advance. The door swung open on its own. Upon entering, they beheld a woman kneeling by the tea table, accompanied by a tall man standing beside her. Lu Qingyan glanced at the woman and stated, you may engage with her. I am not interested. The woman on the floor proposed, how about we strike a deal? I will provide you with some money, and we can pretend today as events never transpired. Lin Feng retorted, evil and wickedness must be vanquished. With that, he launched an attack. Upon realizing that his opponent was a ground master, Lu Qingyan lost his desire to intervene, observing Lin Feng effortlessly contend with both adversaries. He silently nodded, recognizing a hint of the legendary Lin Jiao in Lin Feng. Suddenly, the female evil cultivator redirected her focus towards Lu Qingyan, sensing the imminent danger. Shi Shaojian instinctively released a wave of murderous intent, sending the female evil cultivator flying, while exclaiming, do not fear, little Qingyan, your master is here. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Qingyan was taken aback, unleashing her own formidable aura. The peachwood sword, a gift from Shi Shaojian, soared into the air, piercing through the heart of the female demon cultivator. Her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the two, unable to close them in death. This lightning-struck peachwood sword was indeed a superior treasure, nurtured by Lu Qingyan for nearly a century, and had transformed into a spiritual weapon. Lin Feng, caught off guard by the sudden display of power from the duo, was equally astonished. At that moment, the soul of the female demon cultivator attempted to flee, but from behind Shi Shaojian emerged a copper-coin sword, swiftly launching forward. With a piercing scream, the female demon's soul was shattered, and Shi Shaojian collapsed, succumbing to slumber. Lin Feng hurriedly approached to support him, inquiring, Master, what has transpired? Lu Qingyan retrieved the copper coin sword, remarking, it's nothing, this often happens. And he suddenly falls asleep. Chapter 32. The apprenticeship of Zhongbang. The 2 individuals assisted Shi Shaojian into the vehicle. Just as Lu Qingyan returned home, the police department contacted her again, reporting that a zombie had emerged on a nearby street, hopping about in plain sight, much to the astonishment of the citizens. They urged Lu Qingyan and her companions to resolve the situation swiftly. Observing the slumbering Shi Shaojian, Lu Qingyan remarked, Master, your innate constitution has once again manifested. Since your awakening, all manner of demons and spirits have reared their heads on this island, and I have already dealt with 3 incidents in a single day. Driving to the location of the zombie sighting, Lu Qingyan witnessed two zombies leaping past. At that moment, Shi Shaojian abruptly awoke, nimbly leaping after them. Just then, a group of police officers approached, and upon recognizing Lu Qingyan, one of them said, "Miss Lu, was that person just now?" Lu Qingyan replied, "He is my master. Please secure the area while I handle this." With that, she lightly propelled herself off the ground and followed suit. The pair pursued the zombies to a residential complex of 6 stories. The zombies had jumped through a window onto the 5th floor, and Shi Shaojian followed suit. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged towards them, prompting Lu Qingyan to shout, "Eldest senior brother." Upon landing, Situ Jian, controlling the Qinglian sword, nodded in acknowledgement beside Lu Qingyan. She then said, "Master, let us not disturb his elegant pursuits above." Situ Jian, now having comprehended the essence of the sword, soared into the air with the Qinglian sword. At that moment, 2 figures leapt into view from a distance. Lu Qingyan and Situ Jian exchanged glances, and Situ Jian nodded to the newcomers. Lu Qingyan inquired, "Junior brother, who is this companion you bring along?" Zhong Bang playfully tapped the back of the head of the person beside him, saying, "This is Xiao Ming, my newly accepted disciple. He possesses the innate ability of yin-yang vision. Upon recognizing his potential, I decided to take him under my wing." Xiao Ming, still bewildered, gazed at the airborne Situ Jian in awe. After receiving a gentle slap, he quickly composed himself and clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Greetings, Uncle Master. Greetings, Aunt Master." Lu Qingyan burst into laughter, while Situ Jian gave a cold snort toward Zhongbang. "Zongbang Jai Xiao Ming, do you recall how I taught you to pay your respects?" He leaned closer to Xiao Ming, whispering, "Your Uncle Master places great importance on etiquette. If you wish to avoid a beating, you must conduct yourself properly. Although my cultivation surpasses that of your Uncle Master, he is a sword cultivator, and I cannot best him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming promptly redoubled his efforts in his bow. Lu Qingyan remarked, "Junior brother, your disciple is quite amusing. At your age, what prompted you to take on apprentice?" Zhongbang replied, "I am merely considering the legacy of our Qinglian sword sect." Situ Jian retorted coldly, "He is unfit to become the sect leader." Zhongbang and Lu Qingyan exchanged knowing glances. Xiao Ming, puzzled, asked, "Master, why is that? Am I truly the only 3rd-generation disciple?" Lu Qingyan explained, "To aspire to be the sect leader, you must learn the art of the sword." Pointing towards Situ Jian, she continued, "Do you see? The most formidable technique of the Qinglian sword sect is the comprehension of the sword. To achieve this, one must possess an innate love for the sword. Your Uncle Master is a sword spirit body, and the sword beneath his feet is a divine blade." Xiao Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhongbang added, "Furthermore, I do not intend to lead you down the path of immortals. In due time, I shall summon our ancestral master to explore the teachings of the immortal way." At this moment, Lin Feng approached and said, "There is no need to call. I shall instruct my junior disciple." Lu Qingyan proceeded to introduce Lin Feng to Situ Jian and Zhongbang. He then turned to Situ Jian and inquired, "What is happening above? Why hasn't the master come down yet?" Situ Jian replied, "The little zombie is being obstructed." Lu Qingyan exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? Humans and zombies have become friends? Please assist and resolve this promptly so we can return home." The group then witnessed Situ Jian's sword beneath his feet transform into a luminous white light, soaring away before returning. Situ Jian landed gracefully and declared, "It is resolved." Lin Feng and Xiao Ming gazed at him in disbelief. Just then, Shi Shaojian threw 3 corpses down from the window. Zhongbang produced a fire talisman and hurled it upward. Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "There is still one more. While treating a patient today, I discovered someone who had been bitten." Zhongbang also cried out, "There remains an issue here as well." Xiao Ming's friend was entangled while playing a ghost game. Lu Qingyan slapped his forehead, saying, "Why is there trouble everywhere? I have already taken on 3 cases today." The 4 exchanged glances, and the 3 exclaimed in unison, "It is the master." Lin Feng and Xiao Ming looked at the trio with intrigue. Zhongbang explained, "Your ancestral master was involved in the last minor calamity, and it is expected that demons and monsters will continually appear around him." The revelation startled both Lin Feng and Xiaoming. Just as they were about to disperse, two walking corpses approached. Zhongbang swiftly tossed two talismans to subdue the corpses and handed Xiaoming a peachwood sword, instructing, "Go and dispatch them. Pierce their heads or hearts." They all watched him, and Zhongbang urged, "Xiaoming, hurry up. We still need to rescue your friends." "Sure," Shaojian interjected. Huangshan village. By the pond. Situ Jian and Zhongbang turned to Shi Shaojian and remarked, "The master has spoken." Lu Qingyan nodded, saying, "The master is providing you with hints." Xiaoming plunged the peachwood sword into the hearts of the two corpses, though the tip of the sword was corroded, being merely an ordinary peachwood sword. As the corpses transformed, Zhongbang had used it to refine his skills. He then said, "Leave the master in my care. Do not worry. I shall return swiftly." With that, he grasped Xiaoming and Shi Shaojian's shoulders and attempted to depart. Unexpectedly, Shi Shaojian retaliated, overpowering Zhongbang with a single maneuver, exclaiming, "Strike the master." Zhongbang shouted, "Master, cease. Quickly stop. I will take you to slay the ghosts." Shi Shaojian nodded and released his grip. Lu Qingyan added, "I shall accompany you. I feel uneasy with you and the master together. Let me first ascertain the location of Huangshan village." The four arrived at the police station to inquire about Huangshan village. Lu Qingyan stated, "The entire village had 66 inhabitants, all of whom perished overnight. This is clearly suspicious." The chief remarked, "I am aware of this matter. I was a young officer back then, and the entire village died under mysterious circumstances. We could not uncover anything. Old Phone and those filthy Taoists played games with us. They didn't want us to see the ghosts. Oh, by the way, there is still one person alive from Huangshan village, though their whereabouts are currently unknown." Zhongbang asserted, "Let us head to Huangshan village. With the master present, he should know something." The four individuals drove to the foot of Huangshan village, where dawn was approaching. They ventured into the mountains and soon encountered a desolate village. Shi Shaojian remarked, "The earthbound spirit resides here, in the water pool." The trio swiftly scoured the surroundings, searching for the pool that harbored the malevolent energy and resentment. By midday, they finally located it. Zhongbang noted, "If only the master brother were here, he could resolve this with a single stroke. We must devise a method to drain the water." At that moment, Shi Shaojian produced the exquisite sword he had acquired during the encounter with the 7th and 9th elders. Originally a supreme treasure, he had nurtured it into a spiritual weapon. He tossed it to Zhongbang, who caught it with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha! I now possess a spiritual weapon. With this, I can soar short distances." Chapter 33. The emergence of monsters and spirits. Zhongbang bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to cascade onto the sword's blade. The enchanted weapon swiftly absorbed the sanguine essence, and Zhongbang sensed a profound connection with it. Pointing towards a water pool, the sword darted into the depths, guided by the intense malice emanating from that location, piercing through with a chilling shriek. Lu Qingyan interjected, "Enough of this play. Dispatch it swiftly so we can return to our slumber." With deft control, Zhongbang summoned the sword back, which plunged downward, resulting in a resounding cry, followed by a geyser of water erupting several meters high. The sword then returned to Zhongbang's hand, shrinking to fit neatly within his sleeve. Shi Shaojian approached the water's edge, extending his hand to channel a surge of spiritual energy. With a magnetic pull, a bracelet emerged from the depths and was tossed to Xiaoming. Observing this, Zhongbang nudged Xiaoming, saying, "Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to your esteemed ancestor. This is a rare and exquisite protective talisman." Xiaoming hastily bowed in thanks. As the group returned to their vehicle and set off, a paper crane from Situ Jian fluttered towards them. Lu Qingyan, at the wheel, watched as Zhongbang caught it. After reading the note, he glanced at Shi Shaojian, remarking, "Your identity is indeed formidable. Trouble is brewing. A Yinyang corpse has slain a division chief, and now the entirety of Hong Kong Island is in search of Lin Feng. Liu Qingyan Frowened, a Yinyang corpse?" When did the sorcerers of the South Seas become so powerful, capable of conjuring such entities? Xiaoming, intrigued, inquired, "Are Yinyang corpses truly formidable?" Zhongbang zipped. For us three siblings, they are not a threat, but to others they are akin to deities. They embody both genders, and by consuming the essence of 10 spirits, they can transform into true demons. At that point, we would not stand a chance. Xiaoming asserted, we must resolve this immediately. Lu Qingyan drove to the police station and entered the chief's office, asking, has the yin yang corpse arrived yet? Lin Feng responded, my daughter was born during the time of the 10 spirits. I fear it may seek her out. Lu Qingyan asked, where's your daughter? At that moment, Situ Jian entered with a girl in tow, declaring, I have brought her. Shi Shaojian then spoke up, there's an officer, born during the time of the 10 spirits. The group gasped in shock, and the chief stated, I will have someone compile the birth dates of all officers at once. Before long, a stack of documents arrived, and they began searching through them. Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed, found it. Your subordinate, Officer Lin. The chief remarked, such coincidence. Right here among us. Moments later, Officer Lin entered. Lu Qingyan remarked, so, it is you. I thought you didn't believe in the supernatural. Officer Lin replied, Miss Lu, do you still recall that incident? It was years ago. You were the one who nearly scared me to death with that ghostly encounter. We moved on from that, didn't we? Lu Qingyan retorted, I never took it to heart. Your reaction left a deep impression on me. You were so defiant at the time, proclaiming that if ghosts existed, you would handle them, only to be so frightened that you nearly lost your life. Situ Jian interjected, enough of this banter. We must find a location to lure it out. The chief responded, the training grounds have been approved. Let us proceed there. A few individuals arrived at a military base in 2 vehicles. Upon disembarking, Shi Shaojian remarked, the basement is haunted. The others surveyed their surroundings, and Zhong Bang commented, the feng shui here is rather unfavorable. The atmosphere is steeped in malevolence. The director interjected, what are you all afraid of? Xiaoming inquired, what does the master mean? Zhong Bang gestured to the surroundings, stating, encircled by mountains on 3 sides and open on one, this could have been a splendid location. However, the builders of this base excavated several meters downward, essentially sealing off the open area. For feng shui to thrive, there must be both wind and water. The open land, facing the sea, inherently possessed water, but with this obstruction, the water is lost and the wind cannot enter, resulting in stagnant air and the accumulation of malevolence. Xiaoming replied, Master, you are truly remarkable. Lu Qingyan chuckled, your master is a 5-generation wonder, adept at cultivation. He grasps everything at a glance. As for you, well, you might need to ponder that. As they ventured inside, Lu Qingyan spoke again. Lin Feng, how about you let me have her daughter? Lin Feng responded, Senior, that seems inappropriate. It would disrupt the lineage. Lu Qingyan replied, very well, I see that she lacks interest in cultivation. Officer Lin then suggested, what about me? I would like to be your disciple. Lu Qingyan stated, I have no interest in males. Seek them instead, pointing to Situ Jian and Zhong Bang. Situ Jian shook his head, while Zhong Bang said, though you possess great talent, I no longer take disciples. I only accepted Xiaoming to preserve the legacy of the Qinglian sword sect. Arriving at a row of bungalows, Lu Qingyan instructed, Junior brother, take Xiaoming and resolve the situation below. It's a good chance to train him. Herding one sheep is akin to herding a flock. He continued, Director, spread the word that Lin Feng is here training a disciple to lure the yin-yang corpse. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Bang and Xiaoming returned. It was noon, and Lin Feng began preparing a meal with Officer Lin. Just as they set the table, the yin-yang corpse arrived. Situ Jian's Qinglian sword shot forth, followed by Lu Qingyan's thunder-striking peachwood sword, and soon Zhong Bang's sword joined the fray. The 3 swords attacked the yin-yang corpse from above, middle, and below, and within a few exchanges, the corpse was cleaved into 3 pieces, immobilized on the ground. The others approached, curious to examine the dual-gendered entity. Shi Shaojian produced the last 2 golden sun sands and stuffed one into the corpse's mouth. Seeing this, Situ Jian and the others swiftly retreated, while Lin Feng grabbed his daughter and fled. With a tremendous explosion, the corpse's head detonated, sending Xiaoming and Officer Lin flying, their bodies splattered with brain matter. After vanquishing the yin-yang corpse, Situ Jian departed on his Qinglian sword, while Lu Qingyan drove away with Shi Shaojian. That evening, the director called again, reporting that someone in red had jumped from a building. Lin Feng utilized his swift communication to announce that another group of spirits had entered a hotel. Lu Qingyan, scratching his head, lamented, "What a nuisance. Not a single one showed up until now, and suddenly they are everywhere." Once the situation with the spirits was resolved, it became clear that these individuals were tourists. Their bus had inexplicably plunged off a cliff, and they remained oblivious to their own demise, arriving at the prearranged hotel. Once again, he arrived at the towering edifice, sensing that the lingering resentment could only manifest after the seventh day. He returned home to rest. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian approached another building, rumored to claim 9 lives each year. Without hesitation, he entered, vanquishing 5 spectral entities before ascending to the top floor. Upon opening the door to the penthouse, he entered a realm of spirits, effortlessly piercing through it before departing with grace. In contrast, Zhongbang found himself assigned a motley crew of peculiar officers at the police station, each with their own idiosyncrasies, including one whose family lineage was rooted in Taoism, yet had ceased with her generation, leaving Zhongbang quite overwhelmed. Chapter 34. The Corpse Demon. Early the next morning, as Lu Qingyan parked her vehicle in front of the police station, she overheard a monk reprimanding the chief, insisting that on this day of the Zhongyuan festival, no individuals clad in red should be allowed entry. Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, beside her, Shi Shaojian remarked, "Prison cell. Ghost realm." Both the chief and Lu Qingyan were taken aback. The chief was startled by the mention of the prison, while Lu Qingyan was alarmed by the reference to the ghost realm, a domain typically accessible only to those of the Ghost King level, aside from extraordinary places. Lu Qingyan swiftly made her way toward the prison cell, with the chief and Shi Shaojian in tow. Upon arrival, she sensed a formidable presence of Yin energy, but could not discern its source. Drawing forth 2 paper cranes, she quickly performed a spell, sending the cranes soaring in opposite directions. Before long, Shi Shaojian and Zhongbang arrived, with Zhongbang asserting, "This matter requires my expertise." He then produced a Bagua compass and began his examination. Following the guidance of the compass, Zhongbang identified the locus of the strongest Yin energy, pointing to the wall and stating, "It is right here. I leave it to you, senior brother." Shi Shaojian struck the entrance to the ghost realm with his Qinglian sword, opening a passageway, and the 4 of them ventured inside. Shi Shaojian stood dazed at the entrance, while Shi Shaojian and the others frowned upon entering. Hadn't they been informed of Ghost King? The most formidable entity present felt no more than a mere ghost general. Without further ado, the trio unleashed their magical artifacts and engaged in combat. Noticing Shi Shaojian's inaction, a ghostly creature charged at him, mistakenly believing him to be an easy target. Instinctively, Shi Shaojian produced a yin-yang jade pendant and struck, sending the creature's soul scattering. This pendant had been salvaged from Zhuge Kongping. Before long, the skirmish was concluded, yet the ghost general remained elusive. The trio maneuvered their flying swords haphazardly, and as the Qinglian sword sliced through a box, a shriek echoed, signifying the disappearance of the ghost general's aura. Shi Shaojian, momentarily stupefied, retrieved a golden sun sand, and, upon witnessing the situation, the 3 hastily retreated. Shi Shaojian hurled the sand before leaping out of the ghost realm. The 4 watched as the ghost realm rapidly disintegrated. Zhongbang remarked, "Given Master S' current demeanor, I dare not remain in his presence. One misstep could lead to my demise at his hands." After addressing the affairs at the police station and with the Zhongyuan festival underway, Lu Qingyan, fearing incidents at the high-rise known for its potential for suicides, instructed Shi Shaojian to investigate that evening, while she and Shi Shaojian remained at the station, wary of possible disturbances. Upon his return the following morning, Shi Shaojian reported that the situation at the high-rise had been resolved. It was instigated by a mentally ill individual who claimed to be able to combat ghosts with chocolate and capture them with cling film. Inquiring if Lu Qingyan was familiar with such techniques, Shi Shaojian interjected, "Spirit belief." Shi Shaojian, puzzled, turned to Lu Qingyan, who elucidated that person possessed a formidable spirit, augmenting his essence onto objects, It is through belief that he could effectively confront apparitions, essentially relying on willpower. At that moment, Jin Meiji and Meng Chao entered, carrying a jar adorned with a talisman at its opening. Jin Meiji placed the jar on the chief's desk, stating, "Meng Chao and I found this by the seaside on our return from the training camp. We dared not open it due to the talisman, so we brought it back for your examination." As Shi Shaojian and Lu Qingyan met, they frowned and remarked, "It is fortunate that you two did not open it. Otherwise, we would have had to collect your remains. This is the General S seal, typically unnecessary for lesser spirits, used solely for the confinement of formidable entities." The chief, intrigued, inquired, "Please elaborate." Lu Qingyan responded, "This general is not a true military leader, but one of the four great marshals of the heavenly realm: Tianpeng, Tianyu, Yisheng, and Jinwu. Jinwu, also known as the Great Emperor Jinwu, raises the question of how perilous the sealed entity within this jar may be." The chief asked, "What course of action should we take?" Lu Qingyan assured, "Rest assured, the three of us, as disciples of the immortal path, are the strongest within our realm. As long as it has not ascended to immortality, it cannot match us. Even if we were to falter, we have an ally who is on the verge of crossing into the realm of immortals." He gestured towards Shi Shaojian. Jin Meiji and Meng Chao gaped at Shi Shaojian, exclaiming, "Is he truly an immortal?" Lu Qingyan replied, "Not yet, but it will not be long, just a matter of years." He then nodded at Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian placed the jar on the ground, and they simultaneously struck, their swords piercing the jar and pinning the ghostly entity to the ground. The creature howled incessantly before gradually falling silent, dissipating into the ether. Lu Qingyan noted, "It turns out to be a red-robe fire ghost, one of the most ferocious types of spirits, quite challenging to eradicate, which explains the need for its seal." They lingered at the police station until nightfall, and when they perceived the absence of further matters, Lu Qingyan drove away with Shi Shaojian and Shi Shaojian. Midway, Lu Qingyan suddenly halted the vehicle, and the trio turned to gaze at the adjacent building. Lu Qingyan remarked, "There is a heavy aura of malevolence and corpse energy." They approached the structure and soon arrived at the fourth floor, where they encountered a figure resembling Simumu and another akin to Chioshing. The two stood in a tense standoff against two female vengeful spirits who had entered the body of a green corpse. Lu Qingyan exclaimed in shock, "The ghosts have possessed the corpse. Two spirits have merged into a corpse demon. Once a ghost inhabits a corpse, it can never escape." Shi Shaojian furrowed his brow, while Shi Shaojian remained fixated on the figure resembling Simumu, calling out, "Uncle Simumu." Shi Shaojian drew the Qinglian sword from his back, declaring, "It has been a long time since I encountered a worthy opponent." He charged forward, prompting the figure resembling Simumu to caution, "Danger." However, upon witnessing Shi Shaojian's swift advance, he hesitated. Employing the Qinglian sword technique, Shi Shaojian moved with an ethereal grace, mastering the technique with unparalleled finesse. The Qinglian sword method emphasizes fluid movement, intricate strikes, and rapid assaults. The combat unfolded with both combatants leaping and dodging, alternating between attack and defense, sparks flying as they exchanged blows. After a series of exchanges, Shi Shaojian appeared to lose interest, piercing the zombie's skull with a single thrust, tossing a fire-igniting talisman without a backward glance as he exited the building. Lu Qingyan urged Shi Shaojian, who was reluctant to leave, to follow, saying he is not the Taoist Simumu. Upon reaching the vehicle, Lu Qingyan turned to Shi Shaojian and asked, "What was the situation with those two?" Shi Shaojian replied, "They're the reincarnations of Simumu and Chioshing. Master Yuling informed me that Taoist Simumu did not remain in the underworld but chose to reincarnate." As the two were about to start the car and head back, a beam of light surged towards the heavens in the distance. Shi Shaojian reacted swiftly, vanishing in an instant. Lu Qingdao remarked, "Either a treasure has emerged, or a great demon has manifested. I believe the latter is more likely." Turning around, he noticed that Shi Shaojian had already disappeared. Lu Qingyan continued, "His insatiable desire for treasures remains unchanged. He has vanished." Shi Shaojian glanced back, leaped into the air, and with his feet upon the Qinglian sword, He soared toward the beam of light. Lu Qingyin shook his head and said, "Such a temperament." With that, he followed suit. Chapter 35. A decade upon his arrival. Shi Shaojian waited for a few seconds before three figures rushed towards him. The trio gazed at the pit before them, which housed a well, while a potent aura of decay emanated from a distance. Instinctively, Shi Shaojian leaped into the pit, followed closely by the others. Once inside the well, Shi Shaojian soared through a corridor, hastening towards a shimmering pool. Recognizing the potential for treasure, the three knew their master wouldn't be in such a hurry without good reason. Reaching the edge of the pool, Shi Shaojian harnessed his spiritual energy to draw forth a water spirit. He noticed a key affixed to the spirit and swiftly yanked it from its grasp, crushing the spirit in his hand before using the key to unlock a nearby stone door. Upon entering, he veered left, and the three behind him gasped in astonishment at the sight of gold, silver, and precious gems scattered about. Shi Shaojian clutched a rectangular wooden box, making his way back outside without a glance. The trio exchanged reluctant glances, and upon his return, Shi Shaojian's vacant gaze met theirs. As realization dawned upon them, they shared a knowing smile. Shi Shaojian, still somewhat dazed, approached the treasure and, with a wave of his hand, summoned all the riches into his spatial realm. The system was left speechless, pondering why someone on the brink of transcendence would desire such material wealth. It recognized that Shi Shaojian was still acting on instinct, not yet fully restored, and refrained from voicing any reminders. The four ascended from the pit, and, as Shi Shaojian opened the wooden box, the trio gasped again. A celestial sword and 3 large copper coins awaited them. He tossed the sword to Lu Qingyin and the coins to Zhongbang, then swiftly retrieved the thunderstruck peach which soared from behind Lu Qingyin, racing towards the source of a lingering decay. Lu Qingyin examined the celestial sword inscribed with the emblem of the celestial master S pavilion and remarked, "This is indeed a master S companion blade. Have you noticed our master is gradually regaining his faculties?" The others nodded in agreement, and Zhongbang urged, "Enough chatter, let us keep moving." As the trio hurried onward, they discovered a makeshift stage where a zombie in a dragon robe was indulging in wine, adorned with a royal crown. Shi Shaojian remarked, "A silver-armored corpse combined with a peak flying zombie." He sidled to the side, signaling for the others to engage. Situ Jian stepped forward first, employing the Azure Lotus Sword technique against the zombie. After some time with no progress, Lu Qingyin and Zhongbang joined the fray, their flying swords merely sparking against the creature's form. Exchanging glances, they leaped to a strategic position, forming a triangle above the zombie's head with their fingers, swiftly binding it with a magical seal. The zombie bellowed in fury, and Shi Shaojian crushed a small copper coin, launching 5 into the creature's mouth just as it prepared to roar and struggle. The zombie unwittingly swallowed the coins, which began spewing forth a continuous flow of decay. The trio seized the moment, piercing the zombie from 3 directions with their swords. Zhongbang, feeling a pang of sympathy, fed the creature a larger copper coin. As the zombie consumed it, a torrent of decay poured forth. Situ Jian severed the zombie's head, yet it remained animated. Lu Qingyin, wielding the Celestial Master S sword, drove the zombie's head into the ground, ensuring its defeat. At this moment, Shi Shaojian brandished the money sword and the 5 elements 8 trigrams compass. He directed the compass towards the moon, twisting it to shine once more upon the money sword. A crimson glow emanated from the sword as he pointed a finger at the zombie's head. The money sword soared toward the zombie, striking its head with a resounding boom, causing the creature's body to gradually come to a standstill. Zhongbang produced a fire ignition talisman, setting the corpse ablaze, and turned to Lu Qingyin and Situ Jian, exclaiming, "See, I told you my master set me up that day without my knowledge. He hasn't fully recovered yet, and doesn't he give reminders while working? If I had perished that day, I would have been blown to bits by him." Situ Jian shot him a glare, prompting Zhongbang to smack his forehead as he hurriedly searched through the flames for his great 5 emperors copper coin. In no time, he found it, but upon realizing it had lost its spiritual essence, he could only shake his head in resignation. Seeing that there were no further issues, The four swiftly made their way back. With the silver-armored zombie and the peak-level flying zombie eliminated, peace returned to the island. After a fortnight of tranquility, Shi Shaojian and Zhong Bang returned home. Lu Qingyan remarked, "Finally, it's over. I was nearly exhausted during that period. Incidents occurred daily, and I didn't know where to turn." Zhong Bang replied, "Now that things have calmed down, I must enter seclusion. The spiritual energy is abundant. I need to cultivate quickly. I dread the day it vanishes like it does in the mainland, for my hopes of ascension would fade away." At this point, Shi Shaojian stood up and produced several high-grade spirit stones. The three quickly divided them and retreated into seclusion. Subsequently, any matters at the police station fell to Shi Shaojian. Although he operated on instinct rather than intellect, he was far more fearsome in dealing with spirits than his three disciples. The officers hesitated to speak with him. The chief would communicate, sometimes receiving silence, other times only a few words, leaving him perplexed. Time flowed swiftly, and one day, the spiritual energy in the world surged once again, allowing the three to seize the opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Zhong Bang advanced to the late stage of the void-returning harmony, while Shi Shaojian and Lu Qingyan reached the mid-stage. Shi Shaojian, in response to their breakthroughs, ascended to the human immortal realm. Upon his breakthrough, his spirit regained its clarity, and he swiftly suppressed the killing intent that enveloped him, condensing it into a small orb and placing it into the system space. Shi Shaojian raised his head and surveyed the room, which was a spacious flat. The living room had been converted into an office, featuring a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a dressing room, and 5 bedrooms. Sensing the presence of individuals in the other 4 rooms, he noted they were all cultivating, along with one unfamiliar presence. Shi Shaojian waited for a week, during which the unknown individual emerged, addressing him as Grandmaster. Understanding instantly, he deduced that this person must be a disciple of one of the three. On this day, the trio gradually exited their rooms. Shi Shaojian greeted them, "You're out. By the way, where's your green donkey master? I've been awake for a week and haven't seen around." The three were startled and promptly embraced Shi Shaojian, bursting into tears. Observing this, Shi Shaojian blinked, feeling a surge of emotion and a desire to weep himself. After soothing the three, he sought to comfort them further. Shi Shaojian remarked, "What year is it now? Where is your master, the green donkey?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. Xiao Ming turned to Zhong Bang and said, "Master, you have been in seclusion for nearly a decade. The year is now 1999. The three were taken aback. After realizing that it had taken them approximately 10 years to break through a minor realm, Lu Qingyan continued. After arriving at the island, the green donkey headed towards a great mountain, claiming there was something that drew it there. Since then, we have not seen it again. Chapter 36. Returning to Maoshan to rescue Shi Shaojian, Lu Qingyan inquired, "Master, have you ascended to immortality? Otherwise, how could you awaken without undergoing the tribulation?" Shi Shaojian replied, "I currently exist in the realm of a human immortal, having suppressed my cultivation to a half-step human immortal state, thereby only able to wield the corresponding spiritual power. Shall I disclose that I had the system assist me in concealing my true cultivation?" At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xiao Ming rushed to open it and was taken aback to find a cerulean Qilin entering. It gazed at Shi Shaojian and remarked, "Did you miss me? If it weren't for this recent surge of spiritual energy, it would have taken me years to refine the drop of Qilin blood within me." Shi Shaojian and Shi Shaojian circled the azure beast, with Shi Shaojian suggesting, "Old friend, I must bestow upon you a name. How about we call you Qinglin? Qing represents our Qinglian sword sect, while Lin signifies your Qilin essence. What do you think? What is your current level of cultivation?" Qinglin nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. And your title should also be updated. The one you chose previously is no longer suitable. I believe you should be called Qing Xian, mysterious and profound, the gateway to all wonders. I too have attained the status of a human immortal, yet I have not undergone the tribulation." Shi Shaojian acquiesced. "I will heed your advice. It must be due to your bloodline. Once you take form, the tribulation will indeed descend. I wonder how my father and the others are faring." Lu Qingyin cautiously recounted the events of yesteryears to Shi Shaojian, who clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it! You three should arm yourselves. This time, I shall obliterate them." Xiaoming clung to Shi Shaojian's leg. "No, master. Now, we advocate for peace, and we are still among the ranks of personnel." Shi Shaojian patted his head. "When did I become part of the personnel?" Lu Qingyin explained the situation, and Shi Shaojian, in a fit of anger, began pacing. Suddenly, he halted and gazed out the window. "That building across the street looks familiar. Do you know what it is?" Xiaoming responded, "That's the Jia building. A woman named Ma Shaoling has been frequenting it for the past 2 years, since you all have been absent for over a decade. And I possess only the cultivation of a human master. She has taken many of our clients." Shi Shaojian nodded. "It seems the plot is about to unfold in 1999. No wonder the spiritual energy of the world is rising. It must be intended for Ma Shaoling." "Xiaoming, have you met her?" Xiaoming replied, "I have. And I even received a beating." Shi Shaojian frowned. "Did you not mention our Qinglian sword sect and Mao Shan's name?" Xiaoming shrank back. "Master said that apart from you, we can only identify ourselves as members of the Qinglian sword sect when outside. We cannot invoke the name of Mao Shan." Shi Shaojian turned to Zhongbang. "You are quite astute. Situ Jian, you and Qingyin should continue your cultivation. Zhongbang, remain here to manage affairs and instruct the disciples. Qinglin, we shall depart." With that, he cast a stern glance at Zhongbang and mounted Qinglin's back. As they exited the room, Qinglin inquired, "Where are we headed?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Back to Mao Shan. I wish to ascertain whether my father still resides there." With a powerful leap, Qinglin soared into the sky, carrying Shi Shaojian toward Mao Shan, whose heart was laden with complex emotions, uncertain of Shi Jian's fate, whether alive or deceased. 2 days later, Shi Shaojian and Qinglin arrived at Mao Shan. The once serene abode of immortals had transformed into a bustling tourist attraction, devoid of its former mystical essence. Upon reaching the rear mountains, where the elders once engaged in solitary meditation and the cave of scriptures was located, they discovered an adjacent cavern that led to the demon suppression tower. This tower, an artifact of celestial origin, had been crafted by an ancient master and was embedded within the mountain to subdue malevolent spirits. Noticing that the cave remained concealed, it was evident that the formation was still operational, a testament to the efficacy of the spiritual stones he had previously provided. The 9 provinces were devoid of any spiritual energy, and it was uncertain how long the formations could sustain themselves on the dwindling supply of these stones. Shi Shaojian reached out, performed several incantations, and gradually an entrance materialized. During his previous visits to Mao Shan, he had often accompanied Shi Jian here and was well acquainted with the surroundings. Stepping inside, he ventured left towards the demon ceiling tower, right towards the elders' meditation quarters, and straight ahead to the cave of scriptures. Ascending would lead to the entrance of the celestial paradise. First, he explored the right side, but found it desolate, devoid of both people and supplies. He then inspected the cave of scriptures, which had also been stripped bare. Finally, he approached the demon ceiling tower, observing that the tower's pinnacle and the uppermost layer remained within the cavern, while the lower levels were embedded in the mountain. Shi Shaojian entered the tower, which comprised 9 levels. The top 3 had been cleared by him and Mao Shan in the past, so he directly descended to the 4th level. Upon breaking the seal, he found that decades without spiritual energy had left only a handful of vengeful spirits, diminished to a state where they could hardly maintain their form. Had he arrived even slightly later, these spirits would have dissipated into the ether. "I shall escort you on your journey," he declared. "Suffering in the underworld is no better than granting you liberation." With that, his thunderstruck peachwood sword danced in the air before returning to his back. Glancing at the 4th level, he proceeded to the 5th level, where he encountered several vengeful ghosts. After dispatching them, he moved to the 6th, which contained malevolent spirits. Then to the 7th and 8th levels, where he faced several fierce ghosts. Upon reaching the 9th level, he sensed a distinct energy. There lay a ghost king, with no other spirits in sight. Understanding dawned upon him. This ghost king had consumed all other spirits to maintain its current state. After vanquishing the ghost king, Shi Shaojian positioned himself in the center of the tower seated in meditation, and pricked his finger to draw blood, which he placed upon the central yin-yang diagram. The diagram began to spin rapidly as he executed incantations, gradually shrinking the demon suppression tower. Meanwhile, outside, a tremor rippled through the area, causing tourists to scatter in panic. Mao Shan dispatched personnel to investigate. Shi Shaojian controlled the tower as it flew out of the cavern, emerging into the open, and with a flick of his sleeve, he retracted it into his possession. Looking skyward, he took several spiritual stones and hurled them into the air, performing incantations that formed a swirling vortex above. Shi Shaojian mounted Qinglin and soared into the vortex. Upon landing, this marked his inaugural entry into the celestial paradise of Mao Shan. Shi Jian had shared all the secrets with him, and he knew how to unlock its mysteries, though there were many places he had yet to explore. This is a small world, encompassing heaven and earth, adorned with flowers, grasses, and trees, yet it is modest in size, akin to that of a village. Shi Jian lies upon a stone tablet, while Shi Shaojian swiftly approaches. He notices 7 hollow spaces on the side of the tablet, with the lowest cavity containing merely a grain-sized spirit stone. Without hesitation, he produces 7 medium-grade spirit stones and places them within. Instantly, Shi Shaojian perceives a significant stabilization in the space around him. He quickly assists the prostrate Shi Jian, retrieving spirit stones to aid in his refinement. Once filled with spiritual energy, the once white-haired and wrinkled Shi Jian begins to show signs of recovery. Time seems to stretch indefinitely, and eventually Shi Jian opens his eyes, gazing at Shi Shaojian and saying, "Jinner, you have returned. All that belongs to Mao Shan is here. Henceforth, Mao Shan shall be entrusted to you." Chapter 37. The story begins with a smile. Shi Shaojian said, "Just live well. I have already ascended to immortality. When the time comes for my ascension, I shall take you with me." Shi Jian, in a weakened state, replied, "Do not offer me false comfort. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth has dissipated. Were it not for the spiritual stones you provided in the past, I would not have survived to this day. That stone tablet over there is the core of this blessed land. If you refine it, this paradise shall be yours. After I pass, bury me here so I may accompany you." With tears glistening in his eyes, Shi Shaojian responded, "Enough of this sentimentality. You have lived but half of your 300 years. You should have at least another 100 years left. Once your cultivation is restored, perhaps you may yet achieve immortality." Shi Shaojian took out some spiritual stones for him to recover, while he began to refine the stone tablet. Qinglin, meanwhile, curled up nearby and fell asleep. Time passed, and once Shi Shaojian completed the refinement of the tablet, Shi Jian regained his youthful appearance, albeit with a few more wrinkles. Shi Shaojian asked, "Will you return with us or remain in this blessed land?" Shi Jian replied, "I shall stay here. Mao Shan is no more. All my acquaintances have perished. I am the last surviving remnant." Feeling melancholic, Shi Shaojian nodded, "Very well. I shall take my leave." With that, he vanished, reappearing in the skies above Mao Shan with Qinglin. A small stone tablet floated into Shi Shaojian's hands, which he then secured with a red string to hang around his neck. Shi Shaojian was taken aback to find himself in this location. Observing the crowd below engaged in discussion, he urged Qinglin to depart quickly. They flew swiftly towards and upon entering, the blessed land around Shi Shaojian's neck began to absorb spiritual energy on its own. Upon returning home, he found Zhongbang instructing Xiaoming. Shi Shaojian inquired, "How long have I been away? Has there been any movement on the other side?" "Zhongban Juke, ha. After you asked Xiaoming last time, I anticipated your question. That woman is set to model tonight. Do you wish to see? You have been gone for over a year. Welcome to the new century." Shi Shaojian retorted irately, "Look at you. You both should go tonight. From this day forth, whatever she wishes to pursue, you two must seize it. Do you understand? And do not let emotions interfere. If it comes to that, I shall take your senior brother instead. In a couple of years, we shall ascend. Do not find yourself reluctant to leave then." Zhongbang reassured him, "Do not worry, master. I am over 100 years old. How could I possibly be enamored with a girl in her 20s? Shi Shaojian remarked. That would be for the best. If you were to fall for her and hesitate to leave, I will take your senior brother and sister with me. Oh, and I have good news. Your sister is now an assistant to Jiu Shu. Zhong Bang responded. If I recall correctly, Jiu Shu is the manager of the underworld's bank. Sure, Shaojian nodded, and Xiao Ming interjected. Doesn't that mean there will be an endless supply of wealth? Zhong Bang playfully smacked the back of his head. Would you even want it? Pack your things. We are leaving. Once the two departed, Shi Shaojian released Shi Jian, and they began to enjoy a leisurely life together. Meanwhile, Zhong Bang and Xiao Ming arrived at the fashion show venue. Upon seeing the stage, Zhong Bang shook his head in disapproval. What a chaotic spectacle! Xiao Ming exclaimed, Master, is this not splendid? Look at how beautiful those women are. Zhong Bang, soon you will understand. This woman is also a local master, and despite your 10 years of practice, you are still far behind others. Xiao Ming fell silent. Shortly after, a group of people rushed in, and amidst the commotion, a woman in the audience attempted to snatch a gem from Ma Xiaoling's neck, leading to a scuffle. At that moment, all the women on stage transformed into skeletal creatures. Zhong Bang, so what do you think? Go deal with those skeletons. I will seize the gem. With a leap, Zhong Bang arrived beside the two, reaching for the gem around Ma Xiaoling's neck. The three became entangled in a fierce struggle, and ultimately, the gem was seized by the female zombie. Both Zhong Bang and Ma Xiaoling simultaneously cast a tracking talisman. Zhong Bang glanced at Ma Xiaoling and said, Xiao Ming, let us go. With that, he turned and walked out. Xiao Ming rushed over, looking at Ma Xiaoling. That person is my master, don't rejoice too soon. He is indeed at the celestial master level. After saying this, he gave Ma Xiaoling a teasing glance. Ma Xiaoling gritted her teeth, ready to act, but Xiao Ming had already dashed away, and she shouted at him in frustration, You scoundrel! I should have dealt with you properly last time. You infuriate me. A few days later, Zhong Bang brought Xiao Ming, following the tracking talisman, to England. Shi Shaojian had left Shi Jian at home and rode his green unicorn behind the two, eager to meet Jiang Chun. As soon as Zhong Bang and Xiao Ming settled into their new location, Ma Xiaoling arrived with 2 men and a woman. They encountered the female zombie who had stolen the gem once again, and a brawl ensued between Ma Xiaoling, Xiao Ming, and the female zombie. While Zhong Bang was called away by Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian pointed below, Let Xiao Ming battle with her. As an elder, you need not intervene. She is the 40th descendant of the Ma family, and Xiao Ming is also from the same lineage. Those who fall here must rise again from the same spot. My purpose in bringing you here is that you should only intervene when they are in peril, acting as their protector. Zhong Bang, why? Shi Shaojian. This time is a great tribulation. The previous 2 were mere minor tribulations. There are 2 individuals destined to face this calamity, one of whom is Ma Xiaoling. The other is a descendant of Jiang Chun. Zhong Bang chuckled. The heavenly path truly has a sense of humor, allowing a mere zombie to be one of the destined. Shi Shaojian. The descendants of Jiang Chun are increasingly righteous while the wicked grow ever more malevolent. This one is not fed on blood and appears somewhat malnourished. There's also a younger one at home. Zhong Bang. It seems that there are no descendants of Jiang Chun who do not appear. Once they do, they are everywhere. He glanced toward the distant castle. There should be more over there. Shi Shaojian nodded. Do not interfere while they are fighting. As long as the destined do not perish, you may pretend you have seen nothing and refrain from action. Zhong Bang understood his role and, upon seeing the female zombie flee, leaped down to join the others. Xiao Ming, noticing this, exclaimed, Master, where did you run off to? Why aren't you helping? Zhong Bang, that is your affair. As an elder, it is inappropriate for me to intervene. With that, he disregarded their gazes and returned to his room. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinjin rushed out, and shortly thereafter, Ma Xiaoling noticed her absence and urged everyone to help search for her. Zhong Bang led the group directly to the castle. Upon entering the castle, the master introduced himself. I am Riley. Welcome to my humble abode. Your friends are resting upstairs. Riley, ever the gracious host, had prepared a feast and regaled the guests with tales of the happenings in the town. However, Zhong Bang appeared quite uneasy, pondering whether the offerings from this peculiar zombie were safe to consume. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian erupted in laughter, to which Qin Lin inquired, "Why do you not allow Zhong Bang to dispose of this zombie directly?" Shi Shaojian replied, "We must depart shortly. Xiao Ming requires further training, and Sidu Jian and the others need more time." Chapter 38. Conspiring with the general at dawn, Riley led everyone to the elven forest. However, Wang Jinjin overheard a tale from Small Sprite recounting events that transpired in the town decades prior, prompting her to erupt uncontrollably into shouts. To soothe her, the group escorted her back to the castle. Upon their return to the castle gates, they beheld a beautiful woman standing atop the castle. Zhong Bang cast a glance, furrowing his brow, pondering the sudden influx of zombies. Riley addressed the group, revealing, "She is my fiancée, Sia." Attempting to embrace Sia, he was met with her evasive maneuvers and a sharp retort. After Sia departed, she encountered the zombie thief who had stolen the gemstones. The thief recounted the events of yesteryear to Sia, enlightening her to the numerous sacrifices Riley had made on her behalf. Consequently, Sia reconciled with Riley, and they resolved to renew their vows in the chapel where they had originally intended to wed decades ago. The following day, Zhong Bang, Ma Shaoling, and others arrived at the chapel. As the wedding commenced, a horde of specters manifested within the sacred space. Upon the ceremony's conclusion, these spirits transcended into reincarnation. Meanwhile, Ma Shaoling took action, prompting Zhong Bang to retreat silently into a corner, observing the unfolding chaos. As Ma Shaoling engaged, Riley transformed into a third-generation zombie with blue eyes, while Sia became a fourth-generation zombie with yellow eyes. Xiao Ming, upon witnessing the transformation, rushed forward, accompanied by another individual, the one who had stormed the stage during the fashion show, known as Kuang Tianyu. A fierce confrontation ensued between Ma Shaoling and Kuang Tianyu against Riley, while Xiao Ming clashed with Sia. Sia, harboring a fatalistic resolve to fulfill the wedding vows, unexpectedly collided with Ma Shaoling's demon-slaying staff, resulting in a grievous wound. The onlookers fell silent as they witnessed Riley cradling his beloved as she succumbed to death in his arms, his eyes gradually shifting to a verdant hue, unleashing a frenzied assault on the others. Xiao Ming was rendered unconscious, Kuang Tianyu met his demise, and Ma Shaoling struggled to maintain her stance. Recognizing the escalation of events, Zhong Bang drew his sword, expertly piercing through the chaos. Riley glanced at the gaping wound on his chest, trembling as he lifted Sia's lifeless form, making his way toward the elven forest. Fearing he may not be dead, Ma Shaoling followed suit. Upon entering the forest, Riley fell beside Sia, prompting Ma Shaoling to retreat. Meanwhile, decades earlier, Kuang Guohua, bitten by the general, sensed danger befalling his descendants. He intended to intervene, but upon arrival, found Kuang Tianyu already deceased. Just as Zhong Bang prepared to emerge, he heard the voice of Shi Shaojian advising, "Do not interfere. Conceal the body. He is another destined to meet his end." At that moment, Ma Shaoling returned, calling out loudly for everyone, while Kuang Guohua stepped forth to replace his fallen kin. Zhong Bang discreetly concealed Kuang Tianyu's corpse, causing Xiao Ming to cry out in alarm at Zhong Bang's absence. Ma Shaoling remarked, "Do not concern yourself with him. A single strike could resolve this matter. Must we witness our struggle? The temperaments of these ancient masters are indeed peculiar." Xiao Ming retorted, "Practice some decency. Beware my master's wrath." To which Ma Shaoling responded, "He is merely a disciple. Without your master, I could easily overcome him." At that moment, Zhong Bang emerged, casting a glance at the group before departing into the distance. They gathered their belongings in preparation to return to the harbor. As everyone departed, Jiang Chan emerged, making his way into the elven forest, and with a smile remarked, "Those who are in love are destined to be together." With a wave of his hand, Kuang Tianyu's lifeless body soared through the air, and he buried Kuang Tianyu. Another gesture summoned a small sprite from the mound, and he addressed the creature, "What do you think of this outcome?" Shi Shaojian replied, "It is of no consequence. I have never loved and do not wish to be ensnared by love." Jiang Chun had long since noticed Shi Shaojian, aware that he awaited his arrival, prompting his inquiry. Jiang Chun continued, You might give a try. Once you experience love, you will unleash formidable power. Shi Shaojian deftly sidestepped the topic, saying, as far as I know, you, Jiang Chun, have only bitten 3 individuals. One is Su Fu, and the other 2 were from decades ago in Hongxi village. The one you just mentioned is among them, and there's a child named Kuang Fuxing. As for Riley, he is a 3rd-generation zombie, and neither Kuang Tanyu nor Kuang Fuxing would resort to biting. Thus, Riley must have been bitten by Su Fu, who only bit the 1st emperor. Quite intriguing, don't you think? Jiang Chun responded, I have learned much from you humans. Is this not the conclusion you desired? Those in love ultimately come together. Shi Shaojian clicked his tongue. That is the conclusion you wish to see. An emperor, fearful of death at the hands of the Ma family, disguises himself and falls in love at first sight, locking himself in a cellar to overcome his bloodlust. On the day of his wedding, driven mad by a band of robbers, he loses control and bites his beloved, culminating in today as perfect finale. I cannot help but suspect this was all orchestrated by you. Jiang Chun chuckled. You possess great insight. Being a zombie of various types, death eludes one, and solitude is a heavy burden. Shi Shaojian suddenly understood that everything had been meticulously arranged. Jiang Chun aimed to eliminate all unstable factors in anticipation of Nuwa's arrival. Shi Shaojian declared, You have triumphed. I know you do not desire Nuwa's wrath upon the world, and I am on the verge of departing. I wish for the world to stabilize, yet there are those intent on causing chaos. And you, a deity who has existed since the dawn of creation, would make an excellent enforcer. Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. Oh, there are matters of which I am unaware. Shi Shaojian challenged, If you have the courage, follow me. With that, he removed the talisman from his neck and tossed it into the air, creating a vortex. Shi Shaojian mounted the azure qilin and flew into it. Jiang Chun observed and remarked, A small world indeed. How fascinating. He then followed suit. Upon arriving in the realm of the talisman, Shi Shaojian stated, Here, no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Jiang Chun replied, It seems the adversary you face is formidable. Shi Shaojian continued, Have you heard of fate? At the dawn of creation, the heavenly Tao, in its fragility, birthed 3 tomes that record the workings of the universe. The heavenly book, the earthly book, and the human book. The heavenly book chronicles an individual's destiny. The earthly book details their actions, and the human book records their merits and faults. The one instigating turmoil is the heavenly book. I am uncertain when it gains sentience, but it yearns to govern the life and death of all. Yet, you ancient deities are not recorded within its pages, and thus it seeks to eliminate you. In a village devoid of gods, it can dictate who lives and who dies. Jiang Chun inquired, Why should I assist you? Shi Shaojian, you are not aiding me. You wish to avert the sight of the annihilation of the human race. Created by Nuwa, you need not intervene. I can ascend to the celestial realm if need be. I merely seek to acquire some merit from the Tao of heaven. Zhuang Qin, what would you have me do? Shi Shaojian, you need not do anything at all. Remain detached from the heavenly scriptures and proceed according to your original plan. The destinies of those mortals cannot be altered. We must not raise alarm among them. Rest assured, when Nuwa's physical form returns, I shall intervene to save her essence. There is also a clan contending against fate. When they are mutually weakened, we shall make our move. Chapter 39. Unable to conceal as the two emerge from the ethereal realm, Shi Shaojian mounted his azure steed and returned home. From this day forth, Zhongbang ceased to appear, quietly trailing a few individuals in the background. While Ma Shaoling accepted orders, Xiao Ming would often rush to snatch them away. Observing this, Shi Shaojian pondered whether Ma Shaoling and Xiao Ming could forge a connection and alter the fates entwined with Ma Shaoling and Kuang Tianyu. Half a month passed, and one day, Xiao Ming lay in wait for Ma Shaoling at the entrance of Jia Building. Upon seeing Ruan Mengmeng, a tenant of Jia, emerge with a promotional flyer in hand, he curiously inquired, Mengmeng, what do you have there? Ruan Mengmeng replied, This is the promotional flyer for this year's beauty pageant in Hongdao. I have decided to give it a try. Xiao Ming, glancing at Ruan Mengmeng's appearance, awkwardly smiled and wished, best of luck. Unexpectedly, Ruan Mengmeng returned victorious from the pageant. prompting Ma Shaoling and others to seek out the perpetrator and bring them to justice, hoping to help Mengming's spirit find peace. Ultimately, it discovered that the culprit was the wealthiest tycoon in Hongdao, Tang Benjing. Kuang Guohua, standing in for Kuang Tianyu, attempted to apprehend Tang Benjing, only to find himself rescued by two zombies. What none expected was that Tang Benjing had indeed transformed into a zombie. Years ago, following Japan's defeat, Yamamoto Ichifu, who harbored a deep vendetta against Kuang Guohua for the murder of his father, returned to the homeland. In a quest to settle old scores, Kuang Guohua traveled to Japan and killed Yamamoto Ichifu, an act witnessed by the then-child Tang Benjing, who believed he had ascended to the status of an exalted zombie. During the last beauty pageant, he had taken a liking to Jin Weilai, a girl whose fate mirrored his own. After being rescued by Ma Shaoling and her companions, she moved to reside in Jejia Building. On the very night of Tang Benjing's transformation into a zombie, he ventured to Jejia Building, intending to convert Jin Weilai into a zombie as well, so they could share eternal companionship. However, Zhongbang was present and swiftly dispatched him. At that moment, Shi Shaojian appeared and admonished Zhongbang. Did I not instruct you to refrain from acting recklessly? How will we deal with the demon infant now? Well, the zombies are deceased, and further discussion is futile. You should feign ignorance and inform Ma Shaoling about Jiangchen's situation at Tongtian Pavilion. We must continue our charade. Zhongbang, feeling aggrieved, replied, Master, could you enlighten me on your conspiracies? It would aid me in exercising discretion. If I am only to monitor this zombie, it poses a danger. Must I remain idle? Shi Shaojian retorted, It is not that I wish to withhold information, but this entity is rather peculiar. Once I speak, it becomes aware. Do you comprehend? Keep a vigilant watch. With that, he vanished once more. At that moment, Ma Shaoling and the others emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon recognizing Zhongbang, they felt relieved. Upon seeing Tang Benjing's lifeless form, Kuang Guohua approached and examined it, stating, It is Tang Benjing, transformed into a zombie and now deceased. Our elder has been observing us all along. Zhongbang scratched his head and said, No, I just returned from Tongtian Pavilion with news of Jiangchun. Upon my arrival, I found this zombie here and resolved the matter casually. He then pretended to have misspoken, covering his mouth. Ma Shaoling immediately inquired, Where is Jiangchun? Zhongbang replied, At Tongtian Pavilion, and with that, he covered his mouth and fled. Ma Shaoling pondered over what else to inquire when she noticed Zhongbang had hurried home to seek his aunt. Approaching the altar, she gently tapped the teapot resting upon it and called out, Aunt, I have a few questions for you. After many years of being deceased, Ma Dana's spirit lingered on earth solely to watch over Ma Shaoling. Emerging from the teapot, Ma Dana quipped, What is it? I was just about to indulge in some beauty sleep. Ma Shaoling inquired, Are you familiar with the Qinglian sword sect? Ma Dana, taken aback, gazed at her and replied, Why do you ask? You haven't offended that ruthless killer, have you? If you have, I might as well head straight to the underworld, as there will be no hope for you. Ma Shaoling, sensing that Ma Dana was aware, urged, Come on, spill the details. I struck a person who claimed to be from the Qinglian sword sect, and unexpectedly, a profoundly skilled elder appeared. He did not harm me, but he was rather taciturn. Ma Dana circled around Ma Shaoling and remarked, Your mediocre skills hardly stand a chance against any of the three. If those three disciples are still alive, no one could possibly rival them. You must have confronted one of their successors. Otherwise, a mere slap would have sufficed to eliminate you. Ma Shaoling expressed her disbelief. The Qinglian sword sect, is that formidable? But that fellow is over a decade my senior and a mentor. I feel you are deceiving me. Ma Dana shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, Deceiving you? Do you have any idea how ruthless the previous master of the Qinglian sword sect was? The little devils were terrified of him. He showed no mercy to even the common folk, regardless of age. Wherever he went, death followed. Eventually, it was said that the overwhelming presence of killing intent affected his sanity, leading him to seal himself away. The number of little devils slain by his hand must be in the tens of thousands. Even the ranks of Maoshan and Longhushan were mobilized, yet they were left utterly defeated, with few surviving. Yet he endured. Tell me, is he not formidable? Ma Shaoling fell silent, and after a moment, she asked, "Is he still alive?" Ma Dan replied, "I do not know. Back then, he was the son of the Maoshan master. You might inquire with Ying Xiao. Is that all you sought me for?" Ma Shaoling responded, "A member of the Qinglian sword sect informed me that Jiang Chun has reappeared." Ma Dana exclaimed with delight, "With their assistance, you shall surely succeed in subduing Jiang Chun." Ma Shaoling nodded and drove down to seek out Ying Xiao. Upon arriving at Ying Xiao's gaming hall, she knocked fervently on the door. Shortly thereafter, Ying Xiao opened the rolling door and complained, "Couldn't you let me enjoy a good night's sleep?" Ma Xiaoling, in a rush, asked, "Is the current master of the Qinglian sword sect, the son of your Maoshan master from back in the day, still alive?" Ying Xiao paused, then replied, "I recall my master mentioning this individual. Their cultivation differs from ours. They follow the path of the human immortal. By my calculations, he should still be alive. Those who transcend to the heavenly master level can live for over 2 centuries, while those who reach the realm of true void can exist for 5 centuries. His 3 disciples were still serving as officers in the police force over a decade ago, and by age, they must be over 100 years old. It is impossible for anyone who has not reached the realm of true void to live that long. You could ask Huang Tianyu to help you investigate. We belong to the Heavenly Path sect, a branch of the Maoshan lineage, and I am uncertain about the intricacies of our ancestral lineage." Ma Xiaoling remarked, "I encountered an individual who claimed to be from the Qinglian sword sect, a person in his 30s who is also a master." Ying Xiao responded, "Impossible. Their cultivation differs significantly from ours. We focus on the cultivation of the spirit, while they engage in the simultaneous refinement of essence, energy, and spirit. I have never heard of the Qinglian sword sect practicing the path of immortality. Have you perhaps been deceived?" Ma Shaoling shook her head and replied, "I believe not. He has a master of profound depth who dispatched a 3rd-generation zombie with a single move. I must take my leave now to seek out Huang Tianyu for assistance in my inquiries." Chapter 40. The conclusion. Ma Shaoling returned to the Jiajia building and requested Huang Guohua to investigate matters concerning Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian instructed Shi Jian to escort the visitor away. Upon knocking on the door, Ma Shaoling was taken aback to find a gentleman in his 50s. Just as she was about to apologize for the intrusion, she caught sight of a photograph of Xiao Ming through the crack of the door. "I am looking for Xiao Ming," Ma Shaoling stated. "He is not at home," Shi Jian replied. "If you have something to discuss, you may speak with me, and I shall relay it to him upon his return." After pondering for a moment, Ma Shaoling decided, "Never mind, I will call him." She then reached Xiao Ming, who informed her, "I have no idea where my master is. My senior uncle and aunt have entered seclusion, leaving only my master behind. I do not know his whereabouts either. Once I ascend to Earth Master, my master will also retreat into seclusion. They are on the verge of becoming immortals and will not concern themselves with such matters." Dismayed at the lack of assistance, Ma Shaoling ventured to the Tongtian Pavilion to gather information. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chun, accompanied by Nuwa, observed their actions. After careful scrutiny, Nuwa was profoundly disappointed by the conduct of Ma Shaoling and Huang Tianyu. To dissuade Nuwa from her apocalyptic thoughts, Jiang Chun encouraged her to take a walk. Upon exiting the Tongtian Pavilion, Nuwa encountered Ma Shaoling and Huang Guohua, realizing her earlier misconceptions. However, upon returning to the pavilion, she still did not abandon her intentions and made a wager with Jiang Chun, betting on human nature. One of the 5 messengers left behind when Nuwa shed her corporeal form, the infatuated by Xin Mei, employed her divine powers to ensnare Ma Shaoling and the others, including Xiao Ming, into an alternate realm, a desolate world where the sun blazed fiercely, devoid of water and sustenance. At this juncture, Shi Shaojian arrived at the Tongtian Pavilion seeking the Fushi Bao and arrows, intending to gift these artifacts to Zhongbang, thereby ensuring that each of his 3 disciples possessed their own celestial instrument. As for Xiao Ming and Ma Shaoling, Shi Shaojian harbored no concerns. He was acutely aware of their natures. Upon discovering the location of the items, Shi Shaojian led Zhongbang to a bridge pier and, employing Jiang Chen's method, opened the Penga tomb. In a few swift movements, they reappeared before Zhongbang, tossing him a bow and an arrow, stating, "Do not accuse me of favoritism. Each of you shall possess 1 celestial artifact." Shi Shaojian mused. Having acquired the items, he initially believed he would need to wait for the arrival of the human king, Fuxi, to obtain this celestial artifact. Now that it was in his possession, he could depart early. Once he assisted Jiang Chun in securing Nuwa's physical form, he would be free to leave. After the group emerged, Ma Shaoling summoned Madana, Hiingxiu, Guohua, Xiao Ming, and her disciple Jin Jingzhong, declaring, Jiang Chun has appeared, right here in the Tongtian Pavilion. Our strengths differ significantly. I shall not compel those who do not wish to join. At that moment, Madana interjected, we have one more ally, your aunt, Ma Dingdang. Pausing briefly, she continued, when I accompanied your aunt to confront Jiang Chun, we discovered that she harbored feelings for him. In my anger, I expelled her from the Ma family. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as Madonna divulged her knowledge, leading them to discover Ma Dingdang, who was accompanied by two feline spirits. Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that these two cat demons had been transformed after consuming the remnants of a dragon clan long ago. This time, Ma Shaoling refrained from provoking the two cat demons, her confidence bolstered by the formidable assembly, and together they set forth towards the Tower of Heaven. Upon arriving at the Tower of Heaven, the group launched an assault, vanquishing Su Fu and the five messengers. Subsequently, Madonna, Ma Dingdang, Ma Xiaoling, and the two cat demons united their strengths to summon the Ma family's divine dragons. 5 ethereal dragons surged through Jiang Chen's form, yet he merely paused momentarily, unfazed, before effortlessly casting the 5 away with a single palm strike. The group was taken aback that such an assault could not fell Jiang Chun. At that moment, Guohua charged forth, but Jiang Chun leisurely evaded each of his strikes. Then, Shi Shaojian made a grand entrance atop his azure unicorn, brandishing a whisk and proclaiming, the court exists because I am here, half mist, half azure, half immortal. After 3 dynasties and 2 centuries, I arrive seated upon this azure steed. Let us cease hostilities. Is there not a way to converse amicably? At this juncture, Zhongbang appeared before Shi Shaojian. Bowing respectfully, I pay my respects, master. Shi Shaojian nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Ming swiftly approached, offering his bow. I pay my respects, ancestor. With a flick of his whisk, Shi Shaojian signaled Xiao Ming to rise. The assembly gasped in astonishment as Ma Shaoling and the others bowed, exclaiming, we pay our respects, elder. With another wave of his whisk, Shi Shaojian commanded them to stand upright. Jiang Chun, with a mocking smile, addressed Shi Shaojian, I presumed you would not show yourself. Shi Shaojian replied, as an ancient deity, why should I contend with mere youngsters? I shall return with them to clarify matters, and tonight I shall assist you in reclaiming what is yours. With that, he whisked the group away. Upon their return to the Jia building, Shi Shaojian set everyone down and cautioned, do not seek trouble with Jiang Chun again. He is not merely a foe. He has existed since the dawn of creation. The curse upon the Ma family stems from Guohua. During the Qin dynasty, the Ma family was tasked with exorcising evil, with General Zhongtong exacting revenge. The first emperor, desiring immortality, dispatched Su Fu to seek elixirs. Su Fu arrived before Jiang Chun and beseeched him for 3 years before he finally acquiesced. Upon returning to the first emperor, Su Fu bid him as well. Over 3 years, the ancestors of the Ma family, Ma Ling'er and Zhongtong, fell in love. Fearing the Ma family would eliminate him, the first emperor captured Zhongtong's entire family, coercing him to slay Ma Ling'er. Bound by loyalty and filial piety, Zhongtong took her life and then ended his own before her, leaving Ma Ling'er in ignorance of the treachery, believing she had been forsaken. Thus she vowed that henceforth, no woman of the Ma family would shed a single tear for a man, lest her powers be lost. With a glance at Ma Shaoling, Shi Shaojian waved his whisk, causing a wisp, born of obsession, to emerge from her being. You heard what I said. Su Fu has been slain, and the first emperor, who is Riley, has also perished at the hands of your Ma family. It is time for you to depart. Guohua is the descendant of Zhongtong. Handle this as you see fit. With that, he mounted his azure unicorn and departed. As they gazed at the departing Shi Shaojian, the crowd remained in stunned silence. overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. They had not anticipated that the curse of the Ma family originated from such a misunderstanding, which had afflicted their kin for over 2 millennia. Ma Ling looked at Ma Shaoling and the others, offering a bittersweet smile. From this day forth, the Ma family shall no longer be bound by the constraints of this curse. It is time for me to take my leave. With those words, she dissipated into the ether. The others exchanged glances before departing, and Ma Shaoling joyfully took Ma Dingdang's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go. Auntie is heading home, and we shall no longer be troubled by the Ma family's curse." That evening, Shi Shaojian rode upon the azure steed, soaring towards the heavens, when he beheld a colossal stone coffin approaching Hong Kong Island. The azure steed surged forward, and upon reaching the coffin, Shi Shaojian stored it within his system space. He then arrived at the Tower of Heaven, where he entrusted the physical form of Niuhua to Jiang Chun, stating, "I must take my leave now. I have made arrangements for what lies ahead. If you wish to intervene, you may do so. If not, simply continue with your own life." Without waiting for Jiang Chun's response, he mounted the azure steed and returned home. Originally, I had no intention of writing about the undead pact. However, to facilitate the cultivation of several individuals and to arrange for Shi Jian, I felt compelled to compose a few chapters. Chapter 41. The Gift from the Patriarch Upon Returning Home. Shi Shaojian summoned Sidu Jian, Lu Qingyan, Zhongbang, Shi Jian, and Xiao Ming, proclaiming, "It is time for us to depart. Xiao Ming, after we leave, please arrange for a temple to be erected in our honor. Although we may not require it, your father will find it beneficial for fostering connections." As he spoke, he gestured, revealing the room filled with gold, silver, and jewels, treasures acquired during the retrieval of the Tianshi sword. Shi Shaojian continued, "Ensure that our tablets are placed at home, honoring both our patriarch and my master. When the time comes, learn the spirit-calling technique from Shirmu. If we find ourselves in peril, do not hesitate to summon assistance. There are allies above and below." Xiao Ming nodded, kneeling before them and bowing several times. Shi Shaojian helped him to his feet, assuring him, "Rest assured in your pursuit of the divine path. Our patriarch watches over us, and in due course, you too shall have your share of the underworld's duties. Once we secure our position in the celestial realm, I shall devise a way for you to ascend. Remember to leave a legacy. I care not what you choose to study, but it must bear the name of my Qinglian sword sect." After exchanging farewells, Shi Shaojian removed the Dantian Fudi pendant from around his neck, inviting the others inside. Qinglin followed, nodding to Xiao Ming, then released his aura as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Shi Shaojian prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation, for it was meant to be endured. Overcoming it would yield both spiritual and physical benefits, as is often depicted in tales. The entire island of Hong Kong fell into darkness. Jiang Chun observed from a distance, remarking, "He has begun his tribulation." Niuhua replied, "He is the only one I cannot fathom. His heart embraces the world, yet remains indifferent to it." Jiang Chun smiled, but remained silent. Ma Shaoling and the others also bore witness, with Madonna declaring, "He is the only one to ascend in the past millennium." At that moment, the first bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Shi Shaojian felt little discomfort, swiftly channeling the Qinglian sword technique to purify his body. It was only when the fifth bolt struck that he felt a slight pang. After the ninth bolt, a vortex appeared in the sky. Shi Shaojian summoned Qinglin and proclaimed loudly, "I stand before the court, half Taoist, half celestial. After traversing 3 dynasties and 2 centuries, I ride upon Qinglin. I am Shi Jian, the son of the 38th patriarch of the Maoshan sect. Today, I have attained immortality. Farewell, my old friends." With that, he mounted Qinglin and soared towards the vortex. The entire island erupted in commotion. A mortal had ascended to immortality while riding the divine beast, Qilin. Maoshan and Xiao Ming fell to their knees, collectively exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Patriarch. Our patriarch has become immortal. We bid you farewell." Others from the Taoist community bowed in reverence. With the gold and jewels gifted by Shi Shaojian, Xiao Ming constructed a grand temple dedicated to the Qinglian sword immortal, the Jade Spirit True Man, Shi Shaojian, Situ Jian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhong Bang, even crafting a statue of the Qilin. Coupled with Shi Shaojian's words at the time of his ascension, the temple soon thrived, with Zhong Bang offering incense free of charge, often distributing gifts to the worshippers. Xiaoming thought to himself that such wealth was inexhaustible. One could neither take it with him upon death nor spend it all, so he resolved to perform more good deeds. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian inquired of the system, "What is happening? Why has no beam of light descended? Where is my reward for overcoming the heavenly tribulation?" The system declared that you have been chosen twice as a person of destiny, endowed with great merit and fortune in this realm. The heavenly order has granted you leniency. However, no rewards will be forthcoming. With a resigned shake of his head, Shi Shaojian received another alert from the system. Turbulence had arisen in the passageway, resulting in the deduction of all host points to reconstruct the portal for transmission. After a dizzying swirl, Shi Shaojian lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, a beam of light descended from the sky, and he found himself on solid ground. Upon awakening, Shi Shaojian addressed a few companions, stating, "I am uncertain of our location. Let's explore our surroundings." He then inquired of the system, "What has transpired that we have been cast here?" The system responded, "Indeed, you have ascended to immortality. While it is said that one who attains enlightenment elevates all around them, your entourage may be a bit excessive. The higher realm resists your presence. To prevent you from being torn apart by the temporal turbulence, I had no choice but to transport you elsewhere." Disheartened, Shi Shaojian pondered their unfamiliar surroundings when a voice echoed from the distance. "Immortal, old immortal, I have come to learn the way." Upon recognizing the speaker, Shi Shaojian exclaimed in frustration, "What the? Sun Wukong." Before he could finish his thought, the group vanished before the Monkey King. When they opened their eyes, they beheld an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor. Shi Shaojian hurriedly approached and bowed, introducing himself. "I am Shi Shaojian, a mortal who has ascended from the lower realm, and I pay my respects to the Patriarch Bodhi." The monkey and the old man were unmistakably from the Flower Fruit Mountain. With a smile, Patriarch Bodhi regarded Shi Shaojian and remarked, "You little trickster, do you think to use the old lore to intimidate me?" Shi Shaojian quickly bowed again, replying, "The younger generation does not presume." Patriarch Bodhi continued, "Enough. The old lord has already given his word. What you seek shall be granted to you now. Once completed, you may proceed to the heavenly court. The old lord awaits you." With a gesture, he imparted knowledge to the group. In their minds, they suddenly grasped the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 earthly arts. Shi Shaojian, in particular, found within his mind a method of transformation through incense, allowing him to solidify a golden form to replace his original body, while Qinglin received a drop of Qilin blood. As they regained their senses, Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand, elevating them to the realm of human immortals. With another wave, the thunder above dissipated, and beams of light descended upon them, including Shi Shaojian, although Qinglin was excluded. Once they absorbed the energies, they unexpectedly appeared outside the Crescent Moonstar Cave. Shi Shaojian assessed his cultivation level, late-stage human immortal. At that moment, a celestial being clad in official attire approached, declaring, "I'm the celestial officer from the heavenly court, sent by the great Lord Laozi to escort you above." With that, he soared into the sky, and the group followed, traversing the great array of the celestial bodies to reach the 9 heavens. It became clear why one must attain immortality to enter the heavenly court. The winds of the 9 heavens would surely prove fatal to those of lesser cultivation. The celestial array not only prevented the 9 heavens gales from ravaging the lower realms, but also secured the heavenly court's spiritual essence. While the gales themselves served as the first line of defense, a clever stratagem. As they passed through the 9 heavens, they arrived at the southern heavenly gate, where the king of heaven, Ma Liqing, stood with a treasured sword, stating, "Who approaches? No forceful entry is permitted at the southern heavenly gate." The celestial officer stepped forward, producing a token from the palace of Doshui, stating, "By the command of the great Lord Laozi, I am here to escort several individuals to the palace of Doshui." Ma Liqing glanced back at the few individuals behind him, a surge of astonishment coursing through his heart. Remarkably, aside from the elder among them, the others were merely around 120 years of age, all having achieved immortality through the cultivation of their physical forms. They were undoubtedly promising talents. It was conceivable that he might one day find himself soliciting their assistance. As he stepped past the southern heavenly gate, he noticed an immortal official awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, the official inquired, "Who among you is Shi Shaojian?" Chapter 42. The Grand Master of the Blue Lotus. A momentous breakthrough, Shi Shaojian stepped forward and said, "Greetings, esteemed one. I am Shi Shaojian." The figure responded, "There is no need to call me esteemed. We are both disciples of the Maoshan sect. The 3 Maoshan ancestors sent me to escort you. Come, follow me." Shi Shaojian nodded to Shi Shaojian, who returned the gesture. The celestial official led them to the ascension pool. Lu Qingyan tugged at Shi Shaojian and said, "Master, does that person not resemble our Grand Master?" Turning to look, Shi Shaojian saw an individual pacing beside the ascension pool, a sword slung across their back. At that moment, the Qinglian sword on Situ Jian's back flew forth. Approaching the Grand Master of the Blue Lotus, a woman materialized beside him. The Grand Master, momentarily taken aback, quickly reacted and removed the treasured sword from his back, tossing it to Situ Jian. "Young man, that sword is now mine. I shall give you this one in return. Do not accuse me, as your Grand Master, of taking advantage of you. This is indeed a post-heavenly spiritual treasure." Shi Shaojian led the way and bowed deeply to the Grand Master of the Blue Lotus, who nodded and remarked, "You need not call me Grand Master henceforth. I may very well end up addressing you as immortals. I never anticipated that my humble endeavor to establish a sect would yield such a delightful surprise." He then glanced at the 4 individuals and 1 beast, stating, "The old lord wishes to see you shortly. I am the guardian of this ascension platform. You shall first enter the ascension pool to cleanse your mortal forms. After shedding your mortal forms, do not emerge immediately. Remember to soak for as long as you can and absorb as much as you can." The group nodded in agreement and leaped into the ascension pool. In the distance stood an independent high platform, likely the ascension platform itself, where another individual sat, diligently recording. The contents of the ascension pool were obscured by swirling white mist. After they descended, Qinglin attempted to jump in as well, but the Grand Master of the Blue Lotus stopped him, saying, "You need not enter. Your cultivation relies on your bloodline. Additionally, you must shrink in size and allow them to carry you. The heavenly court does not permit mounts to roam freely, but you may be kept as a pet." Upon entering the pool, Shi Shaojian addressed Situ Jian and the others, "Commence with your essence, spirit, and will, and then cleanse your physical forms. If someone is to support you, feel free to absorb freely." At that moment, Shi Shaojian felt a wave of pain, releasing his mind to refine the celestial energy. Minutes passed, and the Grand Master of the Blue Lotus touched his head, pacing back and forth beside the ascension pool. Half an hour elapsed, and he grew anxious. What manner of beings are these? Those who have just ascended typically cannot endure the pain for long, yet they have been in there for half an hour without emerging. At that moment, Zhongbang was the first to leap out. The Grand Master remarked, "I can no longer endure." Zhongbang bowed and said, "Esteemed one, I have absorbed to my limit. I have reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. If I continue, I risk an explosion." The Grand Master of the Blue Lotus clicked his tongue, observing the group of remarkable beings. Moments later, Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan also emerged. Upon seeing them, he was astonished. 2 true immortals. He turned back to Zhongbang and said, "You have yet to find your own path. Your senior brothers and sisters have already attained true immortality. True immortality signifies the genuine state of being immortal. One must comprehend their own path." As the conversation unfolded, the celestial master Qinglian widened his mouth in astonishment. Zhongbang had achieved a breakthrough on his own, and he contemplated leaping back into the ascension pool, only to be pulled back by the celestial master. Qinglian spoke, "Enough. After reaching true immortal status, one's cultivation relies on enlightenment, not merely on celestial energy. Your senior brother's sword aura has leaked. He follows the path of the sword. Your senior sister seems to have awakened a unique constitution, enabling her to control flames. I sensed the three flames' true fire within her. As for you, I have yet to fully comprehend your capabilities. Zhongbang grinned and replied, My path is one of guardianship, akin to protecting those dear to me, primarily focusing on defense. I possess a smattering of knowledge in various disciplines, particularly in talismans and formations. At that moment, Shi Shaojian emerged from the ascension pool, exuding a formidable aura that everyone could sense, as if he were eager to challenge someone to combat. The celestial master remarked in the art of battle, I must remind you that you have only reached the level of Xian immortal. How have you grasped the power of the law of measurement? Allow me to elucidate some foundational concepts. A human immortal ascends by mastering one of the three aspects: spiritual power, divine soul, or physical body. A earth master ascends by mastering two of these aspects, while the heavenly immortal achieves ascension through all three, culminating in the true immortal who comprehends their own path. Following this is the Xian immortal, who also cultivates the five energies within their chest, achieving perfection and entering the realm of golden immortal, which symbolizes immortality. At the golden immortal stage, one must comprehend the law of measurement, and upon doing so, one ascends to the Tai golden immortal, who cultivates the law of measurement, while simultaneously nurturing the three flowers atop the head, with the five energies converging towards the source, entering the myriad mystical doors. This represents the river of time, leading to the attainment of the great Luo golden immortal. After achieving this, one must sever the three corpses to attain quasi-sainthood. Shi Shaojian and the others nodded in understanding. The celestial master, Qinglian, urged, Let us proceed to the Laojun. Shi Shaojian inquired, I am curious. Master, how is it that you are here? Should you not be in the heavenly court of our realm? Qinglian explained, I was brought here by Laojun, specifically to pave the way for you. There exists a version of me in that realm, though one could argue it is not truly me. The deities across the myriad heavens and worlds are either projections or incarnations. They possess their own thoughts, embodying both their essence and yet not entirely themselves. The group made their way towards the Do Shui Palace, where the celestial master continued. All matters of the heavenly court reside on this level. Ascending further leads to the abodes of the great powers. After resting, you may return. The lower tiers house the four heavenly kings, Lei Gong, the Thunder Mother, the 28 lunar mansions, the giant spirit god, among others. Ascending further reveals the various heavenly deities, such as the 9 heavens responding thunder, sound, universal transformation deity, Wenzhong, and above them are the 4 sovereigns and 5 elders. At the pinnacle reside the Jade Emperor and the 3 pure ones, along with the Western saints. There is no abode for the Buddhist sects here, as each practitioner maintains their own sacred ground, such as Tathagata at Mount Ling, Guanyin in the Eastern Sea, and the likes of Mount Putah. Shortly thereafter, the group halted at the entrance of the Do Shui Palace, where 2 young attendants approached and said, Qinglian, you may return now. We shall escort them inside. Qinglian nodded and turned towards the ascension platform. Shi Shaojian stepped forward, saying, Greetings, esteemed young attendants. He thought to himself that these 2 must be the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King, the Golden and Silver attendants. The Golden and Silver attendants replied, Young master need not be so formal. Please follow us inside. The master has been awaiting you for some time. Upon traversing the front courtyard, I arrived at the central courtyard, where the venerable Laozi sat before the Bagua furnace, his eyes gently closed. Shi Shaojian and the others bowed respectfully and then settled down in a cross-legged position behind him, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the elixirs as they began their cultivation. The room was lined with an array of medicinal pills, and beside the Bagua furnace, for pillars bore exquisite artifacts, a purple gold gourd, a banana fan, a binding rope, and the Wu slaying sword, also known as the Human Emperor's Sword. Shi Shaojian pondered to himself the need to devise a means to procure some elixirs for consumption, while also securing 2 of these treasures for himself. Chapter 43. Scheming for Merit. Stealing peaches. As Shi Shaojian pondered, Laojun emitted a cold snort and spoke. Upon entering my domain, you have already set your sights on my treasures. Shi Shaojian hurriedly bowed and replied, I dare not. Lao Jun countered, "It is not that you dare not. Rather, you have yet to act." Shi Shaojian rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he was indeed impoverished and could not resist the allure of fine things. Lao Jun continued, "Before the onset of the calamity, cultivate to the level of a Tai golden immortal to become a law-enforcing celestial. Once the calamity begins, the demons of the lower realms will not heed the heavenly court's commands, and it is time to eliminate some of them." Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian realized that he was being used as a pawn. With a pained expression, he said, "I can take on the role of law-enforcing celestial, but must I descend to subdue demons? I fear the wrath of the Buddhist sect." Lao Jun laughed heartily. "Are you not adept at seizing opportunities? You would risk your life for treasures, yet now you hesitate to claim the spoils from those demons?" Shi Shaojian awkwardly responded, "I fear I may have my life to take the treasures, but not to enjoy them." The three individuals behind him also recognized that Lao Jun intended for them to stir up trouble. Lao Jun declared, "I cannot allow the lineage of the human teaching to be severed. Marshal Tianpeng must also face the tribulation. You shall be the third-generation disciple. First, cultivate to the golden immortal level, then assume the role of Marshal Tianpeng. When that monkey arrives, you can earn your merit and ascend to the position of law-enforcing celestial." With that, he pointed, and a manuscript of the Tai Ching immortal formula appeared in their minds. Shi Shaojian replied affirmatively. At that moment, a golden immortal attendant presented several sets of armor and 4 swords. The 4 accepted the items, and Lu Qingyan remarked, "Master, could I exchange for a spear? I have a preference for that." The master waved his feather duster, conjuring a fiery red spear before Lu Qingyan. Observing this, Shi Shaojian sheathed his 3 swords and said, "Zhongbang, ask the master for what you desire. As for you, master, I wish for a great halberd, the heavier the better. My understanding lies in the laws of battle. If I must engage in combat, it would be prudent to acquire a primal spiritual treasure. An inferior one would only bring shame." Lao Jun, taken aback by such audacity, waved his hand, and a golden halberd materialized before Shi Shaojian. He reached out, but found it immovable. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was inscribed with the words "dragon-slaying halberd" and weighed 35,000 pounds. Shi Shaojian thought to himself, a postnatal top-grade spiritual treasure, heavier even than the Rui Jinggubang. With no other option, Shi Shaojian sat down to begin refining it. Zhongbang, feeling shy to request the binding fairy rope, was given a postnatal spiritual binding fairy rope by the master, along with a treasure pagoda. Noticing the reticent Situ Jian, the master waved his hand, and the witch-slaying sword flew into Situ Jian's grasp. Once the group had a preliminary understanding of their magical treasures and armor, Lao Jun instructed, "Leave behind the magical instruments you previously used. I shall reforge them for you. Now, return to your cultivation. When the time is right, the golden and silver attendants will deliver your newly forged items." Shi Shaojian produced an alchemical furnace, a clock, a thunder-stricken peachwood sword, 2 pseudo-immortal pills, a yin-yang jade pendant, a jade gourd, and a money sword. In contrast, Situ Jian had little to offer and merely donned his slaughtering witch sword while putting on his battle armor, disregarding even the treasured sword bestowed by the ancestor Qinglian. Observing this, Shi Shaojian hastily gathered his items. Lu Qingyan unveiled the celestial masteress sword, while Zhongbang presented a sword, a bow, and an arrow. Lao Jun exclaimed with surprise, "Ah, you may take the bow and arrow back. They are merely postnatal spiritual treasures. I shall forge you a few more arrows." Thus, Zhongbang reclaimed his bow and arrow. At this moment, Shi Shaojian continued to rummage through his belongings, prompting Lao Jun to remark, "Enough. Your collection of junk is not even worthy of the celestial soldier's attention. I shall merge it into a single item for you, and I will refine these 2 pills anew. Now be off. Your presence gives me a headache." Shi Shaojian clicked his tongue and left with the golden and silver boys, arriving at the front courtyard where each entered a room. Shortly thereafter, the golden and silver boys returned with flat peaches, celestial fruits, spiritual stones, divine tea, exquisite nectar, and a ginseng fruit. The peaches, aged 3,000 years, were presumably specially requested from the Jade Emperor by Lao Jun. Shi Shaojian retained one peach and the ginseng fruit, bestowing the rest upon Shi and the others. With their cultivation levels, assistance from the three was not urgent. He preferred to first refine the dragon-slaying halberd and battle armor. 7 days swiftly passed, and the monkey had returned to Huagua Mountain. Laojun summoned several individuals, stating, "The monkey has returned to Huagua Mountain. Tianpeng shall soon descend. You must hasten your cultivation." As he spoke, he produced 4 golden pills, advising, once you have refined them, do not rush into cultivation. When the time comes, confront the monkey to fully unleash the effects of the medicine. Upon returning to his room, Shi Shaojian called the 3 to him, expressing, "I wish to acquire some merit. Now that the human race has its utensils, we cannot descend yet. I pondered that in 500 years, the journey to the west commences, merely during the Tang dynasty. We should introduce the 4 great inventions then." Zhong Bang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Master, your lack of knowledge is truly alarming. The compass existed during the Warring States period, even earlier during the battles between the Emperor and Qi Yu. Papermaking was invented by Kai Luan of the Western Han Dynasty. Gunpowder is indeed complex. You must inquire with the Taoist ancestors. As for movable type printing, it was recorded by Shanqua Indriampool essays that it was invented by the commoner by Shang during the Northern Song Dynasty's Qingli period. In unison, the others declared, "Northern Song." Shi Shaojian laughed heartily. "Isn't that convenient? Who among you can accomplish it?" Situ Jian shook his head, while Lu Qingyan remarked, "Do not ask me. I am equally ignorant." Zhong Bang interjected, "Have you forgotten that my family is of scholarly lineage? I have read countless texts. I can even recite the journey to the west." Shi Shaojian patted Zhong Bang's shoulder, saying, "Excellent. Upon descending, we shall seek Li Shimin, and we shall heed your counsel. From now on, you shall be our strategist." Observing this, Laojun too became intrigued, pondering the method for acquiring merit that he was unaware of. Once the journey to the west concluded, these individuals might become figures of great merit and fortune, confirming that his decision was indeed wise. The following day, I heard from Jinin Tongzi that the Jade Emperor had appointed a monkey as the assistant horse marshal. Shortly thereafter, news spread that the monkey had descended to the mortal realm. Situ Jian and his companions sought out Shi Shaojian, inquiring whether they should follow suit to seize an opportunity. Shi Shaojian replied, "Do I appear to be a fool? To neglect a bargain is foolishness itself. Let us all go. Remember to take as much as you can. With a monkey to bear the blame, we can act without restraint." At that moment, the voice of the old lord echoed in their ears, cautioning them not to overstep their bounds. He feared that Shi Shaojian might even uproot trees for the Jade Emperor or abscond with tables and chairs. Shi Shaojian had indeed contemplated such actions, but was taken aback by the attention of his companions. Thus, the 4 arrived at the peach garden, where the monkey was indulging in peaches. The 6,000-year and 9,000-year peaches had been hidden away by the Queen Mother, leaving only the 3,000-year peaches. Once the monkey was satiated and fell asleep, the 4 transformed into insects and flew inside, landing upon a peach. As the peach vanished, they noticed the 7 fairies approaching, prompting the 4 to swiftly dart away. Chapter 44. 4 men battle the monkey at this moment within the Lingshao Palace. The Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Supreme Old Lord, Master Xuandu, and the Silver Star gazed upon the actions of several individuals. The Jade Emperor remarked, "Old Lord, despite your previous assertions, it appears you were indeed correct. If I had not concealed the peaches of immortality from the years of 6,000 and 9,000, these rascals would have surely pilfered them all." The old lord replied, "That task suits him perfectly. However, his thin skin renders him incapable of such deeds." Master Xuandu looked towards the old lord and said, "Master, these individuals possess decent talent, yet their shamelessness may incite considerable trouble." The Jade Emperor continued, "This time, with us as their support, as long as they act reasonably, we shall allow them to create a ruckus, provided it does not escalate into a conflict between the Buddhist and Taoist sects or a clash with the heavenly court. The teachings of humanity shall remain uninvolved, while they will tend to its own affairs. The Taoist and Buddhist factions are already reaching for my throne. While the teachings of the Tao may be tolerable, the Buddhist sect, with its overwhelming power, could truly lead to the decline of Taoism. The old lord responded, "This is precisely why I wish for him to stir up trouble. Let others see that among the third generation of Taoist disciples, apart from Yang Jian and Neza, there are still capable individuals." Meanwhile, in the peach garden, upon learning that the Queen Mother had not invited him, the Monkey King immobilized the Thousand Fairy and then made his way to the Yaoqi Celestial Palace. En route, he cunningly lured the barefoot immortal to the Lingxiao Palace. The four followed the Monkey King, and upon witnessing his indulgent feasting in the Yaoqi Celestial Palace, they too began to pilfer. Before long, the Monkey King, in a drunken stupor, headed towards the Do Shua Palace, leaving the remaining delicacies to be devoured by the four. Upon arriving at the Do Shua Palace, they beheld various elixirs meant for physical cultivation. Consuming them would make further advancement exceedingly difficult. Presently, the Monkey King was merely a xianxian. After consuming these, and with the old lord refining him, he would be relegated to the status of a mere jinxian. However, like the others, the Monkey King practiced the cultivation of celestial power, spirit, and physical form simultaneously, rendering his combat prowess superior to that of an ordinary celestial being. It is intriguing how, in this realm, high cultivation does not necessarily equate to formidable strength, yet possessing a fine magical artifact can significantly enhance one's combat abilities. It is no wonder that prior to their deification, those within the heavenly court, upon reaching the celestial level, focused solely on refining their magical powers and spirits, relying on magical artifacts or supernatural abilities to engage in combat. Zhao Gongming of the, who practiced all three disciplines, still could not withstand the lethal flying knife of Lu Ye or the 7 arrowheads. Once the Monkey King departed, Shi Shaojian gathered the elixirs scattered on the ground. His motive was not simply due to the disturbance caused by the law-enforcing celestial beings. He intended to later bestow these treasures upon his subordinates. At that moment, Shi Shaojian realized he had not seen Qing Lin for some time. Upon inquiring with the golden and silver boys, he learned that Qing Lin had gone to the old lord's steed, the Green Bull. Shi Shaojian was alarmed, fearing that Qing Lin might accompany the Green Bull and become a demon. Such a scenario was unacceptable for the law-enforcing celestial beings. Transgressions carry far graver consequences than for others. Certain matters are known to all, yet must not be openly acknowledged. After informing Qing Lin of the gravity of the situation, Shi Shaojian felt relieved. Shortly thereafter, a court meeting was convened in the Lingxiao Palace, where the Jade Emperor dispatched the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. The 3 altars of the sea assembly, the great god Neza, the giant spirit god, the 4 heavenly kings, Thunder and Lightning Mother, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers to apprehend Sun Wukong. After the First World War, others found themselves unable to compete, while Neza had not truly engaged in battle. The Jade Emperor had dispatched the 4 great heavenly officials, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 9 luminaries, and the 28 constellations to assist. Although Sun Wukong possessed the strength of a profound immortal, he was unlikely to defeat these celestial beings who were all golden immortals. At this juncture, Guanyin Bodhisattva made her appearance and recommended Yang Jian, who was already a Tai golden immortal. The Jade Emperor and Lao Jun exchanged glances, indicating that they harbored ulterior motives, suggesting that those of their own realm were inadequate. Lao Jun stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a few individuals under my command. Perhaps it would be wise to allow them to test their mettle." The Jade Emperor replied, "Very well. Let them descend to the mortal realm to subdue the demon monkey. There is no need for them to return to the Lingxiao Palace." Lao Jun conveyed a message to the 4, instructing them to begin, consume the elixirs, and take turns as the potency waned. The 4 complied and proceeded towards the southern heavenly gate, arriving at Waguishan. Shi Shaojian addressed Li Jing and the others, saying, "I am Qing Xian, a disciple of the Do Shui Palace, here to offer assistance." He then produced the incense he had earned and distributed it amongst them. The deities of the heavenly court could hardly contain their laughter at the blatant display of favoritism, clearly demonstrating an understanding of human affairs. Shi Shaojian signaled to the 3, and Situ Jian launched himself towards Sun Wukong. Despite having reached the mid-stage of true immortal cultivation through his recent training, Sun Wukong's innate prowess as a profound immortal, combined with the strength of a golden immortal, led him to quickly fall from the fray. Yet, everyone was taken aback as Shi Shaojian unleashed his ultimate move, the myriad swords returning to the sect, revealing his comprehension of the sword domain while wielding the sword of slaying witches. As a pure sword cultivator, he possessed formidable combat capabilities, and despite being of a lower realm than Sun Wukong, he managed to withstand several blows and engage in combat for an extended duration. Upon returning, Shi Shaojian sat cross-legged in mid-air, having deepened his understanding of the sword. Lu Qingyan then stepped forward, charging at Sun Wukong. Rather than competing in mystical powers, she brandished a long spear with ferocity, engaging him in a contest of physical prowess while occasionally unleashing fireballs. Neza remarked, "That is the three mysterious true fire. This girl is no simple character." Once again, everyone was astonished. Lao Jun had indeed selected formidable individuals, each merely a century old yet remarkably powerful. After Lu Qingyan returned, Zhong Bang advanced, stating, "Sun Wukong, let us compare our defenses." Sun Wukong replied, "I, old Sun, have never feared anyone. How would you like to proceed?" Zhong Bang suggested, "I will defend, and then you will defend. We shall take turns." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Zhong Bang swiftly set up several formations before conjuring numerous talismans. Leaving the onlookers stupefied, another prodigy had emerged, evidently mastering the art of talismans and formations. When Zhong Bang ceased his preparations, Sun Wukong struck forth with his staff. Producing a resounding explosion. As everyone turned to observe, Zhong Bang brushed off his robes and produced a treasure pagoda to hurl at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his golden staff to shield himself, stumbling back a few steps from the impact. Sun Wukong declared again. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, and after an extended bout, the spectators remained bewildered, as Sun Wukong also harnessed the power of those around him to refine the elixir within him. Following Zhong Bang's retreat, Shi Shaojian stepped forward, brandishing the dragon-slaying halberd, and addressed Sun Wukong. "Unleash all that you are capable of. Do not fall to my might." The pride of Sun Wukong was ignited as he brandished his staff and struck with fervor. Shi Shaojian, firmly grasping his halberd, positioned it horizontally to block the attack, then swept towards the head of the Monkey King. With a swift step back, Sun Wukong evaded the blow, while Shi Shaojian relentlessly pursued him, growing bolder with each exchange. Though Sun Wukong had reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, Shi Shaojian was merely at its later stages. It seemed as though Shi Shaojian was impervious to pain. Even when injured, he pressed on, determined to land a blow on the Monkey King. The intensity of their battle escalated, prompting the onlookers to retreat hastily. With a flick of his dust whisk, Lao Jun enveloped the three who had broken through, including Shi Shaojian, in a beam of light. Chapter 45. The encounter with Sun Wukong. As Shi Shaojian and Sun Wukong engaged in their spirited duel, they abruptly halted, both simultaneously achieving a breakthrough. Observing this, Guanin's expression shifted, and she turned to the Jade Emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, these individuals are destined to be connected to our Buddhist sect and rightly belong under my guidance." The audience found her words strikingly familiar, and those who had experienced similar circumstances could not help but twitch their lips. At that moment, Xuandu entered from outside the Lingshao Palace, questioning, "When did my disciple become yours?" Guanin, upon hearing this, thought to herself, "How delightful. So you wish to play tricks in the shadows, do you? I shall see if he can survive long enough to mature." It seemed Xuandu had discerned her thoughts. As he remarked, "Do not entertain any devious ideas. My intention in bringing him out is to accompany him daily." Guanin, undeterred, boldly asserted, "These individuals indeed share a connection with Buddhism. Might I inquire if the great master would be willing to part with them?" With a disdainful flick of his sleeve, Xuandu retorted, "Do not waste my time with such trivialities. I am not swayed by your tactics. We can either engage in combat, or you can swiftly depart." After observing Xuandu for a considerable time, Guanin realized he remained unmoved, defeated in battle and unable to employ other tactics. She had no choice but to take her leave and contemplate her next course of action. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian and the Monkey King had achieved their breakthroughs and exchanged glances, fostering a sense of camaraderie. While continuing to spar, Shi Shaojian transmitted a message to Sun Wukong, saying, "It seems we have become acquainted through combat. Should I manage to capture you, I can offer you an opportunity. The old master will place you in the 8 trigrams furnace to refine your golden body, and I shall owe you a favor." Sun Wukong, intrigued, responded through the transmission, "You do not harbor any sinister schemes, do you?" Shi Shaojian replied, "If I do not seize you, others surely will. Since your birth, your fate has been predetermined. Once you emerge from the 8 trigrams furnace, the Buddhist disciples will imprison you beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, releasing you only after 500 years to aid them in spreading their teachings. During your journey, be wary of wearing a hat. It serves as the binding spell of the golden hoop spell and the restriction spell. Few have managed to overcome it. Those 3 artifacts originally belonged to the golden hoop immortal, but he has since vanished, and the items have found their way to the Tathagata, who entrusted them to Guanyin for you to wear. However, it seems pointless to share this with you, as you may not comprehend it. After this matter is settled, we can discuss it further. Those celestial beings you offended that day may not even be aware of it. We are but minor figures in this grand narrative." Before Shi Shaojian could continue, Sun Wukong abruptly ceased his movements. Shi Shaojian, unable to halt his attack, inadvertently struck Sun Wukong on the head, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, the others swiftly bound Sun Wukong. Upon their return to the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor ordered that Sun Wukong be brought to the execution platform. Strangely, the blade of the execution platform could not sever Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor then summoned the heavenly horse, intending to dismember Sun Wukong. But even the horse succumbed from exhaustion without managing to tear him apart. The old master stepped forward, suggesting, "Why not entrust him to me? I will refine him in the 8 trigrams furnace for 49 days, transforming him into an elixir." The Jade Emperor nodded in agreement. The old master, accompanied by several others, brought Sun Wukong to the Doshui Palace, where he unceremoniously tossed Sun Wukong into the 8 trigrams furnace, instructing the others, "Now, enter. Refine the peaches and exquisite wines from your bodies." The 4 jumped into the 8 trigrams furnace, with Lu Qingyan exclaiming, "What a marvelous place! I must hasten my cultivation." After speaking, he began to sit cross-legged in meditation. The 6-ding divine fire used by the Old Lord was absorbed by Lu Qingyan, which surprised the Old Lord outside, prompting him to increase the intensity of the flames. Shi Shaojian, carrying Sun Wukong and Situ Jian, arrived at the ventilation shaft on the 7th level. Shi Shaojian awakened Sun Wukong, asking if he was all right. Sun Wukong replied, "How did you end up here as well?" Shi Shaojian explained, "I am a disciple of the 3rd generation of the human teaching. Those 3 are my apprentices." After exchanging pleasantries, Shi Shaojian continued, "I know what you are thinking. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. A 6-eared macaque is watching your position. Behave and go seek the scriptures. Once it is done, you can attain Buddhahood and follow Yang Jian's path. Adhere to policy above and countermeasures below. Even the living can be suffocated by their own constraints." Sun Wukong asked, "Do we consider ourselves friends?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Isn't friendship forged through conflict?" Sun Wukong requested, "Please take good care of my monkey descendants." Shi Shaojian assured him, "No problem. Once we are out, I will claim Flower Fruit Mountain. Let us see who dares to cause trouble. But for everyone's sake, you must act as if you despise me. We can reconcile in 500 years. Zhongbang interjected, "Why do I feel like you were playing him?" Shi Shaojian retorted, "What business is it of yours to interrupt when elders are speaking? The monkey is conveying a message. The Tathagata is not human." Zhongbang could no longer contain his laughter, replying, "The Tathagata is not human. Some say he transformed from the treasure mouse, while others claim he is the incarnation of the treasure pagoda. Only the 3 ancestral masters know the truth." Outside, the old lord shook his head and began to expound teachings. The 3 and the monkey entered a state of cultivation. After 49 days, the old lord concluded his discourse. Sun Wukong developed his fire-eyed golden gaze and unyielding strength, while Lu Qingyan absorbed the six-ding divine fire, achieving the golden immortal realm. Situ Jian and Zhongbang also refined their inner energies, entering the golden immortal stage, while Shi Shaojian comprehended the law and directly broke through to the Tai Xianxian realm. Shi Shaojian stretched his limbs and asked, "Where did we leave off last time?" Zhongbang replied, "The Tathagata is not human." Shi Shaojian explained, "Let me tell you, the Tathagata was originally the elder brother of the Jia sect. Later, the ancestral master helped him establish the Hinayana Buddhism, and ultimately, he betrayed and went to the Western two saints to become the current Buddha of Mahayana Buddhism, a true servant of three surnames." Songbang interjected, Master. Isn't the term servant of three surnames referring to Elbu? The old lord, unable to endure this any longer, revealed his own grievances and, in a fit of anger, opened the furnace lid, exclaiming, "Get out!" The five jumped out, and in midair, Shi Shaojian bumped into his son Wukong, causing him to crash into the Bagua furnace. The old lord, witnessing this, remarked, "Small matters can be changed, but major ones cannot." Originally, the monkey had no intention of toppling the Bagua furnace, but someone assisted him. After regaining his footing, son Wukong bowed to the old lord and somersaulted out of the southern heavenly gate. At that moment, a great hand reached out from afar, and son Wukong found himself back in the heavenly court, where he saw the Tathagata, who said, "You, impudent monkey, dare to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace?" Just as Shi Shaojian was about to speak, Lao Jun flicked his finger, rendering him instantly mute. Son Wukong, upon witnessing this, erupted in a furious tirade. Although Tathagata had intended to speak further, he was infuriated by son Wukong's outburst and promptly subdued him beneath Wuzishan. Tathagata cast a glance back at the Daoshui Palace before vanishing from the heavenly realm. At that moment, the Jade Emperor appeared in the Daoshui Palace and remarked, "Did you see that? He came to my heavenly court without so much as a greeting and even resorted to violence. The Buddhist sect is growing increasingly audacious." Shi Shaojian, now able to speak, addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, aside from the likes of the Star of Tai Bai and the King Lingguan, the rest of your subordinates possess insufficient cultivation, and those few celestial masters hold civil positions. Thus, I find myself at loss." Chapter 46. The descent to the mortal realm commenced. "My dear brother, are you not hurrying things a bit too much? My hands are nearly numb," remarked the Jade Emperor. "Soon, I shall convene the heavenly assembly, and it is time for Tianpeng to descend. You may assume your position directly, and when the journey to the west begins, you will take over as the celestial judge. Some individuals still cling to their petty rivalries." After the heavenly assembly commenced, Shi Shaojian arrived at the banquet venue with 3 companions. This gathering was held in the Lingxiao Palace. Upon entering, Shi Shaojian spotted Shi Jian in the far corner and approached him, saying, "Father, you too have come. I have relinquished my corporeal form, and my essence is inscribed upon the divine list. I am now an official of the 8th rank in the Thunder Department," replied Shi Jian. Leaning closer, Shi Shaojian whispered, "I have heard that master when subordinates are quite protective of their own. As I am somewhat affiliated with the... Do not hesitate to assist me when I seek your aid." He then began to converse openly with the officials in the hall, brazenly attempting to curry favor. After making the rounds, Shi Shaojian pulled over Zhongbang and instructed him, "Inquire about how many renowned generals have ascended from the mortal realm, and see if we might entice them to join us." Zhongbang, after gathering information, shook his head and replied, "They are all accounted for. Even those who are yet alive have been claimed, or are already the disciples of others." Shi Shaojian inquired, "What dynasty currently reigns in the mortal realm?" Zhongbang responded, 500 years prior to the Tang dynasty. It is approximately the Western Han. "So, the 3 kingdoms have not yet arrived," Shi Shaojian mused. "Make a copy of our 4 legacies and cast it into the mortal realm. If anyone learns from it and attains immortality, they shall form our foundation. As for those who are well known but have not achieved immortality, bring them to me upon their demise. Keep a close watch on the 3 kingdoms. We shall summon those illustrious generals." Zhongbang nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian then turned to Lu Qingyan and said, You must inscribe your spear techniques, and, during the Three Kingdoms period, present them to Tong Yuan, the master of Zhaoyuan. I require him and his 3 disciples. What Guan Yu and Zhang Fei? Zhongban Gui Vi? Shi Shaojian replied with exasperation. Are you foolish? Guan Yu boasts numerous titles. He is either a reincarnation or has powerful backing. Why will we recruit him? As for Zhang Fei, his temperament would only invite enmity and misfortune. We need renowned generals who are capable of leading troops. Do you understand? As Shi Shaojian meticulously plotted his foundation, Marshal Tianpeng was enchanted and teased by someone using magic, prompting the Jade Emperor to decree his banishment to the mortal realm. Concurrently, Shi Shaojian was appointed as the new Marshal Tianpeng, originally an underling of the Purple Tenuity Emperor. The Jade Emperor's actions were sure to provoke dissent from the teachings of the. After the banquet concluded, Shi Shaojian approached Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor, saying, if one of the 3rd-generation disciples can be discarded so easily, you won't cast me aside as well, will you? Lao Jun, looking perplexed, replied, what 3rd-generation disciple? A mere pig demon attaining immortality. If not for his water attribute, how could Marshal Tianpeng's position possibly fall to him? Shi Shaojian awkwardly scratched his head and said, you both mentioned that the marshal was due for descent. I assumed he was one of our disciples. Lao Jun clarified, our teachings only accept the human race. My comments were meant to convey that as a 3rd-generation disciple, you hold an equivalent status. There are only so many positions in the heavenly court. If no one descends, how can you ascend? At this moment, the Jade Emperor spoke, stating that he had heard everything that had just been said. He offered assistance by suggesting the dispatch of several capable celestial soldiers into the cycle of reincarnation, allowing them to become renowned generals. Thus, when the time came for their ascension, they could be collected without the need for arduous cultivation of the divine path, achieving merit and soaring to the heavens. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Shaojian shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, if you wish to send someone, simply bring them forth. There is no need for such subterfuge. Engaging in conjecture will only erode our trust over time. Moreover, those who aspire to ascend must first attain complete merit. If they fail, they must endure the weary path of divine cultivation. To obstruct their journey is akin to slaying their parents, and I would not wish to be cast as the villain. The Jade Emperor, shaking his head, responded, I possess but a limited number of individuals. Whom could I possibly send to you? This matter is, in truth, quite simple. The time has yet to arrive. Do not bestow titles upon your 3 disciples just yet. They need not attend to duties, and you can send them to the mortal realm. When the time comes for those individuals, they can be retrieved, and, as the appointed moment approaches, you may call your 3 disciples back. Shi Shaojian immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, he turned and departed. Shi Shaojian summoned the 3 individuals, conveying the Jade Emperor's intentions, and then addressed Zhongbang, instructing him to travel to Huagua Mountain and construct a temple dedicated to the judicial celestial deity, which would serve as their future office, while also keeping watch over the Monkey King's progeny. After bidding farewell to the 3, Shi Shaojian made his way to the Heavenly River, where he sat cross-legged, contemplating the predicament. Currently, he had no one at his command, and the 100,000 water soldiers were unresponsive to orders, mirroring his earlier advice to the Monkey King. Moreover, he feared an incident occurring, for the river contained the essence of Ruo Shui, and should she descend to the mortal realm, it would provoke grave consequences. In the blink of an eye, 500 days had passed, and now a dozen individuals stood behind Shi Shaojian. These were souls who had, at the brink of death, consumed the peaches of immortality and returned to the heavenly realm. Tong Yuan, Zhang Xiu, Zhang Run, Zhao Yun, Wang Yu, Su Shu, Ma Chao, Sun Li, Wei Qing, Hui Xiubing, Ma Yuan, Do Xian, Yang Su, Han Qingtian, Hiru Obi, and Yuan Shu. Each had engaged in battle against foreign tribes, and while Shi Shaojian had intended to recruit Yuan Qingdu as a vanguard, he found himself unable to locate him. The remaining individuals were either disciples of others or had long been promised to someone else. These were but a fraction of the opportunities provided by Shi Shaojian and his companions, who had forged karmic ties to bring them back. Shi Shaojian surveyed the group. They had all practiced the foundational techniques of breath control and had not yet attained immortality, but had been salvaged through the peaches of immortality. After being refined in the celestial pool and bolstered by Shi Shaojian's resources, they had all reached the human immortal realm. Shi Shaojian declared, "I am about to assume the role of the judicial celestial deity. Our focus must be below, irrespective of the affairs above." As the 10th reincarnation of Jin Chanzi commenced, the Jade Emperor officially appointed Shi Shaojian as the judicial celestial deity, this time without opposition. Shi Shaojian discerned that these individuals understood the Jade Emperor's intentions were not directed at them. They were eager to witness the Jade Emperor and Buddha engage in mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. Additionally, assisting those on the journey to the west would yield merit, presenting opportunities for further gains. Shi Shaojian led the group to Huaguo Mountain, gazing upon the temple of the judicial celestial deity atop the peak. Those who came to pay their respects were primarily demon cultivators and floral spirits. Shi Shaojian instructed Zhongbang to select a group of demons to serve as subordinates, and together they proceeded to the capital city of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. Upon arriving in Chang'an, the presence of divine authority subdued the cultivation of all individuals, ensnared by the earthly desires and the imperial dragon energy. 20 individuals gathered before the woman gate, where Shi Shaojian declared his identity, seeking an audience with the Son of Heaven. Shortly thereafter, they were graciously invited inside. Upon entering the grand court, several venerable generals were astounded to behold Yang Su, Han Qintian, Hiruobi, and Yuan Shu. These esteemed generals had truly ascended to the realm of immortality. Even Li Shimin was taken aback at their appearance. The 20 individuals clasped their fists in salute, to which the emperor responded, "The followers of the Buddhist path have just departed, and now the celestial beings arrive. Shall I expect a tour of the underworld next?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Your Majesty, there is no need for displeasure. We do not belong to the Buddhist sect, employing deceitful tactics to command your obedience. Instead, we have discovered a method for the rapid printing of books and have come to seek your favor. We require merit, while you seek scholars. A mutually beneficial exchange awaits us." Chapter 47, Merit Earned. Encountering the Monkey Emperor. Why should I assist you? Shi Shaojian, you are an intelligent individual, aware of the aspirations of scholars across the realm. You do not desire anyone to harbor ill will. The emperor clenched his fists and invited Shi Shaojian and his companions to the imperial palace's rear garden. As they walked side by side, the emperor remarked, "You must also belong to the human race, yet we are currently confined like livestock." Before the emperor could finish his thought, Shi Shaojian interjected, "Minor matters can be altered, yet significant ones cannot change unless one possesses the requisite strength. Beyond the disciples of the who still harbor some sense of loyalty, the other deities are solely concerned with their own interests, myself included. After the fall of the Shang dynasty, such possibilities ceased to exist. The reason for the downfall of the Qin dynasty's second emperor was that he, much like yourself, wished to emulate the era before the Shang, aspiring to be a sovereign rather than a celestial ruler, thus leading to the Qin's demise. Emperor, is indeed laughable that as an emperor, I must regard the whims of countless deities and Buddhists. What can be done? Shi Shaojian, there is no remedy, unless we shatter the seals of the sages and release the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the ancestors of humanity. My sole desire now is to grow stronger. Emperor, I have already made arrangements. The rear garden of the palace is now entrusted to you." With that, he turned and departed. Shi Shaojian addressed the 19 individuals. "Zhongbang, you shall organize our efforts, but remember, do not employ any spells." Everyone busied themselves, kneading clay, drying, carving, firing, mixing ink, applying, and finally printing. When the first sheet of paper emerged from the press, 22 beams of golden merit descended from the heavens, rapidly enhancing the cultivation of the 16 renowned generals. Shi Tujian, Lu Qinyan, Zhongbang, and Shi Shaojian collectively condensed their merit behind them, with Zhongbang receiving the most, achieving 2 levels on his own. The mold on the table gained a 10th of merit, while the printed paper acquired 1 level, transforming both into treasures of merit. Shi Shaojian sensed that the 3,000 characters of the mold could be utilized for offense and formation, while the paper could suppress the flow of fate. He entrusted the mold to Zhongbang and stored the paper within the cave heaven and blessed land, which swiftly expanded over 1,000 kilometers. Shi Tujian, Lu Qingyan, and Shi Shaojian coalesced a golden hand of merit, while Zhongbang even formed an arm. By the time the 16 generals completed their absorption, their cultivation had reached the celestial realm. After bidding farewell to the emperor, Shi Shaojian and his companions set forth towards Wuji Mountain. Before they reached the boundary between the realms, they encountered Jin Shanzi alongside Yang Jian, who had now become immortal, while 6 Ding and 6 Jia hid among the clouds. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian and his party, the Jiazi deity, Wang Wenqing, inquired, "Shall we obstruct them?" The Jiashu deity, Zhan Zijiang, replied, "If you wish to impede them, then do so. We, as mere small fry, should not engage in the conflicts above. Who among us can afford to offend them?" The other 10 nodded in agreement. Shi Shaojian and his group flew forward. Addressing Yang Jian, "Esteemed true monarch, you exude elegance." He then glanced at Shi Tujian and the others, instructing, "Address him as Master Uncle." The 3 of them stepped forward to bow, proclaiming, "We are the 4th-generation disciples of the human teaching, Shi Tujian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhongbang, paying our respects to Master Uncle." The other 16 also bent at the waist in reverence. Yang Jian's lips twitched slightly as he nodded towards Jin Shanzi, saying, "This esteemed figure is the holy monk of the Tang dynasty, dispatched by the Son of Heaven to journey to the west in search of scriptures. I happened upon this place, and, seeing him in peril, came to his aid." Jin Shanzi performed a Buddhist salutation to the crowd, while Shi Shaojian offered a Taoist gesture in return. Yang Jian initially presumed that Shi Shaojian had come to provoke trouble, but to his surprise, Shi Shaojian grinned and said, "Please, continue. We shall take our leave." With that, he led the others towards Wuzishan. On their way, Shi Shaojian removed the Taoist talisman from around his neck and instructed, "Situ Jian, place this within the judicial deity temple, among my effigy. Henceforth, it shall serve as our residence. Zhongbang, you must be familiar with Journey to the West. Am I correct?" "Zhongbang not that," Shi Shaojian continued. "I hereby appoint the 3 of you as judicial true lords. Take the rest and subjugate the Guanyin Zen temple. And if that black bear spirit is uncooperative, you know what to do. Should Guanyin arrive, use your identity as judicial true lords to assert authority over her. And then inform me." Situ Jian and Zhongbang nodded in agreement, and Zhongbang led the others in 2 separate directions. Lu Qingyan, however, remained, asking Shi Shaojian, "What shall I do?" Shi Shaojian replied, "First, go converse with the Monkey King." Upon arriving at Wuzishan, Shi Shaojian and Lu Qingyan had barely landed when the 5 directions of deity emerged in the sky, accompanied by the 4 duty officers. Shi Shaojian glanced at them without paying heed, making his way towards the Monkey King. Contemplating, the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect are keeping a close watch on Jin Shanzi and the Monkey King. It seems prudent to refrain from speaking carelessly. The 4 duty officers, with the yearly deity Li Bing, remarked, "What brings the judicial deity here?" He then looked at the 5 directions of deity and added, "We cannot hinder him. You ought not to impede him." The golden-headed deity from the 5 directions stated, "There is no need. Sun Wukong shall soon be released, and their conversation can simply be recorded." Shi Shaojian approached Sun Wukong, saying, "Monkey, how have you fared these 5 centuries? Living on copper broth and iron tiles cannot be pleasant. I have even taken over your flower fruit mountain. You no longer have a home." Sun Wukong scoffed. "Come to mock me, have you? Since I was imprisoned beneath this Wuzishan, I did not expect my first visitor to be my former rival." Shi Shaojian chuckled. "Rest assured, should your sworn brothers dare to show themselves, I shall assist you in dealing with them, except for the Bull Demon King." Understanding the implication of Shi Shaojian's words, Sun Wukong replied, "What brings you here?" Shi Shaojian communicated telepathically. "Jin Shanzi has already set forth. He will arrive here in a matter of days, and you shall soon be liberated. Remember my words, do not don the hat. Yet, aloud he said, I came to share a drink with you. Among the disciples of the 3 generations, few have impressed me. Only Yang Jian, Neza, and yourself qualify as noteworthy. With that, he produced spiritual fruits and divine wine, and they began to drink. Lu Qingyan interjected, the esteemed master Wenzhong of the 9 heavens, known for his thunderous might, is quite formidable. Shi Shaojian replied, his strength lies not in thunder techniques or martial prowess, but in leadership and strategy. Lu Qingyan then asked, what about the fire spirit mistress? Shi Shaojian responded, she possesses great combat strength but lacks intellect. Fortunately, she has not become a servant of the 3 surnames, or else I would hold her in disdain. When Shi Shaojian first arrived at Wuzhishan, both Ling Mountain and the heavenly court cast their gaze upon this place. At that moment, Wenzhong's lips curled into a smirk, while the fire spirit Holy Mother glared at the mortal realm with gritted teeth. Lu Qingyan inquired, what of the Thunderbolt Master, uncle? Shi Shaojian replied, give me some time. After years of cultivation, I am capable of defeating him effortlessly. How could a mere 3rd-generation disciple of the Chan school aspire to be among the 6 sovereigns? His words astonished everyone, as it was a blatant provocation. Lu Qingyan remarked, are there not stronger successors from the underworld, the Dragon Clan, or the Buddhist sect? Shi Shaojian responded, the dragon subduing of the Buddhist sect is competent, but he is merely the 2nd rebel. You, monkey, are the 3rd, while the 1st was Jin Shanzi, who was exiled. As for the underworld, aside from soul binding, they show little interest in other matters. Just look at how the Buddhist sect is nearly overshadowing the underworld. Do the Yin Emperor and the 5 Ghost Emperors take action? And the Dragon Clan? They bear the weight of karma, making cultivation arduous. Those of great might have been suppressed in the CEI. Thus no one dares to confront the Dragon Clan head-on. If the Dragon Clan were to unleash the CEI, the 4 continents would surely be inundated. Such immense karma is a burden none wish to bear. Shi Shaojian's words were directed at the monkey, a reminder of his own insignificance. Chapter 48. Seizing the fortune of Guanin's son Wukong, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, enough. Do not press me further. If you continue, you will offend everyone across the 3 realms. Standing up, Shi Shaojian replied, very well. Just wait for that mortal to come and rescue you. Cultivating the Tao is about understanding human emotions and worldly affairs. If you alienate others, you will not go far. With that, he clasped his fist towards the sky. Shi Shaojian, accompanied by Lu Qingyan, arrived at the Guanin Zen monastery. Upon seeing Shi Shaojian, Zhong Bang spoke. This black bear immediately agreed. As soon as we mentioned the heavenly court, I was taken aback. Glancing at the black bear, Shi Shaojian chuckled. You may not know this, but the positions within the heavenly court and the underworld have long been filled. It is arduous for other races to attain a position, whereas humans can still become heavenly soldiers after attaining immortality. Waving at the black bear, who was indeed at the golden immortal level, Shi Shaojian declared, I hereby appoint you as the judicial true monarch. Those of your subordinates who wish to follow can head to Flower Fruit Mountain. Those who do not may disperse. He then instructed the bear to arrange for his little demons. In a hushed tone, he advised Zhong Bang, eliminate all those with karma. After the journey to the west concludes, there will be merit to be gained. Zongbang Guieli Zetjet. Shi Shaojian contemplated the situation. Once son Wukong emerged. They would face Ingqiu Gorge, followed by this very location, and then confront the likes of Marshal Tianpeng and the yellow-furred weasel of Lingji Bodhisattva. The only one capable of action was the yellow-furred weasel, and the question remained, how could they make son Wukong take the blame? Once the black bear had made the necessary arrangements, Shi Shaojian gathered the little demons and headed towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon returning, he summoned his 3 disciples, the black bear and 16 generals, entering the mystical cave and declaring, Zhong Bang, you should be aware that a yellow-furred weasel from the Buddhist sect is lurking behind us. I wish to eliminate him, and we must devise a plan for son Wukong to bear the blame. The black bear interjected, those of the Buddhist sect, well, we must oppose them. Although you are a 3rd-generation disciple of the human sect, the Buddhist sect employs the most shameless tactics. If we act against them, they will resort to underhanded means to retaliate. Shi Shaojian responded, "Thus, I urge you all to devise a strategy to ensure that Sun Wukong takes the fall, without alerting the Buddhist sect." At that moment, Zhongbang exclaimed, "I have an idea. The six-eared macaque. Let us find him and have him assume the appearance of Sun Wukong. We can then eliminate the yellow-furred weasel without anyone in the three realms being the wiser. As they exist beyond the 5 elements and the 10 paths, none can trace them." Shi Shaojian smacked his forehead. "How did I not think of this? Zongbang, go outside and call his name a few times. See if he comes. Just tell him I wish to have him. We shall wait. If he does not appear, I will consult our master." Zhongbang soon returned, accompanied by Master Xuandu, the six-eared macaque, and Qinglin. Shi Shaojian hurriedly approached and bowed. "I pay my respects to the master." The others quickly followed suit. Master Xuandu remarked, "You may discuss your matters. I am merely here to supervise, for I fear you might speak recklessly and incur harm." With that, he exited the mystical cave. Shi Shaojian gazed at the six-eared macaque and said, "Our sect only accepts members of the human race. Would you be willing to serve as a guardian deity of the mountain? I can impart my skills to you." The six-eared macaque remarked, "This set of skills was imparted to me by the great master. I initially intended to switch places with Sun Wukong, but it appears you sought me out first." Upon exchanging glances, Shi Shaojian and Zhongbang realized that the true and false Sun Wukong was a scheme orchestrated by the Old Lord. However, what the Old Lord failed to anticipate was that the six-eared macaque would either perish or betray him in the end. Shi Shaojian declared, "Very well, I shall appoint you as the judicial true monarch." He produced 2 peaches, each aged 3,000 years, and tossed one to the black bear spirit and the other to the six-eared macaque. With a wave of his hand, Zhongbang summoned 16 golden armors and long spears, stating, "These were just bestowed upon me by our venerable ancestor, specifically prepared for them." He gestured towards the 16 warriors. Shi Shaojian replied, "Excellent. From this day forth, you 16 shall be known as the 16 golden armor deities. In the heavenly court, promotions are determined by cultivation or merit, and with your current levels, you are only fit to be sealed as golden armor generals." Zhongbang inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Shi Shaojian instructed Zhongbang, "Explain the situation to the six-eared macaque. I will bring forth the cave heaven and blessed land. When Sun Wukong sets out to eliminate the demons, six-eared, you shall stealthily strike down the yellow-furred weasel and then enter the cave heaven and blessed land. Once Sun Wukong and his companions have departed, we shall deal with the remaining minor demons, creating the impression that we are merely seeking merit and taking advantage of the situation." Shi Shaojian led the six-eared macaque out of the cave heaven and blessed land, swiftly heading towards the journey to the west route. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Jin Shanzi had only just arrived at the Guanyin Zen temple. Shi Shaojian instructed the six-eared macaque to enter the cave heaven and blessed land, where they observed the monks moving firewood in the dead of night. An idea sparked in Shi Shaojian's mind. He queried the system, "Can you help me conceal the celestial secrets?" The system responded, "Greetings, host. It has been quite a while since we last communicated. Rest assured, with me around, no one can decipher your path. However, if someone happens to see me, there is little I can do." Shi Shaojian replied, "I am not foolish. You are now merely a tool for concealing celestial secrets." The system added, "Host, I can also assist in absorbing fortune. When you ascend, I shall upgrade as well. You need only partake in the events of the journey to the west. For instance, should you slay the yellow-furred weasel, I can absorb its fortune, causing the Buddhist sect's fortune to decline. The more significant the demon you slay, the greater the fortune I can absorb." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shi Shaojian transformed into a mosquito and flew into Sun Wukong's ear. Just as Sun Wukong was about to strike, Shi Shaojian interjected, "It is I. Are you not inclined to borrow the fire-repelling cap from the heavens? I can set the Guanyin Zen temple ablaze, and you can find a way to escape." Sun Wukong chuckled, "It seems the Buddhist sect is seeking trouble with you." Before long, the monks ignited a fire. Shi Shaojian unleashed the yin-yang bell, encasing Jin Shanzi within, and blew forcefully, igniting a rapid blaze. The monks were taken aback as the wind picked up, causing sparks to land on other structures, which soon caught fire. At Nanhai Luojia Mountain, Guanyin sensed the dissipating fortune and swiftly made her way to the Guanyin Zen Temple. Upon arrival, she found only a heap of ashes, even the statue of Guanyin having been reduced to cinders. At that moment, Sun Wukong sprang forth, exclaiming, "Bodhisattva, your followers are not virtuous souls. Are you oblivious to this or merely feigning ignorance?" Sun Wukong seized the initiative. Guanyin cast a glance at Sun Wukong and inquired, "Have you seen anyone else?" After uttering these words, she began to calculate with her fingers. Sun Wukong replied, "I have not seen any people, but there was indeed a black bear. I could not catch it as it escaped." This was what Shi Shaojian had instructed Sun Wukong to convey. Once Guanyin discovered the absence of the black bear spirit, she would undoubtedly surmise that it had fled in fear of retribution. After calculating for quite some time, Guanyin was unable to discern the situation, yet she was certain that there were accomplices involved. Otherwise, how could everything be so thoroughly scorched? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Guanyin made her way towards the Black Wind Cave. Upon arrival, she found the cave deserted, with not even a minor demon in sight. Guanyin's confusion deepened. The previous tribulation had diminished, yet another challenge seemed to loom ahead. Chapter 49. Five Zhuang Temple. After Guanyin departed, Shi Shaojian pondered, how about it? She couldn't possibly detect my presence, could she? Once our collaboration on the journey to the west concludes, the Buddhist realm shall surely face some consequences. Sun Wukong inquired, "How did you evade the celestial guardians, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, as well as the 4 Zhi Gong Chao and the 5 Directions Revealer?" Shi Shaojian replied, "With their meager cultivation and abilities, I can come and go as I please. However, I must avoid being seen by Guanyin and her companions, for they would easily discern my transformation skills." As dawn broke, Sun Wukong and Jin Chanzi set forth once more. After a journey of over 10 days, they arrived at Gaolaozhuang, where they recruited Zhu Beiji. They continued on for another fortnight until they reached Huang Fengling. There, the yellow-haired weasel summoned his minions, the Tiger Vanguard, to capture Jin Chanzi. Shi Shaojian remarked, "Monkey, this yellow-haired weasel is nurtured by Lingji Bodhisattva. If I have him slain, you shall bear the blame. When Lingji Bodhisattva arrives, you can feign ignorance. After all, you do not know to whom he belongs." Sun Wukong questioned, "Is this your strategy for the future?" Shi Shaojian acknowledged, "Astute. Yet, there are certain individuals I cannot offend. I must subdue some to serve as my subordinates." While conversing, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji reached the entrance of Huang Feng Cave. Zhu Beiji approached to knock, only for the yellow-haired weasel and his minions to charge out. A fierce battle ensued between Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji against the yellow-haired weasel. In a matter of moments, the yellow-haired weasel unleashed his magical wind, sending Zhu Beiji flying. Shi Shaojian intervened to shield Sun Wukong, releasing the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque transformed into a small insect, stealthily flying behind the yellow-haired weasel. As Shi Shaojian enveloped Sun Wukong and soared into the air, the yellow-haired weasel, filled with arrogance, laughed heartily. Upon turning around, he was met by Sun Wukong, who swiftly struck him down with his golden staff. The 6-eared macaque vanished upon witnessing the death of the yellow-haired weasel. The surrounding minions, seeing their leader fall, scattered in terror. Unbeknownst to Shi Shaojian and the 6-eared macaque, the soul of the yellow-haired weasel remained. Hastily fleeing toward the small Summer Mountain upon realizing Sun Wukong had disappeared, Shi Shaojian exited the range of the magical wind and set Sun Wukong down. Sun Wukong swiftly made his way toward Huang Feng Cave. After flying a distance, Shi Shaojian released the others, leading them boldly toward Huang Feng Cave. Upon reaching Huang Fengling, he nodded to the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, then commanded, "Surround Huang Fengling and eradicate all malevolent spirits and creatures." The group dispersed accordingly. Shi Shaojian entered Huang Feng Cave, and shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong emerged supporting Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi bowed respectfully to Shi Shaojian, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, divine judge, for saving this humble monk." Shi Shaojian waved his hand dismissively, responding, "There is no need for such courtesy, holy monk. I did not contribute significantly." By the time I arrived, this affair had already concluded. I'm merely here to tie up loose ends. These demons have hidden themselves too well. Our divine judge's office failed to detect them. Rest assured, I shall investigate the road ahead for you. You need only proceed. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed. There is no need to trouble the divine judge. Everything is predestined. As soon as the yellow-haired weasel perished, Lingji Bodhisattva sensed the loss of his own fortune and swiftly made his way toward Huangfeng Ridge. He encountered the spirit of the yellow-haired weasel and learned that it had been slain by Sun Wukong. Shi Shaojian greeted Lingji Bodhisattva, inquiring about his purpose for visiting. The Bodhisattva returned the greeting and asked, "Pray tell, what brings the judicial heavenly god here?" Shi Shaojian replied, "The great sage has concluded his task, and we, the heavenly judicial gods, have come to tidy up." Lingji Bodhisattva cast a glance at Sun Wukong and explained, "This Huangfeng monster was originally a yellow-haired weasel from the foot of Lingshan, fearing capture by the Vajra for stealing the clear oil from the Yuli lamp. It fled to Huangfeng Ridge to claim dominion over the mountain." Sun Wukong hastily responded, "Bodhisattva, I was unaware that this creature was under your care. Had I known it was yours, I would have invited you to subdue it. It did not identify itself as belonging to you or the Buddhist order." Lingji Bodhisattva wore a displeased expression, perceiving Sun Wukong's words as an implication of negligence on his part, fearing responsibility and retribution later on. Turning to Jinchanzi, Lingji Bodhisattva urged, "Holy monk, quickly gather your belongings. We must be on our way." With that, he ascended on a cloud and departed. At that moment, Zhu Beiji returned, approaching Shi Shaojian with a bow and saying, "I pay my respects to the judicial heavenly god." Shi Shaojian replied, "Is Marshal Tianpeng well?" Zhu Beiji wished to engage Shi Shaojian in conversation, but Sun Wukong interjected, "Fool, go fetch the luggage. It is time for us to leave." Jinchanzi bowed to Shi Shaojian and made his way down the mountain, while Zhu Beiji grumbled, "Why must I do all the dirty and laborious tasks? That wretched monkey." Shi Shaojian chuckled softly at this. Just then, the others returned, and Zhongbang announced, "We have eliminated the threat and even acquired some demon cores and spiritual herbs." Shi Shaojian responded, "Distribute the spiritual herbs among everyone. We shall keep the demon cores for Master to refine into elixirs later. Where shall our next destination be?" After pondering, Zhongbang replied, "We head to the flowing sand river to confront the sand monk, and thereafter to the Four Saints Trial of Zen. Neither of these locations requires our intervention. And beyond that lies Wuzhuang Temple. Should we not procure some ginseng fruits?" Shi Shaojian lightly reprimanded, "Steal? Why not simply request them directly?" Zhongbang looked at him quizzically, to which Shi Shaojian explained, "With so many peaches for cultivation, I merely wish to savor the taste of the ginseng fruit." With the group returning to their celestial abode, Shi Shaojian hastened toward Wuzhuang Temple. Upon arriving at its entrance, he released Situ Jian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhongbang. There they beheld towering mountains, their roots extending from the Kunlun Range, white cranes soaring, sunlight illuminating the verdant woods, winds rustling in the shadowy ravines, and the calls of birds echoing amidst the vibrant plumage of golden pheasants. Shi Shaojian remarked, "The ginseng fruit, also known as the herbal elixir, blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000, and requires yet another 3,000 years to ripen. It takes 10,000 years to be fit for consumption. Thus, in such a millennium, only 30 fruits are produced." Zhongbang added, "The fruits resemble small children not yet fully grown, complete with limbs and facial features. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter this fruit and merely inhale its aroma, they would live for 360 years, consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years. Master, you must be well aware of this, as it is common knowledge among those who have re-journeyed to the west." Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan shook their heads. One was solely devoted to cultivation, while the other had been reborn from a fantastical realm. Thus neither was acquainted with such matters. Shi Shaojian remarked, "I will explain it to him. Since it is thus entrusted to you, please proceed." Zhongbang continued, "Zenyuanzi, also revered as the Lord of Earth Immortals. At this moment, the group arrived at the entrance of the mountain, where they beheld a monument on the left side adorned with 10 grand characters that read, Mount Wanshou, a blessed land. Wuzhuang Temple, a heavenly cave. The four exchanged glances at the steps before them and began ascending gradually. However, after only a few strides, Shi Shaojian sensed an unusual pressure emanating from the staircase. Casting a glance back at the three companions, he remarked, "We have yet to enter. Yet we are already greeted with a formidable challenge." Chapter 50. The idea of harvesting ginseng fruit trees for half a month. Shi Shaojian and his companions ascended the staircase, during which time Situ Jian and the others made significant progress in their cultivation. Shi Shaojian urged, "Zhongbang, please continue your discourse." After a moment's contemplation, Zhongbang elaborated, "The ginseng fruit, when it encounters metal, falls. When it encounters wood, it withers. When it meets water, it dissolves. When it encounters fire, it scorches. And when it meets earth, it enters the ground. When harvesting, one must utilize golden instruments. Only then can the fruit be obtained. Once harvested, it must be cushioned with silk cloth. If it touches wooden utensils, it will wither, and even if consumed, it will not grant longevity. To eat it, one must use porcelain and dissolve it in clear water." At that moment, the four noticed a pair of couplets affixed to the grand door. "The abode of immortals grants everlasting life. The home of the Taoist shares longevity with the heavens." Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing two Taoist boys. Shi Shaojian exchanged a glance with Zhongbang and bowed, saying, "Qingfeng, Mingwei, is our master present in the observatory?" Qingfeng and Mingwei paused upon hearing their names, while Zhongbang remained speechless, pondering why Shi Shaojian had called them out. Realizing his misstep, Shi Shaojian felt no embarrassment. After all, he was merely a teacher of 3 generations of disciples. Qingfeng and Mingwei replied, "We were summoned by our master. He has been awaiting your arrival." Shi Shaojian led the trio onward, remarking, "Have the ginseng fruits ripened? I have yet to sample them. You two should fetch a few to quench our thirst." It dawned on Situ Jian and the others that Shi Shaojian was quite serious in his request. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, oriented southward, they beheld intricately carved latticework of light above and shadow below. Qingfeng and Mingwei pushed through the lattice and entered. In the center of the hall hung the characters for heaven and earth, adorned in vibrant colors, alongside a vermilion lacquered incense table, upon which rested a pair of golden incense burners, with incense tools conveniently placed nearby. Seated beneath the characters was the venerable Xinyuanzi, eyes closed in meditation, adorned with a purple gold crown and a carefree crane cloak. He wore shoes that graced his feet, and a silk ribbon cinched his waist. His form resembled that of a youthful boy, with a visage akin to that of a beautiful maiden. 3 wisps of beard flowed down from his chin, and crow feathers adorned his temples. In his hand, he held a jade whisk. Shi Shaojian approached and bowed, saying, "I, Shi Shaojian, a disciple of the human teachings 3rd generation, pay my respects to the great immortal." The 3 disciples behind him also bowed. Introducing themselves, "We are the 4th generation disciples of the human teaching, Situ Jian, Lu Qingyan, and Zhongbang, honored to meet the great immortal." Xinyuanzi opened his eyes and surveyed the trio, stating, "I am aware of your purpose. Qingfeng, Mingwei, go fetch 5 fruits. I shall soon visit the heavenly court to discuss the Tao with your master. You may make yourselves comfortable." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng and Mingwei swiftly departed, while Xinyuanzi turned to Shi Shaojian, saying, "Should anything be lacking in my observatory, I shall seek it from Laojun. You may explore your leisure." Upon hearing the latter part of Xinyuanzi's statement, Lu Qingyan and Zhongbang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shi Shaojian quickly bowed and interjected, "Great immortal, might you spare me a few more fruits? I would prefer to avoid the trouble of procuring them myself." Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback by Shi Shaojian's audacity and retorted, "If you wish to pilfer from your master and the Jade Emperor, feel free to do so. I shall not impede your endeavors." With a wave of his jade whisk, Shi Shaojian and his 3 disciples were unceremoniously expelled from the hall. Turning to his companions, Shi Shaojian declared, "Let us also go and explore the ginseng fruit trees." The four individuals pursued the gentle breeze and the bright moon until they arrived at a secluded garden. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches lush and fragrant, shaded by verdant leaves that resembled the shape of banana fronds. Towering over 1,000 feet, its trunk measured 7 or 8 zhang in circumference. Among its branches dangled numerous fruits resembling human figures, akin to small children. These figures, with flailing limbs and bobbing heads, appeared almost animated, as if they could speak when stirred by a gentle breeze. Qing Feng and Mingwei remarked that this ginseng fruit tree was one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Born at the dawn of creation when chaos began to separate and the universe was yet unformed. The fruits bore the likeness of children not fully matured, complete with all limbs and features. Shi Shaojian's eyes darted mischievously, contemplating a scheme, just as Zhong Bang caught sight of him. Zhong Bang cautioned, "Master, we cannot afford to offend this being. If you provoke it, even our ancestors will not spare you." Shi Shaojian replied, "Let us discuss that later." At that moment, Qing Feng and Mingwei presented 5 ginseng fruits. Shi Shaojian unleashed Qing Lin, feeding it one, while the others each consumed one as well. Upon finishing, Shi Shaojian remarked that he felt no significant change, finding it akin to ordinary spiritual fruits, only slightly enhancing his magical power. Noticing the silence from his 3 disciples, Shi Shaojian turned to see them ascend the staircase, having just made a breakthrough in their cultivation thanks to the spiritual essence of the ginseng fruits. In no time, they progressed to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, and Shi Shaojian, benefiting from their advancement, crossed his legs and swiftly reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Shi Shaojian mused that without the system, he would indeed fall short compared to his disciples, realizing that his own aptitude was rather lacking. He resolved to cultivate further, contemplating the transformation of his essence, or perhaps delve into the 9 transformations of Xian Yuan. The 4 settled in Wuzhuang Temple, awaiting the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions. As the time for their arrival drew near, Xinyuanzi, the great immortal, departed for the heavenly court with his 46 disciples, leaving Qing Feng and Mingwei to guard the premises. Observing Xinyuanzi's departure, Shi Shaojian turned to Qing Lin, asking, "What is your current level of cultivation? I cannot seem to perceive it." Qing Lin replied, "The Patriarch Bodhi bestowed upon me a drop of ancient Qilin blood, elevating me to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Once I comprehend the law of measurements, I shall attain the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, at which point I can transform my form." Shi Shaojian felt a pang of despair, realizing that his steed surpassed him in cultivation, a first in his experience. He remarked, "I have surveyed the Bone Ridge. To journey westward, we must traverse it. Atop the ridge are 2 great mountains, steep and forbidding, insurmountable for ordinary folk. Did you not claim that no one recognizes you? Go now and rest between the 2 mountains, enlarging your form to block the passage. Remember, do not rise until I arrive, lest the golden cicada slip past unnoticed." Zhong Bang interjected, "What if Sun Wukong takes action?" Shi Shaojian reassured him, "I will signal him. Moreover, the Qilin is a creature of auspiciousness. No one would dare harm you. Just observe the events during the sealing of the gods. You will see that all mounts of Qilin lineage perished, with no mortal body achieving divinity. Without great fortune, seeking a Qilin as a mount invites retribution." Lu Qingyan inquired, "Then, Master, how is it that you remain unharmed?" Shi Shaojian, "In a world I once inhabited, I was inherently a person destined to encounter 2 minor tribulations, endowed with the celestial fortune of heaven and earth. How could calamity possibly befall me? I pondered, can I reveal that I possess a system to assist me?" Qinglin nodded and remarked, "You wish to transfer merit, do you not? In that case, I shall also gain merit, and I shall take my leave." With that, he walked towards the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Shi Shaojian then turned to the 3 individuals and said, "I cannot help but salivate at the sight of that ginseng fruit. We should depart first. When Sun Wukong topples the ginseng fruit tree, we shall surreptitiously procure a few branches to see if we can cultivate some postnatal spiritual fruits. By then, we shall possess a modest fortune." At that moment, Lu Qingyin chuckled and said, Master, I always knew you were a money-minded individual. I have sown the pits of those peaches of immortality within our celestial abode. When the time comes, we shall feast upon the postnatal peaches. Chapter 51. Who is the ultimate victor Zhongbang? Master, you sent Uncle Qinglin to block the path, but Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Monk can simply fly over. Shi Shaojian, you are aware that they can fly, but what about Jin Shanzi? He is merely a mortal and a key figure in the calamity. Go ahead and attempt to carry him while flying. I dare say no one, except for saints and quasi-saints, can manage it, unless one intends to retreat. Those monsters can only assist him because they too are caught in the calamity. If you wish for the horse to run, you must provide it with fodder. Furthermore, he is meant to walk, and flying would compromise his merits. The four bid farewell to the gentle breeze and the bright moon as they arrived at the gate of Wuzhuang Temple. Shi Shaojian gazed at Zhongbang and inquired, Is there not a white-boned spirit residing in Beiguling, commonly referred to as the white-boned lady? Zhongbang, indeed. Sun Wukong has slain her 3 times, although she managed to escape the first 2. Thus, it is known as the 3 strikes of the white-boned spirit. Shi Shaojian stroked his chin, contemplating. When the 3rd encounter arises, we shall make our appearance. I intend to forge a sword from the bones of this white-boned lady, infusing it with my murderous aura, resulting in a postnatal spiritual treasure, which shall serve as my personal blade. Shi Shaojian led his 3 disciples to the resting place of Qinglin. He examined the yin-yang bell he had taken out, a postnatal spiritual treasure forged by Lao Jun. The 4 cardinal directions were inscribed with the yin-yang taiji diagram, and the bell was enveloped in the dual energies of yin and yang. He tossed it to Qinglin, saying, Should that monkey make an advance on you, shield yourself with the yin-yang bell. That monkey knows nothing, and with the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, which is also a treasure of merit, it kills without incurring karma. You may continue to slumber here. Do not retaliate against any intruders. Let them strike the yin-yang bell. Those in the know will refrain from harming you, while those unaware will inevitably face calamity. Shi Shaojian instructed the 3 to enter the paradise of the cave, transforming into a tiny creature and journeying towards Sun Wukong and the others, infiltrating Sun Wukong's ear. He remarked, I have prepared a challenge for you. Are you surprised and astonished? Sun Wukong responded telepathically. This journey has already been tiresome enough. Now you wish to stir up trouble. Shi Shaojian, what are the reactions of the others? Sun Wukong, this pig seems to have come in pursuit of merit, while that little white dragon seeks to purge its karma. As for this Yuan general, I find him inscrutable. You see, the pig's laziness is innate, and, coupled with its quest for merit, there is no need for it to exert itself. This Yuan general is diligent and uncomplaining, doing whatever he is commanded. It is unclear who sent him. Shi Shaojian, if I am not mistaken, he appears to be a servant of the Jade Emperor, but in truth, he is affiliated with the Chan sect. He apprenticed under the Huanglong Zhenren of the 12 Golden Immortals, a fact known to very few. Huanglong Zhenren was once called the 3-Nose Zhenren, without treasures, without cultivation, and without disciples. If he has no disciples, how many would even know he belongs to the Chan sect? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Shaojian understood that if Sun Wukong were to be replaced by the 6-eared macaque, he would inadvertently become a pawn of the human teaching. The golden cicada belonged to the Buddhist sect, the white dragon was of the dragon clan, the martial Tianpeng hailed from the celestial court, and the general of the curtain was associated with the teaching of the manifestation. Each faction was strategically placing their agents, all vying for the chance to accrue merit and fortune. However, in the end, it was the Tathagata who seized it, rendering him the foremost being beneath the saints. It was evident that he needed to exercise caution. If the Tathagata were to detect the flow of fortune diminishing, an investigation would ensue, and the consequences for him could be dire. Shi Shaojian conveyed his thoughts to Sun Wukong, who inquired about the absence of members from the Jiejiao sect. After some deliberation, Shi Shaojian responded, Indeed, the Jiejiao sect has not been idle. It is the Buddhists and Jiejiao who stand again. The members of Jiejiao have grown astute, setting obstacles along the path. Once you navigate through these trials and the journey to the west concludes, the merit and fortune will be theirs. The bull demon king, being a steed of the saints, is not one to be trifled with, and thus no one dares to strike him down. Their family of 3 will encounter 3 tribulations, each securing merit for themselves. Moreover, there are other disciples along the way. The Jiejiao sect is indeed cunning. Without my presence, the human teaching, the teaching of the manifestation, and the celestial court would falter, leaving the Jiejiao to emerge victorious. It is no wonder they sought assistance with such haste. Both the celestial beings above and the demons below can reap the benefits of merit. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. 3 days passed swiftly, and one day, the group of masters and disciples arrived at the foot of Wuzhuang Temple. The staircase had vanished, leaving only a winding path. A few, noticing the lateness of the hour, made their way towards the temple. Upon reaching the entrance, they knocked on the door. Under the guidance of the celestial beings Qing Feng and Mingyue, who had received instruction from the great immortal Xinyuanzi, the group was invited inside. They offered 2 ginseng fruits to the golden cicada, who, now a child, was reluctant to eat. Ultimately, Qing Feng and Mingyue consumed them instead. Unbeknownst to them, this was witnessed by Zhu Beiji, who concocted a devious plan. As the martial Tianpeng, he was well aware of the great immortal Xinyuanzi and the ginseng fruit tree. He persuaded Sun Wukong to steal some fruits. But the first attempt ended with him inadvertently burrowing into the ground. After consulting the earth god, he learned the situation and managed to secure 4 fruits before returning. As the group indulged in the fruits, Qing Feng and Mingyue discovered the theft and hurried to the ginseng fruit tree to count, realizing that 5 were missing. They scolded Sun Wukong and the others fiercely. Infuriated by the reprimand, Sun Wukong's spirit momentarily left his body as he contemplated uprooting the tree. Shi Shaojian interjected, "Do not act recklessly. The great immortal Xinyuanzi is of the same era as the old lord. If you seek to endanger yourself, do not involve me. I was here just days ago and did not dare to steal the ginseng fruit. If you were to uproot the tree, a mere flick of his finger could obliterate you. Yet, we cannot remain idle. This, too, is a trial. Simply break off a few branches, but do not harm the fruits or the tree, for reviving it would be a daunting task." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's fury subsided significantly. He broke off several branches and leaves, while Shi Shaojian hastily collected some. Once Sun Wukong's spirit returned to his body, Shi Shaojian urged, "We must flee. The great immortal Xinyuanzi will soon be upon us." Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, incapacitated Qing Feng and Mingyue and, along with the golden cicada and the others, took flight. Shi Shaojian reassured them, "Do not worry. It is not a grave matter. Once the great immortal Xinyuanzi captures you, you can inquire in the celestial court about this immortal and see if there are any solutions." After running over 1,000 kilometers, the master and his disciples finally halted. The mortal body of the golden cicada could endure no longer. At that moment, the celestial being, Xinyuanzi, appeared. Shi Shaojian remarked, "He has arrived." Unfazed by the situation, Sun Wukong raised his staff to strike, but Xinyuanzi effortlessly evaded the attack. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he attempted to ensnare the master and his disciples. Upon witnessing this, Shi Shaojian was taken aback and swiftly fled. Once the master and his disciples were captured, the voice of Xinyuanzi echoed in Shi Shaojian's ear. "I bear you no ill will, and I must express my gratitude for your assistance in preserving my fruit trees. Those branches shall be your reward." Unbeknownst to Shi Shaojian, one of Xinyuanzi's 3 corpses was derived from the ginseng fruit tree. Thus, the demise of the tree would result in the death of one of his 3 corpses, jeopardizing his path. Although he had severed all 3 corpses, he could not unify with his mortal form. The loss of one corpse would cause his status to plummet from the pinnacle of quasi-saint to the latter stages of quasi-saint. With a sense of awkwardness, Shi Shaojian transformed back to his original form, bowed respectfully to Xinyuanzi, and hastily departed. Once again, the voice of Xinyuanzi resonated in his ears after the matter is resolved. Do visit me. Chapter 52. The Inquiry of Zhen Yuanzi upon returning to Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi released a few individuals. Sun Wukong hastily interjected, "Great sage, please exercise caution. Grant me a few days, and I shall restore the tree to its former glory." He He truly dared not act rashly, as with a single move. Jin Yuanzi had apprehended them all. The venerable Jin Yuanzi gazed at Sun Wukong and proclaimed, "I shall grant you 3 days. Your master has some acquaintance with me. During this time, I shall refrain from harming him. As for the others, Qing Feng and Mingyue, deal with them." The captured individuals were stripped of their powers and bound, enduring relentless beatings, their cries echoing in distress. Sun Wukong cast a feigned look of remorse at the captives before executing a somersault towards the East Sea. He arrived at the Isle of Penglai and sought out the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, recounting how he had toppled the ginseng fruit tree. The 3 stars were taken aback and elucidated the origins of the ginseng fruit tree and Jin Yuanzi's esteemed title as the ancestor of Earth Immortals. Fortunately, they had heeded the counsel of the steadfast Shi Shaojian, avoiding a grave error. With a shift in tone, Sun Wukong jested, "I was merely jesting. I only broke a few branches. Do you possess any remedies?" The Star of Fortune, Wenchong, replied, "You foolish monkey. Why provoke Jin Yuanzi? We must show him some respect." The Star of Prosperity, Zy, added, "We have no effective solutions. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere." The Star of Longevity, Nanji, suggested, "Consult the Flower Fairy. She may have a remedy." Sun Wukong nodded, "Very well. If you lack solutions, I shall venture forth." With that, he somersaulted towards the Valley of Flowers. The Flower Fairy, a close companion of Yang Chan, resided nearby Mount Hua. Upon arriving at the valley, Sun Wukong was greeted by a kaleidoscope of colors and a fragrant floral ambience. He called out, "Where is the Flower Fairy? I, Sun Wukong, have urgent matters to discuss." As his words faded, a figure clad in vibrant garments gracefully emerged. The Flower Fairy inquired, "Great sage, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong recounted the incident involving the ginseng fruit tree, imploring her for a solution to remedy the situation. The Flower Fairy furrowed her brow in contemplation, responding, "The ginseng fruit tree is a celestial root of immense significance. Though I preside over the flowers, I cannot guarantee its restoration. However, there are 2 items in the 3 realms capable of saving the tree. The first is the divine water of the 3 lights. As long as there is breath, it can revive the dead and restore flesh and bone. The second is the sweet dew from the willow branch, which I have heard resides with the Jade Emperor and Guanyin. You must seek it yourself." Sun Wukong inquired, "What if only a few branches are broken?" The Flower Fairy replied, "In that case, I can only alleviate the issue. I lack the means to heal it entirely. My Flower Fairy elixir cannot mend a primordial, exquisite root." Without waiting for further discourse, Sun Wukong somersaulted towards the southern heavenly gate. Upon encountering the heavenly king, Mo Liqing, he was not hindered and was permitted entry. Sun Wukong arrived at the Lingxiao Palace and bellowed, "Old Jade Emperor, I have come to see you." At that moment, only the Jade Emperor and the planet Venus resided in the palace. The Jade Emperor regarded Sun Wukong and remarked, "You mischievous monkey must have stirred up trouble again. Otherwise, you would not be here. How far have you progressed on your journey for scriptures, and what assistance do you seek?" With a jovial grin, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "We have arrived at Wuzhuangwen. I have toppled the fruit tree belonging to the esteemed Xinyuanzi. You must devise a plan to rescue me. Otherwise, I shall be unable to continue my journey to the west." The Jade Emperor replied, "Xinyuanzi is the progenitor of Earth Immortals. I must afford him a modicum of respect. You have destroyed his fruit tree, yet he has not sought vengeance upon you." Sun Wukong quickly amended, "I merely broke a few branches. See for yourself." The Jade Emperor then presented a small jade vial to the Star of Venus, saying, "Tai Bai, accompany this monkey on his errand." Sun Wukong, undeterred by being referred to as a monkey, now understood that the heavenly court was either well-connected or possessed formidable strength. Tai Bai Jinxing descended from the Jade Emperor's side, stating, "Great sage, shall we proceed?" With that, he flicked the whisk in his hand. Upon their arrival at Wuzhuangwen, Tai Bai Jinxing promptly greeted Xinyuanzi. While Sun Wukong feigned a bow, Xinyuanzi nodded and said, "Let us begin." Tai Bai Jinxing produced the Yangji Ganlu bestowed by the Jade Emperor, casting it skyward. As the vial opened, droplets of water cascaded down, and the ginseng fruit tree rapidly sprouted new branches and leaves. Once the tree was restored, Tai Bai Jinxing retracted the jade vial. He bowed to Xinyuanzi before returning to the heavenly realm, while Guanyin in the South Sea sensed her opportunity had vanished. After calculating, she realized that the Monkey King had not sought her out but had gone to the Jade Emperor instead. There was no recourse but to accept this outcome. After Sun Wukong and his companions departed, Shi Shaojian appeared before Xinyuanzi. With a wave of his sleeve, Xinyuanzi transported Shi Shaojian to another realm. Shi Shaojian recognized this as Xinyuanzi's manipulation of space and was astonished that he had crafted an entire world within his sleeve. Xinyuanzi remarked, "The old lord informed me that my path lies within you, and I have matters to discuss." Shi Shaojian, perplexed, pondered for a considerable time, but could not conceive of a solution. Feeling merely a Tai golden immortal could hardly assist another in achieving enlightenment. Xinyuanzi continued, "In the past, I was friends with Hong Yun, who left me the scattered soul gourd. I assisted in his reincarnation, allowing him to attain the status of the true immortal of fortune and virtue, thus settling the debt. During the last calamity, I severed my 3 corpses, yet they remain unable to unite." Suddenly, Shi Shaojian recalled something from a novel and cautiously suggested, "Could it be that the attributes of your 3 corpses are incompatible?" Xinyuanzi replied, "I have indeed tested your assertion. My 3 corpses were severed using 3 supreme spiritual treasures: the Earth Book, the Ginseng Fruit Tree, and the Scattered Soul Gourd. The Earth Book pertains to earth, the Ginseng Fruit Tree to wood, and the Scattered Soul Gourd to fire. I also manifested 2 avatars, one cultivating metal and the other water, achieving the completeness of the 5 elements, yet they still cannot merge." Once Xinyuanzi finished speaking, Shi Shaojian interjected, "That is not my meaning. I suggest that you require 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same attribute, or a complete set, such as the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity, or the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity, or combinations like the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf to form the chaotic green lotus, which are sets of 3. Xinyuanzi, the great immortal, felt a surge of inspiration, for he had realized the underlying reasons for his predicament. However, the items he sought were not easily attainable. The heavenly lantern resided with the supreme sage of Taiji. The earthly lantern was in the hands of the primordial supreme being, and the human lantern belonged to the bald monk, Ran Deng. As for the 3 sacred texts, they were even more elusive. The heavenly scripture had transformed into the list of deities and remained with the primordial supreme being. The underworld scripture had become the earthly embryo and was held by himself. And the human scripture had morphed into the book of life and death, residing within the underworld. Acquiring both the heavenly and earthly texts would surely plunge the 3 realms into chaos. The red flower had transformed into a crutch, the white lotus into a jade talisman, and the green lotus leaf into the green peace sword, all of which symbolized the 3 pure ones, rendering any further aspirations futile. Seeing Xinyuanzi deep in thought, Shi Shaojian interjected, "You could accompany the disciples of Jin Chanzi. Most of the 81 tribulations involve monsters wielding their master's treasures. You could seize them all and perhaps assemble a complete set." Xinyuanzi regarded Shi Shaojian, recognizing the young lad's intention to exploit him for labor. Nevertheless, some items were indeed worth seizing. With a wave of his sleeve, Xinyuanzi summoned Shi Shaojian to appear outside the gates of Wuzhuang Temple. Chapter 53. The bone-slaying sword Shi Shaojian was rendered speechless. Once used, it was discarded. He summoned his subordinates. Yet the black bear spirit and the 6-eared macaque dared not emerge. Addressing the remaining individuals, he suggested, "Let us accompany the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 5 directions revealing truth and the 4 guardians of merit." Everyone ascended upon auspicious clouds, pursuing the disciples of Jin Chanzi, and upon reaching the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, inquired, "Have there been any discoveries?" The group approached Shi Shaojian and performed a respectful bow, to which the annual deity, Li Bing, replied, "There is nothing to report. We merely observe Sun Wukong and his companions." Shi Shaojian remarked, "My informants have uncovered that in the Bone Ridge resides a white bone spirit. Once Sun Wukong and the others have dealt with their matters, my people will act." Others contemplated, Is it not merely a quest for resources and merit? Yet, what can be done when one is a disciple of the human sex third generation? After 10 days of travel, Jin Shanzi and his party finally arrived at the base of the Bone Ridge, where the white bone spirit had seized a family of 3, possessing their forms. Shi Shaojian observed, "Do you see? Innocents are slaughtered indiscriminately. Such monsters must be eradicated. Ensure that her remains are preserved. I intend to enlighten her spirit." The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 5 directions revealing truth and the 4 guardians of merit, gazed at Shi Shaojian in silence, pondering how he could speak so nobly about the acquisition of resources, mistaking him for a virtuous individual. They continued to watch until Sun Wukong engaged the bone spirit in battle. Shi Shaojian signaled to his companions to prepare, and as Sun Wukong's 3rd strike fell, he commanded, "Once the Monkey King vanquishes this white bone spirit, you shall charge forth to eliminate the little demon. Zhongbang, gather all the bones for me." After the outcome of the confrontation between Sun Wukong and the white bone spirit was determined, Shi Shaojian descended with his followers. He produced a postnatal 8 trigrams furnace, modified from the alchemical furnace of the Old Lord. Gradually enlarging the furnace, he placed it upon the ground, utilizing a portion of the Lu Qingyin's 6th Ding divine fire. Zhongbang employed his celestial power to collect all the bones and deposit them into the 8 trigrams furnace. Uncertain of the crafting process, Shi Shaojian urged Lu Qinyin to stoke the flames vigorously. Eventually, the bones melted into a viscous liquid, from which Shi Shaojian controlled the substance to form a sword. He then infused it with a murderous aura he had condensed, introducing it into the furnace. As the aura permeated the blade, the originally impending white sword transformed into a crimson one, elevated to the rank of a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, it was a malevolent sword, akin to the blood transformation divine blade once bestowed upon Yu Hua by Yu Yuan. The blood transformation divine blade was laced with poison. While this sword bore the essence of slaughter, Shi Shaojian caressed the blade, contemplating how to present it to his ancestral master. Turning back, he sensed that Sun Wukong and his companions were approaching the Qinglin. In a theatrical manner, Shi Shaojian pretended to refine the flying sword. Upon the arrival of Sun Wukong and his companions at Qinglin, Jin Shanzi dismounted and approached, saying, "Wukong, do you see? It is a Qilin." Sun Wukong soared into the air, performing a circle, and exclaimed, "Master, it is indeed a Qilin. I wonder whose it is that has come here to rest. Beiji and Shidi Shah, you have spent considerable time in the heavenly court. Ascertain whose it is and return it." After flying around, Zhu Beiji remarked, "I do not recognize it. The Chan sect possesses several 4 unmatched beasts. Yet when Zhong's steed is the black Qilin, which is also black. The Jade Qilin is the treasured protector of the pure void virtue, true monarch, who has long since distanced himself from worldly affairs. It cannot possibly belong to him. Shao Wujing, I too have never encountered this Qilin, which is said to be a beast of auspicious omen, rarely appearing unless a great power is reincarnated or treasures of heaven and earth manifest." Sun Wukong, observing the arrival of the white dragon horse, remarked, "Little white dragon, do you recognize anything?" The white dragon, without the golden cicada on its back, was able to fly and, after surveying the surroundings, replied, "I have not seen it before. However, most likely it belongs to the heavenly court, as I have heard no tales of anyone in the Buddhist realm possessing a Qilin steed." The others quickly deduced that the green Qilin was indeed a mount, as Shi Shaojian had forgotten to remove the saddle from its back. The Qilin feigned sleep, pretending not to notice them. At that moment, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, "Monkey brother, come quickly. There's a bell hanging from the Qilin's neck." Sun Wukong looked closer and felt an increasing familiarity, although he could not recall where he had seen it before. He spoke, "That is not a bell. It is a clock. I believe I have seen it somewhere. Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he approached Shi Shaojian and the others. Seeing Shi Shaojian feigning meditation with his sword, Sun Wukong realized he would not awaken any time soon and took flight towards the heavenly court. There, the heavenly king Mo Liqing was patrolling the south heavenly gate, brandishing his sword, when he nearly stumbled upon Sun Wukong's abrupt arrival. Upon regaining his balance, Mo Liqing queried, "Great sage, which celestial being do you seek assistance from?" Sun Wukong asked, "Do you know to whom a green qilin belongs?" Mo Liqing pondered for a long while, but could not recall. At that moment, a heavenly soldier whispered in his ear, "Heavenly King, do you not remember? The mount of the judicial god is indeed a green qilin." Upon hearing this, Mo Liqing found himself in a predicament. The mount of the judicial god had wandered off to become a monster. This was a violation of law, and he could not afford to offend the god. If others in the heavenly court were to learn of this, it would surely implicate him, leading to his complete estrangement from the judicial god, a true conundrum. Sun Wukong, noticing the troubled expression on Mo Liqing's face, softly urged, "Relay this information to me. I shall keep it secret. I await the owner of the green qilin to awaken it and clear our path." Mo Liqing, relieved to hear it was not about the qilin becoming a monster, responded, "Great sage, you must first clarify the situation to me so that I may assist you. I too am in a difficult position." Sun Wukong recounted the general circumstances, and Mo Liqing replied, "Ah, you startled me. That green qilin is the mount of the judicial god, who resides at Whitebone Ridge. It appears that the qilin, unattended, sought a place to slumber, inadvertently obstructing your journey. You must descend to the mortal realm and awaken the judicial god to resolve this." Mo Liqing exerted great effort to convey the message. Sun Wukong slapped his forehead, realizing, no wonder that clock seemed familiar. It was once used by Shi Shaojian at Guanyin Zen Temple. He swiftly descended to the mortal realm. Upon Sun Wukong's return, Shi Shaojian sheathed his sword and commanded, "Stand down." Sun Wukong grasped his arm firmly, exclaiming, "You cannot just leave like this. Have you forgotten something?" Shi Shaojian smacked his head in realization. "Where's my mount, Zhongbang?" Zhongbang interjected, "Master, we just want to exorcise the demons and let him go. I do not know where he has run off to." Shi Shaojian, irritated, retorted, "Monkey, set your matters aside for now. I must go find my mount." Sun Wukong, upon the peaks of the Whitebone Ridge lies a slumbering azure qilin. I wonder if it belongs to you. Shi Shaojian, what brings it there? That cannot be right. Even if it were to rest there, what concern is it of yours? What business do you have with me? Sun Wukong, weary of idle chatter, seized Shi Shaojian and soared into the sky, arriving at the heights of Whitebone Ridge, urging Shi Shaojian to observe for himself. Shi Shaojian communicated with the azure qilin, briefly explaining the situation, and after circling around, he gently tapped the bell upon the qilin's neck. The qilin stirred awake, surveying its surroundings. Shi Shaojian inquired, "What brings you here?" The qilin replied, "I saw you vanquishing demons and, feeling fatigued, sought a place to rest." Feigning irritation, Shi Shaojian declared, "Enough. Let's depart." With that, he mounted the qilin and ascended toward the heavens, followed closely by the others. Chapter 54. The Bull Demon King's family. After soaring into the sky, Shi Shaojian halted with his companions. He instructed, "Let's accompany the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 4 Ji Gong Chao, and the 5 directions Jiadi. Everyone, keep a watchful eye below. Once Sun Wukong has subdued the demon, charge down and slay." He then communicated with Zhongbang, inquiring about their next destination. Zhongbang responded, "The yellow robe monster in the kingdom of Baoxiang. Following closely are the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King, who are the golden and silver disciples of our ancestral master." Sure, Shaojian questioned, "Whom does this yellow robe monster serve?" Having traversed many years, his memory had faded, retaining only a vague recollection of the plot. Zongbang Fuladi. It is not a mount, but rather Kuei Mu Lang, one of the 28 celestial constellations. Shi Shaojian was taken aback upon realizing the implication. He shot a displeased glance at Zhongbang. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've already made our intentions clear, and now it's apparent we cannot simply leave, knowing heavenly beings are ahead. Moreover, with our presence, Jean Chanzi has witnessed the mountain strewn with corpses and is aware the woman is a demon. Sun Wukong remains here, complicating our exit. We must devise a plan." Shi Shaojian instructed, "You must run and inform Kuei Mu Lang to retreat far until Sun Wukong and the others have departed. Otherwise, our divine judicial authority will be hindered. Zhongbang hesitated. This poses a bit of a dilemma. The princess of Baoxiang is the jade maiden serving in the fragrant hall. They fell in love in the heavenly realm, and now he has captured her. Once Jin Shanzi reaches Baoxiang, the king will undoubtedly request his assistance to vanquish the demon, especially since they already have a child in the mortal realm. Shi Shaojian scratched his head and communicated, "Go retrieve the child, then restore the princess's memories. Leave the rest to the Jade Emperor. This matter has already breached celestial laws, and we cannot afford to slap our own faces." Casting a glance around, Shi Shaojian instructed, "Zhongbang, please fetch me a fruit from Wuzhuang Temple." He signaled with his eyes, and Zhongbang nodded before departing. Shi Shaojian relayed the recent developments to Lu Qingyan and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot something. Qingyan, compose a report detailing the events that transpired at Whitebone Ridge and deliver it to the Jade Emperor." Lu Qingyan nodded and set off towards the heavenly realm. After arranging matters, Shi Shaojian fell asleep, waiting to see how the Jade Emperor would respond. Before long, both Zhongbang and Lu Qingyan returned. Zhongbang had casually acquired a spiritual fruit, transforming it into a ginseng fruit, eliciting envy from the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Lu Qingyan conveyed, "The Jade Emperor requests Kuei Mu Lang to be brought back." Shi Shaojian understood. He would act as if the incident had never occurred, aligning with the observations of others. The Jade Emperor had dispatched them to escalate the tribulations, ensuring mutual benefit for all. Once Sun Wukong defeated Kuei Mu Lang, Shi Shaojian made his appearance, declaring, "Sun Wukong, you have already rescued the princess. This yellow wind monster is none other than Kuei Mu Lang, one of the 28 celestial constellations, who has unlawfully descended to the mortal realm as a demon. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our divine judicial authority, and I shall take him away." Without waiting for Sun Wukong's response, he seized Kuei Mu Lang and soared towards the heavenly realm, indifferent to the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King's pursuits. Unwilling to offend his own kindred, with a quiet demeanor, Shi Shaojian accompanied Kuei Mu Lang to meet the Jade Emperor. Upon their arrival, the Jade Emperor addressed Kuei Mu Lang, saying, "You have fulfilled your duties in a mortal realm as a demon. It is now time for you to return and report back. If you seek gratitude, direct it towards the God of justice." Hearing that the Jade Emperor would not pursue any further inquiry, Kuei Mu Lang expressed his gratitude with a nod towards Shi Shaojian before bowing to both the Jade Emperor and Shi Shaojian, subsequently taking his leave. Curiosity piqued, Shi Shaojian turned to the Jade Emperor, who remarked, "As long as that does not cause any disturbances, it is sufficient to turn a blind eye to certain matters." Nodding in understanding, Shi Shaojian seated himself below. Observing this, the Jade Emperor inquired, "Why are you here, sitting idly instead of keeping watch?" Shi Shaojian responded awkwardly, "The next calamity involves the golden and silver boys. I am merely seeking refuge." The Jade Emperor chuckled and shook his head. Before a mere half-hour had passed, the old lord returned with the golden and silver boys. Shi Shaojian bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, ancestor." The old lord nodded in acknowledgement. Recalling a previous conversation with the Bull Demon King, Shi Shaojian asked the old lord, "Is it true that the Bull Demon King is indeed the steed of my third master ancestor?" The old lord shook his head, clarifying, "Your third master ancestor's steed is the Kuei Nyo, which possesses but a single horn. The Bull Demon King is a descendant of the Kuei Nyo, and thus can be considered affiliated with the..." Shi Shaojian inquired further, "And what of the Princess Iron Fan and her banana leaf fan?" The old lord huffed in disapproval. "What absurd thoughts are you entertaining?" The Jade Emperor interjected with hearty laughter. "Allow me to elucidate. The Princess Iron Fan was originally an ancestral figure of the Wind Division. Surviving the calamity of the witch and demon, she descended to the mortal realm as a demon after a drunken quarrel with the Queen Mother. The banana leaf fan she wields was once bestowed upon her by the old lord, who, recognizing her as a veteran of the heavenly court during a time of need, granted her the Yin fan of the Yin Yang banana leaf fan. The old lord retains the Yang fan. Very few are aware of this, as the divine ordination had not yet taken place, and many in the heavenly court intended to keep a few, but ultimately, they all departed." Shi Shaojian questioned, Then why do some claim that the Princess Iron Fan belongs to the Azura clan? The Jade Emperor replied, she is indeed of the Azura lineage. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld learned from Nuwa and created the Azura clan. We are uncertain how she ended up in the heavenly court. The old lord remarked, you may take the red boy as your disciple. The Jade Emperor continued, the three-flavor, true fire of the red boy was cultivated with your assistance. Confusion crossed Shi Shaojian's face as the Jade Emperor elaborated. Do you not recall that you inadvertently pushed Sun Wukong, causing the 8 trigrams furnace to topple? The 6-ding divine fire descended into the mortal realm and devolved into the 3-flavor true fire, which was then absorbed by the red boy. He owes you a significant karmic debt, which originally belonged to the Buddhist sect, and your unexpected involvement has altered its course. Realizing that in the original narrative, it was indeed Sun Wukong who had caused the incident with the 8 trigrams furnace. Shi Shaojian understood that his own involvement now granted him a bold opportunity to subdue the red boy. The old lord asked if there were any further questions, and upon receiving a negative response, encouraged him to attend to his affairs. Once Shi Shaojian departed, the Jade Emperor remarked, your disciple is quite cunning, seeking refuge here for peace and quiet. The old lord replied, it is fortunate that the Buddhist sect has yet to discover this. However, it will not remain concealed for long. Although they have suffered a minor loss of fortune, it is not yet critical, yet the future holds peril. Shi Shaojian arrived above Sun Wukong and the others, looking down at Zhongbang and inquired, what is our current location? Zhongbang zponde. We are in the kingdom of the Crow Rooster. Shi Shaojian nodded, and Zhongbang communicated telepathically. We are unable to intervene in this predicament. That demon is the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva, the Azure Lion, who has long ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. Shi Shaojian responded through thought. Is it associated with the Jiejiao faction? Zhongbang clarified. No, it is the former steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva, the dragon-headed immortal of the Jiejiao, who attained the status of the great Luo Golden Immortal in the last calamity. Shi Shaojian rubbed his scalp, recognizing the complexity of the situation, and inquired through thought, where shall we face the next challenge? Zhongbang replied, the red boy. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian was momentarily taken aback, as he had just discussed the matter of the red boy in the heavenly court before encountering it. Chapter 55. Neza and Yang Jian enter the water. Shi Shaojian pondered to himself, if I cannot intervene in the affairs of the Black Chicken Kingdom, then I shall move on to the next challenge. Following this course is not a viable strategy, and I remain uncertain when the great deity, Xinyan, will make his move. If all else fails, I must employ my divine authority to escort those background-less demons along this path, thereby creating some chaos for the Buddhist order and keeping them preoccupied, perhaps allowing them to forget about me. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, return to the manor. This is futile. It is time for us to attend to our own matters. Mounting his azure unicorn, he set forth towards Flower Fruit Mountain, with the others following suit. Midway through their journey, Shi Shaojian redirected his course towards the Fire Cloud Cave in the Withered Pine Gorge. He reflected that it would be unwise to forge enmity with the sect and decided to send Zhongbang to Pingding Mountain to inform the Bull Demon King. Upon reaching the Fire Cloud Cave, he observed a group of small demons bustling around a young child. Shi Shaojian instructed his 16 generals to encircle the red boy and his minions. Upon realizing that someone had come to confront him, the red boy opened his mouth and expelled the 3 flavors true fire. With a flick of her hand, Lu Qingyan directed the flames towards her, absorbing them effortlessly. Surprised, the red boy quickly sought to flee, but Shi Shaojian cast the yin-yang bell over him, declaring, I am a 3rd-generation disciple of the human sect, known as Qingxian, the judicial deity of the heavenly court. It was I who aided you in cultivating the 3 flavors true fire, and now that you have incurred this karmic debt, you wish to escape? I have already sent someone to find your father. Come along obediently and serve as my acolyte. The red boy retorted, if you have the skill, then let us engage in a true battle. If you can defeat me, I shall accompany you. Shi Shaojian thought to himself, you are a trickster who dares to deceive even Guanyin. If I were to release you, you would certainly retaliate or flee. He smacked the bell and said, "Do not attempt to play tricks on me. When your father arrives, let him speak with you." The red boy snapped back. "You insolent Taoist! Do you even know who my master is? Be wary, for my master will flay you alive." Intrigued, Shi Shaojian teased, "Do tell me who your master is. Perhaps I am acquainted." The red boy boasted, "Listen well, my master is the renowned deity Neza, of the 3 realms and the 3 altars of the sea assembly. I advise you to release me at once, for my master has indeed flayed dragon tendons." Shi Shaojian turned to Situ Jian, saying, "You should make a trip to the heavenly court to inquire about Neza, or even bring him here." After Situ Jian departed, Shi Shaojian found a place to sit. Several hours later, the bull demon king arrived. Shi Shaojian rose and said, "There is no need for introductions. You surely know who I am. What do you propose regarding this karmic matter?" The bull demon king replied, "Your disciple has already informed me of the situation, and I am in agreement." Shi Shaojian was taken aback, staring intently at the bull demon king. The human sect is not so easily accessed. One must seize such opportunities. The bull demon king continued telepathically, "I am also acting under orders to create some obstacles for the Buddhist order. I have no fear, but I am wary of them using the red boy to threaten me. With you alongside, there is little to fear. The Buddhist order would not dare to confront me." Shi Shaojian mused. It is said that the bull demon king values loyalty. He is indeed a perceptive individual. With a swift motion, Shi Shaojian retrieved the yin-yang bell. The red boy raised a spear to strike, only to be sent flying by a mere flick of Shi Shaojian's finger. Lu Qingyan brandished a long spear, declaring, "As a mere xianxian, you should not entertain the thought of contending with my master. Allow me to impart some knowledge of spear techniques." With that, he charged at the red boy, and a fierce duel ensued between their long spears. Shi Shaojian casually produced tables and chairs, brewing a pot of tea. "You are indeed a clever individual, not wishing to be outwitted like a monkey without realizing it," he remarked. The bull demon king settled down, responding, "Clever individuals lacking strength often meet a swift demise." He then transmitted a thought, "My mission is to rescue the disciples of the GS sect. With my current pinnacle strength at Tai, Golden Immortal, I am still no match for the Buddhist sect. Do you have any sound ideas?" Shi Shaojian replied telepathically, "You know my intentions." He continued aloud, "If your son were of the human race, I would genuinely consider taking him as my disciple." The bull demon king retorted, "Even a child would suffice. After all, you are a 3rd-generation disciple of the human sect." He transmitted again, "Understood, my master has informed me." Shi Shaojian said, "If you agree, then it is settled." He added through thought, "Rescuing them will not be simple. The restrictions placed upon them are beyond our ability to unravel. Even if you manage to rescue them, where will you escape to?" The bull demon king replied, "Then I shall take my leave, leaving the red boy in your care." He further communicated, "I possess a given by my master. I will only rescue 3, Qiushou Xian, Lingya Xian, and Jingguang Xian. Kong Xian and his brother Yu Yi Xian, the golden-winged great Peng, have already betrayed us." Shi Shaojian responded, "Take care, I won't see you off." He transmitted, "I will contemplate our course of action and will notify you once I have news." The bull demon king nodded and made his way towards the flat peak mountain. Shi Shaojian mused, "This bull demon king is indeed just as portrayed on television, with a bovine face, 2 horns atop his head, and if his hands were to transform into hooves, he would be a living, walking bull." At that moment, Neza and Situ Jian flew over. Shi Shaojian gestured towards the red boy, stating, "I intend to take him as a disciple. He claims to be your student, and I feared a misunderstanding. Hence I summoned you." Neza, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I taught him his abilities, but I never claimed him as a disciple. I was merely seeking to accumulate some merit." Shi Shaojian nodded, "Very well. I owe you a favor. How have you been lately? Would you be interested in joining me? After all, during times of peace, your role as the great deity of the 3 platforms is but a leisurely position." Neza responded, "My master advised me not to associate with you, lest I be sold without realizing it." Shi Shaojian glanced at Zhongbang and Situ Jian, saying, "Am I truly that duplicitous?" The 2 shook their heads. Shi Shaojian then communicated with Neza, "I have been causing trouble for the Buddhist sect along this journey. Are you brave enough to join me? A tranquil life could benefit from a touch of excitement." Nez's excitement surged. He relished the idea of stirring up trouble. He eagerly inquired, "What about the Jade Emperor?" Shi Shaojian reassured him, "No worries. He is aware. It would be best to bring Yang Jian along as well. If he hesitates, just inform him that someone intends to reenact the events of yesteryear. He will certainly come upon hearing that." Neza nodded and made his way toward Guojianku, while Shi Shaojian broke into a wicked grin. The three rebellious figures from the heavenly court now conspired against the Buddhist sect, which was indeed intriguing. If they could encounter the dragon-subduing Arhat, it would be even more fascinating, for like Jin Shanzi, he harbored grievances against the teachings of Buddhism. Perhaps they could persuade him to join their cause. Seeing that both his father and master had consented, the red boy also paused. Shi Shaojian remarked, "Do not be disheartened. You're not truly being made a disciple. It is merely a title." He then addressed the 16 generals. "You may return to Waguishan to cultivate. Your assistance will not be required for the matters ahead." The 16 nodded and headed back to Waguishan. Shi Shaojian contemplated, with Neza and Yang Jin's assistance, perhaps they could take on the three immortals of the Chapter 56. The three disciples acquire mounts. Shi Shaojian gazed upon Sidu Jian, Lu Qingyan, Zhongbang, the red boy, and Qing Lin, alongside Neza and Yang Jian, as well as the black bear spirit and the six-eared macaque. His entourage had grown increasingly formidable, comprising 16 individuals, all of whom were at most Xianxian. Their potential would soon be exhausted, had it not been for the three little ones compensating for him. These 16 would merely serve as subordinates. Shi Shaojian inquired, "Zhongbang, where is our next destination?" Zhongbang replied, "The Blackwater River. The little toad dragon is the offspring of the Dragon King of the Jing River and a sister of the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Beyond that lies the three monsters of Qiji country." Shi Shaojian mused, "To think he belongs to the dragon clan. It would be inappropriate for him to serve as a mount. Qingyan, you shall make a trip to request him to be my guardian. If he consents, bring him along. If he declines, so be it. Now is not the time to offend the dragon clan." Lu Qingyan nodded and set off towards the Blackwater River. Shi Shaojian continued, "Let us first proceed to Qiji country. It seems these three monsters have only just attained immortality and may lack sufficient strength." Zhongbang added, "Indeed, it appears they gained their powers on Zhongnan Mountain, likely under the guidance of Master Yunzongzi." Shi Shaojian frowned, troubled by the involvement of yet another deity. In the original tale, the three monsters perished, indicating that Yunzongzi had not taken them as disciples. At most, they had merely listened to his teachings. "Zongbang, make a trip to Qiji country. Recruit these three monsters and send them back to Huagua Mountain as clerks. I recall they were seeking a formal title. Inform them that I have decreed they shall serve as mounts for you three. If they agree, bring them back. If not, find a pretext to eliminate them, and create some trouble for the Buddhist sect." Zhongbang nodded and departed towards Qiji country. Shi Shaojian turned to the red boy, saying, "Let us wait here for your master and Yang Jian. We shall depart once Qingyan and Zhongbang return." Before long, Lu Qingyan returned with a peculiar figure, a child adorned with numerous bumps upon his head. Shi Shaojian found the sight increasingly unsettling and remarked, "That one, little toad dragon. You must either transform into a human form or revert to that of a dragon. With that head full of bumps, you resemble the Buddha, which is quite vexing." Upon hearing this, the little toad dragon promptly transformed into a human form, revealing a child before them. Shi Shaojian smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "You've yet to mature and already aspire to be a monster. Henceforth, you shall not serve as a guardian, but rather as a young attendant. You and the red boy shall be my left and right attendants." The little toad dragon nodded, stating, "Though I am several hundred years old, I am still considered a juvenile among our dragon kin." Having momentarily forgotten this detail, just then, Zhongbang returned with the three monsters of Qiji country. Zhongbang bowed and reported, "Upon hearing we were recruiting, these three rushed over eagerly." Shi Shaojian declared, "From this day forth, you three shall serve as mounts for my fourth-generation disciples. Transform back into your original forms. Only in your true shapes may you remain." The three monsters nodded, and before them appeared a tiger, a deer, and a goat. The tiger strength immortal was assigned to Situ Jian, the deer strength immortal to Lu Qingyan. and the goat's strength immortal to Zhongbang. At that moment, Zhongbang stated, "Master, I have a plan. We can still accrue merit." Shi Shaojian retorted with annoyance. "Speak plainly. We are all comrades here, and there is nothing to conceal." Zhongbang, "Let them return. When Sun Wukong comes seeking our assistance, we shall gain merit once more." Shi Shaojian glared at him, saying, "Do I not know that? The crux is that the position of the judicial celestial cannot permit me to act thus." Zhongbang, "Master, do not be angry. Let them speak for themselves. When Sun Wukong arrives, we shall reveal our true identities and assert that we are from the Judicial Celestial Bureau. Just days ago, we discovered them during our inspection, instructing them to report to the Bureau. We were merely preparing to leave when Sun Wukong knocked at our door." Shi Shaojian regarded Zhongbang and remarked, "Excellent idea. Remember to inform me next time via sound transmission." With that, he clapped Zhongbang on the shoulder with vigor. Lu Qingyan chuckled, prompting Shi Shaojian to retort, "What is so amusing? Do I not have my dignity?" He then produced 5 peaches from the 3,000-year peach tree and tossed them to Hong Hai, the little toad dragon, and the 3 demons, saying, "You all heard that. I need not instruct you further on what to do. Once refined, proceed with your tasks." Huli Daxian inquired, "Shall we revert to our original forms?" Shi Shaojian smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Zhongbang is entrusted to you. I have never encountered such foolishness. No wonder the monkey toys with you." Before long, Neza and Yang Jin arrived. Yang Jin brandished his 3-edged blade and charged at Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian unsheathed his Qingxian halberd to parry, eager to discern the disparity between himself and Yang Jin. The two engaged in a contest of physical prowess and martial ethics, their strikes generating increasingly potent shockwaves, prompting Situ Jian and the others to retreat hastily. Neza initially attempted to intervene, but, swept up in the fray, joined the battle. The 3 soared into the sky, parrying and thrusting, attracting the attention of the 3 realms. In the Lingxiao Palace, a court assembly was underway, and several formidable beings sensed the commotion. At that moment, Qin Li Yin rushed in, declaring, "Your Majesty, the judicial celestial of the lower realm, Qingxian Jinren, the celestial master Yang Jian, and the grand deity Neza are engaged in combat. Yu Huang, activate the Haotian mirror. Let us observe." With a wave of his hand, a magnificent mirror materialized in the center of the Lingxiao Palace, its light flashing to reveal the 3 battling mid-air. The Buddha of Lingshan stepped forward, and an image appeared before all present, drawing the gaze of numerous bodhisattvas and arhats. Yu Huang transmitted a message to Lao Jun, saying, "Your disciple is rather restless." Neza and Yang Jian, this trio together could upheave the heavens. Lao Jun replied via sound transmission, "This is growing increasingly interesting. He has even sought out the Bull Demon King. He is drawing all 3 teachings into this, though I wonder if there are other factions involved." Unbeknownst to Lao Jun, Jin Yuanzi was also watching from the shadows. As the 3 continued to battle, they exchanged sound transmissions. Shi Shaojian addressed the 2. "Neza, I have devised a solution for your physical issues. Yang Jian, yours is even simpler. If you marry your sister to me, all matters will be resolved." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian ceased to defend against Neza's assault and suddenly hurled himself towards Shi Shaojian. Caught off guard, Shi Shaojian was sent flying more than 10 meters after hastily attempting to block the blow. Just as Neza was about to inquire about his own matters, Yang Jian charged directly before Shi Shaojian, brandishing his trident with fervor. In retaliation, Shi Shaojian, now enraged, exclaimed, "Yang Jian, you scoundrel! It's your sister I have taken a fancy to. What of it?" With that, he invoked his divine powers, transforming his weapon, the Rui, into a larger form to intercept Yang Jian's attack. He wielded the enlarged Qingxian halberd, striking back fiercely. Neza, having withdrawn from the fray, turned to observe Situ Jian and his companions, asking, "Does your master often indulge in such banter?" Situ Jian and Lu Qingyan shook their heads in denial, while Zhongbang commented, "I have never witnessed our master speak lightly to that female cultivator. What shall we do now?" They may truly be ignited with genuine fury. and our master possesses an indomitable spirit. Neza replied, then we are doomed. Yang Jian will fiercely retaliate against anyone who mentions his sister. Chapter 57. Resolving the aftermath of Yang Jian and Neza in the sky. Shi Shaojian shouted furiously, Yang Jian, just wait. I shall soon abduct your sister from Mount Hua. The more Yang Jian listened, the more his anger swelled. He attacked with increasing speed and ferocity. Shi Shaojian's combat techniques were on full display, astonishing the beings of the three realms. It was remarkable that he had already comprehended such techniques at the level of a Tai golden immortal. His aptitude was indeed exceptional. Neza glanced at Situ Jian and his companions, saying, keep an eye on things. I must fetch Sister Chan. Only she can calm down my second brother. Meanwhile, the deities of the heavenly court observed Shi Shaojian's newfound mastery with curiosity, directing their gazes towards Lao Jun. Lao Jun remarked, it is nothing extraordinary. Those with formidable insight can grasp such techniques ahead of time. The Jade Emperor communicated telepathically. What do those two intend to accomplish? Lao Jun replied, my disciple is deliberately provoking Yang Jian. He wishes to ascertain the extent of his own strength. On the other side, the followers of the Buddhist sect in Ling Mountain were equally astonished, recognizing yet another genius emerging from the Taoist tradition. All eyes turned to the Tathagata, who remained expressionless, leaving no one to fathom his thoughts. Neza entered through the southern heavenly gate and descended through the eastern heavenly gate, swiftly arriving at Mount Hua, where he seized Yang Chan and made a hasty escape. As he did so, the flower fairy from the nearby Hundred Flowers Valley noticed him and followed suit. With no other choice, Neza hurriedly led both women towards the eastern heavenly gate. Meanwhile, the tumult of the battle between Shi Shaojian and Yang Jian intensified, even reaching the ears of Sun Wukong in the kingdom of the Black Chickens. At that moment, Neza, accompanied by Yang Chan and the flower fairy, arrived. Upon seeing Yang Chan, Yang Jian halted his advance. Shi Shaojian, unable to restrain himself, sent Yang Jian flying with a blow. Shi Shaojian then approached Yang Jian, asking, are you all right? You truly are quite the doting brother. Yang Jian retorted, what do you mean by that? Shi Shaojian turned to observe Yang Chan and the flower fairy, noting Yang Chan's remarkable beauty and grace. Clad in a flowing white celestial gown, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuated by delicate ribbons, enhancing her ethereal presence. The flower fairy, dressed in a pink heavenly attire, exuded an air of confidence. Yang Chan rushed towards Yang Jian to check on him, and with a wave of his hand, Shi Shaojian conjured a heavenly abode before them, stating, follow me. As the little toad dragon and the trio of tiger, deer, and goat demons began their skirmish, they fled, and the others followed Shi Shaojian into the heavenly realm. Observing this, the other factions of the three realms withdrew their gazes. Once inside the heavenly abode, Shi Shaojian addressed the matter of Neza, saying, currently, your innate lotus body is incomplete. To advance to the realm of Tai golden immortal, you must restore it, which necessitates acquiring primordial materials. The finest of these is the primordial soil, which only Lady Nuwa possesses. You, being a descendant of the spirit pearl, should be able to obtain some from her. Neza, with a pained expression, replied, I have already acquired some. He then produced a small clump of earth, shimmering with 9 colors, and continued, but I have tried it, and it was ineffective. Shi Shaojian remarked, the 3-light divine water exists solely with your ancestral master, the primordial heavenly sovereign. I am uncertain as to why he has not bestowed it upon you. However, I am aware that it harbors the innate energies of yin and yang. From yin arises yang, and from yang arises yin, creating an eternal cycle of transformation. During this calamity, accompany me, and once it concludes, you may pursue your own path. Neza responded, agreed. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I shall ensure that Li Jing is left in awe. Shi Shaojian then turned to Yang Jian and inquired, are you certain you wish for Yang Jian to be informed of this matter? Yang Jian replied, I cannot protect her indefinitely. It is time for her to mature. After pondering for a moment, Shi Shaojian fabricated a tale regarding the lotus lantern, stating, my ancestral master has informed me that the Buddhist sect will utilize your mother's methods to guide Yang Chan along a different path. In due course, a celestial being will be born, who shall apprentice under the Monkey King and enter the Buddhist fold, simultaneously humiliating the heavenly court while gaining formidable strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian clenched his fists and asked, "What do you wish for me to do?" Shi Shaojian replied, "Conversing with the astute is refreshing. It is like a spark igniting understanding. Are you bold enough to confront the Buddhist sect?" Yang Jian stated, "After the journey to the west concludes, inform me of the perpetrator." Shi Shaojian nodded, assuring them, "You need not fear. The Jie sect is also scheming. I have involved Jin Yuanzi as well. He will undoubtedly observe from the shadows in pursuit of enlightenment. Today's confrontation will surely draw the attention of the Buddhists. Neza, shortly you must visit the Wuzhuang temple and inform them that the yin and yang energy vessel from Shichuling cannot be taken. Consider it a restoration of balance." Neza, eager to seize the vessel himself, was met with Shi Shaojian's caution. "I understand your intentions. However, let me warn you that the dragon head immortal, the spirit tooth immortal, and the golden winged great pung are all present. If you believe you can contend with them, then proceed. I have already contacted those from the Jie sect. They shall rescue the person while we acquire the vessel. Let's avoid any unnecessary complications." Yang Jian escorted the 100-flower fairy and Yang Chan back, while Neza sought out Jin Yuanzi. Shi Shaojian inquired, "Where to next?" Zhong Bang responded, "To the Tongtian River, where the spirit Inspiration King and the Koi spirit, nurtured by Avalokiteshvara, reside. Behind them is the mount of our ancestral master, the Banjiao Green Bull." Shi Shaojian looked at the red boy and advised, "Perform your role well. We shall observe from the heavens. Should Sun Wukong require assistance, reveal your identity, and we shall make our appearance." With that, he settled with his 3 disciples and the Qing Lin and Madair to enjoy tea. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, along with the 4 watchers of the heavenly court, noticed Shi Shaojian's return but dared not approach, having witnessed the recent battle. They were wary of offending someone capable of matching Yang Jian. As he sipped tea, Shi Shaojian communicated with Zhong Bang, "You're aware of the narrative. Make a trip to gather those unaligned monsters and have them await. I fear that if I remove someone, the Buddhists may hastily arrange an alternative, rendering our efforts futile." Zhong Bang nodded and flew westward. Shortly thereafter, he returned, reporting, "Master, that 9-headed insect does not respect your authority. He is of the same realm as you, and I cannot contend with him." Shi Shaojian mused, "Is this the 9-headed giant serpent, a descendant of the 9 infants? One of the 10 great demon saints of the ancient heavenly court? The 9 infants, a primordial beast of the chaos, was reportedly slain by the ancestral shaman Yanzi, obliterating both form and spirit." Zhong Bang, "Indeed, it is he, now the son-in-law of the Dragon King of the Emerald Pool at Chaos Stone Mountain, and the husband of Princess Wansheng. Shi Shaojian. He seems to be akin to the Jiao Demon King of the Northern Sea, both of whom carry a bounty on their heads. Once Yang Jian gives the word, we shall dispatch him, and I shall have the opportunity to savor the taste of dragon liver." Zhong Bang, "Well, it appears that his true form is that of serpent, not a dragon." Before long, Neza returned, and after waiting for an additional 2 hours, Yang Jian arrived accompanied by the 7 saints of Meishan and 3,000 grasshead deities. Shi Shaojian addressed his 3rd disciple, saying, "This trio of challenges is entrusted to you. Once you have completed the task, come to Tongtian River, and I shall treat you to fish soup." Chapter 58. The injury of the 3rd disciple, Shi Shaojian, rode atop the azure unicorn alongside Neza, while Yang Jian led the 7 saints of Meishan and 3,000 grass-headed deities towards the tumultuous Shilin Mountain and the serene Baibo Pond. Upon their arrival at Baibo Pond, Yang Jian instructed the 7 saints and the grass-headed deities to block all avenues of escape. Shi Shaojian then inquired, "Who shall challenge them?" "I shall take on the task," Neza replied, brandishing the Hunyuan silk and stirring the waters of Baibo Pond. Shi Shaojian, channeling his spiritual energy, bellowed, "Old Dragon King of Baibo Pond, emerge at once." At that moment, the pond erupted with 3 splashes, and 3 figures soared from its depths, the Old Dragon King, his daughter, and the 9-headed insect. The nine-headed insect had previously humiliated the white dragon by donning a green hat, leading the latter to report him to the celestial court before embarking on his pilgrimage. It was this flimsy excuse that Shi Shaojian had seized to exact vengeance. Addressing the trio, Shi Shaojian declared, "Old Dragon King, this matter does not concern you. Step aside, for I am not here to seek you out today." The old Dragon King retorted, "Justice deity, one must have a valid reason for apprehending someone. Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of my dragon kin?" Shi Shaojian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You dare to threaten me with your dragon lineage? Do you not realize that I am a disciple of the human sex third generation?" His tone shifted abruptly as he continued, "Stand aside. Your kin will not oppose me due to your actions." He then turned his gaze upon the nine-headed insect, stating, "The third prince of the West Sea has reported you to the celestial court. I, as the justice deity, cannot turn a blind eye." With arrogance, the nine-headed insect proclaimed, "Is it not merely because I had a slight advantage over you a few days ago? If you have the ability, come and apprehend me." Neza charged forward, prompting Yang Jian to shout, "Deploy the heavenly net formation." Witnessing Shi Shaojian's determination, the old Dragon King, accompanied by his daughter, fled beyond the formation's perimeter, while the seven saints and the grass-headed deities sealed off the area. Both warriors were at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Neza wielded a powerful artifact, while the nine-headed insect, a descendant of ancient beasts, possessed formidable strength. Shi Shaojian urged Yang Jian, "Hasten to conclude this. There are matters that require our attention thereafter." The nine-headed insect, indeed, possessed 9 lives, and it took Yang Jian 9 strikes to finally vanquish him. Upon the insect reverting to its true form, Shi Shaojian glanced at it and lost his appetite, commenting, "It is said that dragon liver and phoenix marrow are delicacies. I had hoped to savor them. Yet this stench is unbearable." Neza, in disbelief, replied, "Do you truly think that the celestial court's dragon liver and phoenix marrow is genuine? Those are derived from transgressors and flood dragons. Should you consume them, the dragon and phoenix clans would seek retribution." Shi Shaojian sheepishly remarked, "You have never tasted them yourselves." Both Neza and Yang Jian shook their heads, with Neza suggesting, "Do you wish to claim this carcass? If not, it could be given to our brothers of Maishan. They are of the demon race and could benefit from it." Shi Shaojian declined, stating, "No, my subordinates are practitioners of purity. They are not so savage." Neza retorted, "They would need to process it, extracting the essence. Do you think it is still the ancient times when one could simply devour it whole?" Shi Shaojian, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Let us keep our understanding unspoken. We remain good brothers. Let's return." As they made their way back, Sun Wukong flew over and, upon seeing the trio, clasped his fists in greeting. Turning to Shi Shaojian, he requested, "Could you assist in dealing with the remaining monsters? This third trial has yet to conclude, and I, old Sun, would like to take a moment's respite." Shi Shaojian asked, "Where have your master and apprentice reached?" "Curious," Sun Wukong inquired. "You have been watching all along and yet are unaware. I've been seeking you to vanquish demons along the Tongtian River." Shi Shaojian, taken aback, replied, "Why seek me when you could find Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Sun Wukong retorted, "Is that any of your concern? Perhaps I shall ascend to the heavens and speak with the Jade Emperor." Shi Shaojian discreetly communicated with the 3 companions. "The carp spirit of the Tongtian River is nurtured by Guanyin. If we slay it, she will surely cause us trouble. I have a plan to make you, Sun Wukong, take the blame, but you must allow its spirit to return and report the truth of its demise." He added, "Let us set forth to the Tongtian River. Listen well, Monkey King. If you dare to report me to the heavens, I shall hold you accountable." The 4, accompanied by their entourage, swiftly arrived at the Tongtian River, encircling it. Shi Shaojian instructed, "Descend and challenge it." With a flick of his wrist, he released a small creature that followed Sun Wukong into the depths below. Yang Jian, opening his celestial eye, discerned the true form of the 6-eared macaque. Neza sensed it as well, though its identity remained unknown. Upon reaching the riverbed, the 6-eared macaque suggested, "Feign plucking a hair from your body. I shall assume your likeness and act as your doppelganger. You simply need to call out while I launch a surprise attack." Sun Wukong, initially inclined to ask further questions, ultimately held his tongue, trusting that Shi Shaojian would divulge the details in due time without his pressing inquiries. In the original tale, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Zhu Beiji, engaged in a fierce battle with the carp spirit, which retreated to its watery domain and refused to emerge. Ultimately, Sun Wukong had to stir the waters with his golden staff to compel it forth. This time, however, Sun Wukong would challenge it alone and see if the carp spirit would respond. After calling out for an extended period, the carp spirit finally emerged, and a fierce skirmish ensued amidst the coral. Seizing the opportune moment, the six-eared macaque struck the carp spirit atop its head, swiftly transforming into a single strand of monkey hair, which floated behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong burst through the gates of the water palace, locating the golden cicada, while the six-eared macaque, unnoticed by the others, transformed into a small fish and swam away. The demise of the carp spirit did not go unnoticed by the approaching Guanyin, who sensed not only its death but also the loss of her own fortune. She hurried towards the Tongtian River. As the carp spirit's soul perceived Sun Wukong departing with the golden cicada, it surged to the surface in an attempt to flee. Sun Wukong swung his staff at the carp spirit, prompting Shi Shaojian to gasp in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just then, a voice called out, "Wukong, cease your actions." Yet, Sun Wukong did not relent. Instead, he struck down, eliciting a mournful cry as the carp spirit's essence was shattered. Guanyin approached, her tone icy. "Impudent monkey, why did you not heed my command to stop?" To which Sun Wukong, with a cheeky grin, replied, "I could not restrain myself. I could not restrain myself. Pray tell, Bodhisattva, what brings you here?" Guanyin regarded Shi Shaojian and the others, asking, "What brings you three to this place?" Shi Shaojian responded, "The Monkey King summoned us to subdue the demons. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here?" Guanyin, casting a cold glance at the trio, soared into the heavens. After conferring with the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, she departed. Shi Shaojian remarked, "Tonight, we shall feast on fish soup. Wait, where are my 3 disciples?" Sun Wukong. They departed after accepting the 3 demons from the chariot delay kingdom. I am at a loss. At that moment, Situ Jian and his companions, battered and bruised, rode in hastily. Upon seeing them, Shi Shaojian was consumed with fury and exclaimed, "Who did this?" Zhong Bang replied, "The Peng Demon King is none other than that golden-winged rock. Just as we exited the chariot delay kingdom, we encountered it soaring through the skies. To our astonishment, it attempted to devour the 3 demons, the tiger, the deer, and the ram, and with a single strike, it sent us flying. Had I not swiftly embraced the threshold of our home, the 3 of us might never have seen you again." Shi Shaojian asserted, "This is not the place for discussions. Let us depart and converse further with the Red Boy." Chapter 59. The 3 Trials of Lao Jun Shogn, accompanied by several companions, entered the celestial realm of the hollow pine stream and the fire cloud cave. With a tone of authority, he proclaimed, "Originally, my intention was solely to rescue the immortal Qi Shu and the immortal L Ing Y from the clutches of the Bull Demon King. However, this accursed feathered creature dared to lay hands on my disciples from the human sect. Let be known, I shall show no mercy." Enzidush, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to confront him? He is, after all, the maternal uncle of the Tathgata and the brother of K. Ing Suen. Moreover, he possesses the prowess of a great Luo golden immortal. What do you intend to counter with?" At this moment, ZH Ingbi Ing interjected, "We are on the verge of a breakthrough. This feathered creature has effortlessly opened the peaches of immortality we have consumed. It seems that in the future, we must engage in combat after eating the peaches to swiftly enhance our cultivation." Ying Jian, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "Those below the great Luo golden immortal can be dealt with, but those above must comprehend the laws of the cosmos." With a playful grin, SHSHOGN responded, "The 3 of them will attain the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals faster than ever." STGN and ZH Ingbeing possess extraordinary comprehension, while Qing Yin's unique physique allows her to rapidly ascend as long as she continually absorbs flames. NZH and YingGN exchanged curious glances, commenting, "You truly have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune in acquiring such exceptional disciples." Returning to the matter at hand, SHSHOGN declared, "I shall steal the treasures of my ancestral master, and to eliminate STGN will suffice." He wields the Slayer of Witches sword, also known as the Human Emperor's sword, which is designed to eradicate the witch and demon clans, sending their souls into oblivion with a single strike. Both NZH and YingGN fix their gazes upon STGN, who is in the midst of a breakthrough. Their eyes locked on the Slayer of Witches' sword upon his back. SHSHOGN cautioned, "Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. The next trial involves my ancestral master's steed, the horned azure bull. We must assist the factory. Let us not expose ourselves, lest my ancestral master must come to subdue the situation." Several days later, the trio finally achieved breakthroughs, reaching the late stage of the golden immortal realm. While SHSHOGN ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, once the three stabilized their cultivation, SHSHOGN turned to H-Ingbying, saying, "If memory serves, did not my ancestral master prepare 3 trials for the Buddhist sect? They pertain to those 3 locations." Zhingbying responded, "The first trial is the 800 flowing sand river, with the 3,000 weak waters deep, where goose feathers cannot float. The second is the 800 li thorny ridge, where thorns stretch for 800 li. Historically, few have traversed it. Within reside 4 ancient tree spirits, GZHGing, LingKingZ, FYNSU, and Xingxian, all of whom are ascetics of our Taoist lineage. The third trial is the 800 li flame mountain, devoid of spring and autumn, with not a blade of grass growing around." SHSHOGN mused, "If I recall correctly, those 4 possess relatively low cultivation, do they not? Therefore, you should escort them to the judicial heavenly God's office, appoint them as scribes, and directly bring them to Hugu SHN. If they refuse, simply abduct them." At that moment, the voice of SNWK echoed from outside. The group emerged from the celestial realm, only to find the 6 brothers of Maishan blocking the path of SNWKing. SHSHOGN feigned ignorance and asked, "SNWKing, why have you forsaken your pilgrimage to retrieve scriptures and come here to confront me?" SNWKing, bouncing with energy, replied, "There is an azure bull demon in the Golden Hoop Mountain's Golden Hoop Cave who possesses a bracelet that has taken my Rui Jingubang. I sought assistance from the Heavenly King with the pagoda, the 9 luminary Star Lord, and the 28 constellations, but before I could confront them, all their weapons were seized by her. I have come to see if you recognize whose steed it is, as I have no means to subdue it." In a fit of rage, Shi Shaojian exclaimed, "Is this truly the case? Take me to see it, since I have reported this matter to the judicial deity's office. It is my duty to intervene." The group proceeded to the Golden Do Cave on Do Mountain, where Sun Wukong stepped forward to challenge. The bull demon, wielding a lengthy spear, emerged from the cave, pausing momentarily upon sighting Shi Shaojian. Shi Shaojian exchanged a knowing glance with him, prompting the bull demon to bellow, "Baima Wen, which celestial being have you summoned this time?" Shi Shaojian found himself at a loss for words. The bull demon's statement had blatantly revealed his identity. He pondered how Sun Wukong could discern that the bull demon was a figure from the celestial court. Neza and Yang Jian also glanced at Shi Shaojian, as if to convey their disbelief at his naivety. Shi Shaojian shot them a disapproving look before addressing the bull demon. "Listen well. I am a disciple of the Supreme Clarity, a 3rd-generation student of the human teaching, personally appointed by the Jade Emperor as the judicial deity of Huagu Mountain. I am the embodiment of justice, tasked with vanquishing demons and bringing dread to the spirits of the 3 realms." Everyone regarded Shi Shaojian with peculiar expressions, as if to say he was utterly shameless. The bull demon, momentarily taken aback, eventually retorted, "Enough of your idle chatter. Are we going to fight or not?" Shi Shaojian waved his hand, commanding charge. When no one stepped forward, he turned to the 6 saints of Maishan and the 3,000 grass-headed deities. Then looked at Yang Jian. "You grant no face at all. Yang Jian gestured for the others to advance, and the 6 saints of Meishan and the grass-headed deities rushed forth. However, before they could properly set up their heavenly net, the bull demon produced a bracelet, which disarmed all their weapons. Shi Shaojian furiously shouted, "How can we engage in combat without weapons? Let us settle this with the best 2 out of 3. The bull demon replied, "How shall we compete?" Shi Shaojian declared, "Let's fight with our fists." With that, he pushed Neza forward. Neza retracted all his magical treasures, revealing his 3 heads and 6 arms, while the bull demon likewise manifested the same form. The bull demon was a peak existence of the great Luo golden immortal, and Neza was destined to lose this round. "Neza, retreat. You cannot match him," Shi Shaojian instructed. After Neza stepped back, Shi Shaojian turned to Yang Jian. "Will you take your turn, or shall I?" Yang Jian gestured for him to proceed. Shi Shaojian stepped forward, stating, "This round will test our strength." Upon uttering these words, he invoked the 9 transformations of profound arts, employing the divine ability of size and proportions to rapidly enlarge his body. Meanwhile, in the celestial court, the Jade Emperor and Laozi observed the unfolding events. The Jade Emperor remarked, "It seems this bull demon possesses similar abilities." Laozi replied, "He has mastered the arts of Taoism. He is always by my side during my teachings. He is deliberately conceding. It appears I must intervene." Back in the mortal realm, as Shi Shaojian completed his transformation, the bull demon also grew to match his size, resembling titans in a clash. Shi Shaojian hastily declared, "Let us cease this contest. I concede. Your bull demon's strength is inherently superior. Is this not an unfair advantage?" Approaching the crowd, he addressed Sun Wukong. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but as you can see, our weapons have been confiscated. Whatever powers we possess, he possesses them as well. You would be wise to seek other means." He then gestured upward with his finger. Sun Wukong nodded, executing a somersault and soaring away, while Shi Shaojian winked at the bull demon before departing with his companions. Lu Qingyan remarked, "Our journey has been thoroughly disrupted. We must now determine our destination." Shi Shaojian suggested, "Let us first head westward, and we shall deliberate further upon the return of Zhongbang. I have also forgotten what challenges lie behind us." The group then arrived at the Kingdom of Women. After some contemplation, Shi Shaojian stated, "It appears that this kingdom is home to a scorpion spirit that has even stung the Buddha himself. Additionally, there seems to be a true immortal named Rui, who is the brother of the Bull Demon King." Chapter 60. The Celestial Army mobilizes. The group arrived at the residence of the esteemed Ru Yijin Xian, the uncle of the Red Boy, awaiting the arrival of Zhongbang and the disciple of Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong engaged in battle with the scorpion demon, Shi Shaojian intervened and subdued the demon, taking it under his command. With the presence of the 6-eared macaque, the true and false Sun Wukong did not make an appearance. Shi Shaojian unleashed the black bear demon to intimidate Jin Shanzi, while Zhu Beiji offered counsel. After a few days, the two gradually reconciled. Upon reaching the Flaming Mountains, Shi Shaojian anticipated an obstruction from the Bull Demon King. However, as soon as Sun Wukong arrived, he wielded the banana fan and extinguished the flames, allowing his companions to pass. Observing the Bull Demon King's unreliability, Shi Shaojian contemplated acquiring the Yin-Yang Qi bottle, eliminating the rock, and returning to the heavenly realm, never to emerge again. After traversing the Flaming Mountains, they arrived at the Bai Bo Pond, where the Dragon King personally welcomed Jin Shanzi. Shi Shaojian thought to himself, "You disregard my status in the Taoist sect and seek favor with the Buddhist realm." Once Jin Shanzi and his disciples departed, Shi Shaojian employed his divine powers to manipulate the mountains, placing a great mountain atop the Bai Bo Pond, leaving them with no choice but to escape via the underground river or dig a new passage. He proclaimed loudly, "Old Dragon King, enjoy your time inside. This is the consequence of your disrespect towards me." Having crossed the Bai Bo Pond, they reached the Thorny Ridge. Although this ridge was devoid of monsters, the 800 miles of thorn vines proved arduous, even with Sun Wukong clearing the path. After nearly 2 months, they emerged, with Jin Shanzi bearing numerous injuries. Upon reaching the nation of Jisai, Shi Shaojian compelled the 6-eared macaque to impersonate Sun Wukong, resulting in the defeat of the Huang Mei monster. However, When Shi Shaojian sought the primordial bag, it had mysteriously vanished. Realizing that Zhen Yuanzi was behind it, Shi Shaojian swiftly departed the scene. When Mithra Buddha arrived, he wore a cheerful expression and sought the primordial bag from Sun Wukong. After thoroughly searching, he found nothing and reluctantly left empty-handed. Subsequently, the trio of spider demons, the Saitai Sui, and the thousand-eyed centipede demon were dispatched by Shi Shaojian's 3 disciples to assist Sun Wukong, allowing them to proceed smoothly to the base of the Lion and Camel Ridge. Jin Chanzi instructed Sun Wukong to scout ahead. Shortly after Sun Wukong took flight, a creature landed on him and said, "Do not resist. I shall take you to a certain place." This creature was, in fact, Shi Shaojian in disguise, who then drew Sun Wukong into the celestial paradise. Within the celestial paradise, Yang Jian, Neza, Shi Shaojian, and his 3 disciples, the Red Boy, the Little Toad Dragon, Qing Lin, the 6 brothers of May Mountain, and 3,000 early deities were gathered, along with the Black Bear Demon and the 6-eared macaque. Upon noticing the multitude, Sun Wukong discerned that Shi Shaojian was plotting something and demanded, "First, explain to me what is happening," gesturing towards the 6-eared macaque. Shi Shaojian responded, "In this world, there exist 4 great spiritual monkeys: the Lingming Stone Monkey, the 6-eared macaque, the Tongbi Ape, and the Chqmhu. These 4 monkeys do not belong to the realms of the 5 immortals, heaven, earth, humanity, deities, or ghosts, nor do they fit within the 5 insects, worms, scales, fur, feathers, or insects, thus they roam freely in the world. You are the Lingming Stone Monkey, capable of transformation, understanding the celestial timings, recognizing the terrestrial advantages, and shifting the stars. He is the 6-eared macaque, adept at discerning sound, capable of understanding principles, and possessing clarity regarding past and future, with an innate comprehension of all things. Born in ancient times, he faced punishment for eavesdropping on the teachings of the venerable Hongjun Laozu. It was once stated by Hongjun Laozu that those with fate could approach, while others risked their lives to find the Zhixiao Palace amidst chaos. Yet, you, relying solely on your 6 ears, could hear the teachings, thus disqualifying you as one of the fated. The 6-eared macaque mused, "No wonder no one dared to accept me during several tribulations. It must be due to Hongjun Laozu's decree that the teachings should not be transmitted to the 6-eared. Shi Shaojian nodded in acknowledgement, then shook his head, saying, "The decree regarding not transmitting teachings to the 6 ears pertains to you, yet it also does not. Those who understand know it refers to the teachings that cannot be directly passed on, whereas those who do not may mistakenly believe it concerns you. Thus, it can be said that there are ears behind the wall." Sun Wukong, understanding this, nodded and asked, "So why have you summoned me now?" Shi Shaojian replied, "The Bull Demon King may have already arrived with his followers. I am unaware of their intentions, but I have mistrusted him ever since he let you pass through the Flame Mountain. Their aim is to rescue Lingya Immortal and Xiuxiu Immortal, while our objective is the Feathered Immortal, namely the Golden Winged Rock, as well as the Yin Yang Qi Bottle. I wonder if Xinyuanzi will intervene. Taking it from us is a different matter than taking it from the Buddhist sect." Neza interjected, "The innate bag from last time was seized by the great Xinyuanzi. He operates from the shadows while we are in plain sight. Although I sought him out previously, he did not express his stance." Sun Wukong observed, "You imply that there are 3 monsters ahead, all disciples of the Jiejiao." Shi Shaojian nodded. "I have pilfered the golden binding immortal rope and the Vajra bracelet from my master. This Vajra bracelet not only can collect weapons, but can also strike down foes. When the time comes for you to seek reinforcements, come find me. This time I shall confront him directly. Anyone who dares to harm my own shall meet their demise, even if it means I will no longer emerge from the heavenly court." Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. To kill others for such a reason, he truly held a grudge. Shi Shaojian elaborated, "Kong Xian was born absorbing the 5 elements of heaven and earth, refining them into the 5-color divine light, which can cleanse all. In contrast, the rock absorbs the yin yang qi of heaven and earth, lacking the intellect of his brother, and has refined the innate yin yang qi into a treasure bottle. Anyone placed within it, regardless of their identity, will be transformed into putrid matter. After Sun Wukong departed, Shi Shaojian soared beyond the confines of Shirtu Ridge. Sun Wukong circled above Shirtu Ridge, observing countless small demons engaged in their respective tasks, revealing the prowess of the Demon King in this mountain. With perhaps hundreds of thousands of lesser demons present. Returning to Jin Shanzi, Sun Wukong recounted the situation, startling Jin Shanzi, who quickly exclaimed, "Wukong, we have been out for nearly a decade. We cannot abandon our quest now. You must think of a solution." Sun Wukong responded, "Then we must seek reinforcements. Beiji, you go to the heavenly court to request the Jade Emperor to dispatch troops to quell the demons. I will seek the judicial heavenly god. Sha Shidi, you take our master a few miles back. We will return to find you once we resolve this matter." The three nodded, and with that, Sun Wukong executed a somersault and soared away. Zhu Beiji made his way towards the southern heavenly gate, while Sha Wujing retreated with Jin Shanzi in tow. Upon reaching the heavenly court, Zhu Beiji conveyed his message to the Jade Emperor and settled upon the floor of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The Jade Emperor summoned the celestial officials to convene a court assembly, wherein the Buddhist and representatives agreed to dispatch troops, while those of the Chan sect expressed dissent. The Jade Emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Jun. It was evident that, typically disengaged from broader matters, had now ventured forth, hinting at ulterior motives. Clearing his throat, the Jade Emperor brought a hush over the Grand Hall. Given that there are 100,000 demon soldiers, it seems a significant situation has arisen. I hereby command the Toda Heavenly King Li Jing, accompanied by the Great Spirit God, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the 9 Luminaries, and the 28 Constellations, to descend to the mortal realm and quell the demons. Chapter 61. A deceptive maneuver. As the celestial forces mobilized, Shi Shaojian understood that his chances were dwindling. He had forgotten to instruct the monkey not to alert anyone else. Realizing that he could no longer eliminate the golden-winged Great Pong, he urged Neza and Yang Jian to seize the opportunity. They must acquire the yin-yang qi bottle. Upon the arrival of the heavenly host, Shi Shaojian, Neza, and Yang Jian followed suit, each leaving behind a clone. Shi Shaojian equipped his clone with the Huijin binding immortal rope and the diamond bracers. Unperturbed by the potential loss of these artifacts, knowing that if the old lord wished to retrieve them, no one would dare contest his divine possessions, Shi Shaojian turned to the heavenly king Li Jing, remarking, "Li Tianwang, who shall lead the troops as decreed by the Jade Emperor?" At that moment, Wan Zhong arrived with the forces of the Thunder Department, asserting, "Brother, it is I who should take command of the troops." Shi Shaojian was taken aback to see the 36 divine generals of the Thunder Department, including the 9 Heavens Thunder General and the 5 Directions Thunder General, alongside the 5 Dipper Lords and the 7 Stars Lords, accompanied by 10,000 heavenly soldiers, only missing the 84,000 celestial fiends. Both Li Jing and Shi Shaojian were subjects of the Jade Emperor, who would never entrust the position of Grand Marshal to outsiders. Moreover, if Li Jing were indeed of the Buddhist order, Neza would have already dealt with him. Although Neza and Yang Jian outwardly aligned with the Chan sect, they had ceased to follow its commands after their deification, now operating independently within the heavenly realm. Before they could exchange formalities, another voice interjected, "Brother, you are mistaken. It is I who should take the lead." The crowd turned to see the Emperor of the Go-Chan, Lei Zhenzi. Typically, the Go-Chan Emperor assisted the Jade Emperor in overseeing the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, as well as the celestial armies, thus earning the titles of both Martial God and God of War. However, unlike Neza and Yang Jian, who had distanced themselves from the Chan sect's machinations, Lei Zhenzi remained aligned with it, accompanied by the 8 great marshals, the 5 polar war gods, and other divine generals. Lei Zhenzi brought with him another 10,000 heavenly soldiers. The 6 dragons, part of the 36 celestial generals, had been recruited by Lei Zhenzi, while the 3 Kais were the 3 marshals under the Purple Tenuity Emperor, Tianpeng, Tianyu, and Haisha, among the 4 great marshals of the heavenly court. The true marshal was a member of the human sect. Surveying his own side, Shi Shaojian noticed that apart from himself, Yang Jian, and Neza, the rest were mere trifles. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that chaos served well to muddle the waters for fishing. Below, The Lion Trojan Ridge was besieged by 3 factions. Within the cave, the blue lion, Shi Shaojian, gazed at the white elephant, Ling Yixian, and remarked, "If we cannot escape this time, we shall either perish here or be captured and taken back." I never anticipated that the Buddhist sect would send the golden-winged Great Peng, Yu Yixian, that traitor, to keep watch over us. I wonder if the bull demon has arrived. Shi Shaojian, Neza, and Yang Jian revealed themselves, stating, "The bull demon king has sought us out. In exchange for the yin yang qi bottle, we can guarantee your immediate escape." The blue lion and the white elephant were taken aback, realizing that the forces of the heavenly court had infiltrated. The blue lion questioned, "How can I trust you?" Shi Shaojian replied, "The bull demon's son, Red Boy, is my disciple." Seeing that the two remained unmoved, Shi Shaojian spoke again, "The unsealing talisman." Upon hearing this, the Qing lion and the white elephant relaxed, moving aside to reveal a precious vial before the 3. Shi Shaojian promptly stepped forward to collect the yin-yang qi vial into the realm of his cave paradise. At that moment, voices echoed from outside, asserting that they were not there to exterminate minor demons, but rather to secure the yin-yang qi vial before addressing other matters. The emperor had decreed that neither the celestial court nor the teachings of humanity must acquire it, nor should it fall into the hands of Neza. Shi Shaojian, Neza, and Yang Jian exchanged glances before transforming into the guise of minor demons. Shi Shaojian remarked, "You two are both great Luo golden immortals. The individuals outside are your responsibility. Our avatars possess only half the strength of our true selves. Once I contact the Bull Demon King to lift the restrictions on you, we can depart." The incoming forces should not be particularly formidable, as the 3 factions outside are still in a standoff, waiting for the arrival of the Buddhist sect. Suddenly, Shi Shaojian exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The followers of the Buddhist sect have arrived. Hurry!" Even though no one has yet engaged, negotiations are underway, and some minor pests have already infiltrated. The Qing lion quickly began to cast a spell to relay messages. Just then, the Bull Demon King appeared before them, holding a talisman. Shi Shaojian recognized it as a teleportation talisman. It is known that creating a stealthy teleportation talisman requires a profound understanding of spatial laws. Otherwise, the spatial fluctuations would alert everyone. The Bull Demon King produced 2 talismans and affixed them to the 2 individuals, saying to Shi Shaojian, "Did I deceive you? You have indeed chosen to cooperate with me." With that, he crushed the teleportation talisman and vanished without a trace. Shi Shaojian glanced at Yang Jian and Neza, stating, "They still need a bit more time. The 3 of us can only contend with the individuals outside at best. Once a fight breaks out, our position will be compromised. Do you have any strategies?" Yang Jian suggested, "Use the golden binding rope to restrain them, then use the Vajra bracelets to knock them unconscious. As soon as the battle commences above, we shall make our way to the celestial court and present the yin-yang qi vial to the old lord in front of the officials, avoiding the Jade Emperor, who cannot withstand the pressure from the Buddhist sect and the Chan teachings." Following Yang Jian's plan, Shi Shaojian subdued the intruders while awaiting the Qing lion and white elephant to lift their restrictions. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect approached, led by the dragon-subduing Arhat, accompanied by 17 other Arhats, the 8 great Vajras, and 3,000 disciples. The dragon-subduing Arhat and the tiger-subduing Arhat were great Luo golden immortals, while the other 16, alongside the 8 great Vajras, were Tai golden immortals, and the 3,000 disciples were golden immortals. Shi Shaojian mused to himself, "No wonder the Buddhist sect instills fear. Though few in number, their quality is unparalleled, easily suppressing the 3 factions." The dragon-subduing Arhat declared, "We seek the 2 demon kings beneath. The rest is yours." Lei Jinzi interjected, "I desire the yin-yang qi vial held by the golden-winged Great Peng." When Zhong retorted, "Dragon-subduing, isn't it a bit excessive to claim both? We require one. The celestial court another. You may pursue the golden-winged Great Peng. Shouldn't those capable bear more responsibility?" Shi Shaojian shouted, "Nonsense. I am the judicial deity of the celestial court. Everything belongs to me, both the demons and the treasures." When Zhong replied darkly, "My late apartment also bears the duty of subduing demons." Lei Zhenzi nodded in agreement. A group of individuals quarreled in the sky, all awaiting a response from below, where representatives from various factions, apart from the, had descended. At that moment, Shi Shaojian sensed the return of his avatar, and with the presence of 2 additional demons in the blessed land, he understood that the matter had come to a conclusion. Shi Shaojian shouted, "Halt! Whoever captures it shall claim it." He then conveyed to Li Jing and the others, "When I signal for an assault, do not move." All eyes on King Li. Upon witnessing the other 3 factions commence their attack, marched towards the heavenly court without hesitation. After a brief pause, he bellowed, "Once more advance." Chapter 62. Departure and Reascendancy. The mighty giant spirit god, the 4 heavenly kings, the 28 lunar mansions, and the 9 radiant star lords all turned their gazes toward Li Jing. Quick to react, Li Jing was about to issue orders when the other 3 factions surged toward Shichuoling. Shi Shaojian swiftly ascended toward the heavenly court. Upon witnessing this, Li Jing shouted, "Withdraw," and followed suit, with his retinue of 100,000 celestial soldiers soaring toward the heavenly court. By the time the other 3 factions realized what was happening, the figures of the heavenly court had vanished from sight. Having found nothing, the 3 factions were about to retreat when the golden-winged Great Peng returned. Observing the multitude of celestial soldiers and Buddhist figures at Shichuoling, it opened its mouth to devour them whole. When Zhong raised his dual blades, summoning bolts of thunder from the sky, striking the golden-winged Great Peng, the dragon-subduing and tiger-subduing techniques were unleashed. As a dragon and a tiger engaged in fierce combat with the Great Peng. Sensing the situation, Wen Zhong and Lei Zhenzi led their followers in retreat. After a fierce battle, the golden-winged Great Peng was left on the brink of collapse, while the Buddhist forces, aside from the dragon and tiger subduers, suffered heavy injuries, with most unable to recover for nearly a century. Upon learning of this, Shi Shaojian burst into hearty laughter. Upon returning to the heavenly court, they gathered in the Lingxiao treasure hall, awaiting the return of the disciples from the Chan and Jie sections. The Chan sect had departed to procure the yin-yang qi bottle, while the Jie sect served as a diversion, stirring up chaos. While they waited, a conversation ensued through telepathy. Zhongbang remarked, "Master, aside from a few, the rest of the Jie sect is entangled in karmic debt. Why should we save them?" Shi Shaojian replied, "What does it matter who they are? If they can stir up chaos, they are of value to us." Neza interjected, "These 2 once consumed 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. They are not virtuous beings. After this matter concludes, will the yin-yang qi bottle assist me in breaking through to my lotus form?" Shi Shaojian responded, "You are overthinking. It is not that simple. You are akin to a plant. With the yin-yang qi extracted from the soil, water will follow, but light is still lacking. You must beseech my master's ancestor to cast you into the Bagua furnace for 49 days of refinement. Moreover, you're already a lotus incarnation, and plants are most vulnerable to fire. Thus, you must also seek the Jade Emperor, who possesses the primordial nectar. If you are still concerned, you may visit the Flower Fairy to request some Flower Fairy brew and the Flower Jade Dew pills. The more preparations, the better. Yang Jian Ditlaret. Leave the Flower Fairy to me. She has a good relationship with Chan'er, and the Flower Jade Dew pills are meant for detoxification, not healing." Shi Shaojian awkwardly rubbed his nose, while Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor exchanged glances, having listened to their telepathic conversation. Lao Jun waved his hand, causing the golden rope binding Shi Shaojian, the yin-yang qi bottle, and the Vajra to soar into his grasp, while the Qing lion and white elephant emerged from the blessed realm. Li Jing and the others were taken aback, as the struggle among the factions culminated at Shi Shaojian's location. Upon witnessing the Qing lion and white elephant in the Lingxiao treasure hall, with the Jade Emperor seated in the high seat, they hurriedly knelt down. Although they were the attendant 7 fairies of the Jie sect, the present circumstances did not afford them the luxury of disregarding the Jade Emperor's authority. Their past actions alone warranted 100 deaths. The Jade Emperor was likely awaiting the return of the disciples of the to discuss how to deal with the 2 individuals involved. Before long, both the factions returned. Upon seeing the items in the hands of the, no one dared to speak. Noticing the presence of the 2 demons, the factions erupted into another quarrel. Both sides vied for the power to decide the fate of the two demons, the wish to see the devoid of disciples, while the sought to protect the two demons. Observing that the argument had reached its peak, the Jade Emperor cleared his throat, prompting both parties to cease their disputes. He proclaimed, given the disagreements, let the original guardians of the Lingxiao treasure hall, the three-headed Jiao, be transformed into weapons for Yangjian, while the two demons shall revert to their original forms to guard the Lingxiao treasure hall. What are your thoughts on this matter? Both sides paused momentarily before simultaneously bowing and exclaiming, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. With both factions in agreement, the Jade Emperor waved his hand, and the two demons revealed their true forms, one a blue lion and the other a white elephant adorned with two sharp tusks. Shi Shaojian communicated telepathically with Neza and Yangjian, stating, those tusks from the white elephant could be refined into a supreme treasure of postnatal origin. The two looked at Shi Shaojian, pondering how his thought process diverged from others. Once the court session concluded, only the Jade Emperor, Shi Shaojian, Neza, Yangjian, and the three disciples remained. Remarked, you should refrain from meddling in the matters of the journey to the west. As for your recent telepathic communication, he turned to Neza, prepare the items, and come find me in the Doshui Palace. The Jade Emperor also tossed a small jade vial to Neza, saying, this is all I can spare. Return the remainder to me. These celestial treasures will be depleted once used. After returning to the Doshui Palace, Shi Shaojian and his three disciples enjoyed a period of tranquility. Years passed in a mortal realm until one day, golden light descended from the heavens, bestowing merit upon all who participated in the journey to the west. The group coalesced this merit behind them. Shi Shaojian, Situ Jian, and Lu Qingyan formed an arm, while Zhong Bang materialized a hand, observed them, and commented, though the Buddhist sect has not suffered a significant blow, it has not achieved its intended goals. The next calamity will still rest upon them. Once you break through to the Deluo stage, I shall send you to the upper realm. Your progress will depend solely on your own capabilities. Shi Shaojian scratched his head and replied, during the function period? Nodded. The calamity of the journey to the west allows you to accumulate merit, while the calamity of function will hone your combat prowess. Shi Shaojian inquired, how we go about it? Chuckled. Once you reach the Deluo Golden Immortal stage, you will understand. As long as you're not assimilated by the river of time, you may choose to sever ties at that moment. However, most Deluo Golden Immortals cannot achieve this. This explains why Deluo Golden Immortals do not die unless killed. Although they may escape the river of time, their lives cease, yet they are hesitant to enter it. Those lacking sufficient abilities will be submerged and assimilated by the currents of time. Shi Shaojian nodded. Will the three of them accompany me? Affirmed, rest assured. After I send you in, I shall retrieve you. This is also his intention. Many have attempted this, yet none have succeeded. Seeing promising talents, disciples from all four teachings will take them in. Those who can cultivate will be sent away. I believe in your potential. Contemplate this carefully. Will you go or stay? Shi Shaojian turned to his three disciples. Situ Jian nodded, while Lu Qingyan declared, Master, if you go there, I shall follow. Zhong Bang lamented, you have all departed, and I find myself quite forlorn in solitude. Reluctantly, I decided to accompany you. Shi Shaojian nodded with satisfaction and inquired of Lao Jun, what of Neza and Yangjian? Lao Jun replied, they are unfit. In the celestial realm, the heavenly Tao imposes divine punishment. One shall perish while the other survives. It is impossible for two beings to coexist in a single realm. In the ensuing time, Lao Jun bestowed abundant resources upon the four for their cultivation. The position of the judicial deity was entrusted to Yangjian, who took his followers along with him. Neza also successfully transcended his lotus form, achieving the status of a primordial being. Chapter 63. The Rebirth of the Martial King, GFA. On this day, the three disciples finally broke through their cultivation and attained the status of Tai Golden Immortals, while Shi Shaojian reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Once everyone stabilized their powers, the old lord summoned the four of them and instructed, you three, along with that Qilin, shall enter the mystical realm of Qingxian. After the three entered, the old lord remarked, "You are quite special. I do not wish to pry into your secrets. Should you succeed, your path will be considerably smoother. If you fail, I cannot foresee the consequences." Shi Shaojian knelt before the old lord, bowing 3 times, and said, "To grow stronger, one must take risks. When I began my cultivation at the tender age of 16, I was shameless in my pursuit of power. Had it not been for my father being the head of Maoshan, my esteemed uncles would not have shown me such favor. Even now, they still refer to me as uncle. Perhaps it was for this reason that my revered master accepted me as a disciple, guiding the next generation. My master has bestowed great kindness upon me. The sect has become my second home." The old lord nodded appreciatively as Shi Shaojian continued. "Later, fearing that familial bonds might wear thin, I resorted to material incentives to win their support. Yet, all of this was still for the sake of gaining strength." The old lord replied, "It is commendable to possess self-awareness. The essence of cultivation lies in refining the heart, understanding one's desires, and recognizing what one has attained." He shifted the conversation, asking, "Are you prepared? I shall now send you forth." Shi Shaojian hastily responded, "I must first bid farewell to my father." With that, he swiftly made his way to the Thunder Department. Upon arrival, the members recognized him, and none dared to obstruct his path. Juniors and those of lower rank greeted him with respect before resuming their tasks. After locating Shi Jian and clarifying his intentions, Shi Jian reassured him, "Do not dwell on it too much. I now dwell in longevity. There is no need for your concern. Should you achieve sanctity, I may yet live even longer." Shi Shaojian produced a storage pouch, declaring, "Within this pouch are peaches of immortality. When the celestial decline strikes, consume one. If they run out, seek elixirs from my master. I shall inform him." After an extended conversation, and when words began to dwindle, Shi Shaojian bowed 3 times to Shi Jian and swiftly departed. Once he vanished from sight, Neza and Yang Jian emerged, commenting, "Disciples from the 4 teachings have attempted this. Whether anyone succeeded remains unknown." Shi Jian regarded the two and inquired, "Then how did the Qinglian sword immortal ascend?" Yang Jian explained, "He emerged from the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld, which can only be traversed by spirits. Living beings cannot pass. Firstly, because the Earth Mother slumbers within the 6 paths, and any living soul that ventures near will be expelled. Secondly, any living creature that attempts to cross will be annihilated, their essence consumed by the cycle of reincarnation." Shi Jian pondered. Then his physical form must have been reshaped by the old lord. Neza and Yang Jian nodded in agreement, but concern clouded Shi Jian's face. Neza reassured him, "Do not worry. With the old lord safeguarding his life, there will be no issues. At worst, he may pursue the path of the immortal." Yang Jian retorted, "Were you even saying? It would be better to remain silent." Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian returned to the Duoshui Palace, where the supreme old lord waved his whisk, and a river appeared before them, shimmering with starlight. The old lord grasped Shi Shaojian and cast him into the waters, where a colossal hand emerged, reaching out towards him. As Shi Shaojian entered the river of time, he was immediately engulfed by a sense of drowsiness. He understood that this was the time assimilation that the old lord had mentioned. Promptly, he contacted the system, exclaiming, "System, help me." The system responded, "I will expend all your fortune to keep your mind alert." Suddenly, a colossal hand grasped Shi Shaojian, retracting him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the Do Shuo Palace, lying on the ground. He sat up and glanced at the supreme old lord, who was meditating in a cross-legged position, pondering. "I thought it would be the sage of Ta Ching intervening, yet it turns out to be the old lord." The old lord said, "This matter is trivial enough that it does not require my personal intervention. Messages and incense can be transmitted between the upper and lower realms, but individuals cannot be transported. You are the first to traverse both realms, and this is your second crossing." Shi Shaojian smiled, but remained silent. The old lord continued, "However, the cost is rather steep. You have completely exhausted your fortune. This means that even drinking water will cause you discomfort, and stumbling while walking will become a norm for you." Shi Shaojian quickly bowed respectfully, stating, "I implore my esteemed ancestor to devise a solution." The supreme old lord replied, with my human teachings fortune pressing down. The situation is not dire for now. However, should my human teachings fortune diminish, you will find yourself in a predicament. Shi Shaojian inquired, what time is it now? Esteemed ancestor, I wish to descend to the lower realm to strategize for some fortune. The supreme old lord responded, first, tell me how you intend to proceed. Shi Shaojian replied, I plan to eliminate a few individuals burdened by karma to acquire some fortune, then seal my cultivation to assume the role of a lord. The old lord was at a loss for words, recalling the messages from the lower realm that he initially dismissed. Indeed, your thought process diverges from others. Do not dwell on it. After this calamity, lords and emperors will be prohibited from cultivation. Shi Shaojian retorted, did you not say it is after the calamity? I could create a clone to reincarnate, and upon accumulating merits, transfer the title to another, subsequently reclaiming my clone. Currently, only you are aware of my identity. Others are unaware. I shall have my 3 disciples and Qinglin protect him while I hide in the Doshua palace. Once the calamity begins, I can alter my appearance and come to assist. You can summon those from the Chan teaching to lend a hand, and I will also involve the Buddhist sect. After all, minor matters can be amended, and the major issue is merely the change of leadership in the deification. The old lord questioned, can you guarantee that you will not be deduced? Other saints can predict the heavenly secrets and discern whether it is you. Shi Shaojian chuckled, I am least afraid of being deduced, for I possess means to obscure the heavenly secrets. The supreme old lord laughed heartily. I initially thought you would join the West Shi and collaborate with the Chan teaching to overthrow the Jia teaching. I did not anticipate your thoughts to be so fantastical. With a wave of his feather duster, the old lord conjured an identical figure from Shi Shaojian. He asked, who do you wish to become? Shi Shaojian replied, GFA. Let the Chan teaching and the Buddhist sect work for me without remuneration. The old lord waved his feather duster once more, and Shi Shaojian's clone appeared before the 6 realms of reincarnation. At that moment, the Earth Mother emerged from the 6 realms, asking, Old Lord, what brings you to my 6 realms? The old lord gestured for Shi Shaojian to handle it himself, indicating his desire to avoid entanglements. Shi Shaojian stepped forward and bowed, saying, greetings, Earth Mother. I wish to reincarnate. I kindly request your assistance. The Earth Mother contemplated the origins of Shi Shaojian, but found nothing conclusive. After a moment of thought, she spoke, you owe me a karmic debt. I shall resolve all matters for you. Even the sage cannot discern this. Yet in the realm of the underworld, my word holds sway. Shi Shaojian turned to Taishan Laojun, who cast a glance of disdain at him and remarked, you must make your own decisions. If you insist on proceeding this way, then bear the consequences yourself. Shi Shaojian was left speechless. Even Taishan Laojun had moments of unreliability. He nodded to the Earth Mother, who then waved her hand, allowing Shi Shaojian's avatar to enter the realm of reincarnation, awaiting the opportunity for rebirth. Chapter 64, when Yang Jian and Yang Chan, along with the Supreme Laojun, reappeared in the Doshua Palace, Shi Shaojian remarked, it seems you all are aware of what is about to transpire. Why do you not intervene? Although great matters may be unchangeable, numerous minor alterations could indeed influence the larger outcome. The Supreme Laojun smiled and replied, why not attempt to change it and see what happens? With a flick of his whisk, Shi Shaojian found himself transformed into a different visage. Lying on the ground, he mused, even without your words, I could have surmised. The one above is indeed meddling. I wish to know the outcome, and it seems only you few sages possess that knowledge. They say the will of the sages is akin to the will of heaven, yet the conclusion remains unaltered. The Supreme Laojun responded, cease your lamentations and descend to the mortal realm. The deification of the Sanshang has only recently concluded. You may take a stroll in the lower realms. Sitting up, Shi Shaojian asked if I were to take the enchanting demoness as my consort. Would Yang Jian still be born? The Supreme Laojun gazed at him, speechless, and replied, without Yang Jian, there would still be Li Jian and Wang Jian. This matter is immutable. A being of both human and divine essence must emerge. Your opportunity has passed. Those 3 children have already come into existence. Shi Shaojian suggested. What if I were to recruit Yang Jiao as my disciple? Our human sect could also partake in the heavenly fortune. The Laojun shook his head, saying, that will be futile. Only one can awaken the human form. Do you wish to contend with the Chan sect? Shi Shaojian pouted, declaring, if that is the case, I shall follow Yang Jian in opposing the Jade Emperor. Suddenly, he paused, staring intently at the supreme Laojun, and continued, I will rebel against the Jade Emperor. You shall assist me in bearing the thunder. Once I ascend as the Jade Emperor, I shall bestow upon you the title of Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Laojun, wielding his whisk, chastised, what nonsense are you speaking? Are you aware that the Jade Emperor has endured 1,555 tribulations, each lasting 12,960 years, before achieving his divine status? You believe you can ascend to such heights? He could crush you with a mere finger. As he circled the Bagua furnace, Shi Shaojian retorted, am I not merely brainstorming? I speak whatever comes to mind. The Supreme Laojun abruptly halted, stating, consider this carefully. The King Wu, GFA, is destined to become a puppet of the Chan sect. Shi Shaojian, with an air of indifference, replied, I never intended for him to instigate anything. By the conclusion of the deification, he will be the great sovereign of the Zhou. Surely he shall acquire some merit and fortune. I do not absorb the dragon energy of humanity. When the time comes, I shall pass my position to another, and the dragon energy shall detach from my avatar. Moreover, since King Wu has not perished and has been deified, the Chan sect should at least grant him a divine rank. The Laojun retorted, you are overly optimistic. Once the deification concludes, you will merely be cast aside. The disciples of the Chan sect will not concern themselves with your fate. So, tell me, what are your true intentions? With a tranquil expression, Shi Shaojian declared, I shall assume the identity of a third-generation disciple of the human sect, deceiving Shun Gongbao into recruiting some disciples of the Buddhist faith. Imagine the expressions on the faces of the Chan sect and the Buddhists when they witness my avatar returning to me after the deification. I am quite eager to see that. The Supreme Laojun had not anticipated that Shi Shaojian had reincarnated solely to vex others, believing instead that he was plotting something significant, thus accruing a considerable karmic debt. Shi Shaojian left behind 3 disciples and requested the Laojun to send him down at the right moment to safeguard King Wu, GFA, while he rode the Qinglin towards Mount Wui. Upon arriving at Wui Mountain, Shi Shaojian sensed the presence of a small valley nestled atop the main peak. Within this valley, 2 individuals were engaged in a leisurely tea discussion. Outside the valley, a layer of formation stood guard, which Shi Shaojian effortlessly traversed, riding his azure Qilin into the serene enclave. What unfolded before him was a picturesque peach orchard, with blossoms in full bloom, petals cascading like confetti. Suddenly, a peach tree seemed to charge at him, and Shi Shaojian discerned that a confrontation had erupted between Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the peach trees fell silent. He called out, might I request your presence, esteemed friends? I am Qing Xian, a disciple of the human sect's 3rd generation. You may address me as Taoist Qing Xian. Upon hearing that he was a disciple of the human sect, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao hastily emerged, bowing respectfully to Shi Shaojian. He continued, I shall not mince words. I require the winged gold coin you possess. He then produced 2 pieces of postnatal spiritual treasures in the form of long swords and tossed them to the duo, stating, the falling treasure coin is beyond your capabilities to wield. Each use will deplete your fortune, and you are well aware of the significance of fortune. Exchanging glances, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao took the swords, recognizing the gravity of their predicament. They were but minor mystical immortals, and to refuse might lead to dire consequences. Observing their trepidation, Shi Shaojian reassured them, do not fret. In due time, someone will seek your assistance. You need only comply. After this, you shall be regarded as members of my human sect. The 2, elated by this prospect, accepted their fate. With a flick of his hand, Shi Shaojian summoned the falling treasure coin into his possession, glanced at it, and then stowed it away before nodding at the 2 and soaring into the sky. Uncertain of his next course of action, the falling treasure coin could not be utilized immediately, so it would have to be refined first. Meanwhile, the azure Qilin flew about aimlessly. Time passed without measure, and upon awakening, Shi Shaojian found himself pursued by a host of celestial soldiers, who were chasing a young man and woman. The two children were racing toward him. Shi Shaojian transformed his appearance into that of a youth of 16 or 17, leading a blue ox towards the pair. He mused, "What ill fortune! I have stumbled upon Yang Jian and Yang Chan." As the two approached, Shi Shaojian seized Yang Jian, exclaiming, "Young brother, I see in you remarkable potential for cultivation. Would you be interested in following me on the path of enlightenment?" At that moment, the celestial soldiers closed in. Without a glance in their direction, Shi Shaojian pressed on. "The girl beside you possesses equally exceptional qualities. I must inform you that I am accompanied by a Qilin, a creature of auspiciousness, discernible only by those destined for greatness." A nearby celestial commander retorted, "You foolish boy, take heed of your surroundings. Depart from the heavenly court at once, lest you find yourself detained as well." With a wave of his hand, Shi Shaojian rendered the celestial soldiers immobile. Yang Jian, recognizing he had encountered a sage, intended to kneel in respect to his newfound mentor. However, Shi Shaojian restrained him, saying, "There is no need for formalities. I can impart my skills to you, and in the future, we shall refer to each other as brothers. However, you must not disclose that I am the source of your abilities, as I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications." He thought to himself, "While Lao Ju may wish to avoid offending the Chan sect, I too share that sentiment. I can orchestrate matters in secrecy." Kneeling on one knee, Yang Jian humbly declared, "I am Yang Jian, honored to meet you, elder brother." Yang Chan followed suit, emulating his brother-esque gesture. With a mere wave of his hand, Shi Shaojian rendered all the heavenly soldiers unconscious, erasing their memories. Turning around, he instructed, "Qinglin, please escort Yang Chan to Shouyang Mountain. I can obscure the celestial secrets that the master cannot fathom. Clearly explain the situation to him, and then come to Maishan to find me." He then glanced at Yang Jian and assured him, "Rest assured, no one dares to disturb the Ta Ching sage. Once you have ensured your sister's safety, you will be able to focus on mastering your skills alongside me. Moreover, your sister has a grand opportunity awaiting her. You surely wouldn't wish for her to remain in the shadows indefinitely, would you?" Chapter 65. The old master ties the red thread after Qinglin departed with Yang Chan. Shi Shaojian led Yang Jian towards Maishan, contemplating, "My third granduncle is accompanied by the 7 immortals. It would not be excessive for me to have my own 7 guardians." Upon arriving at Maishan, Shi Shaojian did not immediately reveal himself, but began imparting techniques to Yang Jian, including the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, the 36 techniques of the celestial gang, and the 72 arts of the earthly fiends. Only after Qinglin's return did Shi Shaojian mount Qinglin and enter Maishan. As soon as Shi Shaojian appeared, the 7 saints of Maishan noticed him. They soared forth and, upon seeing the Qilin upon which Shi Shaojian sat, respectfully bowed. To be able to ride a Qilin signifies one of great prowess or substantial backing. Otherwise, the Qilin clan would have annihilated you. Shi Shaojian nodded and conveyed through thought, "I am a disciple of the human teaching's 3rd generation. From this day forth, you 7 shall serve as my 7 guardians. Bear in mind, none of you have encountered my companion. He bears immense karmic ties. Speak not carelessly if you wish to avoid calamity." Yuan Hong wielded a staff named the Pillar of Heaven. Shi Shaojian regarded him and remarked, "The 8-9 mysterious art you practice is a protective divine art of the Buddhist sect. I have accepted the karmic ties with the Buddhist realm on your behalf. Henceforth, you shall be the leader among the 7 guardians." Upon entering the cave dwelling, Shi Shaojian introduced Yang Jian to the 7. "You shall refer to him as the 2nd king from now on. For the time being, keep your affiliation with the human teaching a secret from the outside world. A new calamity approaches. Within the 3 realms, anyone below the level of quasi-saint, including myself, is affected. Before the calamity begins, I will teach you some skills and strive to protect you." As he spoke, 7 beams of light flew into the foreheads of the 6. Kong Anyu, Zhang Bashi, Li Huanzhong, Yao Gonglin, Guo Shun, and Ji Jian. who thereby acquired the 72 arts of the earthly fiends. Shi Shaojian imparted to Yuan Hong the 36 techniques of the celestial gang, as the 8-9 mysterious art inherently encompassed the 72 arts of the earthly fiends. Turning his gaze to Yang Jian, Shi Shaojian continued, I have already imparted to you all that I can. These 7 shall serve as your sparring partners. There are matters I should not have disclosed to you at this early stage, but I must depart soon and fear you may be deceived, so I will reveal all. Taking a breath, Shi Shaojian continued, your mother was originally the sister of the Jade Emperor, a fact you may already know. Allow me to share some insights you may not be aware of. Your uncle, the Jade Emperor, is the sovereign of the 3 realms. The Buddhist sect and the Chan teaching do not show him due respect. When he lodged a complaint with the Venerable Hongjun, the calamity was initiated. Your mother was ensnared by the 2 sects, primarily to bring shame to your uncle and to seize the heavenly fortune. You were meant to join the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching, under the tutelage of the Jade Ding real person. This was preordained. You are a being of both human and divine essence, destined for great achievements, and you possess the fortune of the heavenly court. To take you as a disciple equates to pilfering this fortune. My assistance has placed me at odds with the Chan teaching, hence I instructed them to remain silent. My Shin shall be entrusted to you. Once you attain the golden immortal status, you may rescue your mother. Your uncle has made arrangements for you. Your father and elder brother are of the Buddhist sect, who, unbeknownst to them, did not anticipate Chan's interference, which led to your and your sister's existence. Your uncle, bound by his own circumstances, refrains from punishing your mother. Who else in the 3 realms listens to him? He had no choice but to collaborate with the Chan teaching to impart skills to you. Reflect deeply on this. I must attend to another mischievous child, he remarked before departing on his azure steed. Shi Shaojian pondered. Having sworn brotherhood with Yang Jian, he had acquired a measure of fortune and no longer needed to fear an untimely demise. Moreover, there was Neza, whose arrival remained uncertain. It was prudent to await his emergence. Yuan Hong, scratching the back of his head, remarked, Second King, I hadn't anticipated your illustrious background. Our brothers shall surely benefit from henceforth. Kong on you quietly urged Yuan Hong, boss, refrain from speaking further. This matter involves 3 factions, and it is far more complex than you presume. From the following day onward, Yang Jian, having attained clarity of purpose, engaged in rigorous training alongside the 7 saints of Maishan. Yuan Hong, having already reached the golden immortal realm, found himself among companions who were merely at the profound immortal stage. Together with Yang Jian, their combined efforts echoed daily with the sound of clashing weapons. Meanwhile, Shi Shaojian was hastening towards Chuntang Pass when a woman descended from the heavens. He thought to himself, at last, I too shall have my moment of heroism. Producing a whisk, he swept her up and brought her before his azure steed. As he calculated her fate, his brow furrowed. The woman was none other than Princess Longji, banished to the mortal realm. This contradicted the tale he had heard. Was it not said that she became enamored with the mortal world and, after a faux pas at the peach banquet, was exiled to Phoenix Mountain for cultivation? Upon further calculation, Shi Shaojian mused, how fortuitous. I stand upon Phoenix Mountain. Yet, he sensed a cunning plot against him. Only a few were privy to his circumstances, and the only one capable of contriving such a scheme was his venerable master. If you conspire against me, I shall engage you in this game, he declared as he rifled through Princess Longji's belongings, unearthing a trove of magical artifacts. The Misty Chi Universe Net, the Four Seas Bottle, the Universe Needle, the Dragon Binding Rope, the Twin Dragon Sword, the Phoenix Flight Sword, and the Yao Chi White Light Sword. Unbeknownst to him, Princess Longji had already awoken. Feeling his hands traverse her form, she bashfully kept her eyes shut. As Shi Shaojian seized the treasures and turned to flee, it dawned on her that this rogue intended to abscond with her possessions. With a fierce glare, she exclaimed, Lecher, stop right there. You dare to steal the treasures of a princess. Yet, as a golden immortal, she was no match for the speed of his azure steed. And in mere moments, he vanished from her sight. Determined, she stamped her foot and proclaimed, I shall inform my father and mother. I shall see where you run. With that, she soared towards the heavenly court, unaware that she had not yet been banished and remained a princess in the celestial realm. Upon her return to the heavenly court, Princess Longji sought the aid of the Jade Emperor. After much calculation, he could not discern the truth. Subsequently, she approached the Queen Mother, who, with a single glance, recognized that Princess Longji's red thread of fate was entwined with one named Shi Shaojian. The three then visited the Moon Elder, where they discovered that the princess's fated connection was indeed with this individual. The Jade Emperor remarked, "I cannot fathom who this person is. Even I am unable to unveil the mystery. You must descend to the mortal realm and eliminate him to sever the ties of destiny." Blushing, Princess Longji meekly replied, "I cannot defeat him. He has taken all my treasures." As the Jade Emperor was about to speak, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun appeared. He said, "There is no need for such concern. For the celestial Shi Taoist is one of my disciples from the third generation of the human sect. Princess Longji is destined to face this calamity, and my disciple is not neglecting her. Rather, he can assist her in evading this fate. What say you, Jade Emperor?" The Jade Emperor clenched his fists, suspecting that the Supreme Lord Lao Jun was plotting against him. The Supreme Lord, discerning the Jade Emperor's thoughts, remarked, "It is not I who schemes against you. You are well aware of the identity of the matchmaker. He wishes to intertwine Princess Longji's fateful thread with that of his own attendant. Furthermore, the princess is already influenced by the Star of Love. You owe my disciple a karmic debt." With that, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 66. Longji pursues her husband upon hearing Lao Jun's words. The Jade Emperor's fury intensified. He deemed the situation even more treacherous than mere scheming against him. Not only had he lost his daughter, but he also found himself entangled in a web of karmic consequences. In his wrath, the Jade Emperor dispatched a manifestation of himself to descend to the mortal realm under the alias Zhang Yuan, intending to uncover the identity of the rogue who had spirited away his daughter. At this juncture, Shi Shaojian remained blissfully unaware of the attention he had attracted, having fled all the way to Shintangwen before finally pausing. Upon arriving at the residence of Li Jing, he sensed the situation and realized that Li Jing had just descended from the mountains, while the Lingzhu remained in Yua Palace. It was still early in the unfolding events. Determined, Shi Shaojian proceeded towards Skull Mountain. Upon his arrival, he sensed the dual nature of the mountain, one half shrouded in malevolence and haunted by vengeful spirits, while the other half radiated righteousness. Observing the multitude of tormented souls, Shi Shaojian was compelled to take action. He soared toward the virtuous side and arrived at the entrance of a cave, where he beheld the inscription, Skull Mountain, Bone Cave. Releasing his aura, a woman emerged from within the cave. She was Lady Shiji, adorned with a golden crown resembling a fishtail, clad in a grand red bagua robe, and wearing straw sandals. At her left waist hung a bagua cloud scarf, while a bagua dragon whisk was draped at her right. Following her was her steed, the Azure Phoenix. Shi Shaojian approached and respectfully greeted her. "I am Qin Xian, disciple of the three generations of humanity. It is an honor to meet my esteemed fellow Taoist." Recognizing the profound purity emanating from Shi Shaojian, along with the presence of a Qilin by his side, Lady Shiji acknowledged his honesty and responded, "I am unaware of the purpose behind your visit to my bone cave." Shi Shaojian replied, "I have observed the duality of Skull Mountain, with its righteousness and malevolence, and I seek to eradicate the evil presence. Thus, I have come to inquire." Lady Shiji explained, "Residing on the other side of Skull Mountain is another external disciple of our Shanqing lineage, Yuan Tian Ma. This Ma, devoid of humanity, is a malevolent entity. My purpose in dwelling here is to halt his tyranny." Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian sensed a discrepancy. "You are indeed accumulating merit by confronting this evil. Yet your name has appeared on the investiture of the gods. As the esteemed Hong Jun Laozu once stated, those with profound merit may ascend to immortality, while those with shallow merit may attain divinity. Those burdened by karma are destined for obliteration. Is it not true that Neza, in his tumultuous endeavors, inadvertently caused your demise? Is it not a perilous path to tread when those burdened by merit risk retribution from the heavenly order? It seems the teachings of the Chanjiao are audacious. No wonder they have been stripped of their celestial attributes. Neza, too, was ensnared and lost his corporeal form. While Ma seems to lack a name on the investiture of the gods, Shi Shaojian urged, Master, you should seek another course. Although Ma is a disciple of your sect, the multitude of vengeful souls demands accountability from our kind. Lady Shiji comprehended his intent. Qing Xian sought to exact vengeance as a representative of humanity, thus transcending the boundaries of the two teachings, and it was indeed a noble cause. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens. Rogue. At last I have found you. Where do you think you can escape? Shi Shaojian remained silent, mounting the azure qilin. As he drew forth the Qingxian spear, his battle armor adorned itself seamlessly. The azure qilin soared into the sky, and Shi Shaojian brandished his spear toward the realm of evil, declaring, Ma, emerge! Shi Shaojian of the human race has come for retribution. With a resounding crash, the scene erupted. With a sudden roar, a creature emerged, possessing bony claws at the back of its head, standing less than 8 feet tall, with hair like vermilion, a complexion as green as a melon rind, a massive mouth filled with fangs, and clad in a great red robe. Around its neck hung a string of skull beads, and it bore a fiery visage on its chest. In its hand, it wielded a Taoist sword. Upon witnessing this, Shi Shaojian thought it resembled the descriptions in Investiture of the Gods and exclaimed, Hair like vermilion, face like melon, golden eyes bulging, exuding red mist. From its orifice, a stubborn serpent's tongue emerges, with sharpened fangs above and below. In the distance, Longji let out a laugh, while Shiji Nyang recognized her as a princess of the celestial realm and took her further away. Ma Yuandao scornfully remarked, Youngster, without a single hair on your chin, you aspire to exorcise demons like others. Has your elder not informed you? I am a disciple of the outer sect of the... Do you dare provoke me? Are you tired of living? The heart of a cultivator knows not the taste of danger. Shi Shaojian retorted, You are merely jesting. Yet you just refer to me as what? Ma Yuan shouted, I'm your grandfather. Before he could complete the word, a bolt of Taijing divine thunder struck down, and Ma Yuan vanished from sight. Shi Shaojian remarked, I told you, you were merely jesting, yet you refuse to believe. Can't you see the aura of Taijing surrounding me? Speaking without virtue, you deserve to be struck by lightning. I wouldn't dare to scold the old man. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Both Shiji Nyang and Princess Longji were taken aback, astonished by the prospect of such a confrontation where one could curse a sage and be struck dead. Such audacity was unprecedented. Meanwhile, the mighty beings of the three realms turned their attention to this event. It was indeed the first occurrence of Taijing divine thunder striking a person. As they calculated, they shook their heads in disbelief. If cursing a sage does not lead to death, who then will perish? This young man is not to be trifled with. He is evidently cunning. The Jade Emperor gazed down upon the mortal realm and mused, Such a treacherous and cunning individual can still become my son-in-law? The Queen Mother of the West replied, Ah, don't you find him intriguing? He employs the simplest methods to eliminate those he wishes to kill, and he is least likely to be outmaneuvered. After the ordeal, Shi Shaojian sheathed his Qingxian halberd and donned his Qingxian battle armor, mounting his steed Qinglin and fleeing. Upon witnessing this, Princess Longji broke free from Shiji Nyang and called out, You little rogue, do not run. She then pursued Shi Shaojian. Hearing her, Shi Shaojian quickened his pace and soon vanished from sight. Uncertain of where to go, he arrived at Chuntang Pass and awaited. To his surprise, Princess Longji followed him again. With no other option, Shi Shaojian fled to Meishan. Upon reaching Meishan, he discovered Yang Jian and others engaged in combat. Intrigued, Shi Shaojian joined the fray, taking on all 8 challengers. Before long, Princess Longji arrived, and upon witnessing the duel, approached Qinglin and began conversing with it. After Shi Shaojian and the others ceased fighting, he realized that Princess Longji had been pursuing him. Realizing escape was futile, Shi Shaojian returned all of her magical treasures and asked, How did you know I would go here? Princess Longji replied, You ran around with my treasures. It would be difficult not to know your whereabouts. Nodding, Shi Shaojian pondered how to escape. when Yang Jian approached and inquired, "Brother, who is this?" Shi Shaojian casually replied, "This is Princess Longji, your cousin." After speaking, he quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. As he turned to flee, he was swiftly pulled back by two individuals. Over the course of his recent training, Yang Jian had ascended from a mere mortal to a celestial being. His divine bloodline had been awakened, and coupled with the spiritual energy he had unconsciously absorbed over the past decade, he transcended countless others, achieving a realm that many had never reached. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the demoness, he would likely have already attained the status of a golden immortal. Having cultivated since childhood, Yang Jian stated, "Let us clarify this matter." Princess Lingji retorted, "When did I ever have a cousin? No, wait. You are the son of the demoness aunt." Shi Shaojian looked at the two and remarked, "I suppose I no longer need to explain, as you both have already deduced the truth." Yang Jian bowed to Princess Lingji and said, "Should I address you as cousin or sister-in-law?" Dragon Ji, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze. Shi Shaojian swiftly covered Yang Jian's mouth and interjected, "Do not speak carelessly. I have no connection with your cousin. It was merely a misunderstanding." Chapter 67. The Path Ahead. I wonder if any of you have encountered this recently. I have listened to several books, all authored by AI. Upon hearing the peculiar choice of words within, my interest waned almost instantly. Shi Shaojian found himself at a loss, as his master seemed intent on putting him through a trial. This was his first encounter with a woman, and he was unsure how to proceed, with nowhere else to turn. In a fit of frustration, he returned to the Do Shui Palace, where Princess Longji followed him back to the heavenly court to seek the Queen Mother. Upon his return, Shi Shaojian noticed his third disciple engaged in cultivation. He approached the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, exclaiming, "I merely brought someone to you. Now, I am faced with this predicament, and I have no idea how to resolve it." The Supreme Lord replied, "The Jade Emperor has promised you a karmic debt. It is up to you to handle it." Shi Shaojian reflected on his current status as a great Luo golden immortal. He realized that he must eventually confront the three corpses. Having acquired only one innate treasure thus far, he contemplated procuring a complete set of innate treasures, hoping that, coupled with his disciples' support, he could attain the state of primordial infinity, great Luo golden immortal. With 7 already accounted for, he pondered if he could achieve the 8th, granting him the freedom to traverse wherever he desired. He made his way towards the Lingxiao Palace, but found the Jade Emperor absent. He then proceeded to the Yaoqi, noting the desolate atmosphere of the heavenly court, lacking the vibrant chaos of the journey to the west, where deities and mortals alike thrived in abundance. Shaking his head, he arrived at the Yaoqi. As he approached the entrance, he heard the Jade Emperor's voice beckoning him to enter. Shi Shaojian approached the Jade Emperor, who was accompanied by the Queen Mother. He bowed respectfully and greeted, "Your Majesty, Your Highness," before acknowledging Princess Longji, who stood nearby. With a hint of annoyance, the Jade Emperor inquired, "What brings you here?" Shi Shaojian replied, "I wish to negotiate a transaction. I have a proposition for you regarding a set of innate spiritual treasures. I require 3 items, but they must be part of a complete set, regardless of their grade." The Jade Emperor, initially inclined to anger, was intrigued by Shi Shaojian's confidence. Sensing that he was certain of a favorable response, "Do tell," he urged. Shi Shaojian posed a question, "Is it possible to bypass the heavenly Tao?" With a wave of his hand, the Haoyan Tower materialized above them, drawing the 4 into its confines. Inside, Shi Shaojian was awestruck by the opulence. Had he not traversed realms, he would have been driven to madness by such treasures. Regaining his composure, he stated, "To achieve the unity of the 3 corpses, I require 3 complete sets of innate spiritual treasures." Unsure of the accuracy of his past life's knowledge, he decided to take a gamble. Upon hearing his request, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother exchanged glances, and she inquired, "How did you come by this information?" Shi Shaojian responded in surprise, "You were already aware of this?" The Jade Emperor nodded. "The 6 saints and the ancestor achieved sanctification through merit. It is impossible to attain sanctification again through merit alone. I possess a set of 3 innate treasures: the Haoyan Mirror, the Haoyan Tower, and the Haotian sword. It was only when I sought to unify the three corpses that I discovered their necessity. Others have their own eclectic methods. Are you suggesting that this approach could entice those powerful beings to join the heavenly court? Sure, Shaojian nodded, and the Jade Emperor continued. Have you ever considered that such turmoil in the three realms will lead to chaos? The powerful will incessantly vie for spiritual treasures, drawing the disciples of the four teachings into the fray. In that scenario, how many immortals, gods, and mortals will remain alive? Sure, Shaojian scratched his head in contemplation. Since you're aware, what about the saints? The Jade Emperor replied, this matter is known solely to me. I alone have employed a complete set of three spiritual treasures to sever the three corpses. Even the Yuan Tu of the underworld river, the Abyss, and the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus are not a complete set. While they share the same attribute, they do not form a complete set. To unify the three corpses, one must fill them with merit. The fewer the merits consumed, the more aligned the spiritual treasures and their attributes must be. After enduring 1,555 tribulations, each lasting 12,960 years, I finally managed to fuse one corpse. You can imagine how arduous that is. As he spoke, he produced three spiritual treasures and tossed them to Shi Shaojian. These treasures are the yin-yang sword, the yin-yang pendant, and the yin-yang padded seat. Two belong to me, and one was given by Lao Jun. It seems he anticipated your visit. I advise you to seek alternative paths. This one has been irrevocably blocked. Shi Shaojian emerged from the jade pool, bewildered and uncertain of his next steps, feeling as though his path had been severed. As he contemplated the Jade Emperor's words, the hope of attaining sainthood seemed futile. At that moment, Princess Longji approached, observing the dispirited Shi Shaojian. Do not overthink it. Let nature take its course. Isn't it wonderful to live each day joyfully? My father and mother constantly urge me to cultivate, to consolidate the five energies within me and comprehend their teachings, which I find utterly unappealing. At this, Shi Shaojian fixed his gaze upon her. Indeed, the teachings. He pondered whether the notion of achieving perfection in the teachings and attaining sainthood was genuine. It appeared he could no longer remain low-key. If understanding was to be gained through combat, then let him engage in a fierce battle. With that thought, he soared back to the Doshui Palace. Shi Shaojian addressed Lao Jun. I wish to compete against the disciples of the other three teachings to grasp the principles of combat. Liu Yun remarks.